On land, an endless sea of corpses engulfs the remnants of shattered cities. In the ocean, colossal corpse whales stir ceaseless waves, submerging tectonic plates. The advent of the apocalypse has brought forth not only the collapse of order, but also the desperate struggles of countless survivors under the claws of the undead. The very existence of humanity hangs by a thread, facing an existential crisis as survival, reproduction, and the continuity of civilization become dire pursuits. Xiao, the cold-blooded blood emperor before the apocalypse, now finds himself with a sense of righteousness. In this life, he aims to alter the course of the apocalypse, to preserve all that humanity possesses, to overturn this era of doom, and to lead the human race back to the pinnacle of the food chain. Chapter 1. Tang Ying. Bang! In the classroom, a boy suddenly awakens with a start, his abrupt movement causing him to tumble to the floor, eliciting a wave of laughter. Yet, he quickly rises, casting a vigilant and bewildered gaze around. A bright classroom, unfamiliar, yet familiar classmates, a teacher who resumes lecturing after a mere glance at him. This is a university classroom. Xiao's mind is momentarily engulfed in confusion. He quietly sits down and checks his phone, which displays the date, August 6th, 2022. Isn't this just 2 days before the apocalypse? Gradually, realization dawns upon him. He has been reborn. The scene before him mirrors that of 2 years prior in the university classroom. Xiao, the blood emperor in the post-apocalyptic world, once a formidable force. After the onset of the apocalypse, like many refugees, he evaded the relentless pursuit of zombies, struggling to survive. It wasn't until 2 months later that he awakened his supernatural abilities, becoming the notorious blood demon and ultimately one of the 4 emperors among humanity. His power lies in manipulating blood. He can absorb blood to replenish his strength and energy, and at his peak, he can cultivate blood seeds, reshaping his very form. Before the apocalypse, he was merely an ordinary sophomore at Yunhai University. His university classmates were relatively indifferent. Not particularly familiar with him, they glanced at Xiao before returning to their own distractions. Upon accepting the reality of his rebirth, a surge of excitement flooded Xiao's mind. He perceives this as a divine opportunity to alter the outcome of humanity's demise. In his previous life, the greatest reason for humanity's extinction after the apocalypse was the multitude of ambitious individuals fighting amongst themselves, forming factions. Not to lead humanity against the zombies, but solely to ensure their own survival in the desolate world. They disregarded the preciousness of resources, the survival of their kind, and the rapid evolution of the undead, showing no compassion for their struggling compatriots. Instead, they indulged their greed, treating ordinary people as mere livestock, sending them to die first when the zombies attacked. The remaining 2/3 of humanity perished. Due to these wretched souls, completely obliterating any chance for humanity to withstand the terrifying apocalypse. Compared to the zombies, they were the true demons, a horde deserving of the harshest punishment. A flicker of resentment glimmered in Xiao's eyes. Regaining his composure, Xiao briefly contemplated what actions to take before the onset of the apocalypse, and once he had a clear direction, he swiftly left the classroom. After the bell rang, his immediate goal was to find some one extraordinary woman who had once illuminated his life. Without her, he would never have survived until the final moments of the apocalypse. Taking a taxi to Yunhai College, located several dozen kilometers from his university, Xiao alighted and squinted against the bright light, marveling at the students bustling about the campus. This was his first visit, yet it was the very place where she studied. As it was the end of the school day, and she was likely renting a place nearby, Xiao patiently waited. 10 minutes later, a girl clad in a white shirt and jeans emerged with a backpack. What a stunning lady. Her figure and looks are exceptional. That seems to be Tang Ying from the School of Engineering, the dream girl of many engineering students, our campus goddess. Honestly, among those 5 campus flowers, Tang Ying is the most deserving. She's beautiful even without makeup. Numerous individuals in luxurious cars parked nearby leaned out of their windows to flirt as Tang Ying passed, but she ignored them and continued on her way. Xiao, I cannot walk with you. There are too many people behind me. Xiao, you are right, but I have no other choice. After I am gone, you must live while you're my best friend. A determined woman, a magnificent empress. her appearance perhaps the least remarkable of her numerous qualities. She once led 30,000 people to stand firm during the apocalypse. Yet, within 48 hours of parting with Xiao, her base was overwhelmed by an unrelenting tide of zombies following the third wave of evolution. Tang Ying, your old friend, has arrived. Xiao's gaze fixed intently on the girl, his thoughts swirling. He silently trailed her against the tide of people. Soon, Tang Ying arrived at a rental apartment, dropped her backpack, and rode a bicycle away. Xiao knew her destination, and he flagged down a taxi, stating calmly, "To the First People's Hospital, please." Since her childhood, Tang Ying's parents had divorced, with her mother raising her alone. At this moment, her mother was suffering from severe emphysema, struggling to breathe, and seriously anemic in the hospital. In his previous life, Tang Ying had desperately borrowed money for her mother's illness. But alas, when the apocalypse struck, wealth became meaningless. She was trapped in the hospital, helplessly watching her mother succumb as the power failed, depriving her of oxygen. This became a lifelong pain for Tang Ying. To win her over beforehand, Xiao realized he must begin with her mother. Along the way, Xiao busily engaged with his phone. He was borrowing from online loan sharks, the kind with immediate payouts. Private lending platforms approved applications swiftly within 20 minutes. His phone displayed an additional 300,000. Before the apocalypse, borrowing such a sum of high interest could cost one their life. But after the apocalypse, what use was money? In other words, who would come looking for repayment? This was an opportunity not to be missed. Soon, Xiao arrived outside the hospital. He did not rush in. Instead, he waited until Tang Ying entered before leisurely following her to a patient's room. "Mom, hold on a little longer. I've managed to borrow the money, and the surgery will be happening soon." Tang Ying grasped her mother's hand, who was wearing an oxygen mask, her complexion pale and weak. "I can't go on. Don't waste your money. You troublesome girl, live your life while I won't be around for much longer." Tang Ying's mother understood the hopelessness of her illness. Even surgery would only extend her life for a few days, with little hope for recovery. With a trembling voice tinged with tears, Tang Ying responded, "Mom, don't say that. The surgery must be done. You cannot die." After a long while, Tang Ying exited the hospital room and began making phone calls. "Aunt, this is Ying. My mom is sick. Could you lend me some money?" "Oh, it's fine. Thank you." "And Uncle, I'm Ying. I beep, beep, beep." She dialed one relative after another. But those with whom she shared a tenuous connection largely refused to lend her money. The few willing to help only offered a maximum of 20,000 over the years. No one had cared for Tang Ying's mother. Like water spilled on the ground, Tang Ying felt helpless, quietly setting down her phone and sitting despondently in a chair of the hospital. Leaning on a recliner, Xiao had just finished a round of gaming when he turned to glance at her and chuckled. "The surgery must cost at least several 100,000. Yet your relatives are truly heartless. You probably won't be able to gather that money anytime soon." Tang Ying suddenly regarded Xiao with suspicion. "Who are you? What does it have to do with you?" His meddlesome words sent Tang Ying's already chaotic mind spiraling into panic, even leading her to dislike this intruder. "I'll lend you 300,000. It should suffice for your mother's surgery. Consider it a gesture of friendship," Xiao declared, displaying his WeChat balance with a smile. Although 300,000 might not guarantee his mother's recovery, it was certainly enough to win hearts. "You, why are you helping me?" Tang Ying asked, gazing blankly at the languid youth who appeared to be of similar age. "If it makes you uneasy, think of it as a transaction. Who knows? You might be of use to me in the future," Xiao replied, his smile enigmatic, leaving Tang Ying bewildered. However, she preferred this arrangement over selling herself any day. Clenching her teeth, Tang Ying expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I will repay you. My name is Tang Ying. I am Xiao. No rush, focus on settling your mother first. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." With that, Xiao transferred the money and departed with an effortless grace. Tang Ying was a person who valued gratitude. Having received the funds, her bond with Xiao would be unbreakable. Oh, Empress, in this life, just follow your brother. Chapter 2. Preparations. In addition to Tang Ying, a potential ally for the impending apocalypse, there were others who could assist Xiao, though some were best approached post-cataclysm. Before that, Xiao needed to amass supplies. Securing food and resources after the end of the world would not be easy, and with the money he had lent to Tang Ying, he needed to replenish his finances. Xiao remained unfazed. After some contemplation, he opened a map and pinpointed a location, then hailed a cab. In the underground parking lot of the Guamao building, a well-dressed, middle-aged man, Su Guofeng, leisurely approached a silver Bentley. Just then, a voice called out teasingly from the other side of the vehicle. "Boss Su, you seem to be in high spirits. Looks like you've made quite a fortune lately." Su Guofeng's eyes widened as he glared at the figure leaning against his car. "Who are you? What are you doing on my vehicle?" Su Xiao smiled. "Just a small fry, no need for Boss Su to concern himself. I merely wish to propose a business deal. I won't ask for much, just half the funds owed to your deceased partners." Su Guofeng's pupils dilated in disbelief. He stared at Su Xiao, then barked, "What nonsense are you spouting? They'll call the police. If you dare, go ahead. With 2 lives lost, you risk losing everything and facing a customized peanut." Su Xiao scoffed loudly. Su Guofeng, a prominent businessman, had previously been severely reprimanded by Su Xiao for offending him, which had revealed many of his past transgressions. While such matters were trivial in the post-apocalyptic world, uttering them now could lead to dire consequences. Killing someone would necessitate accountability. Su Xiao possessed ample secrets about numerous individuals in the post-apocalyptic era, and his choice to confront Su Guofeng stemmed from the latter's proximity. With such leverage in hand, Su Xiao was determined to exploit it for financial gain. As for revenge, he chuckled inwardly after the apocalypse. Once he awakened his abilities, he would not fear this cowardly foe. Su Guofeng's complexion paled instantly. He had had 2 partners in a business venture over a decade ago. When profits soared beyond expectations, disagreements arose, and driven by greed, he resorted to hiring hitmen to eliminate them for a mere 10,000, ensuring he would not be linked to the crime. Both partners had been killed and their bodies disposed of in the wilderness. Though minor troubles followed, he had managed to resolve them with cash. How could this brat possibly know of his past? With a cold glare, Su Guofeng spat. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Get lost," Su Xiao replied coolly. An informant, fearing retribution, emigrated to Britain with a substantial sum. "Yet you buried those 2. Their graves are located." Finally, Su Guofeng could no longer maintain his composure. Through gritted teeth, he growled, "What do you want?" Su Xiao smiled. "A wise choice. I require 10 million, a trivial sum for you, no? Additionally, procure a replica firearm for me. I know you have access. If you can fulfill these modest requests by tomorrow, we shall act as if we never met. What do you say?" Su Guofeng stared at Su Xiao, a chill creeping down his spine. How could this brat know the depths of his secrets, even his illicit firearm dealings? In that moment, a flicker of malice crossed his face as he contemplated eliminating Su Xiao. However, he feared that doing so would expose his secrets. After a prolonged stare, seeing Su Xiao unwavering, he conceded, "Fine. But if you ever use this against me again, I will make you pay." "Deal." Su Xiao saluted him with a gesture and left behind a note, departing with an air of nonchalance. This profession held a pair of sisters who would prove invaluable in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The elder possessed dark abilities, while the younger wielded light powers, both of which were rare and potent. The elder's abilities were versatile, allowing her to summon dark creatures for combat, while the younger focused on healing, later acquiring a renowned skill called light baptism, capable of widespread healing and status enhancement, hailed as one of the finest support abilities in the apocalypse. Both sisters reached royal-level prowess and had once fought valiantly against 5 royal-level foes, emerging unscathed, earning the title queens of light and darkness. Even in death, they perished together. Since they were not far from him, Su Xiao would not overlook such talent. Initially, their capabilities might seem insufficient, but they would undoubtedly provide immense support in the later stages. Currently, it was premature to engage with them. Firstly, he was unfamiliar with the sisters, and secondly, the timing was not right in their past life. The sisters had endured immense suffering, trapped in a school overrun by zombies, leading to their distrust of others. Su Xiao's objective was to appear at the opportune moment to win their loyalty. Time passed, and evening fell upon them. Fortunately, in his previous life, the post-apocalyptic school resembled a slaughterhouse. Most had transformed into zombies, while the few who remained were either consumed or trapped and starved to death. Fewer than 1% managed to escape. At this juncture, the bank loan arrived, an unsecured loan of 200,000. With no parents and no assets, Having worked his way through university, this was the maximum he could secure. One firearm would not suffice. He required multiple weapons to ensure his safety in the early days. After browsing online, Xiao purchased a finely crafted long Tang knife for 22,000. The blade's broad back and narrow edge not only rendered it sharp, but also incredibly durable, more resilient than a Japanese sword. It was crucial for dealing with zombies. As mere sharpness was insufficient, a blade lacking hardness would easily chip. This knife could cleave through bone with a single stroke. Subsequently, Xiao spent over 2,000 on 2 sets of multifunctional tactical gear, including vests, chest protectors, elbow pads, knee pads, tactical gloves, and helmets, all designed to withstand piercing from sharp weapons. With a force absorption capacity of around 300 pounds, adequate to fend off typical zombies. Additionally, he acquired compound crossbows, multifunctional military boxes, binoculars, and other essential equipment, rapidly spending over 100,000, all dispatched via express delivery. With that, Xiao concluded his preparations. The funds had not yet cleared, and he could do no more than wait for tomorrow. The following day, Xiao had lost interest in attending class. He opened his phone and discovered a text message. 10 million had been credited to his account. Though this illicit income might attract scrutiny, he cared little, for soon, no one would concern themselves with such matters. Before setting out for Nanshan Park, located near his residence, Xiao, as anticipated, reached beneath a bench and successfully retrieved a package that had been affixed with tape. A sly smile crept across his face. It appeared that Su Guofeng was indeed a man of his word. For the affluent, problems that can be resolved with money are hardly significant issues. Upon unwrapping the package, he unveiled a beautifully crafted silver imitation handgun, intricately adorned with golden patterns. Su Guofeng truly embodied the essence of a high-ranking businessman. Had he not been apprehended in his previous life, before awakening his abilities, managing his numerous subordinates would have posed a considerable challenge. With newfound wealth, Xiao commenced hoarding supplies. He diligently contacted various food manufacturers, embarking on a busy day filled with calls. In a world on the brink of collapse, resources equate to everything. Mastering these essentials ensures that countless individuals will willingly pledge their allegiance, akin to the relationship between landlords and tenants of yore. Before possessing the power to plunder others, Xiao understood the necessity of strategically positioning his own resources. Fortunately, the impending apocalypse would attract a plethora of strong individuals to rally under his banner. In the suburbs, Xiao expended a substantial sum to lease a grain and oil warehouse. The struggling owner, eager to relinquish his business, sold Xiao the remaining 5 tons of flour along with the warehouse, costing him a staggering 3 million. Xiao felt no regret. His rental property could scarcely accommodate significant quantities of food, necessitating the search for an alternative location to serve as a reserve. Resource depot post-apocalypse. With sufficient grains and oil for the time being, Xiao allocated the remaining 7 million primarily towards procuring non-perishable foods. He acquired 1 ton of assorted canned goods and 3 tons of purified water, all in large barrels. 2 tons of meats and fresh produce filled the solitary small cold storage to capacity. Xiao's funds dwindled by another 4 million. And to prevent power outages in the cold storage, he even procured 3 engines along with ample gasoline and diesel. In the rush of time, Xiao, lacking the luxury of choice, contacted 2 small supermarkets and cleared their entire inventory of various daily necessities. He toiled until dusk, with trucks continuously arriving at the warehouse, concluding his work by 7 in the evening. Time had flown by swiftly. At this point, Xiao was left with just over 1 million. However, his mind was still occupied with potential oversights. Survival is assured, yet communication. Before the emergence of sensory, transmission-type ability users, I must equip myself with radio equipment. Moreover, to attract individuals to the base, mere survival provisions are insufficient. Once people find themselves idle, chaos ensues. We must provide entertainment, and since I have generators, I should prepare some electronic devices as well. Finally, transportation tools. Ordinary vehicles are neither safe nor durable, as he pondered. Xiao placed an order for 100 wireless communicators, 5 radios, a communication station, 10 drones, 20 computers, and 10 mobile phones. The remaining 400,000 was spent on a Jeep Wrangler, ensuring he had a reliable means of transportation when disaster struck. With everything in place, Xiao felt a sense of relief he had made the necessary preparations. If all went according to plan, the apocalypse would commence at 3 o'clock the following afternoon. He still had a morning to finalize his arrangements and establish his presence before the impending turmoil. After all, genuine development could not rely solely on ability users. Only when they reached the third tier would they be wholly unafraid of firearms, which at the very least would take over 6 months. Xiao yearned for ample firearms. Yet such resources were scarce, often unavailable even at local police stations, only accessible through military channels. While he currently lacked the means to acquire them, a future opportunity lingered in his thoughts. On the morning of August 8, 2022, with 8 hours remaining until the apocalypse, Xiao stepped onto the balcony and observed the sky. The golden dawn unfurled the beauty and vitality of a new day, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that invigorated his mind. It was indeed a splendid day, albeit the last of its kind. Taking a deep breath, Xiao's expression turned cold and composed. He descended to the street for breakfast, consuming 2 baskets of meat buns, 2 pieces of fried dough, and a cup of spicy soup to energize his body before heading to the 4S dealership to collect his vehicle. He had opted for a second-hand car, allowing him to drive away without the need for license plate registration. Once in the car, his first task was to contact the vendors to deliver the items he had purchased the previous night. The delivery arrived swiftly within an hour. All radio equipment was brought to an empty room he had prepared. By the time he completed these tasks, it was already past 9 o'clock. After securing the room, Xiao set off again. He needed to find an individual at the shopping mall, a crucial part of his strategy that would determine his rise in the post-apocalyptic world. He soon arrived at the Qingdao Mall in Yanhai City, coincidentally bustling with weekend shoppers. Xiao observed quietly, searching for his target, uncertain if she would even be present, merely hoping for a stroke of luck. Although he was familiar with many powerful figures and stories born from the apocalypse, he could not confirm their authenticity. Nonetheless, any opportunity that could yield significant benefits, even with a mere 10% chance, warranted exploration. Leaning against a pillar on the southern side of the mall, Xiao scanned the crowd like a calculating machine, vigilantly checking the time. If he had not encountered the desired individual by noon, he would leave promptly, allowing himself 2 hours to return. After patiently waiting for over an hour, the time reached 11:08. At last, 2 figures came into view. Xiao focused intently on the pair of fashionable young women, particularly one in a light blue color block dress who carried a designer handbag. Her name was Zhou Yu, the daughter of Zhou Sun, the commander of the station forces in Yanhai City. In his previous life, Xiao had seen her photograph while being invited to join the Yanhai military district due to his formidable strength. Post-apocalypse, the military would undoubtedly possess unparalleled power, and as cities fell, military districts became isolated, transforming into local warlords. While still subject to the command of the central headquarters, their autonomy had significantly increased. In his past life, military personnel had sought Zhou Yu after the apocalypse, revealing the extent of Zhou Sun's affection for his daughter. Tragically, by the time she was discovered, she had already suffered greatly and lost her life. Many individuals who had interacted with Zhou Yu were executed in secret during the aftermath. Xiao recognized her identity. Securing Zhou Yu after the apocalypse would provide him with invaluable access to the weaponry he required from the Yanhai military. Noticing her in the mall, seemingly engaged in a cheerful conversation with another girl, he decided it was time to depart. He knew he could not approach Zhou Yu yet without having endured the trials of ice and snow. One could not offer assistance in times of need. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao turned away and contemplated advising her to purchase more food and nutritional supplies for her mother. Tang Ying found his suggestion reasonable, expressing her gratitude. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao merely feared that she might starve before he could reach out to her after the apocalypse. The impending 3 days of destruction would not be easily endured. Yet Xiao would never reveal the slightest hint of his foreknowledge regarding the apocalypse, not even to Tang Ying, as they were hardly even ordinary friends, and she was quite astute. Finally, the time on the phone leaped to 3 o'clock. Xiao's heart raced intensely, yet nothing seemed different. He approached the locked anti-theft window and gazed out through the glass. No, it has begun. The sky outside had gradually transformed into a dark crimson hue. Thick clouds resembling large bloodstains obscured the heavens, casting the entire world in a crimson glow. In mere seconds, the sound of dripping echoed outside, which soon morphed into a torrential downpour within half a minute. The cacophony of rain drowned out all other sounds, accompanied by a low rumble of thunder. Xiao observed as crimson droplets slid down the window, staining the leaves outside like fresh blood, eerie and enchanting. Chapter 4. The emergence of zombies. The blood-red deluge concealed everything in this world, as if the celestial river had reversed its flow to inundate all existence. From the window, the buildings across the street were barely discernible. Simultaneously, the lights in the room extinguished instantaneously, as if the power had been abruptly severed. Xiao felt a ripple of unease in his heart. Everything was eerily reminiscent of his past life. In this downpour, all who were tainted inevitably transformed into zombies. He silently activated the generator he had prepared, pouring in diesel. Minutes later, his room regained power, and Xiao did not engage in any other activity. He merely sat silently, akin to a monk, staring blankly at the curtain of rain. That night, he heard a chaotic clamor outside, akin to the roars of wild beasts intermingled with human cries. Yet these sounds were rendered indistinct by the relentless rain. In the dead of night, horrifying screams and the shrieks of women reverberated through the corridor. But Xiao paid them no heed. He simply sat on his bed, slowly closing his eyes at this moment. He lacked the strength to intervene. When one is powerless, it is best to remain silent. The next day, a vigorous pounding echoed at his door. Peering through the peephole, Xiao's pupils constricted. A man, wholly decayed, stood at the entrance, his milky eyes vacantly staring ahead, his bony, darkened hands incessantly battering the door. Xiao's gaze remained indifferent, devoid of any turbulence. A familiar sensation welled up within him, the feeling of an apocalyptic world. Yet the rain did not cease, and he still refrained from stepping outside. After several minutes of pounding, the noise ceased. Days swiftly passed, and finally, the rain abated. Xiao gazed at the clearing sky and turned his attention to the grand tree outside. It remained lush and green, though crimson droplets clung to its leaves, rendering it particularly eerie. Xiao knew it was time for him to take action. He donned the anti-explosion suit, tactical arm guards, and other gear he had meticulously prepared, shouldering a large backpack filled with provisions and water. At his waist, he secured a sharp, trident dagger and an axe, while in his right hand, he grasped the exquisitely crafted long quan sword. Finally, donning a helmet, Xiao peered through the peephole at the eerily quiet corridor before unhesitatingly opening the door that had remained sealed for 3 days. A wave of putrid stench assaulted his senses. The overpowering odor of decaying flesh was suffocating, enough to make an ordinary person retch instantly. However, Xiao merely frowned before regaining his composure. He had long since acclimated to this scent, though his physical senses were still a bit unaccustomed. Glancing at the other sides of the building, he noted that one door across from him was ajar, while another remained tightly shut. The staircase was littered with blood and scattered debris. Xiao sighed, knowing that the inhabitants of this building were likely doomed. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies were few. Remaining indoors posed no danger. Yet, it was evident that some, lacking sufficient supplies, had ventured out only to encounter those who had been transformed into zombies by the rain. He cautiously descended the stairs, and upon reaching the second-floor landing, he spotted a tattered woman standing there, her body grotesquely rotting. Xiao recognized her as a resident from the floor above. Suddenly, the woman twisted her head, revealing a decayed face, her skin covered in bloody pustules. The flesh on her left cheek had disintegrated, exposing dark, putrid meat, a truly terrifying sight. Her milky eyes seemed to sense Xiao, and she emitted a chilling shriek, staggering towards him. Xiao's expression remained impassive. He even advanced towards her, raising his long knife and striking it forcefully against her skull. With a swoosh, the long quan sword encountered a momentary resistance before the woman's head was sent flying 2 meters away, rolling down the corridor. The woman's blackened, emaciated claws weakly reached out before she collapsed to the ground. Having dispatched a common zombie, Su Xiao remained unfazed. He had anticipated this outcome. The zombies from the first week of the apocalypse were undoubtedly the easiest to kill. Their bodies, eroded by the rain, were merely animated corpses with residual functions, possessing neither the strength nor speed of the living. As long as one was cautious not to be injured, they were quite manageable. Su Xiao had not witnessed any living individuals confronting zombies. They were most likely paralyzed by fear, unwilling to venture out. Modern urban dwellers, while appearing resilient, had mostly lost their fighting spirit when facing certain death. They would rather scurry like mice into their holes. He was in no rush to find Tang Ying. She was trapped in a hospital, and, as long as she was clever, she would not perish immediately. His current objective was to seize the opportunity to grow stronger. With his frail physique, it was impossible to navigate past the zombies outside to reach the hospital. Even if he were to locate the candidates he had earmarked, what means did he have to rally others? He needed to awaken his own special abilities first. Following the apocalypse, a mysterious virus transformed humans into zombies. Yet within these zombies, a form of energy crystal would also emerge. In his previous life, survivors collectively referred to this as evolution crystals. These crystals posed no threat to humanity. Instead, they enhanced cellular function and adjusted genetic sequences, leading to astonishing transformations. The most immediate change was the emergence of superpowers. Humans, upon consuming these crystals in abundance, would develop extraordinary abilities. Some would experience a significant increase in strength, transforming from ordinary individuals into mighty giants or Batman. Others acquired the capacity to summon flames and lightning at will, becoming superhumans. However, this process required considerable time, and the prerequisites were survival and sufficient absorption of these crystals. The quantity of crystals required varied for each individual. Su Xiao vaguely recalled that in his previous life, he had awakened after absorbing 8 crystals. It should be similar this time around. He quickly descended further, casually cleaving the severed head as he passed, prodding the pooling brain matter. But there was no crystal. Su Xiao continued downwards. Upon reaching the second floor, an even more potent stench assaulted him, accompanied by low hissing sounds. It resembled the labored breathing of a patient with phlegm lodged in their throat, or the wheezing air from an old bellows. For zombies lurked near the doors of several rooms on the second floor, with 3 skeletal remains still clinging to fragments of flesh beneath them. The floor was largely stained crimson with blood, and scarlet streaks trickled down the stairs, darkening as they dried. For zombies, Su Xiao furrowed his brow. While the zombies at this early stage moved as slowly as elderly individuals, a hero could not withstand a pack of wolves. If all 4 zombies lunged at once, given his current physique, he could not guarantee he would remain unscathed. And once injured by a zombie, the only fate awaiting him was to become one of them. However, Su Xiao merely hesitated for a fleeting moment before fixing his icy gaze upon them. As the formidable Blood Emperor, fully armed, if he were to be thwarted by these mere lowly zombies, one could hardly speak of the subsequent plans. He deliberately stamped his foot. Instantly, the sluggish zombies were drawn to him, clawing and howling as they rushed towards Su Xiao on the upper floor. With a blade in hand, Su Xiao's body and mind became as still as a statue, akin to a hawk poised to strike its prey, fixated on its quarry. When the foremost zombie was still 3 meters away, he suddenly swung his sword, targeting its outstretched arms. A dull thud resonated as the severed limbs fell to the ground. The armless zombie was then fiercely kicked by Su Xiao, sending it and the 3 zombies behind it tumbling like overturned dolls against the wall of the corridor. Subsequently, Su Xiao leaped down the stairs in a series of agile bounds, his blade expertly aimed at the necks and heads of the remaining zombies, striking them with precision in rapid succession. Blood splattered, but Su Xiao, having anticipated this, stepped back just in time, leaving only a few droplets staining his leg. A hint of regret crossed Su Xiao's face as he glanced at the bloodstains on his trousers. His awareness was quick, yet this body lagged behind. Clearly, further training was necessary. He pried open several zombie skulls and finally extracted a small, blood-red gem resembling a fingernail from one of them. A smile broke across Su Xiao's face. At last, I've obtained a crystal core. This blood-colored shard was the crystal core produced within the bodies of zombies. They signified that these zombies were steadily growing stronger. Currently, only a few among them could generate such crystal cores, but with the passage of time, an increasing number of zombies would possess them. Yet time was of the essence. Xiao had no knowledge of how many had turned into zombies, but he understood that the city was undoubtedly in a state of paralysis. He wiped the crystal clean with a rag from the ground and then made his way downstairs. The incessant thuds at the door echoed in his ears. Despite feeling somewhat fatigued from slaying several zombies, Xiao calmly seated himself on the sofa, fixated on the crystal core in his hand. Chapter 5. Accumulation. The diminutive crystal core left Xiao speechless. In his previous life, the first crystal core he unearthed was the size of a thumb, a testament to a fully evolved first-tier zombie. This one, despite possessing a crystal core, appeared undeniably malnourished. Nevertheless, awakening his supernatural abilities was of utmost importance. Without hesitation, Xiao rinsed the core with clean water and swallowed it whole. Within 2 minutes, he felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. A searing energy radiated from his abdomen, enveloping him in an overwhelming warmth that made him quite uncomfortable. He promptly poured 2 large buckets of stored water into the bathtub and immersed himself within. The internal blaze left his face flushed like a boiled shrimp, and sweat poured down his body. He understood this was merely the crystal core's energy cleansing his system. He closed his eyes and endured silently. After 2 hours of near immolation, his consciousness slightly hazy, Xiao finally opened his eyes. Though he did not sense any supernatural abilities, he felt invigorated, as if he had just awoken from a deep 3-day slumber. Glancing at himself, he noticed no significant changes, yet when he lifted a knife and made a slicing motion, it felt steadier and swifter in his grasp. The weapon seemed considerably lighter as well. It worked. My physical condition has improved, but it is still insufficient. Without awakening my powers, I cannot venture far. This community is 1 kilometer from the academy and 20 kilometers from the hospital. Until I possess the ability to generate blood, I must exercise patience. Xiao's blood manipulation ability was not particularly formidable in its early stages. Its strength lay primarily in the life-saving potential it conferred. Once he acquired the ability to generate blood, he would fear no injuries, and his endurance would be significantly enhanced. Human activity hinges on the efficiency of blood circulation, and with blood manipulation, Xiao's stamina would be approximately 3 times that of an ordinary person. He would be the champion of long-distance running. How could he lose a race? After acclimating to his newfound strength and replenishing his energy with some stored canned food, he prepared to eliminate more zombies. Due to his actions a few hours prior, 11 zombies had congregated in the corridor of his floor. Who knew how so many had crammed into a single building? He had no choice but to deal with them using cold weapons. Xiao rummaged through his room and located 6 steel cables, originally intended for the crossbow, designed with hooks for climbing high structures. Drawing from his extensive experience in the apocalypse, he devised various preparations for different scenarios. He wound the steel cables around large iron nails and hammered them into the walls on either side of the doorway, creating a makeshift steel net to intercept the zombies and prevent them from squeezing through the gaps. This would suffice. He feared not the zombies entering, but rather the possibility of being overwhelmed before he could react. Satisfied with his defenses, Xiao extended his arm and opened the door half a meter away. Instantly, a claw reached in. Following closely was a zombie that lunged forward as if drawn by an irresistible scent. However, it was ensnared by the steel net. Clawing at it while groaning at Xiao, 4 or 5 more zombies followed suit, pressing against the steel cables but unable to pass. Xiao seized the opportunity, raising his blade and swiftly severing their heads with decisive strikes. The severed heads rolled to his feet, which he casually kicked aside, no longer concerned about the cleanliness of the room, as he did not intend to stay long. As a few zombies fell, the others surged forward, previously blocked by their predecessors. Yet their fate mirrored that of the first few, as Xiao, the relentless executioner, dispatched them with ease. Soon, the doorway was littered with the remains of the undead. Gazing at the pool of blood and the severed heads, he wrinkled his brow at the unbearable stench of decay. Methodically, he split open each head in search of crystal cores. Fortune smiled upon him this time. He discovered 2 crystal cores among the 13 zombies he had dispatched. This time, Xiao did not rush to consume the cores. Instead, he removed the steel cables and stepped outside, beginning his search for more zombies. Ascending to the 4th floor, he encountered 2 more zombies, which he swiftly dispatched, only to find no crystals after searching their remains. Noticing a partially ajar door, he cautiously pushed it open and entered. This marked his first foray into another's home. In the dim light, he beheld a scene of utter disarray, an overturned refrigerator, shredded clothing, and scattered furniture. His heart sank, realizing this family likely met a grim fate. A low, raspy moan echoed as a zombie burst from the bedroom. It was a female zombie, clad in maternity wear, with a dark, festering tumor hanging from her body, hunched as she lunged at Xiao. He deftly dodged her claw and swiftly kicked her onto the sofa, thrusting his sword into her abdomen and yanking it free. Guts spilled forth, emitting a putrid odor. Though not yet dead, she groaned in agony, struggling to rise. Xiao delivered a swift kick that knocked her head askew, rendering her motionless on the floor. A sheen of cold sweat broke on his forehead. He had grown complacent, his senses dulled, and he had nearly succumbed to danger from behind. Imprinting this oversight in his mind, he strode into the bedroom, halting at the threshold. It was a warm, inviting space typical of a newlywed couple, featuring a large bed adorned with a pair of blissful wedding photos. To the left stood a wardrobe and lamp, while a soft carpet lay beneath a charming baby hammock. Yet the floor was stained with blood and scattered remnants of small clothing. A tiny skeleton dangled from the hammock, devoid of flesh, its hollow eye sockets gazing mournfully at the ground, as if weeping for the tragic events that had transpired. A mother had transformed into a zombie and had consumed her own child. Xiao's icy heart trembled. Even after witnessing such scenes countless times in his previous life, he remained, after all, a human being. He closed the door quietly, departing from that household. In this apocalyptic world, innumerable such tragedies had likely unfolded. Once transformed into zombies, they were no longer human. They had become mere fiends, driven solely by the urge to devour all living beings. Xiao's gaze hardened with resolve. In this life, his objective was to bring an end to this apocalypse, or to be consumed by it once more. 2 days passed, marking the 3rd day since the rain ceased, before Xiao lay 9 meticulously cleaned crystal cores. The fruits of his labor over the past 2 days. He had not only cleared this building, but also the adjacent one, slaying over 90 zombies to amass these 8 cores. He believed this should suffice for his awakening. Xiao swallowed 1 core and reclined once more in the water-filled bathtub. This dwelling served merely as a temporary refuge during the 3-day blood rain, with limited provisions. However, the supplies were sufficient for several months for a single person. In the post-apocalyptic world, water had become contaminated, leaving Xiao reliant on purified water for sustenance. Water, scarcer than food in this dire environment, posed no concern for him. For as a blood manipulator, once he awakened his powers, he could extract water anew from blood. The heat enveloped him once more as Xiao closed his eyes, embracing the transformation within his body. It was a peculiar world, a hell for humanity, yet also a paradise. It was hellish because humans would endure relentless torment in the apocalypse. It was paradisiacal because those who survived the harsh winter, akin to resilient pines growing on cliffs, emerged as the new breed of humanity. Chapter 6. Awakening of Abilities. A searing energy continually strengthened every part of Xiao's body. Initially, he felt as though he would faint from the heat, but as he absorbed crystal after crystal, he gradually acclimated to the peculiar energy's transformative influence. At last, upon absorbing the 7th crystal, the sensation of burning pain vanished entirely, replaced by an extraordinary feeling that spread through his mind. It was as if he had suddenly lost all perception of the outside world, yet he could hear a roaring sound akin to a rushing river. It was the blood coursing through his veins. He could even sense the crimson cells pulsating within, and with a mere thought, he could control the speed of his blood flow, faster or slower at will. Although he appeared unchanged externally, his strength had nearly doubled compared to before he absorbed the crystals. He understood that his ability to manipulate blood had finally awakened. Xiao attentively sensed the blood within him, glancing down at his arms. His veins bulged grotesquely, as if boiling water surged through them instead of blood. Xiao picked up a small knife and gently made a cut on his arm. Blood immediately flowed forth. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he watched his arm intently. The next moment, something incredible occurred. After removing the blood scab, the wound had transformed into a mere faint red mark, which completely vanished within 5 minutes, as though it had never existed. A satisfied expression emerged in Xiao's eyes. This was one of the foundational abilities of his blood manipulation, which he termed rapid healing. By controlling his blood, he could prevent blood loss and rapidly divide platelets to mend wounds. Though this ability did not grant him the immediate power of those who wielded control over natural elements, it proved highly practical for survival as an ordinary person. At the very least, Xiao no longer feared injuries, and his physical condition was several times that of an average individual. As for other abilities, he had long since comprehended them. He merely lacked the strength to harness them fully. Only when he elevated to the ranks of a level 2 or level 3 ability wielder could he gradually utilize such powers. He was ready to depart. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao recognized that he now possessed far greater resources to survive than an ordinary person. Equipped with his gear, he no longer needed to worry about being unable to confront typical zombies. After thoroughly checking his equipment, Xiao stepped out of his home. It was the 6th day since the apocalypse had begun. As he opened the door, a profound silence enveloped the corridor. Not a single zombie was in sight. Gripping his dragon spring knife in his right hand and raising a ballistic shield in his left, he cautiously made his way to the first floor. 2 zombies wandered vacantly by the door, and upon catching his scent, they lunged at him like mad creatures. Xiao swiftly kicked one away, sending it flying several meters before easily decapitating it. He discovered that his strength, speed, and reflexes had been greatly enhanced, akin to that of a seasoned Special Forces soldier. Upon exiting the residential building, Xiao surveyed the scene in the community. A dozen zombies were scattered among the flower beds, streets, and shrubs, making it challenging to circumvent them. He swiftly retrieved his composite steel crossbow from his back. The zombies were currently dazed and severely decayed, retaining only their acute sense of smell. As long as he avoided entering their olfactory range, they would not attack him proactively. Utilizing silent weapons for attack was the most effective strategy. Xiao loaded a crossbow bolt and aimed at one zombie's head, releasing the projectile with a swift whoosh. With a sickening thud, the bolt penetrated the zombie's skull, causing it to spasm and collapse. The other zombies, momentarily disoriented, glanced around but exhibited little reaction. Xiao continued this method, a series of whooshing sounds echoing as one zombie after another fell. Following the awakening of his abilities, not only had his physical strength been amplified, but his vision and senses had also greatly improved, allowing him to accurately shoot zombies in the head from 50 meters away. Soon, all the visible zombies had been dispatched. Xiao quickly maneuvered around the pool of brain matter and proceeded to the parking garage. He needed to drive into the city. Upon reaching the entrance of the underground parking lot, a nauseating wave of acrid blood and decay assaulted him, reminiscent of a summer's day passing a gutter filled with dead animals. Xiao cautiously entered and was met with a chaotic scene. Cars were haphazardly scattered, and dozens of skeletons lay on the ground. Over 30 zombies roamed the parking area. Xiao's mind raced as he pieced together the events. In the aftermath of the zombie outbreak, panic ensued, and many people, realizing the zombies attacked relentlessly, sought to escape in their vehicles. As the crowd surged into the parking lot, a horde of zombies was drawn in, leading to the demise of some who were too slow to escape. A sense of dread filled Xiao. Over 30 zombies in the wide-open parking area were beyond his current capability to confront. Just as he prepared to stealthily retreat, a piercing scream shattered the tension. "Brother, don't go, save me," a desperate female voice called from behind him. Turning, Xiao noticed a car surrounded by a jumble of vehicles, a young woman pleadingly peering out of the window. Her actions stirred a hornet's nest. Dozens of wandering zombies immediately turned and charged toward her, emitting low growls. The woman hastily rolled up the window. The zombies surrounded the outermost vehicles, scratching and clawing, creating a cacophony of distressing sounds. How could there still be a survivor? Xiao initially intended to ignore her and leave. He was never one to meddle in others' affairs. However, recalling the feelings of solitude he had experienced in his past life, while gazing at bustling cities, he shifted his gaze back to the woman. She was cowering in a back seat, screaming as the nearest zombie pounded on the window of the only unblocked rear hatch. Sighing, Xiao unstrapped his crossbow and called out to her from a distance, "I'll draw them away. You drive my car to the community entrance and wait for me." He tossed the car keys forcefully, striking the woman's window. Instantly, the horde of zombies turned their attention to him, claws outstretched as they barreled towards him. Xiao did not wait to see if the woman heard him. He simply turned and fled. The over 30 zombies followed closely behind, surging out of the underground parking lot. Xiao searched for cover and spotted a 2-meter-high artificial hill in the distance, sprinting towards it and scaling it with ease. The horde of zombies quickly surrounded the hill, their decayed eyes fixated on Xiao, their claws furiously scraping the rocks until they were bloodied. "You dead ones should stop howling. Find your peace," Xiao murmured, raising his crossbow to systematically shoot them in the head. At that moment, a rugged off-road vehicle burst forth from the underground parking lot, its engine roaring. The woman glanced at Xiao through the window and then sped towards the community entrance, disappearing from his sight. Xiao's expression turned cold as he looked down at a zombie that was howling and spewing yellowish fluid, a bolt piercing its forehead and exploding its skull. Chapter 7. Yu Jiao as Xiao's military boots crushed the ground stained with blood and decaying flesh. A sense of irritation washed over him. He regretted handing the car keys to that woman. She could very well have fled, and while it wouldn't significantly impact Xiao, after all, he could always find another vehicle. The feeling of being deceived was unsettling, especially for someone as astute as the Blood Emperor. As Xiao hesitated, he suddenly spotted the woman at the entrance, waving her arms and shouting, "Over here." A weight lifted from his heart. He swiftly ran to her side, hissing, "Keep your voice down. You'll attract the zombies." At last, she clamped her mouth shut, looking innocently at him. "Let us get in the car." As they passed the security booth, a loud thumping echoed from within. 2 elderly security guards, now transformed into zombies, viciously attacked through the glass, but their efforts were futile. Xiao disregarded them, scanning the outside scene with a complex expression. The road outside the community was choked with vehicles, many overturned, and scattered across the ground were the bones of those who had been mercilessly devoured. Fortunately, the area seemed relatively open. He noticed only a few zombies wandering about. The sidewalk was clear enough for passage. Once inside the car, Xiao took a moment to assess the woman. She appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her appealing figure and youthful visage, her face bearing a hint of baby fat. However, her disheveled hair and the pungent odor of excrement emanating from her made it difficult for him to appreciate her appearance. He wondered how long she had been cooped up in the vehicle. "What's your name?" "Xiao Inguit Gun Li. My name is Yu Jiao. Thank you for saving me, big brother. Otherwise, I truly don't know how much longer I could have held on." Sob sob. Yu Jiao gazed at Xiao with gratitude, perhaps finally releasing the pent-up emotions she had been harboring, bursting into tears. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how I could keep going." Xiao, unable to bear the sight of a crying woman, retorted coldly, "Stop crying. What good does it do? While I did rescue you, I have my own destination. You need to decide where you're going, and we'll part ways there. I'm too scared to go out. I just stayed in the car. I saw some terrifying people tearing others apart. They were eaten." Sobbed Yu Jiao. At 24, she worked for a marketing company and came from a well-off family. After graduating, they had bought her a car for commuting. Surviving thus far had been thanks to her habit of keeping snacks in the car, but she hadn't dared to step outside, resolving all her needs in the trunk, which explained her current odorous state. Xiao remained silent, starting the engine and driving forward. Yu Jiao clutched his arm, pleading, "Please don't leave me behind. I'll go wherever you go. I'll do anything. Just don't abandon me. I don't want to be eaten by those disgusting creatures." Xiao frowned. He loathed the idea of a burden, yet having already saved her, he couldn't bring himself to leave her behind. After a moment's thought, he said, "You can follow me, but you must adhere to 3 rules. Otherwise, you can get out." Xiao hesitated, contemplating what Xiao might demand of her. First, do whatever I say without throwing a tantrum. Second, don't leave my side without my permission. Otherwise, don't expect me to rescue you a second time. Third, I haven't decided yet. She hesitated. You won't force me to do anything terrible, will you? Xiao shot her a glance and smiled faintly. Then you better take care of yourself. Pouting, Xiao replied, I agree. She then inquired about his name, but Xiao merely stated his surname, dismissing her. Suddenly, a horde of zombies emerged from nowhere, rushing towards Xiao's vehicle. More than 20 of them. Brother, there's zombies. Hurry. Xiao shrieked in terror, her days of entrapment having instilled a deep-rooted fear of the undead, their haunting cries invading her dreams. With a wicked grin, Xiao pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The roar of the engine filled the air as the vehicle surged forward, crashing directly into the approaching zombies. Bang! Several zombies were sent flying, akin to kites with severed strings, leaving a stain of blood on the windshield, prompting another shriek from Xiao. What followed was even more astonishing. The car maintained its speed, accelerating further. As they neared the stopped vehicles ahead, the entire car jolted violently, sending Xiao crashing against the dashboard. Through the front window, she witnessed the car's front wheels lift as they soared over the tops of the obstructing vehicles. After a few moments of intense jostling, the car landed back on the road, resuming its course. Xiao stared, awestruck, at the now smooth path. What kind of driving skill was this? A jump over obstacles? Was this something taught in driving school? Xiao reveled in the thrill. Driving in the apocalypse was exhilarating. He could maneuver as he pleased. In his previous life, he had evaded zombies on numerous occasions, honing his driving skills to an exceptional level. This was merely child's play. However, after only 6 kilometers, they were halted once more. Xiao gazed at a large truck blocking the sidewalk ahead and sighed, opening the car door. Get out. We'll proceed on foot. Xiao obediently followed him out of the vehicle. She carried only a small shoulder bag, while Xiao appeared more peculiar, heavily armed with an oversized backpack brimming with supplies and various weapons protruding from his attire. Once he secured his backpack and wielded his long quan knife, Xiao surveyed the surroundings, spotting no signs of zombies, and strode purposefully forward. He was intimately familiar with the routes of Yanhai City, having traversed them countless times in his previous life, especially the prominent landmark that was the First People's Hospital. Xiao trailed behind him nervously, like a little shadow, her eyes darting around. Walking was a far cry from being in the car. Xiao needed to be prepared for battle at any moment. With a transient population of 1.7 million in Yanhai City, during the Blood Rain, at least 1/10 had transformed into zombies. He was acutely aware that the hospital, situated in the city center, was a hotspot for the undead. Xiao understood that the journey ahead would be fraught with peril. Even with his awakened abilities, he had merely gained a slight edge in survival. Every action required utmost caution. Chapter 8. The Fallen City. Before long, a horde of wandering zombies appeared ahead. Xiao refrained from approaching recklessly. Instead, he meticulously loaded his blood-stained crossbow and aimed from a distance. Whoosh, 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 with a series of piercing sounds. 4 zombies were struck in the head, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Beside him, Xiao's eyes sparkled with awe. Incredible. Big brother, are you a special forces soldier? You look so professional with all that gear. Listening to the woman's incessant chatter, Xiao felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Coldly, he replied, No. Your only task now is to keep quiet and follow me. Xiao let out a soft sigh of disappointment, silenced by his demeanor. Xiao, pick up the other crossbow bolt for me. Xiao commanded while inspecting the bolt in his hand, glancing at the pale-faced woman standing beside the decaying corpses. Xiao shuddered. The scene was so gruesome that she felt on the verge of vomiting. As a girl born in a peaceful era, she had never witnessed such bloodshed and horror. The only thing preventing her from retching was the psychological immunity she had developed during the torturous days trapped in the car with the zombies. Trembling with fear, she stood frozen in place. Xiao scoffed, "With such little courage, how do you expect to survive? Do you understand that the entire city is overrun with zombies? Perhaps one day, you and I will be their next meal. If you can't keep up, you may as well leave. My team has no need for dead weight." The coldness and strength that Xiao exhibited revealed his true nature. In this apocalyptic world, being weak was a sin, and death was not to be mourned. Xiao had made an effort to consider the feelings of ordinary people, recognizing their vulnerability in the early days of the apocalypse. Yet those who acknowledged their weakness without striving for change, who wished to rely on him rather than confront the hellish reality of their world, will be better off dead to avoid the prolonged suffering that awaited them as the zombie threat grew and the world fell into despair. Seemingly intimidated by Xiao's ruthless demeanor, Xiao finally grasped her precarious situation. In the face of disaster, no one would spare her feelings or morals. If she could not contribute to Xiao's journey ahead, he would surely abandon her. The fate that awaited her outside of Xiao's protection was all too clear. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, though tears welled in her eyes, Xiao silently crouched down, enduring the stench as she reached into the zombie's grotesque head to grasp the exposed crossbow bolt, painstakingly pulling it out. Black, foul-smelling blood splattered her hands, nearly causing her to faint, but her innate stubbornness prevailed. Finally extracting a bolt, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath and retching onto the dirt. Unfortunately, with nothing in her stomach, having consumed her last meal the night before, she could only expel bitter bile. Xiao stood by, observing the scene with a detached gaze. Xiao's expression shifted to one of gratitude as she hastily washed her hands with a bottle of water, then drank the remaining water. In that moment, she was evidently more appreciative of Xiao than before. Without further words, Xiao continued on their way. As they walked, Xiao's stomach began to grumble. Embarrassed, she glanced at Xiao. "Here." Xiao casually retrieved 2 bags of bread and a chicken leg from his backpack, handing them to her. "Thank you," Xiao exclaimed, devouring the food as they walked. Bread was something she usually avoided, especially the coarse, hearty kind that Xiao had procured, which tasted far inferior to regular bread. Yet, in her hunger, she relished it as if it were the most delectable meal she had ever encountered. Now, despite her discomfort at the sight of the surrounding corpses, she was able to eat. 2 hours later, Xiao finally spotted the silhouette of towering skyscrapers in the distance. The number of zombies here was evidently greater. Occasionally, they could see clusters of zombies wandering about ahead. Xiao opted to take a detour. As they passed by a luxury apartment complex, a man's voice suddenly called out from a balcony, "Hey, don't go. Help me." A young man stood there, pleading with Xiao. His shout seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Immediately, dozens of zombies began rushing towards the apartment building, drawn by the sound. Xiao, however, merely observed from a distance, his tone indifferent. "I'm under no obligation to assist you. As a man, you should find your own way out." With that, he swiftly decapitated a charging zombie with his long quan knife and kicked it aside, quickly moving past the entrance of the complex, leaving the man in a daze. Xiao was left in shock. This Xiao was anything but ordinary. His demeanor was as cold and composed as that of a machine. The zombies had once been human, yet he dispatched them without a flicker of emotion, executing his attacks with remarkable swiftness and precision, as if he were squashing insects rather than combating the undead. Xiao had no insight into Xiao's thoughts. She simply followed closely in his wake, occasionally retrieving crossbow bolts, having grown accustomed to the task. At last, the pair caught sight of a hospital sign in the distance, though it was still 2 kilometers away. Upon glimpsing the bustling commercial streets of the city center, the sheer number of rotting zombies swaying in the streets made them both shudder with dread. 500? 800? Or perhaps 1,000? At Xiao's current strength, charging in would be tantamount to delivering himself as a meal. Xiao turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. "Stop dawdling. We'll go around." Xiao will get. The commercial streets were typically crowded, so the presence of so many zombies was unsurprising. He chose to take a detour of an extra kilometer, although the number of zombies remained significantly higher than their initial encounter. At least they were no longer clustered in massive hordes. Xiao and Xiao proceeded cautiously, encountering several zombies that Xiao could easily dispatch with his bare hands, successfully navigating most of the distance without incident. As they passed a pet store, Xiao suddenly shoot. He turned sharply, gazing into the pet shop. His ability to manipulate blood made him acutely sensitive to living beings containing blood. With a detection range of approximately 10 meters, he sensed over 20 sources of blood energy emanating from within the pet store. At the same moment, he felt the intensity of that blood energy surge, as if it were rapidly approaching them. Run! Without hesitation, Xiao felt his heart race, grabbing Xiao and sprinting away. Boom! 3 or 4 large black dogs crashed against the glass, barking at Xiao from behind the protective barrier. Their fur varied in color, golden retrievers, Labradors, but all were substantial in size, thudding against the reinforced glass with a resounding crash. Their paws were large, and a few even glowed with an eerie red light. 3 words flashed in Xiao's mind: mutated beasts. These were creatures that had not succumbed to the virus and had instead evolved. They were akin to awakened humans in the realm of abilities. Xiao's ability to sense their blood energy indicated that they had not been infected by the zombie virus. Rather, they were more likely to have become mutated beasts. Xiao felt a thrill of excitement. In his past life, mutated beasts were among his favorite sources of sustenance. Their blood contained immense energy that could aid in his rapid evolution, and their flesh was delicious, capable of enhancing the physical strength of ordinary people and increasing their chances of adapting to the zombie virus, hastening their awakening of abilities. Chapter 9. The hospital in the distance. The imposing gates of the hospital came into view, but Xiao halted his steps, for the entrance was firmly shut, besieged by over 200 zombies. How could they possibly enter? Xiao found himself at a loss. Younger brother Su, do we really have to go in now? With so many zombies? Xiao uttered, her voice trembling with fear. Clad in a flimsy black dress, she was drenched in sweat, her expression a portrait of vulnerability as she turned to Xiao. Having traversed 4 kilometers on foot to reach the city, while evading zombies and keeping close to Xiao out of fear of being caught, she was utterly exhausted but dared not voice her fatigue in his presence. We must go in. Stay close to me, Xiao commanded, unyielding, especially in this perilous situation where safety was a distant luxury. After a moment's observation, he resolved to scale the wall. Zombies could not climb, but he could. As long as he avoided the main entrance, there were countless ways to navigate. Xiao moved along the hospital's wall, where the number of zombies was significantly reduced. He walked alongside a 3-meter-high iron railing, with Xiao trailing behind, her eyes darting nervously about. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from the nearby grassy area of a decorative tree planter, reaching out towards Xiao. Ah! She screamed, instinctively stumbling backward. Xiao's gaze sharpened, and in a swift motion, he dispatched the creature with a single strike. It was merely a middle-aged zombie, its legs seemingly amputated, reduced to crawling and lying in the flower bed. However, Xiao's scream had drawn the attention of a small group of zombies that had been clustered at the entrance, now shifting towards their direction. Damn it, Xiao thought, glancing at Xiao, who had the sense to remain silent. He leapt, grasping the railing with both arms, effortlessly swinging one leg over. He extended his hand towards her, urging, move quickly. Xiao grasped his hand, her legs pushing against the wall as she climbed up. A trio of zombies, sensing their presence, began to sprint towards them. Terrified, she wanted to scream, but the sight of Xiao's grim expression stifled her voice. With a powerful tug, Xiao hoisted her up, nearly lifting her entirely by her arm. One delicate leg dangled precariously over the railing, while 2 approaching zombies eagerly clawed at the air. Mere inches from her toes, Xiao jumped down first, catching her as she landed. Remember, zombies are sensitive to sound. They are like dogs. In any perilous situation, your first priority is to remain silent. Yes, I won't forget next time. Yu Jiao nodded vigorously, her face a blend of remorse and concern. Su Xiao began to survey the interior of the hospital. While zombies were indeed present, there were far fewer than at the entrance, approximately 40, many of whom wore lab coats, nurses' uniforms, and even cleaning attire. Brother Su, the main door of the hospital seemed sealed. Yu Jiao pointed towards the distant, tightly shut entrance. Su Xiao's eyes flickered with realization. That indicates there are still many living people inside. However, we cannot enter until these zombies are dealt with. After contemplating, he decided that eliminating the zombies was essential for their safe entry. Find a place to hide. Yu Jiao obediently nodded, but couldn't suppress her concern. Be careful. Brother. Su Xiao could not help but smirk inwardly. He was only 21, younger than her. With a keen focus, he searched for an advantageous position. He was reluctant to engage the zombies in close combat. A single scratch could lead to disaster. Though clad in protective gear and reinforced with metal plates, the risk of being overwhelmed was too great. He carried 6 weapons: a long quan knife, 2 triangular darts, a small firefighting axe, a composite crossbow, and a handgun. Su Xiao's strategy was straightforward. Find a narrow space and execute a one-to-many attack. After careful observation, he chose an ambulance parked nearby. Suddenly, he sprinted towards it. Instantly, the wandering zombies were drawn to him, surging in his direction. Yu Jiao watched anxiously from afar. The zombies charged at Su Xiao with frenzied determination. But his strength and speed had improved remarkably. This was his first time running at full capacity. Like the wind, he reached the ambulance in less than 5 seconds, leaping onto its hood and then scrambling to the roof. By the time dozens of zombies gathered beneath the ambulance, they began banging against it. Without hesitation, Su Xiao raised his crossbow and began firing. At such close range, each shot pierced the zombie's skull, causing them to topple one after another. In no time, he had dispatched over 20 zombies. Just then, unexpectedly, a small, agile zombie leaped onto the ambulance and swiftly climbed towards the roof, moving with the grace of a lizard. Speed-type zombie, Su Xiao exclaimed in alarm. The evolution of zombies had diversified, akin to humanity, branching into various forms. While they lacked the extraordinary abilities of human enhancers, some had developed unique skills. The speed-type zombie was one such variant. Yet, their weaknesses were equally apparent. Su Xiao, relying on his quick reflexes, swiftly turned and kicked the leaping zombie, sending it crashing back down. The creature was feeble. One kick was enough to send it tumbling. Its leg clearly broken as it clung to the ambulance door, unable to ascend again, ultimately falling to Su Xiao's crossbow. However, a heavy weight settled in Su Xiao's heart. Had speed-type zombies already emerged? How far off could other variants be? 2 minutes later, all the approaching zombies had been eliminated by Su Xiao. This was a vital resource for his ongoing enhancement. After collecting 4 more crystals, he gestured for Yu Jiao, who had been huddled in a corner, to join him. Together, they approached the hospital's main door. Su Xiao knocked forcefully, calling out, "Is anyone inside? Open the door." Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of the hospital, a middle-aged man with a pockmarked face, gnawing on a piece of meat from an iron bowl, suddenly lifted his head, frowning. He glanced at the 2 subordinates laboring over a patient in a nearby bed, barking, "Did you hear anything?" The 2 slender subordinates paused, puzzled. "Hear what?" "Bang, bang." The sound of vigorous knocking echoed once more. The pockmarked man rose, his brow furrowing. "Let's go check it out." "Right away." The 2 subordinates hurriedly stood up, revealing a figure on the bed, a woman also unclothed, her hands and feet bound, her face buried in the bedding, motionless. Chapter 10. Hidden Intentions. Su Xiao had been waiting for quite some time, yet no one appeared. Just as he was about to use his tools to enter the building, footsteps echoed from within the hospital lobby. A throng of individuals emerged, their presence filling the space. They exchanged glances before moving towards the entrance. Su Xiao observed that there were at least 14 men, seemingly divided into 2 distinct groups. 6 of them had dark skin, attired in various clothing, some in work uniforms typical of construction sites, while others donned suits and ties. The other group consisted of 8 men who appeared more like ordinary citizens. One of whom wore an expensive suit, flanked by two bodyguard-like figures, making him stand out even more. It was evident to Xiao that these were two factions. The hospital was besieged, and it was likely that many individuals were trapped inside. It seemed these individuals had formed two separate factions among the trapped survivors. "Boss, it seems the zombies outside have disappeared," one man whispered to the one with a pockmarked face. The pockmarked man exchanged a glance with the suited individual, who maintained a stoic expression as he stepped forward with his subordinates. "Who are you? Are you part of a rescue team?" The pockmarked man inquired, eyeing Xiao's professional combat attire with suspicion through the glass. "No, I am merely a survivor, here to search for someone. I have a friend in this hospital." Xiao Zipli, "Did you deal with the zombies outside?" The pockmarked man appeared doubtful. "Indeed," Xiao affirmed confidently. The people inside exchanged astonished looks. "Impossible. There were dozens of zombies outside. The 10 or so who ventured out a couple of days ago were all devoured. How could he have killed so many alone?" Their disbelief was palpable. Yet, the absence of zombies in the vicinity confirmed that this young man was not to be trifled with. The pockmarked man, now visibly excited, exclaimed, "Quick, open the door. With such a fierce person here, we need not fear the zombies any longer." Two of his subordinates hurriedly opened the main door. "Hello, young brother. I am Wang Chong." The pockmarked man greeted cheerfully. The suited man regarded Xiao with bright eyes and asked, "My friend, with such impressive skills, are you a special forces soldier?" "No, I'm just an ordinary person," Xiao replied. "Why have you all been waiting here without attempting to escape?" The suited man offered a sheepish smile. "To our shame, there are simply too many zombies outside. A few of us have bravely tried to venture out, but we lost several members. No one dares to act recklessly anymore. We are waiting for the military's rescue." Xiao was taken aback. "Have you received word from the military?" "Yes, the hospital has radio communication. The military in Yanhai City is working on a rescue plan. The entire country, even the world, is in chaos, and countless people have turned into the living dead. Who knows when they will arrive?" Xiao nodded in understanding. The obstacles faced by the military were far greater than those encountered by ordinary individuals. Their collective efforts to assist all the survivors would inevitably lead them into battle against hordes of zombies, significantly slowing their progress. Just as he prepared to enter, the pockmarked man abruptly stated, "Hey, young brother, we have a rule here. Weapons are not allowed inside the hospital to prevent accidental harm amidst the chaos. I see you have quite a few items. Perhaps you should leave them with me for now?" Xiao stared at the pockmarked man in astonishment, who wore a serious expression, as if genuinely concerned for all the survivors. Xiao smiled and remarked, "But it seems that you all are armed as well." With that, he swiftly kicked a nearby man's hand, causing a long fruit knife, hidden within his sleeve, to clatter to the ground. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. The three other men revealed hostile expressions, ready to act, but the pockmarked man interjected, "Calm down." His muscles twitched as he faced Xiao and declared, "This territory belongs to both of our groups. I have no objection to you entering, but let us maintain our distance. You search for your person, and leave immediately once you find them. How does that sound?" The two factions shifted from amicable acquaintances to predatory wolves in an instant, with even the suited man fixating on Xiao, clearly unsettled by this unpredictable element. Xiao, in turn, suppressed a smile and replied coldly, "I have no interest in your disputes. I only wish to find my friend and leave." With that, he strode into the hospital. Jiao, trembling with fear, hurriedly followed Xiao through the encircling factions, leaving the pockmarked man glaring at his retreating figure. "What do you think? Should we keep this kid around?" The pockmarked man asked the suited man for his opinion. He was evidently displeased by Xiao's dismissive gaze. However, considering that the zombies outside might have been eliminated by Xiao, he felt a twinge of fear and contemplated allying with the suited man. To his surprise, the suited man disdainfully remarked, "If you're so displeased, you can go and take him down yourself. I'm leaving." With that, he and his companions quickly departed. "Curse them, a bunch of cowards." The pockmarked man muttered angrily as he led his men away. "Xuye, those older men were so cunning and terrifying," Jiao said, fear evident in her voice as she kept pace with Xiao. Xiao merely smirked. They are nothing but pitiful and tragic frogs at the bottom of a well. Yu Jiao Jiao observed Su Xiao's still cold demeanor, a sense of reverence swelling within her. This man remained unfazed, as steadfast as a stone. The hospital corridor was saturated with the stench of death, with bloodstains and scattered medications littering the floor. Yet, Su Xiao did not encounter any corpses of zombies, likely having been cleared by the other group. However, an inexplicable foul odor lingered, refusing to dissipate. Before long, Su Xiao felt a gaze directed at a hospital room door, with nearly all doors tightly shut, suggesting that someone was inside. He temporarily set aside his concerns and, after a few minutes, finally located the familiar room. Su Xiao was uncertain about how Tang Ying had fared, his heart now filled with apprehension. The door was shut from the inside, and he knocked, calling out, "Is anyone there?" After a few seconds, a cold, indifferent female voice responded, "There is no food left. If you force your way in, I will trade my life for yours." Su Xiao was taken aback, recognizing Tang Ying's familiar yet resentful voice. It seemed the hospital was far from safe. After a brief silence, he replied, "Tang Ying, it's Su Xiao. Do you remember me?" Silence enveloped the room. "How did you end up here?" she queried, her tone now tinged with surprise. Her voice close enough for Su Xiao to feel as if she were right by the doorknob. "If I said I happened to pass by and came to rescue you, would you believe it?" The door slowly opened a crack, revealing half of her face. Su Xiao was momentarily stunned. Tang Ying had once been a strikingly beautiful girl. Just days ago, she had exuded confidence and grace. Now, as she gazed at him, her appearance was disheveled, her complexion pale, and her eyes held the wariness and coldness of a frightened beast. Chapter 11. The Honest Devil. Upon seeing Su Xiao, a flicker of light returned to Tang Ying's dull eyes. "It's you?" Su Xiao inquired. "Are you aware of everything happening outside?" Tang Ying shook her head. "Not really. The world is overrun by zombies. We cannot linger here. Will you come with me?" Tang Ying's gaze wavered, yet she resolutely replied, "No, I will not leave." Su Xiao immediately grasped the implications, fixing his eyes on the direction behind her, and asked gravely, "How is your mother?" As soon as the words left his lips, Tang Ying's gaze locked onto Su Xiao, her eyes welling with tears. "Let me in to see her," Su Xiao urged hastily. His original plan was to leave with both Tang Ying and her mother, although it would be somewhat troublesome. Taking her mother along was undoubtedly the best choice to earn Tang Ying's unwavering loyalty. Tang Ying slowly opened the door, not fully understanding why she placed such trust in Su Xiao, perhaps because he was the one who had offered her aid during her mother's direst hour. Su Xiao strode into the room. It remained clean and orderly, but Tang Ying's mother lay slumped on one side of the bed, her eyes tightly shut. Su Xiao's heart fluttered. He approached and tested her breath, only to find it faint. Tang Ying suddenly grasped Su Xiao's hand tightly, her eyes pleading as she implored, "Can you save her? I beg you." Su Xiao recognized that Tang Ying was now desperate. Should she lose her mother, he could not assure her of any will to survive. "Are there no doctors left in the hospital?" he asked in a low tone. "There are, but they have all been locked away." "I don't know." Tang Ying seemed to suddenly find hope, fixing her gaze on Su Xiao as she said, "It seems they were all captured." "Captured?" Su Xiao's brow furrowed. Given the current situation, he needed to find a doctor to assess her mother's condition, for he lacked medical knowledge. "Stay here. I will go look." Su Xiao made as if to exit. "I will go with you." Tang Ying, regaining a semblance of composure, asserted firmly. Su Xiao remained noncommittal. After closing the ward door, Tang Ying noticed Yu Jiao Jiao standing behind Su Xiao. The two women exchanged a glance, yet neither spoke. Su Xiao began to check each room, aware that any survivors might be hiding in various corners of the hospital. Upon seeing a door shut from within, he kicked it open. Two nurses cowered in the corner, trembling with fear, exclaiming, "Don't kill us." Su Xiao's eyes brightened. "Do you know any medical skills?" One nurse replied meekly, "No, we only know how to bandage simple wounds. We usually assist the doctors." Su Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment, but replied, "That will suffice. Do not fear, I will not harm you. I just need your assistance to treat a patient. Please wait for me outside room XX. After instructing them, he turned to leave, but upon seeing their pale faces, He rummaged in his bag and tossed them several large sausages and 2 bottles of water. Upon seeing the food, Tang Ying's eyes sparkled slightly, and she instinctively swallowed. Su Xiao then handed her 2 chicken legs, gently saying, "Eat something first." He realized she must have been starving for quite some time and felt a bit embarrassed. Tang Ying said nothing, accepting the food and quietly beginning to eat. Su Xiao led them through other wards, searching diligently. However, all he found were refugees hiding in the rooms. Not a single doctor was located. Just as he pondered the whereabouts of the doctors, a refugee cautiously remarked, "The doctors were all taken by the workers." "Workers? What kind of workers?" Su Xiao probed, his gaze sharp. 3 or 4 men, one with a face full of pockmarks. Su Xiao immediately recalled the group that had greeted him earlier, his expression darkening. "What did they capture the doctors for?" "I don't know. All the emergency room doctors were taken. Some turned into monsters and were killed." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao ceased to linger, seizing the timid middle-aged woman and demanding, "Lead the way." Before long, Su Xiao arrived at the office of the pockmarked man. 2 men stood at the door, idly smoking, but became instantly wary upon seeing Su Xiao. "What do you want?" "Where's the pockmarked man?" Su Xiao asked, his tone unfriendly. The pockmarked man emerged from within, wearing a grim expression that slowly transformed into a disingenuous smile. "Little brother, how can I assist you?" Su Xiao pressed. "Where have all the doctors gone?" The pockmarked man shook his head, lamenting, "Alas, they're all dead. They turned into zombies, and we had no choice but to kill them." His words dripped with regret and sorrow. At this moment, the woman interjected, "He is lying. He took our attending physician, and I saw him cut off his arm with a knife. This vile creature not only killed, but also consumed human flesh." Su Xiao's expression darkened significantly. The pockmarked man's demeanor shifted instantly, snarling, "You're asking for death." He lunged towards the woman, but Su Xiao stepped in front of her, gripping his dragon spring knife with a cold demeanor. "What? Do you still wish to kill?" The pockmarked man dropped the facade. He bellowed, "Kill this pretentious brat." The 2 men beside him immediately grabbed a fire axe leaning against the door and lunged towards Su Xiao. Be careful." Yu Jiao and Tang Ying both cried out in alarm. However, Su Xiao charged forward with incredible speed, delivering a powerful kick to the pockmarked man, sending him flying. He then deftly blocked the fire axe with his knife, swiftly severing the assailant's left arm. My arm!" The man shrieked like a pig being slaughtered, collapsing to the ground in agony. The remaining assailant, terrified by the spectacle, struggled to steady the axe, but Su Xiao delivered a swift kick to his head, causing him to wail as he fell, the axe crashing down upon himself. All present were stunned. Within 5 seconds, all 3 men lay defeated. "Boss, who just arrived?" A man hurriedly emerged from the office, adjusting his belt, only to freeze in shock at the sight of the fallen pockmarked man and his companions. Seeing Su Xiao's cold gaze, with the sharp knife in hand, he promptly crouched down, clutching his head in silence. The 3 women trembled at the grisly scene. Yu Jiao remained relatively calm, accustomed to Su Xiao's style, while Tang Ying and the older woman appeared shocked. Su Xiao's brutality was utterly astonishing. Su Xiao stepped over the severed arm of the man and approached the pockmarked man. The latter trembled, his earlier bravado evaporating. As he nervously forced a smile, "What do you want me to do?" "Just say it. Please don't kill me." Su Xiao replied flatly. "Are there any living doctors left?" "Yes. I'll take you there right now." The pockmarked man, now compliant, hurriedly led the way. Upon entering the office, Su Xiao beheld a horrifying sight. A naked woman bound to the bed, her expression devoid of feeling. Yu Jiao and the other women gasped in alarm and rushed to free her. Su Xiao merely cast a glance before lowering his gaze. Venturing into the inner chamber, Su Xiao discovered 3 doctors tightly bound like dumplings, huddled in the corner, their bodies marred with blood. The pockmarked man dared not speak, remaining silent. Su Xiao approached and untied the 3 doctors. "Thank you." The trio comprised 2 male doctors and an elderly female doctor. However, their eyes were filled with hatred as they regarded the pockmarked man. "You monster!" 2 male doctors collaborated to forcefully bring the pockmarked-faced man to the ground. furiously pulling at his head while delivering blows with both fists and feet. The female doctor, unable to contain her indignation, exclaimed, "This scoundrel is a menace to society." Chapter 12. The corpse hordes in the corridor. Xiao was taken aback. If cannibalism were to occur several months after the apocalypse had begun, he would have been less affected. However, this was merely the onset of the end times. Resources were still relatively abundant, as long as they were not utterly destitute. Cannibalism should not be a consideration. The two doctors appeared exhausted and spat angrily at the bloodied face of the man known as Pockmarked Face, declaring that he had tortured Dr. Li to death and that Dr. Wang had been mutilated and consumed by him. As they recounted these events, both men broke down in tears. Pockmarked Face harbored deep resentment. During the outbreak, he had been injured at a construction site, and 3 of his co-workers had accompanied him for treatment. Witnessing numerous doctors and patients transformed into soulless zombies had terrified them, prompting them to hide. Yet, after 3 days without rescue and lacking food supplies, desperation drove them to threaten other survivors for sustenance. Upon encountering Dr. Wang, Pockmarked Face completely snapped. He, along with a few accomplices, bound Dr. Wang, venting their frustrations by cutting him, and once he succumbed, they gruesomely consumed his thigh. This heinous act instilled terror in all the remaining survivors. Pockmarked Face had unleashed the demons within him, deciding he would become the ruler of this desolate place. He began to assert dominance by beating survivors, stealing their food, and even assaulting a female doctor. Despite having over 20 survivors, a few doctors attempted to resist, but they were no match for the burly men armed from their years on the construction site. 3 were brutally maimed and discarded to feed the zombies, while 2 doctors were bound and set aside, kept for the possibility of needing medical assistance in the uncertain duration they would remain there. The plight of these 2 doctors was pitiable. They had to endure the continuous humiliation of a beautiful married female doctor at the hands of Pockmarked Face's gang. Transitioning from anger to despair, Xiao maintained a calm demeanor, though his heart burned with indignation. The apocalypse, indeed, breeds chaos. Survivors will do anything to live. Yet, it was the petty individuals who, devoid of any survival worries, sought to vent their frustrations on their fellow humans that Xiao despised most. Without uttering a word, he drew his knife and struck down at the bloodied Pockmarked Face. A horrifying scream erupted as Pockmarked Face's head tilted to one side, blood gushing forth. Yet, no one present felt sympathy. Instead, they reveled in the moment, including Tang Ying, who had been threatened by Pockmarked Face for food. Had she not possessed a fruit knife in her room, he would have forcibly entered her space. By surrendering a significant amount of food, she had endured hunger. Otherwise, the supplies Xiao had instructed her to buy for her mother would have sustained her for quite some time. Xiao then addressed the 3 doctors. "Gentlemen, there is a patient in critical condition who requires your attention. That is the purpose of my visit." The doctors readily agreed, for Xiao was their savior. After a brief examination, they diagnosed the patient with a respiratory infection. Tang Ying, now anxious, implored, "What can we do? Please, you must save my mother." "Rest assured, the infection resulted from a lack of timely sanitation," one of the nurses explained. The hospital had descended into chaos post-apocalypse, and naturally, no one was there to care for Tang's mother, allowing bacteria to worsen her condition. Xiao frowned and inquired, "Can it be remedied?" The 2 nurses he had previously rescued promptly replied, "We will prepare everything." Xiao nodded, observing the doctors staring blankly at the empty food packaging strewn across the floor. He swiftly retrieved some bread, marinated meat, and water from his backpack, smiling, "Please have something to eat first." "Thank you." The 3 doctors, famished after a prolonged period without food, expressed their gratitude before beginning to drink the water and slowly eating. Pockmarked Face had denied them sustenance, and they had gone 2 days without a single drop since being captured on the 4th day of chaos. Xiao then stepped out of the ward, his gaze fixed intently on the far end of the corridor. A dull thudding echoed from the corridor's depths. Xiao emerged, nervously asking, "What is that sound?" "I will go check. You focus on the operation," Xiao instructed. Tang Ying also stepped out, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Xiao. "Thank you." Xiao, Xiao replied gently, "Once your mother is safe, come with me. You cannot survive in this city alone." "Yes." Tang Ying nodded without hesitation. Xiao strode purposefully toward the source of the noise. Upon reaching the corridor's end, Xiao discovered the entrance obstructed by sofas, tables, and other debris, likely the work of survivors. A foul odor wafted from the other side. Just as he prepared to leave, a more profound, guttural growl echoed. Simultaneously, heavy footsteps resonated in the corridor, as if a giant were slowly ascending the stairs. Xiao readied his crossbow, his eyes coldly observing. Claws of zombies began to emerge from the crevices. Although they were merely ordinary zombies, an unsettling feeling gripped Xiao, a sense of impending danger. Suddenly, the accumulated debris in the corridor trembled violently. A loud crash followed, as the chair at the top tumbled down. A powerful zombie. Xiao's expression hardened. Their strength surpassed that of ordinary zombies by several folds. Encountering them would lead to utter devastation for an ordinary person. A single punch could shatter bones. Perhaps the commotion had drawn attention. A throng of people surged from a distance. Those suited men he had encountered earlier. Xiao's eyes lit up. "You arrived just in time. The zombies here are about to overwhelm us." One man frowned. "Who are you to command us, an outsider?" Xiao's gaze sharpened, but before he could respond, the suited man slapped him across the face. Silence. Though the man wanted to retaliate, he glanced at the two intimidating bodyguards beside the suited man and begrudgingly lowered his head. The suited man approached Xiao, a look of apology on his face. "My friend, I apologize. It's no trouble. The zombies accumulating here are about to break through. While I may be unaffected, if you intend to remain here, you will find it quite challenging unless this horde is dealt with." Xiao spoke calmly, showing no fear despite the number of people before him. He had witnessed far worse situations. Should they intend to harm him, Xiao would not hesitate to eliminate them. He possessed that strength. Chapter 13, Li Yilong declared. "No problem. Everyone, arm yourselves and prepare for battle." The man in the suit spoke with authority, prompting all the men to grasp their weapons, steel pipes, axes, wooden clubs, while they vigilantly surveyed the obstructed corridor. Xiao methodically readied his crossbow, instilling a sense of dread among the onlookers. With a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, the man in the suit remarked, "My friend is exceptionally well prepared. No wonder you dare to storm the hospital alone. I have a penchant for stockpiling weapons, and it seems they are finally being put to use." With a faint smile, Xiao replied, "Indeed. May I ask your name, brother?" he inquired, extending his hand with a jovial demeanor. "Xiao," he responded, shaking Li Yilong's hand lightly, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. The name resonated with familiarity. He recalled, Li Yilong had been a notable figure during the early days of the apocalypse in his previous life. The owner of a construction materials company and a few bar establishments, adept at navigating challenges. After the onset of the apocalypse, he had established a significant enclave in Yunhai City, embodying the archetype of a post-apocalyptic warlord. However, he had since faded from prominence, and now, it was surprising to find him trapped within a hospital. "Brother, you were responsible for dealing with that group of scar-faced men, weren't you?" Li Yilong asked again. "Yes." Xiao Hapfim. Li Yilong erupted into hearty laughter. "Well done. Those individuals were no better than beasts, demanding a share of the hospital's resources. I simply have no desire to engage them in conflict and squander manpower. Otherwise, based on their actions, I would have eliminated them long ago." He regarded Xiao with newfound caution, having initially assumed that the corpses he had seen were the result of Xiao's handiwork. However, the sight of his crossbow made it evident that Xiao was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the air as two piled-up sofas collapsed, revealing a horde of over 70 zombies, their grotesque forms filling the corridor. Yet, the most chilling sight among them was a singular zombie, towering above the rest. Unlike its emaciated counterparts, this one stood over 6 feet tall, its flesh glistening with an unnatural sheen, reminiscent of metal rather than decay. Muscles rippled beneath its skin, resembling a colossal brute. Had it not been for its sunken head and milky eyes, it could easily be mistaken for a living person. with a deafening roar. The formidable zombie incited the others into a frenzy as they began tearing at the last remnants of barricades. Two smaller zombies squeezed through the gaps, lunging at Xiao and his companions. Boom! The front line shouted as one swung an axe, bringing a zombie crashing to the ground, followed by a relentless assault from others. Another zombie found itself kicked down by one of the bodyguards, who, along with several others, dispatched it with wild strikes. Be careful! Xiao suddenly shouted. The towering zombie had just kicked down the final barricade, rendering their defenses null and void. Zombies surged forward, overwhelming the front two, who were immediately besieged by 5 of the undead. "Ah, help me!" One of them cried out in panic as they stumbled backward. "Move! We need to separate and kill them," the man in the suit commanded, turning to flee. He retained enough composure to recognize that facing a horde of zombies was tantamount to a death sentence. After cleaving a zombie in two, Xiao also turned to follow the man in the suit, shouting, "Is there any structure nearby that can provide some protection? Follow me." In a frenzy, they rushed into a hospital room, swiftly shutting the door once Xiao entered. The door, only partially intact and standing at a height of around 4.5 feet, allowed the zombies to swarm, their upper bodies clawing at the air. The man in the suit wielded a hefty fire axe, bringing it down to crush 2 zombie heads against the doorframe. "This is untenable, boss. There are too many zombies. If the door gives way, we're finished," one man lamented, his face etched with despair. Li Yilong appeared equally anxious, struggling to conjure a viable solution. Suddenly, a series of swift twangs resonated as Xiao unleashed 5 bolts from his crossbow, each finding its mark in a zombie's skull. The group turned their gaze towards him in astonishment. That large zombie is formidable. Trapped in this room, it will fare poorly. If you dare to fight, stay here and continue to eliminate zombies. With this door, you can manage them. I'll lure the big one away," Xiao declared. Li Yilong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious?" He was profoundly impressed by the might of the giant zombie, which had effortlessly sent a heavy sofa flying with a single punch. Xiao retorted, "Or you can wait here to perish. Let's charge together." "Brother, you go outside," Li Yilong insisted, rallying his 2 bodyguards. They swiftly dispatched 3 zombies blocking the doorway before flinging the door open. Xiao emerged, charging directly at the colossal zombie. As he advanced, the zombies that obstructed his path fell beneath the blade of his long knife, 7 dispatched in mere seconds. He then sprinted toward the towering fiend. Impressive, absolutely ferocious. Those beside Li Yilong gasped in awe, their eyes wide with shock. "Eliminate them quickly, and let us rescue brother," they urged. The giant zombie, noticing Xiao advancing through the throng of undead, fixed its gaze upon him and let out a low growl, raising its arm to hurl a punch. Xiao deftly evaded, slipping behind it, and brought his long quan knife crashing down upon its head. To his dismay, the blade struck as if it had met wood, merely slicing through the scalp and becoming lodged against bone. Despite his considerable strength and the knife's razor-sharp edge, it barely penetrated the giant's defense. The power-oriented zombie bellowed in rage, its face contorting into a human-like expression of anger as it turned and lunged at Xiao. He quickly dodged, sprinting away while preparing his composite crossbow, internally berating himself for his folly. Xiao realized he had forgotten that the head of a first-tier power-type zombie was its most fortified area. Much like speed-oriented zombies, power-oriented zombies prioritized physical evolution, growing stronger and increasingly resilient, evolving into human-shaped tanks. Fortunately, the giant's speed was comparatively sluggish, allowing Xiao to maintain a safe distance of several meters. He pivoted and aimed for its left leg, releasing a bolt that struck true. The giant howled in pain, its balance faltering as it toppled over. Xiao followed up with another bolt aimed at its head. The force of the bolt far surpassed that of his knife. Even if its skull were as hard as steel, the arrowhead would have embedded itself halfway through. The bolt pierced the giant's skull, silencing its anguished cries as it succumbed to death. Xiao retrieved the crystal from the creature, noting its crimson hue, a stark contrast to the transparent crystals of ordinary zombies. Meanwhile, Li Yilong and his companions fought valiantly, leaving dozens of zombies in their wake, their heads shattered like watermelons, while a few continued to pound at the door. Chapter 14 Departure. Xiao did not step forward to assist. He waited patiently until they had vanquished all the zombies before slowly approaching. At this moment, Li Yilong was also smeared in blood, yet his eyes still radiated a fierce intensity. Only when he confirmed the absence of any remaining zombies outside did he exhale heavily, regaining his composure. However, they had not emerged unscathed. As Xiao approached, he witnessed several of Li Yilong's men forcefully thrust two individuals to the ground before him. The two men trembled in fear, tears streaming down their faces as they pleaded, "Please don't kill us, boss. We will obey, we beg you." Li Yilong, Siga, you have been captured. There is no salvation for you. It is better to find peace sooner than to pose a threat to our other brothers. With that, he lunged forward, delivering a brutal axe strike to one man's head, causing brain matter to splatter. The other man, paralyzed with terror, let out a shriek. But he too could not escape the wrath of Li Yilong's axe and met the same fate. The 7 men behind Li Yilong wore expressions of indifference. One, who was fire-affiliated, appeared somewhat reluctant, yet none dared to voice their objections. It was evident that this outcome had been tacitly agreed upon. Xiao, however, was wide-eyed with admiration. Li Yilong was decisive in his actions and possessed a ruthless eloquence. Indeed, a figure of some renown in his past life. Li Yilong then turned to Xiao with a grateful smile. "Brother Xiao, thank you. Your skills are truly formidable. Without you, we would have been in grave danger. Given how perilous it is outside, would you care to join us?" His eyes sparkled with interest, clearly drawn to Xiao's impressive strength, eager to recruit him. Xiao, however, shook his head in refusal. "I appreciate your offer, Brother Li, but I have no intention of lingering. As soon as my friend's mother stabilizes, we will depart immediately." Li Yilong's expression dimmed as he sighed. "Very well. I wish you well, brother. May you live long. Thank you for your kind words." Xiao ziplit. Meanwhile, Yu Jiao anxiously paced to the hospital door, having heard the terrifying sounds of battle from afar, yet none dared to venture forth. Just then, the voice of the female doctor from within the ward brought a sigh of relief from Tang Ying. They had performed a simple disinfection procedure on Tang Ying's mother, which took merely a few minutes. The doctor smiled at Tang Ying, assuring her, "Your mother is fine. She is just very weak. If she can rest for half a month in a nourishing environment, she will recover." However, the doctor's smile faded as her brow furrowed with concern. Indeed, resting in a well-nourished environment for half a month seemed an insurmountable challenge at this time. Not only was there a lack of food supplies in the hospital, but with the overwhelming hordes of zombies outside, how could anyone find peace to heal? Tang Ying looked at her still unconscious mother and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you all." She understood that without Xiao, her mother would not have been saved. Xiao had become the most important person to her, aside from her mother. Her resolve strengthened. Wherever Xiao went, she would follow. This stranger, whom she barely knew, had saved her twice in just a week. With her mother safe, her thoughts of despair dissipated, for she now had someone to care for and a reason to live. Just then, Xiao appeared at the door. Anxious, Yu Jiao rushed towards him, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. There was a swarm of zombies, but we cleared them out with the help of the hospital staff." Xiao replied as he entered the room. The doctor added, "She is stable now. She just needs to rest." Xiao solemnly expressed his gratitude to the doctors, leaving behind some food as thanks, but he did not mention taking them with him. Although he would eventually need doctors for his future plans, he had yet to establish a foundational team, and with Tang's mother along, he lacked the energy to care for others. Moreover, he suspected that Li Yilong would not easily allow him to take the survivors from here. "I'll take over," Xiao said, seeing Tang Ying struggle to lift her mother. He stepped forward and hoisted Tang's mother onto his back. With his current strength, carrying someone was not a challenge, though it did diminish his combat effectiveness somewhat. "Thank you." Tang Ying expressed her sincere gratitude as she looked at Xiao. "Let us talk about safety first," he replied. Upon reaching the entrance, Li Yilong and his group were waiting, seemingly aware of Xiao's intent to leave. "There's so many zombies piled up at the door. It might be difficult for you to exit," Li Yilong observed. Xiao met his gaze. you might find it difficult to leave as well. Shall we clear them together? All right, Li Yilong agreed. Xiao took up his crossbow and began shooting at the zombies outside. While Li Yilong and his men doused the zombies with medical alcohol found in the hospital and ignited it with a lighter. In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted at the entrance. The gathered horde was ignited, the flames spreading as they collided with one another. Soon, the entrance was engulfed in flames. After several minutes, over half of the hundreds of zombies at the door had collapsed. Many more were driven away by the suffocating smoke. At this moment, Li Yilong's group opened the door. Xiao seized the opportunity, wielding his blade as he charged outside. The ordinary zombies posed little threat to him. He maneuvered through the horde with ease, his blade flashing as he dispatched them one by one. Though the claws of the zombies did scratch him, tearing his clothes, fortunately, he was clad in protective gear, preventing any injury. With everyone joining in, the last of the zombies were swiftly eliminated, with Xiao single-handedly accounting for more than half of the kills. Once the entrance was cleared, Xiao bid farewell to Li Yilong. Until we meet again. Until we meet again, Brother Su. Li Yilong recognized Xiao as an ambitious individual and saw a kindred spirit in himself. So they both silently agreed not to mention recruiting one another. Xiao dopan ambulen, gading tangjing, iu xiao xiao, and her mother as they sped away from the hospital. Where are we going? Tangjing in Guit, to the outskirts of the Western District. However, I have some matters to attend to, so we cannot go there just yet. First, I need to find a safe place for you. Then I can leave with peace of mind, Xiao thoughtfully replied. Tang Ying bit her lip but remained silent. She wished to go with Xiao but felt that she would only be a burden. Yu Jiao shared a similar expression. She too was reluctant to part ways with Xiao but recognized that she was merely a stranger to him, unsure of her own destination. Noticing the turmoil in the two women, Xiao spread his hands, revealing two translucent crystals. One for each of you. The two women hesitantly accepted. What is this? Crystals from the brains of zombies. Upon hearing this, both women shuddered, nearly dropping the crystals in disgust. Extracted from a zombie's head? The mere thought was nauseating. Xiao, however, smiled lightly. Do you know why I'm so powerful? Because I am an evolver. Consuming the crystals produced by zombies can alter one's physique, providing a chance to become an ability user, granting various extraordinary powers, much like the superheroes in movies. Are you sure you don't want it? Both women were taken aback. Moments later, without hesitation, Tang Ying swallowed the crystal whole. Ah, you actually swallowed it. Yu Jiao exclaimed in shock, watching Tang Ying with urgency. Tang Ying, however, remained composed. If I am to remain an ordinary person, I would have no face to follow Xiao. Upon hearing Xiao's words, she turned to gaze at Tang Ying, who met her gaze with a gentle smile. It was beautiful, yet imbued with an unwavering ambition for strength. Xiao chuckled heartily. This was indeed Tang Ying, the woman of exquisite beauty with an indomitable spirit, who surpassed countless men to become one of the empresses of the apocalypse. Chapter 15. 3 burdens upon witnessing Tang Ying swallowing the crystal core. Yu Jiao hesitated briefly before scrunching her little nose and swallowing it down like a pill. Cough, cough. A couple of dry coughs escaped her lips, accompanied by a wave of nausea. Although the crystal core had been rinsed by Xiao, it still bore a faint, unpleasant odor that brought tears to her eyes. After observing both women consume the cores, Xiao finally spoke. The transformation process induced by the crystal cores may not be comfortable. You both should rest well. With that, he accelerated the vehicle. Despite the ongoing traffic congestion, Xiao skillfully maneuvered the car back to the previously visited residential area, coming to a halt. At that moment, Tang Ying's face was as flushed as an apple, her entire body radiating heat. She opened her mouth as if to speak to Xiao, but found herself lacking the strength to utter a word. Yu Jiao was similarly affected, her cheeks rosy like ripe apples, slumped back against the seat. Xiao realized his oversight. He should have ensured their comfort before administering the crystal cores. Now, he was left to care for all 3 of them. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. The commotion from the vehicle caught the attention of several survivors in the neighborhood, who began peering out of their windows. Look, it's him. He isn't afraid of zombies. Let him save us. Many voices called out to Xiao, pleading for assistance. Hey, over here. Can you help us clear the zombies from our floor? We want to leave with you. Handsome, please help me. I've been trapped in my house for a week. I can't take it anymore. Young man, could you spare some food for this Annie? My pantry is completely bare amidst the clamor. One elderly man even boldly requested that Xiao take him to the city to retrieve his hundreds of thousands from the bank in order to flee abroad. Xiao chose to ignore them, recognizing that these individuals still failed to grasp the dire situation. They shouted for help, yet remained holed up in their homes, unwilling to confront the zombies. Let them stay there, he thought. Zombies began rushing toward him, their excited howls reminiscent of a feast. Xiao promptly grabbed his long quan knife and exited the vehicle. Retrieving his crossbow would be too cumbersome. He opted for the knife for a cleaner approach. As soon as he stepped out, 3 zombies lunged at him. The onlookers fell silent, punctuated only by a few screams as the sounds of zombies began to echo through the neighborhood. Did they seek death so eagerly? Xiao's gaze remained cold as he confronted the ordinary zombies, brandishing his knife with determination. The blade glinted with a chilling light as it effortlessly severed the heads of the undead. One by one, the zombies collapsed to the ground. Xiao pressed forward, engaging with a dozen more zombies, relying solely on his combat skills. His enhanced physique propelled him like the wind as he sliced through the horde with precision. Despite his custom long quan knife showing signs of wear after days of slaying zombies, it remained razor-sharp. In no time, he single-handedly dispatched the entire group. However, he felt the toll it took on his stamina, leaning against his weapon while panting slightly. With a momentary respite from the zombies, he hastily drove the ambulance into the residential area. This action stirred a hornet's nest. From various buildings, hundreds of zombies poured out, sending a shiver down Xiao's spine. Should they corner him, there would be no escape. Time was of the essence. He hastily chose a building and sped toward it, executing a swift and graceful stop at the entrance. Get up. We need to hurry inside, he shouted to the 2 women. Although Tang Ying and Yu Jiao were somewhat dazed, they mustered the strength to rise, stumbling out of the vehicle. Xiao hoisted Tang's mother onto his back. Gripping his knife tightly, urgency etched across his face. Stay close. Keep up with me. Yu Jiao followed behind, struggling under her own weight. In the stairwell, 3 zombies lunged at them, but Xiao kicked one aside and swiftly dispatched another with his blade. However, an enormous claw suddenly loomed into view. With Tang's mother on his back, he found it challenging to maneuver. In a moment of desperation, his blood surged, doubling his speed as he ducked beneath the zombie and delivered a brutal kick that sent its head spinning. The final zombie met its end as Xiao forcefully cleaved it in 2, green, putrid juices splattering all over him and Tang's mother. With no time to consider the mess, he barked, "Keep up with me." A horde of zombies was already at the entrance, beginning to scale the stairs. Spotting a room on the 2nd floor, he rushed to push the door, only to find it locked. "Is anyone in there? Open the door," he shouted frantically. With Tang's mother on his back, he was only able to exert 60% of his strength. The other side remained ominously silent. Perhaps there were people inside, but they clearly did not wish to attract danger by opening the door. Xiao's expression darkened as he dashed into the stairwell, grateful to find an open door and bolted inside. The interior was eerily quiet. No one was present, nor were there any zombies. Just as he prepared to set Tang's mother down on the couch, he heard Yu Jiao's piercing scream from outside. He immediately placed Tang's mother on the floor and rushed out. He found Yu Jiao and Tang Ying struggling up the stairs, the former's collar clutched by a zombie, while 4 more closed in on them, their decrepit claws reaching for her head. Seeing Xiao, Yu Jiao's eyes filled with tears as she cried out, "Su Ge, save me." However, there was no time for rescue. As Xiao sprinted toward them, his previously anxious expression turned cold. "Unet pesti, Dangjing," with a fierce glint in her eyes, pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to the horde of zombies. With a resounding thud, the zombie clutching Yu Jiao fell backward, taking several others down with it. After safely placing the 2 women down, Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling regretful for his earlier oversight. Had he waited until they were settled before administering the crystal cores, They could have easily evaded the zombies and avoided this perilous predicament. The incessant banging on the door echoed, accompanied by the growls of zombies. Tang Ying and Xiao collapsed to the ground, their bodies radiating heat. Xiao had overestimated their tolerance for the crystal cores. Just moments ago, Tang Ying had been fierce and resolute, yet now she sat on the floor, dazed, stretching her long legs as she murmured, "I'm so hot." Xiao, hearing her voice, soft and vulnerable like a kitten, Xiao felt his heart quiver. He gazed at the alluring figure before him, acutely aware that this was his first time witnessing Tang Ying in such a state undeniably tempting. Meanwhile, Xiao appeared nearly delirious, her wide eyes fixated on the ceiling as she mindlessly tugged at her clothing, revealing glimpses of her delicate skin. Xiao hurriedly searched for bottled water or similar supplies. Unfortunately, this household had no backup water source, and the water in the tank was absolutely unusable. Observing Xiao, whose clothing was nearly torn to shreds, Xiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately approached and extended his hand. With a dull thud, Xiao closed her eyes and fell still, rendered unconscious by Xiao's blow. Rather than enduring the torment of consciousness, it was far better to succumb to a deep slumber. After all, the feverish sensation was merely a normal detoxification response of the body. Meanwhile, Tang Ying, still somewhat aware, suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief, her gaze revealing a hint of reluctant vulnerability, yet her hands lingered on her collar. "Why are you staring at me with such wide eyes? You need to sleep too." Xiao offered her a smile and, without hesitation, rendered her unconscious as well. Now, he had successfully brought 3 individuals out, all of whom were in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 16. New Abilities. Xiao stood alone by the window, listening to the thunderous knocking at the door. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. The wisps of white smoke rose, soothing his restless heart. With the objective of rescuing Tang Ying accomplished, the next step lay in determining whether she could successfully awaken her abilities and become his ally. This would relieve him of much of his burden. Judging by Tang Ying's demeanor, it was evident she had already pledged her loyalty to him, which brought him considerable comfort. His next target was the woman in the mall. In his previous life, the military had only arrived in the urban area of Yunhai City about 8 days after the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Today marked the 6th day, meaning Xiao had less than 2 days to act. He could not afford to remain idle for long. He needed to set off today to ascertain whether that woman still lived. However, he felt uneasy leaving Tang Ying and her mother alone, so he decided to wait until they awoke before departing. Xiao pulled a crystalline core from his pocket. These were collected during his journey of slaying zombies, including 2 special crystals, a red crystal from a first-tier strength-type zombie and a blue crystal from a first-tier speed-type zombie. Despite the apparent lethargy of the speed-type zombies, Xiao had managed to eliminate one single-handedly. At this moment, however, first-tier speed-type zombies were undoubtedly a nightmare for ordinary humans. Their rapid speed and ferocious attacks could easily claim lives, and they excelled in ambush tactics. When Xiao confronted one atop a vehicle, there was only one inevitable outcome: death. Xiao began to consume the crystals, knowing he needed to maintain his superior strength. Although he trusted that Tang Ying would not betray him even if she awakened her powers, caution was always prudent. As a first-tier evolver, he no longer required an extended period for his body to acclimate to the consumption of these crystals. Swallowing an ordinary crystal merely caused a slight warmth to envelop him, erasing his fatigue and slightly enhancing his muscle strength, though this sensation faded within 10 minutes. Upon consuming the strength-type zombie's crystal, he was once again engulfed by the intense heat reminiscent of his initial awakening of abilities. He sat still, exhaling heavily, as he felt his body continuously strengthening. Half an hour later, the effects of the first-tier crystal waned, and upon assessing his physique, he estimated that both his strength and speed had increased by approximately 10%. It appeared he would require around 10 more first-tier crystals to ascend to the level of a second-tier evolver. He did not pause. He continued to consume the crystals as their effects diminished. While ordinary crystals could only enhance his strength by about 1%, every bit of improvement was welcome. Thus, for hours passed, During this time, Su Xiao's body rapidly grew stronger, with his strength and speed increasing by nearly 40%, bringing him close to the pinnacle of first-tier power. Meanwhile, drawing from his past experiences, he had finally comprehended the two fundamental abilities of blood manipulation: blood conversion and blood absorption. These abilities were crucial for Su Xiao in the early stages of his blood manipulation power. Blood conversion allowed him to separate materials from blood, such as water, since the human body consists of approximately 80% water. In his previous life, when water became contaminated and he found himself in dire straits, it was this ability that enabled him to extract moisture from corpses to survive. Remarkably, even from zombies, he could extract a couple of ounces of water. Without this ability, Su Xiao would have perished long ago. The other ability, blood absorption, facilitated Su Xiao's rapid strengthening. By consuming blood, he could enhance his power quickly. Although its effects paled in comparison to the high-level crystals from zombies, it provided him with additional resources. For instance, if 10 first-tier zombies were slain, others would merely acquire 10 crystals, while Su Xiao could also extract the energy from the blood of these evolved zombies. Zombies possessed blood, and the higher the tier of the zombie, the more evolved it became, resembling a new type of organism, gradually developing various powerful organs, rich in blood energy. It was through this ability that Su Xiao ultimately surpassed others, achieving the status of an emperor-level powerhouse. Su Xiao felt a surge of excitement as he recalled the mutated beasts from the pet shop, which were also evolved species akin to human evolvers. Their blood would be a tremendous boon for him. Had he awakened this ability earlier, he would never have let them slip away. As dusk fell, Tang Ying finally stirred from her slumber. "How are you?" Su Xiao inquired, concern evident in his voice. Tang Ying stretched her limbs, perplexed. "I feel so comfortable, as if I am weightless." Su Xiao smiled. "That's a good sign. It means the crystal is working for you. Get up and eat something, continue absorbing, and by tomorrow morning, you may awaken your powers." "Thank you, Su Xiao." Tang Ying looked at him with warmth in her eyes. Soon, her mother awakened as well. Having been weak to begin with, the strain from surgery and subsequent travel had left her even more exhausted. "Mom." Tang Ying joyfully approached her mother and began conversing. Su Xiao gazed out at the darkening sky, retrieving a powerful flashlight from his backpack, which he hung from the ceiling to restore light to the room. Yu Jiao soon awakened as well. Initially, Su Xiao expected her to feel unwell due to the ordinary person's inability to withstand the energy of the crystal, which could result in failure to awaken abilities. To his surprise, she shook her head and approached him, saying, "Suga, I'm so hungry. Could you possibly give me something to eat?" "Just a moment." Su Xiao rummaged through his backpack, producing 4 cans and 4 bottles of water. Noticing Tang Ying approaching, he added, "I don't have much food. Let us make do tonight." Tang Ying nodded. "I'll see if I can find some flour. I noticed there was a gas canister in the kitchen, so we should be able to cook." After a moment, she earnestly said, "Su Xiao, my mother thanks you. Without you, we wouldn't have survived." "Your mother has awakened?" Su Xiao inquired. "Yes," Tang Ying confirmed. "She still needs to recover. Nutrition is essential. Here are some other food items. Make sure she eats well." Su Xiao produced a variety of provisions from his somewhat depleted backpack. Tang Ying hesitated, reluctant to accept. "These are your supplies. What will you do if we eat them?" Seeing her conflicted expression, Su Xiao suddenly asked, "Are you willing to stay with me, Tang Ying? Bring your mother along." Without hesitation, Tang Ying declared, "I am willing." "Su Xiao, my life belongs to you. I will do whatever you ask." She paused, locking eyes with him. "I am ready for anything." Su Xiao smiled. "Then we are family now. You need not worry about food. I will take care of that. You just focus on absorbing these crystals tonight. One thing I must clarify, I will not support idleness. Aside from your mother, both of you must engage in combating zombies. It is an inevitable path." Su Xiao looked at the two women, his gaze lingering on Yu Jiao as he spoke seriously. Tang Ying felt no objection. With so many zombies around, her dignity would not permit her to remain a mere ornament under Su Xiao's protection. She too aspired to become a powerful evolver like him. "As long as you don't abandon me, I will strive to contribute. I won't be a burden." Su Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at her blend of timidity and feigned bravery, waving his hand dismissively. Let us eat. After dinner, Su Xiao took a glance at Mother Tang. Tang Ying had conveyed everything to her. She was an astute middle-aged woman. She expressed her gratitude to Su Xiao and indicated that she was a capable housewife, assuring him that once her health improved, she would not become a burden. Su Xiao merely guaranteed that he needed Tang Ying as a partner and would not abandon them, though at that moment, he could not make any extensive promises. The following day, Su Xiao was startled awake by a tremendous noise. Instinctively, he sprang up from the sofa and seized the long quan knife beside him, rushing into the room. Chapter 17. Gravity Abilities. Su Xiao burst into the bedroom, which belonged to Tang Ying. This household consisted of just 2 bedrooms and a living room, which is why Su Xiao had spent the night on the sofa. Tang Ying, dressed in a thin shirt and slippers, stood at the door in a daze. Her mother, equally bewildered. Upon seeing Su Xiao, Tang Ying awkwardly remarked, "I was just testing my strength. I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Su Xiao looked at the shattered wooden door in astonishment and exclaimed, "You've awakened your abilities?" It seems so. I feel an immense power coursing through me with nowhere to direct it. Have I become a female superhero?" Tang Ying was equally shocked by her own feat. At first glance, she appeared to be a power-type awakener. After all, the level of destruction she had caused could rival that of a professional boxer wielding a punch of around 300 pounds. However, Su Xiao recalled that Tang Ying's ability was gravity. Her power was exceptionally unique, classified among the 4 categories of abilities as a superhuman. In the previous lifetime, humanity's diverse abilities flourished and were categorized into 4 frameworks. Psychic-type awakeners who evolved through mental power, physical-type awakeners who developed their bodily faculties, elemental-type awakeners who could manipulate natural elements such as wind, fire, lightning, and superhuman awakeners who possessed powers of space, gravity, invisibility, and telepathy, concepts that only existed in human imagination. In her past life, Tang Ying was also known as the goddess of gravity. During her peak, she could use her gravity abilities to transform a small base into a floating island. Try to see if you can experience any other changes. For instance, do you feel any desire to manipulate things? Su Xiao couldn't directly reveal her abilities, so he subtly suggested some awakeners can control various other elements. "You don't seem like a mere strength-type awakener." Tang Ying scratched her head and replied, "Let me give it a try." After a moment of silence, she seemed to suddenly sense something, her gaze fixating on a distant teacup. Seconds later, the teacup began to tremble in place. Then, astonishingly, it slowly floated upwards, rising about 20 centimeters from the table, suspended in an eerie manner. Su Xiao sighed in relief. He had known that Tang Ying's powers could not have differed from her previous life. Meanwhile, Tang Ying's mother stared blankly at her daughter's newfound strength, murmuring, "How strange this world is." The cup continued to ascend until it hovered around 1 meter high. Tang Ying, drenched in sweat, watched as the teacup started to shake. Moments later, it crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ying's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "I feel like I can control its weight." When I tried to make it lighter, it actually became lighter. Gravity abilities, Su Xiao summarized, with a serious expression. He advised Tang Ying, "You should explore how to apply this power to yourself. For example, if you make yourself lighter, 1T you run faster. If you make your fists heavier, 1T your strength increase. You can also affect objects. If you make this teacup heavier, 1T the damage it causes be greater when thrown." As Su Xiao guided her, Tang Ying's eyes lit up like stars. "Right? How did I not think of that? Su Xiao, you're a genius," she exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to the table to experiment. Su Xiao chuckled to himself. It wasn't his genius. After all, he had witnessed Tang Ying develop her abilities in their past life. He was merely returning the knowledge he had from before, helping her avoid unnecessary detours in her journey of self-discovery. After a while of practice, Tang Ying indeed learned to apply the gravity effect onto herself. After studying together for some time, Su Xiao discovered that Tang Ying could currently manipulate gravity up to 3 times. That is, she could increase or decrease an object's weight by 3-fold. However, there was a limit to this weight, with a maximum of 200 pounds. Beyond that, her control would drop to twice the gravity, and over 500 pounds, she could only manage a single-fold influence. Once surpassing 700 pounds, her impact became negligible. Even so, both Xiao and Tang Ying were satisfied. With the enhancement of threefold gravity, Tang Ying's strength was now nearly on par with Xiao's. As long as she was cautious, she could certainly handle ordinary zombies without issue. Call you Xiao. You all come with me to practice killing zombies. Xiao instructed. Okay. Soon, the sleepy Yu Xiao was roused. She had absorbed crystals throughout the night. Xiao eagerly inquired about her abilities, but she merely shook her head, indicating she didn't know. However, her strength had increased somewhat, approximately just over double her previous capacity. Xiao understood she was also an awakener, but was still unclear about her specific powers. He maintained a stern demeanor and insisted she join them. Killing zombies was a test of psychological courage. However, no matter how much strength they possessed, if they were paralyzed by fear at the sight of a zombie and wanted to flee, their power would be in vain. Xiao opened the door and immediately spotted 3 zombies wandering on this floor. The other zombies, perhaps having gone a night without finding food, seemed to have meandered off somewhere else. The number was just right. Xiao stepped out unarmed, while Tang Ying wielded his dragon spring knife, and Yu Xiao held his crossbow. As the 3 appeared, the zombies sprang toward them like cats, sensing fresh prey, their movements quick and excited. One of the zombies had maggots crawling on its face, and, as it ran, droplets of green, foul-smelling liquid mixed with a few white maggots fell to the ground, enough to turn one's stomach. Xiao nodded to Tang Ying and said, Ying, you go first. Perhaps without realizing it, he instinctively called her by her childhood nickname from their past life. Tang Ying, taken aback by Xiao's familiar address, felt her cheeks flush but still resolutely stepped forward. She lacked combat experience and merely stood there, gripping the knife tightly, anxiously watching as the zombies approached rapidly. Xiao reminded her in a low voice, for someone like you, who has no combat experience, it's essential to keep your waist in a semi-squat position when you begin practicing combat. This will help you evade attacks or store power in your arms. A stable waist means stable legs, and stable legs means stable power. Many lose their lives because they panic when attacked by zombies. A missed strike or insufficient force allows the zombies to exploit the opening, leading to bites or scratches, which can only result in death. Awakeners are not as fearful of ordinary zombies. Even if bitten, they 1T turn into zombies without resistance. As long as they expel the zombie virus in time, they will not suffer significant harm. Unless the zombie's tier is equal to their own, only then will the virus transmit. If it is higher, they are doomed. Nonetheless, Xiao still urged Tang Ying to be exceedingly cautious. Being bitten, even if one does not die, can lead to prolonged weakness. Yu Xiao, trembling in fear, shrank back slightly. Finally, the stench of a zombie's mouth was right in front of them, claws poised to strike Tang Ying's head. Tang Ying activated her abilities, swinging the knife fiercely at the approaching zombie. Boom! The strike went awry, slashing diagonally across the zombie's chest, yet the immense force still sent the zombie toppling backward, rolling across the ground. Chapter 18. Mind control. Sweat beads trickled down Tang Ying's forehead. Xiao exclaimed sharply, "This is not a game. The enemy is down. Seize the opportunity to finish it off." Tang Ying hurried forward, striking down on the struggling zombie's head with her blade. However, her aim faltered again. What was intended as a strike to the neck ended up landing on the chin instead. The zombie thrashed violently, clawing at the air, withdrawing her knife from its bones. Tang Ying delivered another blow, this time with more precision, severing its neck. With a sickening crack, the creature's head lolled to one side, convulsing before falling still. Just as Tang Ying exhaled in relief, a chilling voice from Xiao pierced the air. "2 zombies are almost upon you." Tang Ying looked up in alarm to see 2 more zombies barely 2 meters away. One of them let out a fierce roar and lunged directly at her. In a flash, Xiao delivered a swift kick, sending the zombie flying into its companion, both tumbling 3 meters away. Turning to Tang Ying, he admonished her seriously, "Remember, during battle, you must never let your guard down as long as there are enemies. You cannot focus on just one opponent. Always be aware of the movements of others." Tang Ying wiped her brow and nodded earnestly. I've got it. Su Xiao then glanced at Yu Jiao, saying, hey, it's your turn. Oh. Perhaps inspired by Tang Ying's demonstration, Yu Jiao took a couple of steps forward, raising her crossbow to aim at a distant zombie. Then closed her eyes and released the bolt. Immediately, Su Xiao's mocking laughter echoed. Did you aim with your eyes closed? You're not even looking at the target. And why is your bow aimed so high? Yu Jiao, are you planning to feed them? A burst of laughter escaped Tang Ying, her previously serious demeanor giving way to a flush of embarrassment. Yu Jiao opened her eyes to see her bolt lodged in the wall, having veered wildly off course. Meanwhile, the two zombies were rapidly approaching her. She had no time to dwell on Su Xiao's taunts. With a mix of annoyance and embarrassment, she readied another shot, shouting at the two zombies, get away from me. To everyone's astonishment, the zombies suddenly halted, then turned away, swaying as they did so. Tang Ying was dumbfounded. Su Xiao was equally stunned. Yu Jiao was left bewildered. Were they really that obedient? She hesitated, unsure if she should shoot. Su Xiao urged wait. Thus, the three watched as the zombies wandered farther away. However, after a distance of about 5 or 6 meters, the two zombies abruptly turned back and lunged at Yu Jiao with renewed fervor. Su Xiao shouted, Jiao, let them go. Oh, you all need to move away. Yu Jiao added. Yet this time, the zombies showed no signs of responding and were closing the distance to less than 2 meters. Su Xiao's expression darkened as he realized. I meant for you to use your powers to make them move away. How did you influence them just now? Terrified as the zombies' claws came closer, Yu Jiao screamed. Stay away from me. Instantly, the two zombies halted once more, turning silently to walk away. Su Xiao's eyes lit up as he fixed his gaze on Yu Jiao. You're a mental-type ability user. Am I a mental-type ability user? Yu Jiao began to grasp the situation. It seemed she had the capacity to influence the consciousness of others. She needed to cultivate this skill further. Su Xiao's mood brightened. Mental-type ability users were indeed rare. This power, which allowed control without physical contact, could prove invaluable in certain situations. Unexpectedly, the girl he had saved, Yu Jiao, had brought him such a delightful surprise. Nevertheless, Su Xiao did not forget their original purpose. Raise your crossbow and take them down. No powers allowed. Yu Jiao lifted her crossbow, perhaps buoyed by the realization of her remarkable abilities that had astonished Su Xiao. Feeling a surge of confidence, her eyes widened in determination. Whoosh! An arrow flew forth, striking one zombie squarely in the chest, causing it to topple backward. Good. Aim for their heads. A shot to other areas won't be fatal. You'll need to follow up. Yu Jiao shot another arrow, which, though it missed the head, struck the zombie in the neck, severing its spinal cord and sending it crashing to the ground. Phew! After dispatching 2 zombies, Yu Jiao wiped the sweat from her brow, her pale face now flushed with excitement. Jiao, that was impressive. Tang Ying encouraged her. As a fellow woman, she understood the courage it took for Yu Jiao to reach this point. Su Xiao, rarely one to offer praise, added that was decent. However, your accuracy is lacking. It was pure luck. And at such a close range, under 5 meters, you still couldn't hit. Later, both you and Tang Ying need to practice. Su Xiao was still his usual self, his stern expression suggesting someone owed him a fortune. Yu Jiao internally grumbled, but felt a sense of satisfaction. Su Xiao, however, had no time to spare for their prolonged practice. Ying, you and Jiao were my protective gear and search this building for zombies. Practice killing them. As ability users, ordinary zombies pose little threat to you. As long as you maintain your distance, you should be fine. All right, I will practice diligently. Are you heading somewhere now? Tang Ying asked, her gaze fixed intently on Su Xiao. He spoke solemnly to the 2 girls before moving on. Su Xiao did not take his dragon spring knife, but instead grabbed a fire axe, emptied his backpack of food, and set off with a lighter load. Upon reaching the ground floor, he dispatched several zombies effortlessly. The ambulance was still there. As long as it was unoccupied, the zombies would hold no interest in the metal vehicle. Starting the engine, he sped away from the community, careening towards Qingdao Plaza, less than 3 kilometers away. The girl named Zhou Yu was Su Xiao's target. However, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Qingdao Plaza was the true center of Yanhai City. and the outbreak had occurred on a Saturday, when crowds thronged the area. Xiao could not ascertain how many zombies might be present or how many might have mutated. Could his current strength truly handle them? Pondering this, Xiao suddenly altered his course, turning down another street. Since he had awakened his blood-devouring abilities, he could not let them go to waste. He decided to check on a nearby pet store. Those mutated beasts were likely first-tier mutations, far more enticing to Xiao than these long-dead, bloodless corpses. He scoffed at the thought of absorbing the meager blood energy from ordinary zombies. It was far more practical to consume crystal cores. But those mutated beasts were different. Until yesterday, they had been formidable adversaries for him. Yet now, they represented the finest nourishment for his growth. Chapter 19. Mutated pet dogs. The pet shop was situated in a less bustling area, resulting in a significantly lower number of zombies. However, despite this, a horde of over 100 zombies relentlessly pursued Xiao's vehicle. Yet, their speed merely allowed them to trail behind, consuming exhaust fumes. With a sharp turn and a daring maneuver atop the vehicle, Xiao swiftly distanced himself from the horde. Who has ever witnessed an ambulance traversing a sea of car rooftops? For Xiao, this was merely child's play. Having survived the apocalypse for over 3 years in his previous life, perpetually evading danger and scavenging for sustenance, such skills were second nature to him. Before long, Xiao spotted the familiar pet shop. He exited the vehicle, expressionless, and dispatched the 8 approaching zombies with a single swing of his axe. Standing at the entrance, he noticed the absence of the large dogs he had anticipated. The door, made of tempered glass, was formidable enough that even without a weapon, breaching it would be a challenge. Surely, these mutated creatures would not be so ruthless? Xiao furrowed his brow, his greatest concern being that these mutated beasts had escaped, thereby jeopardizing his precious supplies. Yet, a wave of potent blood energy surged from within, unmistakably emanating from the large dogs. The second floor. Xiao Gulang set upwat. The windows and doors on the second floor were securely locked, likely the reason the dogs had not managed to escape. Confident in his ability to handle the situation, he approached the tempered door and struck it with his axe. With a resounding crash, despite his enhanced strength, the door remained unyielding. Only one panel shattered, deforming inward, yet still intact. Xiao swung again. With another powerful blow, he managed to cleave half the door open. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged forth. 4 massive dogs lunged from the shadows, the foremost being a gargantuan golden retriever. This mutated creature bore little resemblance to a typical dog, resembling a lion instead. Standing nearly 1 meter tall, its muscular limbs and oversized head, 2 to 3 times larger than humans, were cloaked in a reddish-brown coat. Surprisingly, its gaze towards Xiao was not menacing. Instead, it panted eagerly, whimpering and clawing at the gap, as if urging Xiao to open the door for them. Xiao's previously stern expression transformed into one of astonishment. These dogs exhibited remarkable intelligence. "Are you asking me to help you open the door?" he tentatively inquired. To his surprise, the golden retriever eagerly nodded, panting and wagging its tongue. If one overlooked its immense size, sharp claws, and crimson eyes, it appeared to be an exceptionally obedient dog. Xiao hesitated, contemplating the implications. With such sentient creatures, if he could tame them, it would be akin to acquiring 4 extraordinary allies. In his past life, he had heard tales of others who had successfully domesticated powerful mutated beasts, particularly dogs, pigs, and monkeys, intelligent creatures that, once trained, would never betray their master, proving to be more reliable than human companions. However, if he chose to spare them, he would forfeit a swift opportunity to advance to the second tier. Yet, Xiao raised his axe once more and, with a decisive strike, shattered the door open. The 4 gargantuan dogs bounded out, each one impressively large. Yet, the most imposing was the leading golden retriever. Xiao sensed its strength surpassed that of a novice first-tier creature, rivaling his own. The dogs did not attack. Instead, the leading golden retriever joyfully circled around Xiao. After a moment of silence, Xiao asked, "Do you wish to follow me?" His gaze remained fixed on the golden retriever, which seemed highly intelligent and capable of understanding human speech. Expecting an attack, he was taken aback when it simply placed its paws on his shoulders and licked his face with its large tongue. Great, a face wash was unnecessary. Xiao felt one side of his face wet and somewhat unpleasant, yet he found himself smiling, excitement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the four dogs. In addition to the golden retriever, there was a large Labrador and 2 Siberian Huskies. The Labrador, equally large, attempted to snuggle up to Xiao, but instead ended up tugging at his pants. With a rip, a portion of Xiao's trousers was torn away. Xiao's expression darkened as the Labrador proceeded to chew on the fabric, only to spit it out, wagging its tail at Xiao. Xiao turned to the golden retriever, grinning, "Can you command them?" The golden retriever seemed to understand, releasing its paws from Xiao's shoulders and barking a couple of times at the other dogs. Instantly, the trio of dogs became obedient, circling around their leader, with the Labrador even licking its fur. Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I am Xiao. You shall accompany me from now on." The golden retriever barked in agreement, sitting down and wagging its tail, displaying intelligence well beyond the ordinary. Xiao felt elated, although he could not swiftly ascend to the second tier. Gaining 4 mutated beast companions was far more advantageous. "Your previous owner has likely perished, so I shall give you new names," Xiao declared, pointing at the golden retriever. "You are to Mao. This one is Air Mao, and they shall be Sand Mao and Sea Mao." The golden retriever showed no objections, and after confirming it understood, Xiao realized such sentient pets were indeed rare, understanding that bringing them along would be inconvenient. Xiao instructed them to wait nearby, while he continued on to Qingdao Plaza. He wasted no time and set off once again. 20 minutes later, as Xiao approached Qingdao Plaza, he was met with an overwhelming sight, an endless sea of vehicles, all jammed in the road and along the sides. Even with his remarkable driving skills, maneuvering through was impossible, compelling him to park and proceed on foot. Along the way, he encountered only a few zombies, which he swiftly dispatched. For those in larger groups, he opted to avoid confrontation. After some effort, he finally arrived at the main entrance of Qingdao Commercial Street. However, upon catching sight of the vast swarm of zombies, resembling a black mass akin to ants, a chill ran down his spine. The sheer number of zombies surrounding Qingdao Plaza was staggering, an estimated 500 or more, and that was just at the entrance. In the chaos of a disaster, this place had become a veritable hell. The hundreds of zombies wandering about were a testament to the pandemonium that had ensued that fateful night. Facing such a multitude of zombies in this open area, Xiao realized that even as a first-tier ability user, he would struggle to contend with them, let alone if he were to advance to the second tier. He sighed, opting to devise a strategy to circumvent the area and assess the situation further. Xiao certainly would not gamble with his life. He quietly began to survey the surroundings of Wanda Plaza. Aside from the main entrance, there were indeed zombies in other directions, though significantly fewer in number compared to the entrance. After circling for over 400 meters, he finally stumbled upon a corner with the least number of zombies, only around 70, meandering aimlessly. Compared to the hundreds elsewhere, this was relatively manageable. However, upon closer inspection, Xiao realized he had already encountered over 1,000 zombies. In his previous life, he surmised that without the military's overwhelming firepower, prior to the emergence of third-tier ability users, any survivor who ventured here would likely meet their demise. Chapter 20. Inside the mall, Xiao gazed intently at the distance of the building. Above him, on the second floor, a tempered glass window was ajar. This was his sole means of entry. He retrieved a compact crossbow from his backpack, equipped with a meticulously crafted steel claw measuring 8 meters in length. To utilize it effectively, he needed to approach the building, but first, the horde of zombies had to be dealt with. Xiao felt a slight headache. Tens of zombies were not easily vanquished. Without hesitation, he charged towards the mass of corpses. The zombies, sensing the presence of a living being, surged crazily towards him. Xiao's gaze hardened as he wielded his steel axe and struck downwards upon their heads. One zombie was instantly decimated. However, several claws lunged at his clothing, tearing at him frantically. Xiao swiftly dodged, and with lightning speed, his axe swept across the necks of 3 zombies. The terrifying force sent their heads flying, crashing to the ground. Yet a dozen more zombies lunged at him simultaneously. Xiao felt a surge of dread and hastily retreated, maneuvering in circles amidst the horde. He targeted the closest zombies, dispatching them first. In no time, over 20 zombies lay lifeless on the ground. At that moment, Xiao's keen eyes caught sight of 2 zombies staggering towards him from around the corner, seemingly drawn by the commotion. Anxiety gripped him. If he did not quickly eliminate these zombies, more would gather, and his chances of entering the building would vanish. A glimmer of red light flickered in his eyes, and the zombies within a 5-meter radius began to convulse violently. Their blood drained away. Clouds of blood, mist, rapidly separated from their bodies, which visibly shrank at an alarming rate. Countless droplets of blood coalesced in Xiao's palm, forming a blood-sized orb akin to a pigeon egg, which he instantly absorbed. The weariness within him dissipated. However, his energy had significantly diminished. Utilizing such powers invariably consumed the primal energy accumulated within him, and once depleted, it required time to replenish. Xiao refrained from using this skill to affect the horde collectively due to the severe energy drain. Aside from physical abilities, mental, elemental, and psychic powers all drew from the body's primal energy, adhering to the law of energy conservation. This time, a full third of his energy had been expended. Though he had absorbed the blood, it only augmented his strength by a mere 10%, without aiding in the recovery of primal energy. If one could wield supernatural powers indefinitely, humanity would have no fear of zombies. With elemental powers unleashed, they could obliterate any horde. The zombies' sluggish pace posed little threat to Xiao. He slaughtered them with the ease of slicing through vegetables, and within a minute, the small horde was violently dispatched. Without a glance at the approaching zombies from the corner, he fixed his sharp gaze on the window and launched the claw. With a snap, it latched onto the window frame, its 4 sharp claws retracting and securing it in place. Xiao tested its stability, then swiftly ascended. The zombies below extended their claws towards his boots, but he kicked them away. The horde gathered anew, over 100 zombies clawing at his feet. Yet, they were powerless against him. Grasping the window ledge, he cautiously scanned his surroundings, relieved to find no zombies, and leaped inside. The entire second floor was eerily silent. Xiao strode forward, astonished to discover that there were no zombies whatsoever. Moreover, the shops along the way had been systematically looted. This could only indicate that the zombies on the second floor had been cleared out. Upon reaching the entrance to the first floor, he indeed found the main door firmly locked. Just then, a man's voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xiao turned to see a burly man wielding a stun baton, glaring at him as he advanced menacingly. Xiao, far from intimidated, replied with delight, "I am a survivor. What is the situation here?" The tension in the air thickened. It was clear that diplomacy would not suffice. In an instant, he lunged forward with incredible speed. The man gasped, raising his crackling stun baton to strike. Xiao deftly sidestepped the weapon, then seized the man's right hand, applying just enough pressure to cause him to drop the baton in pain, before executing a swift shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. "Ouch!" The man groaned in agony. "I ask, you answer, understood?" Xiao's demeanor was cold and unyielding. "Understood." The sight of Xiao's bloodied axe caused the man to comply immediately. "What is the situation here? How many people are in the mall?" The man quickly responded. "Over 700. About a third are mall employees. The rest are shoppers who got trapped here. Outside, it's a sea of zombies, and no one dares to venture out." As the man recounted the tale, Xiao learned of the unfolding chaos. The apocalypse had erupted in the afternoon, leaving many tourists stranded in the mall, some oblivious to the rain that fell like crimson, marveling at the surreal spectacle. Yet within half an hour, some had transformed into zombies, beginning to attack those around them. Panic ensued, with many fleeing to other areas of the mall, only to be bitten and subsequently turn. As chaos escalated, the head of security, Li Hu, sealed the main entrance and led a group to eliminate the zombies, forcing the infected into the first floor and locking it down. retreating to the upper levels. Although fear reigned, the mall provided food and water, allowing the survivors to bide their time for rescue. However, a day passed, then 3, with no sign of help. From their vantage point, they witnessed the city's descent into madness. Countless people succumbed to the zombie plague on the streets, tearing into one another. Fear gripped them, resulting in some raiding stores, unchecked. By the 5th day, even Li, who realized rescue was improbable, and alternative thoughts began to fester. Many men began to target the beautiful female tourists, leading to an uncontrollable spiral. Li, who executed those men, discarding their bodies to feed the zombies, declaring his intention to become their ruler. Those who resisted were no match for Li Hu and his armed security team, resulting in numerous rebels being silenced and thrown outside. The crowd soon fell into submission. Li Hu corralled them into different areas, ensuring they could not unite against him, while he indulged himself. Having taken no fewer than 13 beautiful women in the past 2 days, the remaining survivors were threatened with starvation or worse, as Li Hu believed the resources were plentiful, and if no help arrived, he could reign as the emperor of this domain. Chapter 21. The Rescue upon hearing the news. Xiao did not respond with the expected outrage or emotional turmoil. Instead, he broke into a smile. This was the best scenario imaginable. The apocalypse had arrived. An order had long since vanished. Individuals like Li who were likely to endure longer, while those who could not tolerate such circumstances or succumb to anger were often the first to perish. However, Li Hu still maintained a semblance of a moral compass, refraining from indiscriminately slaughtering innocents, thereby significantly increasing Zhou Yu's chances of survival. Xiao's primary concern was securing Zhou Yuan's safety. He held little interest in Li Hu's grievances against the heavens. At most, he would deal with him once they crossed paths. With a swift motion, Xiao struck the man, rendering him unconscious, and ascended the darkened elevator to the 3rd floor. Upon entering, he was confronted by 2 heavily armed men clad in riot gear. One even wore an expensive Armani suit beneath his protective vest. "Otherwise, I will shatter your bones." The 2 men, brandishing electric batons, advanced menacingly. Without uttering a word, Xiao swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick that sent one man flying several meters away. The other was seized by Xiao, his head pressed forcefully to the ground. Ugh! The man struggled, his eyes bulging with fear as he locked gazes with Xiao. Hearing the commotion, 3 more men rushed over, shouting curses. "What the hell? You wretched creature! Have you gorged yourself on milk too long? You can't even handle a single person." Despite their insults, the trio of security guards charged at Xiao in unison. "You dare strike one of us? End him." 3 seconds later, Xiao maneuvered past the incapacitated men and strode directly into an opulent office. Inside, 5 women stood trembling before a balding man in his 40s. Adorned in various designer labels, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed upon the beautiful figures before him. "What are you standing there for? Come here and kneel before me," he barked, his voice laced with authority. None of the women dared to move. His eyes flared with fury as he sprang to his feet, seizing one woman by the hair and delivering a resounding slap to her face. The others cowered in fear against the walls. Li Hu smirked maliciously. "A bunch of fools, still unable to grasp reality? Disobedient are we?" He grasped the woman's throat, pinning her against the wall. "Let me go, you disgusting bastard," she gasped, her vision blurring from the pressure. Li Hu's eyes sparkled with a twisted thrill. "Cursing me, are you?" He violently ripped her blouse, exposing her fair skin. After caressing her briefly, he unsheathed a knife and brought it down with brutal force. The girl's anguished scream echoed through the room as a piece of flesh fell to the floor, causing the other women to huddle in terror. Some losing control of their bowels, the stench permeating the air. One girl, curled up in a corner, did not succumb to fear. Instead, her eyes burned with rage as she stared at the man. Li Hu, satisfied with the terror he had instilled, casually kicked the bleeding woman aside. His malevolent gaze swept over the remaining women. "You two, come and serve me." He reclined comfortably on the couch, his eyes filled with menace as the 2 terrified girls shakily approached. "Someone has come to rescue us. The guards are down. Are they our saviors? Perhaps special forces?" As Su Xiao strode purposefully forward, many pressed their faces against the glass doors, fervently banging on the glass. The 6 shops had been emptied, each of the 6 residential units resembling a prison cell, holding dozens of captives. They had been confined for 8 days, trapped like commodities in glass enclosures, eagerly pounding on the doors. Su Xiao was taken aback by Li Hu's ruthlessness. Everyone had been segregated and imprisoned. No wonder the small security team managed to maintain control. 14 men were overseeing over 500 individuals. As Su Xiao surveyed one of the glass rooms, he found no familiar faces. However, the cacophony of voices demanding he open the door was deafening. Silence! Su Xiao roared. Instantly, all voices ceased, and the crowd stared at him in uncertainty. After days of oppression, they had learned to be obedient. Su Xiao meticulously searched each room, but found no sign of Zhou Yu, a sense of foreboding creeping in. He smashed open a door with an axe, and the moment it swung wide, everyone rushed out. Ignoring them, he turned to the pale-faced women before him and asked, "Where's Li Hu?" "In the surveillance room." "Yes, that scoundrel Li Hu. We must kill him." Su Xiao's declaration resonated with the crowd, igniting a spark of determination in the men's eyes. Yet, as they attempted to move forward, their bodies faltered. They were weakened from 3 days of hunger. Su Xiao seized one man, growling, "Lead me to Li Hu." In under 2 minutes, Su Xiao kicked open the door to the surveillance room. Before him stood Li Hu, in a frenzy, mercilessly striking a girl with a belt. A knife protruded from his shoulder as he gripped the girl's neck, his eyes wild with rage. "You mad dog woman, I will kill you." Just as he raised his fist, Su Xiao delivered a crushing blow to his head, sending him sprawling to the ground. Su Xiao's heart raced as he recognized the girl, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Yu, the very target of his mission. He approached without haste, seizing Li Hu by the collar. Li Hu, dazed, instinctively raised his fist to retaliate, but in an instant, Su Xiao's palm struck him, sending his teeth flying as he fell to the floor, blood oozing from his mouth. As Su Xiao's polished shoes loomed before him, the demon finally grasped the reality of his predicament. Trembling, he knelt before Su Xiao, bowing and pleading, "Please do not kill me. From now on, you can be the boss. Just spare my life." "Spare you? What value do you hold that would compel me to do so? Or would you simply stab me in the back?" Su Xiao replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he stepped on Li Hu's left hand. The dagger concealed in Li Hu's palm embedded itself within as Su Xiao pressed down. This cunning man had seized the opportunity during his fall to extract the knife from his shoulder, hoping to turn the tables. "Off you go to the underworld," Su Xiao declared as he forcefully slammed Li Hu's head against the ground. A deafening thud resonated, and a pool of blood spread across the floor. Those who followed saw this scene and erupted in cheers, many even shedding tears. The torment they had endured at Li Hu's hands had been unbearable. Subsequently, every gaze turned towards Su Xiao, filled with gratitude. Chapter 22. The followers Su Xiao had underestimated the psychological burden of these individuals, as well as their profound hatred for Li Hu. Even after Su Xiao had taken Li Hu's life, many surged forward to dismember his corpse into a gruesome pulp. Among them were 2 women, haunted by the specter of despair. Their children, who had cried out in fear of attracting zombies, had been callously cast aside by Li Hu. Their husbands had perished during their futile resistance against him. Su Xiao could only sigh inwardly, knowing that figures like Li Hu would only multiply in this world. Although Su Xiao did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he held firm to his own principles. He would not recklessly harm ordinary people, for each human being represented a glimmer of hope to him. Once the crowd had settled, Su Xiao proclaimed, "Listen to me, everyone." With hundreds of eyes fixed upon him, Su Xiao maintained a calm demeanor as he continued. "I am aware that you have endured tremendous suffering during these past few days. However, I must convey to you an even graver truth. The world has succumbed to a viral plague, and particularly in Yanhai City. There are now over 170,000 zombies." The crowd was struck dumb by the staggering figure. "Impossible. The army will save us. We just need to hold on a little longer." Some Na'vi voices cried out in unwavering belief. Su Xiao merely scoffed, "Is that so? Why don't you seek out your army then?" The speaker was left speechless. Su Xiao cast a serious glance over the bewildered faces before him, stating, "The army may come, or it may not. But even if they do, they will face an endless sea of corpses outside. The choice before you is whether to await your doom or to venture forth in search of survival. The decision lies with you." With that, Xiao strode over to Xiao, who was weakly supported by another girl against the wall. Upon noticing Xiao's approach, she lifted her head to reveal a beautiful face marred by deep handprints, evidence of Li Hu's brutality. Yet her gaze was fixed on Xiao, betraying a flicker of gratitude. Had it not been for him, she would have perished moments ago. "I have come for you," Xiao said, squatting before her, a warm smile illuminating his face. "For me?" Xiao was taken aback, unable to comprehend why someone she did not know would seek her out. "I will explain everything. For now, will you come with me?" Xiao furrowed her brow, lost in thought. She struggled to understand Xiao's motives for wanting her to leave. "If I go with you, will I still be free?" she asked cautiously. While she felt gratitude for his rescue, she feared stepping from one hell into another. "Of course. If you believe I cannot protect you, you are free to leave at any time." Xiao looked into Xiao's earnest eyes. Though she was uncertain of his intentions, she realized she no longer wished to remain in this wretched place. "All right, I will go with you. But can my best friend come too?" She turned to Xiao, glancing at the girl beside her, who wore glasses and kept her head down. "Certainly. Take a moment to rest, and then we shall set off," Xiao agreed cheerfully. Gaining Xiao's trust was paramount. Once she accompanied him, she would soon understand his motives. Yet Xiao believed that even if she learned the truth, it would not matter. He had saved her life, and his interest lay solely in the favor owed by those she cared for, provided she could survive to reunite with them. As Xiao turned to wait, a group of over 20 men emerged from the crowd, their murmurs giving way to a collective curiosity. The leader, a robust young man in his 20s, fixed an intense gaze upon Xiao and inquired, "What should we call you?" "I am Xiao," he replied. "Suga, how did you manage to enter with so many zombies outside?" The question sparked intrigue among the onlookers. Even the security guards hesitated to venture out. How had Xiao managed to do so alone amidst the throngs of the undead? Xiao raised his axe, gesturing to his own head. "With this, and this," he scanned the crowd in silence. The young man grasped the underlying message. Xiao was not merely boasting about his solitary entry. He was subtly highlighting the cowardice of those who remained trapped. The crowd began to regard Xiao with a newfound respect. A single individual had traversed the perilous horde of zombies. The young man's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Suga, we no longer wish to wait here. We want to follow you. What do you say?" The eager gazes of the 20 men were fixed upon Xiao. With a slight smirk, Xiao responded coldly, "That is not a wise decision. Keep in mind, outside lies a horde of zombies. I am not your caretaker, and I will not concern myself with your survival. If you lack the courage to face them, then your fate is not mine to bear." He added ominously, "There are over 1,000 zombies out there." His words caused the expressions of many men to shift, apprehension etched across their faces. Several had merely hoped to latch onto Xiao's strength, believing that since he had saved them, he would not abandon them. They were unprepared for his stark indifference. Xiao remained silent, wearing a smile as the young man declared, "I am not afraid. Suga, as long as you teach us how to kill zombies, I will follow you. You are my savior. I will do whatever you command. I cannot endure waiting any longer." Xiao regarded him with newfound admiration. Among the hundreds, this young man displayed both courage and discernment. I wish to join you. Take me along." Others echoed his sentiments, declaring their resolve. Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction. In this apocalyptic world, it was not a lack of skill that troubled him, but rather a deficiency of spirit. A person who faced danger without the will to resist would ultimately become a mere meal for the undead. "What is your name?" Xiao asked, his eyes fixed on the young man. "Suga, my name is Li Tianxi," the young man proclaimed, standing tall under Xiao's gaze. "Very well, Li Tianxi. You shall not regret your decision today," Xiao replied solemnly. "Since you have chosen to follow me, you must be prepared to face danger. Gather supplies, and we shall depart in half an hour." "Understood." The crowd watched as the determined group prepared to accompany Xiao, some expressing a flicker of longing. Yet most preferred to remain where they were, with ample food and the absence of Li Hu's threat, awaiting the arrival of the military. Su Xiao paid little heed to their choices. He gazed at the mountains of supplies within the Wanda Plaza, feeling a twinge of regret. And yet, this group of individuals represented merely the beginning. Chapter 23. Tempering half an hour later. Su Xiao and a dozen others stood by the window on the second floor. Each of the 14 individuals carried a backpack, donned the security's bomb-proof attire, and wielded electric batons, steel axes, and crowbars as their weapons. Their expressions were grave. They understood that following Su Xiao meant that the moment they left the building could spell their doom. Yet, fear did not grip them, for they were men of valor. Rather than languish in confinement awaiting death, they would rather gamble with fate. If they were to die, then so be it. Su Xiao regarded them with satisfaction. To gain these battle-ready companions was an unexpected delight. As for the remaining few hundred, he felt a pang of desire, but he recognized his current limitations. He had yet to establish even the most fundamental leadership structure. To accommodate too many would be akin to courting death. He preferred to develop his strength first before gradually expanding. One cannot become corpulent by attempting to devour everything at once. Peering down at the throng of zombies below, a shiver ran through them all. Should they descend, they would surely be devoured. Su Xiao cast a glance beneath him and shouted, "I will go down first to divert the zombies. You all hurry and follow Li Tianxi. Lead them to break through to the clothing store across the street and wait for me." Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, the group felt a swell of emotion. He was not coldly sending them to their demise, but instead taking the lead to carve a path for their escape. "Brother Su, I will make it happen," Li Tianxi declared earnestly, surveying those around him. Su Xiao then glanced at Zhou Yu. Though fear flickered in her eyes, her background gave her a different strength, and she nodded at Su Xiao. Without further hesitation, Su Xiao grasped the rope and leaped out the window, hanging in mid-air. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of all the zombies below. The horde erupted into a frenzy, emitting low, guttural roars as they clustered beneath, their claws scraping against the glass walls of the mall, producing a cacophony of jarring sounds. Their ocular organs had long since rotted, their eyes resembling desolate fish. Yet their acute sense of smell enabled them to lift their heads towards Su Xiao, thick, foul yellow liquid oozing from their rotting mouths, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Li Tianxi and the others crouched at the window, hearts pounding as they watched Su Xiao, who appeared as a succulent morsel suspended in the air, while below, a greedy swarm of zombies awaited his descent. Su Xiao, seemingly unfazed, continued to slide down the rope. Just as he neared a distance within reach of the zombies, he kicked off the wall with a powerful thrust, propelling himself far from the grasp of the ravenous horde below. Once he was sufficiently distanced, Su Xiao released the rope, his body soaring like a cannonball into the distance. The zombies immediately scrambled after him in a chaotic rush. In midair, Su Xiao executed 3 precise rolls to dissipate the force, and then landed steadily on the ground 30 meters away. Over 200 zombies followed suit, careening after him. In an instant, not a single zombie remained beneath the window. Goodness, is he a martial arts master? How can he move so adeptly? Brother Su is incredible. The men watched in rapturous excitement, their admiration for Su Xiao soaring to new heights. With Su Xiao's speed, it was evident that the ordinary zombies, still unrefined, could not hope to keep pace. After leading the horde away from Qingdao Plaza by over 300 meters, he veered towards the east gate, where the largest congregation of zombies gathered. Just as he contemplated a method to shake them off, his gaze fell upon the east gate, and his body jolted. Before him lay a 1,000-strong horde of zombies, arranged in a deliberate circle. At the center stood 3 robust, powerful zombies. These were strength-type zombies, and there were 3 of them. The emergence of such formidable specimens among the horde was indeed rare. But what truly horrified Su Xiao was the sight of one strength-type zombie devouring a petite speed-type zombie that struggled in its grasp. The other 2 strength-type zombies hovered behind, seemingly wary. He was struck by the terrifying realization that this zombie had begun to consume its own kind. Typically, zombies do not prey upon their own. They are drawn only to the flesh and blood of humans and living beings. They resembled a newly emerging race. This strength-type zombie was on the verge of advancing to the second tier. Xiao furrowed his brow. This was a dire omen. Less than 10 days into the apocalypse, and zombies were already evolving towards the second tier, a chilling signal. Perhaps, at this very moment, second-tier zombies had already come into existence. Brother Su, over here, Li Qianxi and the others peered out from a nearby shop. Xiao noted that none were missing, each appearing spirited and resolute. Without a moment's delay, he commanded, "Follow me. Stay close to Brother Su." The group felt a mix of trepidation and a long-lost exhilaration at the prospect of freedom as they prepared to leave. Xiao said little, quickly orienting himself before heading towards the pet shop, hoping to see if he could bring along those mutated dogs. Look ahead. A few minutes later, Xiao pointed at the 7 wandering zombies on the street and instructed Li Qianxi and the others, "7 of you step out and eliminate them." Li Qianxi and the others exchanged glances, staring at the grotesque zombies meandering slowly, occasionally roaring at the air. After a few moments, several stepped forward, including Li Qianxi. He shot a nervous glance at Xiao, seeking guidance on what to do next. "I have no lessons to impart. You are now engaged in a fight for survival. I care not how you proceed, but use your weapons to dispatch them, and you will pass this test. Otherwise, we part ways here," Xiao declared, his expression calm as he observed. Li Qianxi steeled himself, raising his electric baton as he advanced toward one of the zombies. The others, seeing this, followed suit with resolute determination. What was there to fear? Life and death were but fleeting moments. Damn it, this female zombie is truly hideous. Sensing the approach of the living, the zombies lunged towards them with excitement. As Li Qianxi drew within 2 meters of a zombie, he shouted, swinging his crackling electric baton with full force against its face. The jolt sent the zombie into a pained roar before Li Qianxi kicked it down. Instantly, his confidence surged, and his fear of the undead diminished. He charged forward, raining blows upon the creature with reckless abandon, quickly crushing its skull. Yet, for everyone who excelled, there were also those who faltered. One individual, overwhelmed by fear as a zombie lunged at him, dropped his electric baton and fled. Just 2 steps into his retreat, he was seized by a zombie, tumbling to the ground. "Ah, help me. Ah." The zombie descended upon him, voraciously gnawing at his face. The others, driven by adrenaline, dispatched their own zombies with fierce determination before uniting to finish off the one attacking their comrade. However, it was too late. The man's face had been mangled, and he lay convulsing on the ground, crying out in agony. Chapter 24. The Paw Patrol, don't go over there. He's beyond saving. If he catches you, you'll become a zombie too. One person reached out to help, but was coldly rebuked by Xiao. Upon hearing those words, everyone instinctively stepped back. The unfortunate soul on the ground wailed in despair, eliciting sympathy from the others, even as they summoned their courage. "You've slain zombies. How does it feel? Aren't they just like that?" Xiao surveyed the remaining 6 individuals. Indeed, zombies were merely that. As long as we avoid being caught by him, there's nothing to fear. The confidence of the others surged, their eyes gleaming with determination. Xiao turned away from the fallen individual and pointed towards 4 zombies in another direction. For more are coming. With the previous example set before them, despite the grim fate that awaited the unlucky one, they no longer approached the zombies with the same trepidation. The 4 individuals charged forward, albeit in a state of disarray, ultimately overcoming their respective foes. The morale of the group continued to rise. Xiao observed silently, urging them to take turns dispatching the zombies as they moved onward. When faced with a larger horde, Xiao himself intervened, decimating a significant portion before allowing them to engage. In the midst of their efforts, another unfortunate individual was injured in his overconfidence. He was ambushed by a zombie with a broken leg. Observing the fear in the eyes of his comrades, he displayed remarkable resolve, taking his own life with a swift stroke of his knife. Better to die on his own terms than wait for death to claim him. The shadow of death loomed over the remaining 12, yet they did not falter. Xiao commanded them to press on, and they continued to slay zombies until they reached the pet shop, suffering no further casualties. The more zombies they defeated, the more their confidence grew. They had shed their fear of the undead. Individual zombies no longer required Xiao's exhortations. They rushed forward to eliminate them on their own. Among them, none displayed greater valor than Tianzi. This young man seemed to revel in the thrill of zombie slaying, transforming his tentative strikes into aggressive blows aimed at smashing skulls. He single-handedly felled 7 zombies. Approaching Xiao, his eyes ablaze with fervor, he inquired, "Su Ge, while we no longer fear zombies, we can only handle 1 or 2 at most. How do you possess such prowess?" The others listened intently. With each zombie they dispatched, they grasped the enormity of Xiao's terrifying abilities. Just moments ago, a wave of over 30 zombies had surrounded them, and Xiao had obliterated them with ease, wielding his axe like a butcher, crushing skulls with each swing. The sight of severed zombie heads rolling across the ground left them speechless with shock. Xiao, not rushing to explain, simply instructed, "Crush their skulls." The group, puzzled yet obedient, complied, soon left staring in awe at the crystalline shards they held. These are evolution crystals, a rare energy manifestation found within certain zombies. They possess a unique energy capable of altering our genes. Consuming them offers a chance at evolution. "I am an evolver." Xiao generously shared his knowledge of superhumans and crystal cores, leaving everyone astonished, some questioning the very fabric of their existence. Could it be that as long as they persevered and collected crystal cores, each of them might one day become a superhuman like Xiao? Exhilaration surged through the crowd. "I too shall strive to be as strong as Su Ge," Li Tianzi proclaimed fervently. "Then let us slay zombies and let your achievements speak for themselves." Xiao clapped the bag containing the crystal cores, smiling at everyone. "Collect as many as you can. Tonight, we shall see who among you has the potential to become an evolver." Instantly, the group was invigorated. Xiao scanned the desolate surroundings of the pet shop, wondering about Damao and Ermao. "Damao," he shouted, yet silence prevailed. "Who is Damao?" someone queried, scratching his head while glancing at Li Tianzi. "I do not know," Li Tianzi responded, observing Xiao's indifferent gaze as he scanned the area, refraining from approaching him despite being regarded as Xiao's favored companion. Woof woof. A large dog leapt from the second floor of a nearby building, landing gracefully while gnawing on a zombie's arm. The terrifying creature rendered Li Tianzi and the others speechless. They watched in despair as the colossal dog approached, its crimson eyes sweeping over them, causing their faces to pale in unison. "We're doomed." A sense of dread enveloped the group as they beheld the golden retriever, its size rivaling that of a lion. Even Li Tianzi's complexion turned ashen. If that beast could effortlessly leap from the second floor while devouring a zombie's arm, surely there were no match for it. Many turned hopeful gazes towards Xiao, wishing for his intervention. Yet Xiao remained unmoved, allowing the dog to draw nearer. The group's spirits sank. Had even Su Ge been rendered speechless by fear? "How can you eat zombies? Isn't it unpleasant?" Xiao asked, astonished. His surprise stemmed from the revelation that a mutated beast could consume zombies, a detail he had previously overlooked or perhaps had not contemplated deeply. Woof woof. The mouse swallowed the armhole, smacking its lips and shaking its head. Xiao's realization dawned upon him. Mutated beasts, having been infected and surviving, differed from human evolvers. Humans exposed to the virus, unable to withstand it, would transform into zombies. Conversely, these creatures seemed immune to the virus. While it may not be beneficial for their bodies, it certainly didn't threaten their lives. Xiao recalled witnessing numerous humans who tamed mutated beasts in his previous life. These creatures dealt with zombies using their claws or by swallowing them whole. It stood to reason that consuming zombies equated to ingesting their crystal cores, thus both satisfying their hunger and enhancing their strength, enabling the mutated beasts to evolve during their encounters with the undead. No wonder there were so many formidable beings in the oceans of his past life. Looking at the Mao once more, Xiao perceived it as a treasure. It required no feeding, surviving solely on a diet of zombies, possessing incredible combat prowess, and proving far superior to any evolver as long as it obeyed. And what of Air Mao and the others? Su Xiao approached de Mao, affectionately patting its head. De Mao responded with a gentle lick of Su Xiao's hand and let out a resounding bark. The other 3 large dogs came barreling from a distance, their muzzles smeared with the flesh and blood of zombies, exuding a foul odor, yet they obediently circled Su Xiao. Su Xiao felt a mix of joy and discomfort. The obedience of these large dogs thrilled him, but the stench from their post-meal mouths was overwhelming. Internally, he cursed. Chapter 25. Tang Ying joins the battle. Li Tianxi and his companions were enveloped in an extraordinary feeling. It was a blend of elation and shock. The terrifying creatures capable of devouring zombies raw were astonishingly Su Xiao's pets, 4 of them, no less. Faced with a horde of over a dozen wandering zombies, these beasts exhibited no fear whatsoever. Without a word from Su Xiao, they charged forward with a thunderous roar, with a powerful swipe of their claws. One zombie's head was crushed instantly. As the zombies attacked, they tore into them with ferocity, reducing the undead to mere shreds of flesh. The scene was horrifically bloody. The group of over 10 found themselves utterly outmatched. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Su Xiao faced a greater headache. While the golden retriever, de Mao, was relatively obedient and intelligent enough to understand simple commands, the other 3 were unruly, especially the 2 huskies, who were as wild as rabid dogs. For the time being, they would only heed de Mao. Su Xiao recognized that he had yet to forge a bond with the other 3 dogs. Thus, he activated his brutal training mode. Initially, the 3 dogs bared their teeth at him. The Blood Emperor was not one to tolerate such defiance. He swiftly unleashed a barrage of blows upon them. Although still at the first tier, Su Xiao's blood manipulation ability was a devastating weapon against flesh and blood beings. He controlled the blood of the 3 dogs, causing excruciating pain that left them incapacitated on the ground, followed by a relentless beating. De Mao watched from the sidelines, shrinking back in fear, hesitant to even bark at his unruly companions, lest he suffer the same fate. After several rounds of punishment, even the 2 most stubborn huskies complied. When Su Xiao extended his hand, they approached, tails wagging and licking him. Only then did he feel a measure of satisfaction. Li Tianxi and the others had long since become numb to the shock. They had merely watched, witnessing Su Xiao's display of power as he disciplined his pets, a spectacle more violent than the zombie horde itself. Su Xiao's authority loomed heavier in their hearts. Bad dogs deserved punishment. Without it, they would never know who was in charge. Su Xiao snorted coldly, observing that another 20 zombies had appeared ahead. He glanced at Li Tianxi and the others, his voice devoid of warmth. 2 zombies each. He doubled their challenge, for they had merely been spectators thus far. Although Li Tianxi and his companions hesitated, none dared to refuse. While facing 2 zombies was riskier, humans were endowed with intellect. They had performed admirably thus far, but they could not afford complacency. Zombies were continuously evolving, and all Su Xiao could tell them was that if they could not adapt to combating the undead, they would soon find even a single zombie insurmountable. Su Xiao surveyed them with an unyielding gaze, his reprimand resonating. A shiver ran through the group, their fleeting pride swiftly extinguished. Although they were unaware of how Su Xiao had reached his conclusions, they had witnessed his capabilities, and they could not help but respect him. The number of zombies in the neighborhood remained staggering, with over 300 still roaming the streets. However, this time, Su Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he addressed Li Tianxi and the others. Today's final task is to eliminate all these zombies. Naturally, the primary force will be myself and the wolf pack. You may claim the spoils. I emphasize one point. Prioritize safety and cooperation. Li Tianxi, it would be wise for each of you to pair up temporarily, coordinating your efforts to slay the undead. Should danger arise, provide mutual support. Upon completion of the task, we shall conclude for the day. Do not exhaust yourselves only to perish at your doorstep. Su Xiao's gaze swept over each individual, his seriousness unwavering. The wolf pack he referred to consisted of de Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, and Si Mao, whom he had designated separately from Li Tianxi and the others for ease of command in battle. Nevertheless, Li Tianxi's group had grown accustomed to Su Xiao. They recognized that while he was stern, he did not regard them as mere expendables. He simply wished for them to adapt swiftly to survival in this new world. In unison, Li Qianxi and his companions assured him, "Rest assured, Brother Su. Su Xiao Xignan Zhao Mao, Go." With a fierce bark, De Mao, though obedient before Su Xiao, unleashed a primal ferocity once battle commenced. The four formidable dogs charged into the throng of zombies. Su Xiao swung his axe, plunging into the fray. As several zombies lunged at him, he remained unfazed, his gaze icy as he swept his axe, violently smashing 3 skulls in one fluid motion. One zombie was knocked to the ground, only to be trampled by the oncoming horde. Meanwhile, Tang Ying, who had been meticulously polishing her long quan knife upstairs, was alerted by the commotion outside. Peering over the balcony, she was taken aback by the sudden influx of people and 4 massive dogs. However, her attention was immediately captured by the figure at the forefront, fiercely wielding a weapon. Su Xiao, a natural at exterminating zombies, maneuvered with incredible speed, his axe creating a whirlwind of destruction. De Mao and Air Mao exhibited their own ferocity, colliding with a line of zombies, their jaws tearing into skulls, and their claws ripping apart rotting entrails. With a resounding thud, Su Xiao struck a zombie's head with precision, the impact causing the wooden handle of his axe to shatter. Damn it! He discarded the broken handle as 4 more zombies lunged at him. With a swift kick, he sent them tumbling, then drew 2 daggers from his thigh strap. Feeling somewhat exasperated, these daggers were pitifully short. While adequate for one-on-one combat, they were ineffective against a horde, relegating them to mere throwing weapons. As Su Xiao dispatched 2 more zombies, he scanned for a more suitable weapon. "Su, got?" A female voice called from above. Su Xiao looked up just in time to see Tang Ying tossing down his long quan knife. Grasping it without hesitation, he resumed his relentless assault. Noticing San Mao ensnared by 5 zombies, frantically howling, Su Xiao rushed to the rescue, the blade flashing as he severed the zombies in half. San Mao, now furious, obliterated their heads before turning to confront other zombies. "I'm coming to help," Tang Ying declared, her arms and waist wrapped in tape, a helmet secured on her head as she charged into the fray. "What is a woman doing here?" "Careful, miss. Come here, we'll protect you." Li Qianxi and his group shouted, their protective instincts flaring as 3 zombies lunged at Tang Ying. To their astonishment, Tang Ying ignored their warnings, striking at the zombies with her fists. With a resounding thud, one zombie's head exploded, propelled 3 meters away by an overwhelming force, collapsing lifelessly on the ground. The other 2 followed suit. Su Xiao, witnessing this scene, was astounded. How had Tang Ying become so formidable? She fearlessly plunged into the horde, undeterred by the multiple zombies surrounding her. Her fists flew with ferocity. Her seemingly delicate frame belied a strength akin to that of a demigod, sending a zombie flying with each strike. It was as though she traversed an unchallenged realm. Li Qianxi and his companions suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy. What was happening today? Why were these newcomers so extraordinary? It seemed they, a mere dozen men, were the least capable, still contemplating how to eliminate the 30 zombies before them. Chapter 26. Breaking through to the second tier, more than 30 zombies fell swiftly under the relentless assault of Su Xiao and the Wang Wang team. Their numbers decimated in no time. Su Xiao remained acutely aware of the commotion surrounding Tang Ying, whose performance astounded him. Having awakened only that morning, she was now capable of dispatching 4 zombies simultaneously, and with remarkable ease. It was undeniable that she possessed an innate talent for combat, progressing at an astonishing rate. Su Xiao understood, however, that perhaps this was due to Tang Ying's seemingly delicate exterior concealing a resilient spirit, along with her determination not to remain perpetually shielded by him. Observing her in battle, he noted her considerable increase in strength. She wielded no weapon, relying solely on her fists to vanquish her foes, a feat even he could not accomplish. Although he too could achieve a similar impact with his fists, the destructive power he could muster could hardly rival hers. His own abilities, while also of the superpower variety, had yet to reach the level where he could amplify gravity upon himself, a feat only attainable upon becoming a second-tier ability user. The 4 large dogs, having likely feasted sufficiently earlier, displayed no interest in the abundance of corpses, their tails wagging as they gravitated towards Xiao. This dispelled a rather naive notion he had entertained, the idea of cultivating mutated beasts to consume zombies. Perhaps inspired by Tang Ying, Li Qianzi and the others did not disappoint Xiao. Within 5 minutes, they had concluded their own battle, reducing the 30-odd zombies to mere pulp under their collective might. They instinctively gathered around Xiao, declaring, "Brother Su, we've dealt with them all." Yet their gazes were drawn to Tang Ying, who was undeniably beautiful, a veritable knockout. However, the ferocity and cold determination she had just displayed made the group of men realize that this girl was no mere ornamental vase under Su Zhao's care. In fact, when her eyes swept across them, many felt their faces flush with embarrassment, instinctively averting their gazes. Su Zhao introduced her. "This is Tang Ying, my friend and your future companion." There is no need for surprise. Tang Ying, like me, is also an evolved being. Tonight, perhaps one or more of you will join us as evolved beings, even amidst a world overrun by zombies. As long as we unite and seek out others with abilities to join us, we too can survive. Su Xiao surveyed the group with unwavering resolve. "We will surely follow Brother Su and strive together," many fervently pledged. "Well then, let us conclude for today. Gather in this building. Find yourself a room to settle in, preferably close together. We will reconvene at my place in half an hour." With that, Su Xiao and Tang Ying made their way towards the stairwell. As they walked, Su Xiao inquired, "Have your abilities progressed again?" "Indeed, I have been practicing all day and have finally learned to apply gravity to myself. Currently, I can only achieve a 3-fold increase," Tang Ying replied, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a large, stitched cloth pouch fitted over her fist, filled with sand. No wonder her punches were so powerful. She was unafraid even of a zombie's claws. "Su Xiao Pais, Kuliva. It seems you no longer require protection from others." Tang Ying beamed with pride. "At least I can defend myself now. I am also developing my ability to enhance gravity on objects. If successful, I could utilize my powers for ranged attacks with bows and crossbows." As they ascended the stairs, Yu Jiaojiao timidly emerged, confessing, "My ability only has a 5-meter range, so I didn't feel right going down." Su Xiao refrained from commenting. He recognized that Yu Jiaojiao's ability was not particularly suited for combat. However, with practice, if she could expand her mental control range, it would prove advantageous in group battles. "I do not expect you to defeat zombies with your powers. I only ask that you learn to bravely confront them and protect yourself. Understand?" he said, looking at her. "Yes." Yu Jiaojiao nodded vigorously, her heart swelling with joy at the prospect of no longer being forced to hunt zombies. Half an hour later, Li Qianzi and the others gathered in the stairwell, excitement bubbling within them as they awaited Su Zhao's words. He wasted no time, opening his bag to reveal a small pile of crystal cores. 10 for each of you. To swallow them, one at a time. Whether you awaken tonight depends on your luck. The group eagerly accepted their crystals, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Su." Su Xiao refused to allow his progress to stagnate. These lesser crystal cores offered minimal enhancement to him, but he relied on sheer quantity. With 40 cores in hand, they should suffice for him to break through to the second tier. He picked up one crystal core and swallowed it like a jelly bean, then began silently absorbing the energy within, consuming another. The night passed in silence. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Su Zhao's aura surged, and he slowly opened his eyes, rising to stretch his stiff limbs. His strength had increased modestly, likely doubling. He should now be able to deliver a punch exceeding 500 pounds. More importantly, he could finally utilize his new abilities. As a former pinnacle warrior, Su Xiao could gauge his strength enhancement merely by sensing his body's condition. The disparity between the first and second tiers was not immense, with a significant transformation only occurring upon reaching the third tier. Fortunately, the Blood Rage skill had activated. This early-stage blood control ability provided a substantial boost to combat effectiveness. By activating this skill, Su Xiao could draw upon his own blood, temporarily gaining an extraordinary enhancement akin to a power boost. Relying on this ability, He had often triumphed over higher-tier ability users with a lower tier of power in his previous life. This marked the beginning of the gradual unveiling of Su Xiao's powers. Even in the presence of second-tier zombies, he no longer felt fear. After washing his face with a small amount of clean water, Su Xiao emerged into the living room. Feeling invigorated, Tang Ying was already preparing breakfast. She skillfully used the flour she had found to cook pancakes on the gas stove, while a pot of steaming corn porridge and several open cans of meat served as side dishes on the table. Chapter 27. The newly awakened abilities. Su Xiao's gaze was somewhat unfocused, as the Tang Ying of this life was so different yet so similar to the Tang Ying he had encountered in his previous life. The distinction lay in the fact that Tang Ying had never exhibited this virtuous demeanor of a devoted wife and mother in front of him before, capable of fierce combat, yet nurturing at home. The similarity was her remarkable intelligence and indomitable spirit. Su Xiao, you're awake. Breakfast is ready. Tang Ying smiled at him. Su Xiao Yingguit, what about you Jiao Jiao and Zhou Yu? They're probably still asleep, Tang Ying replied. Su Xiao said with mock ferocity, from now on, when we are all together, let you Jiao Jiao cook. If she is not fighting, she should at least contribute in some way, right? Tang Ying chuckled gently. It's all right, I can handle it. My culinary skills aren't that great, so you'll have to make do. As for Zhou Yu, she temporarily stays with you all, and when you have the chance to hunt zombies, make sure she learns to fight as well. Su Xiao spoke Xiao. Though Zhou Yu is a necessary asset for the later stages, she cannot be prioritized over other team members. I will try to help her integrate into our team. All right. Although Tang Ying was unaware of Su Xiao's exact plans for Zhou Yu, she was wise enough not to pry further. Su Xiao took a sip of the steaming porridge, accepted the pancake Tang Ying handed him, and rolled it up with canned beef sauce. The rich aroma enveloped his senses, awakening a long-lost sense of happiness within him. Observing Tang Ying as she busied herself, a smile involuntarily crept onto Su Xiao's face. At 8 in the morning, Su Xiao entered the dwelling of Li Tianxi and the others. Xu Yi. Good morning, Su Ge. Many had already risen, greeting Su Xiao with vibrant spirits. Has anyone awakened? Su Xiao asked. The group fell into an awkward silence. Not yet, but Li Tianxi and Kai Tu are still asleep. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Take me to see them. When Su Xiao beheld Li Tianxi and another man seated cross-legged on their beds, flushed and drenched in sweat, a look of delight spread across his face. No matter how low an ordinary person's potential, 10 crystal cores would yield some effect. However, while many of the earlier awakeners appeared rejuvenated, they exhibited no significant transformation, indicating that their genes could not be altered by the cores. Li Tianxi and his companion clearly had a better chance. Su Xiao patiently awaited their awakening. At 9 o'clock, the man known as Kai Tu was the first to stir, and then, before everyone's eyes, a visibly discernible transformation occurred. His previously frail physique now bulged with muscles, veins pulsing in his arms, and his very bones seemed to creak. Kai Tu abruptly opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and joyfully stood up. Su Ge, Su Xiao, with a smile in his eyes, asked, so what abilities have you awakened? Kai Tu, somewhat dazed, replied, I'm not sure, but I feel incredibly strong. As if I could slay a bull with one punch. Usually I feel weak, but now I think if there were a woman by my side, I could conquer the heavens. Hearing Kai Tu's lewd comment, only Su Xiao managed to stifle a laugh. The others gazed at Kai Tu with envy and jealousy. He had undoubtedly become an ability user. Su Xiao nodded, a physical enhancement ability. Excellent. Your powers will render you significantly stronger than the average person. And as your strength grows, so too will your explosive potential. Now, try hitting the door and see how powerful your punch is. Without hesitation, Kai Tu struck the iron door with a punch. In an instant, an astonishing force dented the door, leaving a shallow imprint of his fist. Wow! The onlookers gasped in awe. This guy's punch must be at least 400 or 500 pounds of force. Just yesterday, he was a frail monkey, and now he can kill a bull with a single blow? Kai Tu was equally exhilarated, his excitement nearly rendering him speechless. At this moment, he felt as if he had been reborn. Su Xiao chuckled. Kai Tu, Your abilities make you an excellent close combat fighter. I wager that ordinary zombies will struggle to breach your muscle tissue. Be bold, train your combat skills. I've already reserved a spot for you as squad leader. Thank you. Xiao, Kai-Tu exclaimed, nearly bowing in gratitude. Seeing the envious and admiring looks from his companions, Kai-Tu felt an immense sense of pride, reveling in his newfound status as a remarkable individual. Within 10 minutes of Kai-Tu's awakening, Li Tianci began to stir as well, and all eyes turned to him. What abilities do you possess? Su Xiao Guivi. Li Tianci stood, his eyes brimming with excitement. I believe I have awakened a fire ability. I feel as if I can conjure flames. As he spoke, he opened his palm, which instantly turned bright red. Moments later, a fireball the size of a pigeon's egg erupted from his hand, burning steadily before it began to expand, ultimately reaching the size of a tennis ball before ceasing to grow. The intense heat emanating from it caused those surrounding Li Tianci to feel a scorching warmth against their faces. Impressive. The temperature is significantly higher than that of ordinary flames. Its lethality should be substantial. Give it a try. Su Xiao encouraged, his face alight with joy. Certainly. Li Tianci aimed at a nearby table and unleashed a fireball. Upon impact, the table ignited, leaving a charred blackened area in its wake. Su Xiao swiftly grabbed a nearby bottle of mineral water and poured it onto the flames, which surprisingly failed to extinguish them. It wasn't until nearly 20 seconds later that the fire began to shrink, eventually dying down, while much of the table remained as carbon, still smoldering with embers. What a potent flame adhesion! Su Xiao could hardly contain his excitement. He had anticipated that at least one person among them would awaken an ability. But to witness two in such quick succession was exhilarating. Li Tianci's fire ability, in particular, significantly boosted the combat effectiveness of their group. Li Tianci was equally thrilled. He would now be an ability user capable of wielding fire. Tianci, practice your fire ability diligently. Remember, an ability is merely a means of harnessing extraordinary strength. The true challenge lies in how to apply this power effectively in combat. Su Xiao en Gao, patting his shoulder with anticipation. I will work hard to master it. Su Ge, Li Tianci replied confidently. I hereby declare that the 12 of you shall form a squad, with Li Tianci as the captain and Kai-Tu as the vice captain. Do you have any objections? Su Xiao announced, surveying the group. No objections. With ability users protecting us, we couldn't be happier. Many quickly dismissed their initial disappointments, eager to voice their agreement. With Li Tianci and Kai-Tu now possessing abilities, their status among the group had undeniably shifted, and those who remained ordinary might feel disheartened or even jealous. Such feelings were inevitable. Su Xiao addressed the ordinary individuals. Indeed, ability users are formidable, and the disparity in status is to be expected. This is the law of the post-apocalyptic world. If I were as weak as you, I would have no grounds for complaint if I were killed. However, do not wallow in despair or belittle yourselves. Ordinary individuals can handle ordinary zombies, while capable ability users must shoulder the responsibility of protecting everyone. In my eyes, productivity determines status, yet human rights still exist. If anyone abuses their power as an ability user to bully others or elevate themselves above their peers, I will not hesitate to take action. Su Xiao's gaze turned cold as he fixated on Kai-Tu and Li Tianci. Li Tianci and another person stood upright, while the ordinary onlookers visibly relaxed, their expressions returning to normal. With Su Xiao's words, their fears dissipated. Chapter 28. The campus zombie tide began to assign tasks for the day. The group was divided into two teams. One would venture out in search of large trucks capable of carrying supplies, while the other would scour the community for zombies. With the addition of core team members, felt compelled to strategize in advance. As their numbers grew, his food supplies might not suffice. Thus, it was imperative to train them in self-sufficiency. Utilizing the large trucks, they aimed to seize as much food as possible before it spoiled. In a few months, as more human enclaves emerged like stars in the night sky, he and his followers could find themselves with nothing to eat. The team led by set out, but Feeling uneasy, sent and others along for protection. With 4 mutated beasts as guardians, he doubted they would encounter any life-threatening crises. And her team, meanwhile, prepared to train in zombie combat, remained busy. It was already the 8th day since the apocalypse had begun, and the military should soon reach the city. He needed to finalize his plans, check on the living at the school, and ascertain the fates of the Sisters of Light and Darkness. If all went well, he would strive to rescue them. With his second-tier abilities, felt confident that no threat could endanger his life, and no one voiced dissent. He casually found a vehicle with keys and drove out of the community, heading towards the school. Gunfire erupted, illuminating the day with its brilliance. Under the coordinated fire of hundreds of soldiers, the encroaching zombies fell like wheat before the scythe. Hundreds of soldiers spread out, forming a battle circle as they advanced cautiously, while several transport vehicles followed their pace. The once glorious city now lay desolate, resembling a ghost town, littered with abandoned vehicles and rotting corpses, chilling the hearts of all soldiers. Yet, they pressed on silently, with soldiers infiltrating various neighborhoods in search of survivors. Suddenly, wielding a knife, moved like lightning among the zombies, effortlessly dispatching them. These ordinary zombies were akin to ants under his blade, devoid of any challenge, unless faced with hordes numbering in the tens or hundreds, which could evoke a sense of mortal peril. Having discarded the vehicle, found he was faster on foot. "Help, please!" A woman's voice cried out from the left. A woman stood on a rooftop balcony, shouting excitedly at. Beside her was a child, around 4 or 5 years old, their eyes pleading as they looked down at him. Below, several zombies were wandering aimlessly. "Please save us. I beg you. My child hasn't eaten for 2 days." The woman knelt on the balcony, crying and pleading. The scene tugged its heartstrings. Along the way, many had called for his help, but he had remained indifferent. If he could, he would want to rescue every ordinary person he encountered. However, he lacked the means to save them. Even if he did, where could he take so many? Could he support them? Nevertheless, he returned to the building below, eliminated all the zombies, and retrieved 4 bottles of mineral water and a small stash of bread and canned meat from his backpack. Without a backward glance at the mother and child, he turned to leave. Yet, she hurried downstairs, joyfully clutching the food. When finally arrived outside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. At the entrance, a dense throng of 600 to 700 zombies roamed. They were scattered throughout the university, many of them once students, alongside a few staff members and teachers still wearing their ID tags. In his previous life, had never visited this place alone, and he had awakened his powers 2 months later. When he returned, the military had already rescued the students, leaving only wandering zombies. But now, it seemed the military had yet to arrive. Suddenly realized that his rebirth did not follow the trajectory of his past life. At this moment in his previous life, the military had undoubtedly reached the city and prioritized rescuing universities, as these students represented the future of a nation. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, rebuilding humanity's realm required the knowledge and vigor of young university students. Yet, the military had evidently not come, leaving him to wonder if unforeseen circumstances had intervened. From the zombies at the entrance, it was evident that there were likely thousands roaming within the school. Among such a vast horde, many first-tier zombies had likely emerged, and even second-tier ones were a possibility. Began to worry about how many students had survived and whether the sisters were still alive. Shaking off his thoughts, he resolved to enter and assess the situation. He circled around, choosing a spot with the fewest zombies, and sprinted toward it. The few zombies gathered there were instantly drawn to his living presence, charging towards him. Paid them no mind. With his second-tier abilities, he reached the wall just before they closed in, leaping 3 meters high to land firmly atop the wall. From this vantage point, he faced the familiar girls' dormitory below, where hundreds of zombies were also gathered. In other directions, zombies roamed freely. Suddenly, a girl's excited voice rang out from an unknown window. "Someone's here." Soon, numerous figures appeared at the windows, their faces lighting up with hope upon seeing on the wall. "Handsome, save us. Do you have any food? I am starving." "Finally, someone is here. Help us. Please take me with you. I will do anything if you can save me." The cries of the girls filled the air. their voices blending into a cacophony. The entire building erupted in noise as countless zombies were drawn to the commotion, rushing toward. His expression turned complex. How could he possibly save so many? He hoped the military would arrive soon. Ignoring the approaching zombies, he shouted, "Stay quiet. I'll be there shortly." He needed to search the girls' dormitory. Among these students, he could potentially recruit some with latent abilities, but the sisters with their unique powers were a priority he must secure. The girls, realizing the danger of their noise, fell silent, anxiously watching as hundreds of zombies surged towards the man on the wall. The overwhelming tide of dark corpses surged towards him, making, standing alone atop the wall, appear like a sheep among a pack of wolves. Chapter 29. Blood Fury. The female students widened their eyes at the scene before them. To their horror, these zombies appeared so terrifying that even a single one could devour a person, and with so many of them, if Xiao did not flee, he would surely be reduced to nothing but scraps. Over the past few days, they had witnessed countless individuals escaping only to be consumed by the undead. Although fear gripped them, a greater sense of numbness prevailed. Xiao gazed coolly at the horde of over 100 zombies approaching, yet excitement surged within him. He felt no fear. With his current physical prowess, speed, and strength, the first-tier zombies posed a negligible threat. Moreover, he was eager to test his blood fury skill. Come on, it had been so long since he had truly exercised his muscles. This time, Xiao harbored no thoughts of retreat. Instead, his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented fervor and combative spirit. With his right hand, he brandished the long quan sword and leapt off the wall with a resounding thud. Huh! A dozen zombies lunged at him, their foul mouths gaping wide as they swiped at him with their claws. In an instant, Xiao's arm swelled like a dragon, delivering a powerful horizontal slash. In that moment, the foremost zombies were cleaved in half. Then, as if foreseeing their movements, Xiao deftly shifted back, evading the claws of the remaining zombies. His blade moved like lightning, severing heads as they soared into the air. Within 3 seconds, all the zombies were annihilated. The surviving girls upstairs stood in stunned silence. This was merely the beginning. Xiao boldly advanced towards the zombie tide, his long quan sword dancing in his hands, moving so swiftly that it created a continuous blur around him. Any zombie that dared to approach was decapitated or dismembered, falling like chaff before the scythe. However, the sheer number of zombies began to encircle him. From above, the scene was even more exhilarating. A throng of undead formed a tight circle around him, while Xiao stood at its center, unwavering against the relentless onslaught, slaughtering the zombies with the ferocity of a king of carnage. Was he a deity? The girls, cloaked in despair for so long, watched in awe at the man below, their hearts nearly ceasing from excitement and shock. They could scarcely believe that the figure below was human. They had witnessed groups of strong boys attempting to fight their way out, only to be reduced to mere bones in less than 30 seconds as the tide of zombies surged forth. But Xiao's appearance shattered their perceptions, leaving them so astounded that words escaped them. The previously noisy dormitories fell into a profound silence. Xiao had completely disregarded the outside world. His ears were filled with the cacophony of the zombies' growls and cries. His gaze remained fixed on the approaching undead, his heightened senses granting him superhuman reflexes and destructive power. His blade moved like a silent dance, a solitary figure amidst the chaos, each contact with the blade resulting in instant annihilation. This was a masterful sword technique, learned from a physical enhancement expert in his previous life, which he dubbed the frenzied dance of the blade. This technique had been developed by the Esper through countless battles. He had once been a swordsmanship instructor. However, with the apocalypse upon them, he realized that many traditional sword techniques were ill-suited for confronting dense hordes of zombies. Thus, he had devised this technique, which, when perfected, could render the practitioner nearly invulnerable to a sea of undead. Xiao found it immensely practical and had practiced it whenever he could, making it the most familiar sword technique in his memory. The greatest drawback of this technique was its immense energy consumption, requiring extraordinary physical strength and relentless stamina. Xiao could already feel fatigue creeping into his limbs. Yet, amidst the carnage of his relentless blade, countless zombie corpses piled at his feet, forcing him to continue moving forward within the horde. Suddenly, a claw snagged his right arm, tearing away a large piece of fabric and exposing pale skin beneath, marked by faint scratches. Other zombies pushed against him, leaving shallow wounds across his body. Xiao realized he could no longer sustain such intense exertion. Even a second-tier Esper was still human. Surrounded by hundreds of zombies, his stamina was waning. However, he remained calm. His entire body began to glow a peculiar shade of crimson as blood surged wildly within him, the sound of rushing blood echoing like a torrent within. Xiao was gathering the Esper energy within his blood. Blood fury. He let out a low roar, warmth enveloping him as all fatigue dissipated, replaced by an unparalleled sense of strength and vitality that ignited his fervor. This skill consumed the Esper energy in his blood, unleashing a brief explosive force that bore a cost to his body. However, for Xiao, who possessed regenerative abilities, it merely meant he would need to consume a few extra bowls of rice post-battle. Blood fury heightened Xiao's perception, strength, and speed in mere seconds. The terrifying tripling of his power made the zombies surrounding him appear to move at a crawl. The blade flashed again. This time, Xiao transformed into a god of violence. With a single slash, he sent a large group of zombies before him, hurtling backward, with each swing of his sword. In the blink of an eye, all zombies within a 2-meter radius were cleaved in two, allowing him to advance rapidly. His speed was astonishing, akin to a human bulldozer. He carved a path through the encirclement. No matter how many zombies came at him, he dispatched them in an instant, resembling a formidable boss. The tide of zombies was obliterated before him. Soon, all the undead were vanquished. In 2 minutes, the terrifying power of a tripled strength was evident. Over 300 zombie corpses lay scattered, blood and flesh splattered across the ground. Xiao took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Though 2/3 of his Esper energy had been depleted, this blood fury skill was indeed powerful. Once unleashed, Xiao became a master of group combat, rivaling even third-tier physical warriors. Yet, the energy drain was staggering. Nevertheless, all skills derived from Esper abilities are merely applications of that energy. As Xiao became more proficient with this skill, the energy consumption would naturally lessen. Oh my, he single-handedly eradicated all the zombies. Is he a superhero? Superhero brother, please come save us. We implore you to lead us out of here. The dormitory erupted into a frenzy once more, louder and more chaotic than before. Almost every girl with strength left clung to the windows, desperately screaming Xiao's name, filled with a fervent longing for survival. Xiao strode purposefully towards the entrance. Chapter 30. The demon Xiao at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. An unusual cleanliness prevailed. Not a single zombie was in sight. It was likely that Xiao's earlier battle had drawn all the zombies away. With no obstacles in his path, Xiao entered the first floor of the dormitory. The moment he appeared, the absence of zombies caused an eruption of excitement among the girls, as over 30 of them rushed out, followed by a throng of about 100 more from the upper floors, timidly peering from the stairwell. Though some appeared pale and worn, they still seemed relatively normal. Others, however, were so famished that they swayed as they walked. Hello. Thank you for killing the zombies. Can you take us with you? I'm so hungry. Many girls cast pleading glances at Xiao and those around him, yet no one offered them food. In such dire times, self-preservation reigned supreme, and they had relied on their dormitory-esque supplies to survive thus far, making it unlikely they would share with others. A few girls rushed forward, clinging desperately to Xiao's arms and legs, begging him to save them. Xiao felt a twinge of discomfort, but managed to ask the eager girls, "How have you survived?" "By relying on the snack reserves in our dormitory, but we've nearly consumed everything. If we can't find more food, we won't last much longer. I haven't eaten in 3 days, just a bit of water. I'm so hungry. Woe is me. I haven't had any water since yesterday afternoon. I feel like I might die of thirst. Can anyone spare some water?" The girls began to lament in a cacophony of despair, seeking sympathy, leaving Xiao feeling overwhelmed. Enough. He forcefully pulled the two girls clinging to his legs away, stating coldly, "I wish I could save you all, but I'm afraid I cannot take so many with me. As you can see, zombies are everywhere. I can only take a few. For the rest of you, you'll have to wait for the military to rescue you. This is the apocalypse. Consider what value you hold that would compel me to take you along. By the way, does anyone here study humanities? Do you know Ji He or Ji Xian?" Su Xiao's icy demeanor made the girls confront the harsh reality. Two girls trembled as they spoke. "We study humanities. Ji He and Ji Xian are my classmates. They went to the humanities building for class that day. If they're alive, they should still be there." Having received the information he sought, Su Xiao nodded and turned to leave. "Wait, please don't rush off. Take me with you." Many girls wept as they pleaded with Su Xiao. He merely shook his head. He desired to save them all. After all, women were an integral part of his future plans. However, the distance to his food storage and prepared safe haven was a daunting 30 kilometers away, making it impossible to escort a group of defenseless girls. Yet none of these girls wished for death, their eyes fixed longingly on Su Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Whoever is willing to accompany me to fight zombies will be taken with me." He then added ominously, "Don't think I'll be your personal protector. Otherwise, you might as well stay in the dormitory. The military should arrive soon." Su Xiao drew a lightweight fire axe from his belt and tossed it to the ground, regarding them with a cold gaze. "I am willing. I am too." 8 girls stepped forward, volunteering themselves. Su Xiao casually remarked, "Those without weapons should find their own. Keep up." He then turned to leave. The 8 girls exchanged glances before rushing to seize the fire axe Su Xiao had thrown, along with wooden sticks tied with knives, baseball bats, and steel pipes hastily removed from beds, then hurried to follow him. Su Xiao glanced at them briefly before leading the way, while they timidly trailed behind. 8 girls, neither too many nor too few. Yet their willingness to follow Su Xiao into the fray against the undead signified their remaining hope for survival amidst the apocalypse. His earlier mention of the military's imminent arrival was a deliberate tactic. Their appearance had long been overdue, or else these girls would have been rescued by now. Perhaps it was a ripple effect from his rebirth that had altered the course of events. However, those still clinging to hope in others would merely become burdens. Ignoring the shouts from girls in other buildings, Su Xiao ventured beyond the dormitory, where a narrow path appeared ahead, flanked by a dozen wandering zombies. The girls immediately grew tense with fear. Without hesitation, Su Xiao charged forward, effortlessly dispatching several zombies, then coldly instructed the 8 girls, "Each of you take one." As he spoke, he kicked a lunging zombie aside. I can't." 2 girls were on the verge of tears. They merely wanted to follow Su Xiao, not considering the consequences. Su Xiao remained unfazed. One brave girl, however, stood firm, raising her baseball bat and striking wildly at the approaching zombie's head. Days of exposure to the elements, coupled with the stench of decaying flesh, made the air unbearable. One girl, overwhelmed by the odor before even nearing the fray, began to retch, then, horrified, turned to flee as the zombie lunged at her. Another girl, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, her gaze vacant as the zombie's claws reached for her. Yet Su Xiao stood impassively, his expression devoid of emotion, watching as the 2 girls were tackled by zombies, their screams echoing as they were savagely torn apart, transforming from beautiful young women into mere flesh for the ravenous undead. The remaining girls watching this scene were struck with sheer terror, their faces pale as death. Demon in their eyes? Su Xiao's demeanor was akin to that of a demon. His strength had once inspired admiration and faith, but now, his utter indifference to life and lack of concern for their plight shattered their previously held worldview. Su Xiao's cold-bloodedness surpassed their expectations. They had believed that as a man, he would never stand idly by while girls were devoured. Yet he did just that, watching with a detached gaze as the weak were consumed. At that moment, their fear of Su Xiao eclipsed even their fear of the zombies. When one is plunged into despair, an unprecedented ferocity can emerge. It was the girl still beating the zombie before her who rallied the others. Their faces transformed with fierce determination. They charged at their adversaries like a pack of lionesses, wielding their weapons with unrestrained fury against the zombies. In that instant, They were fiercer than any man, their foes embodying their pent-up rage against Xiao and the terrifying world around them. Chapter 31. Refugee status. The zombies were merely ordinary ones. As long as one evaded their claws, dispatching them was a simple task. They had been beaten to a pulp by those frenzied girls, until Xiao intervened. Some were still weeping and striking at the already decaying flesh of the zombies. That's enough. Xiao appeared beside her, grasping her arm and furrowing her brow in admonishment. Sobbing, the girl discarded her weapon and knelt on the ground. The chorus of cries from several girls melded into a sorrowful symphony. Come here. At Xiao's command, the girls obediently complied. She surveyed the tear-streaked faces of the girls and spoke sternly. Are zombies truly so fearsome? As you can see, we inhabit a world ravaged by destruction. Countless souls have perished at the hands of these creatures. If you wish to survive, you must strive to rely on your own strength. Crying? What good does that do? No one will pity you. If you wish to follow me, you need only one thing: obedience, and to become a person of worth. Those who are useless do not deserve to exist in this world. Do you understand? The girls wiped their tears and nodded, some displaying a flicker of determination in their eyes. Pick up your weapons and continue walking with me. I am now searching for 2 individuals, and once found, we shall depart immediately. With that, Xiao turned and strode forward in silence. The girls followed closely, now infused with a newfound courage compared to when they first emerged. Inside the information engineering building, a chubby boy crouched on the ground, surrounded by a throng. A tall boy, brimming with disdain, squatted before him, tossing a flattened, dirt-covered piece of bread onto the ground as he laughed. Aren't you hungry? Beg me for food. Eat it. The chubby boy glanced up timidly before reaching for the bread, which had become a muddy fragment. Wait. The boy spat on the bread, then stood up with a satisfied smirk. Now you can eat it. Hurry. The chubby boy stared at the spittle-covered bread, frozen in place. The others, initially filled with envy, now watched with excitement, eager to see if he would consume the saliva-coated morsel. Yet, many others regarded him with sympathy, their eyes filled with anger and hatred as they glared at the boy. However, standing behind him were 4 burly men from the martial arts club, all skilled fighters, creating an atmosphere of fear among the students. Therefore, the remaining 40 or so individuals dared not resist, each hiding in a corner, enduring hunger with a mindset of avoiding trouble as long as they were not provoked. Their food had been seized from others, as there was little sustenance in the building. Those who reacted defiantly were beaten and fed to the zombies. Hurry up. What the hell are you stalling for? Do you want to get beaten? The boy's expression turned menacing as he struck the chubby boy's head, barking orders. The glimmer of madness in the boy's eyes slowly faded. After hesitating for a moment, he seized the bread and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. Choking and coughing as tears streamed down his face from the rush to eat. Ha ha ha! He ate it! What a glutton! The leader, Wu Fan, chuckled, his mood utterly elated. In these besieged days, watching others grovel before him, their expressions filled with fear, brought him immense satisfaction. Amidst envious glances, he pulled a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and took a few swigs. A girl, crouching in the corner of the classroom, approached him pitifully. Brother Fan, can I have that half bottle of water? I could do anything for you. I'm parched. Wu Fan glanced at her scornfully, retorting, get lost with your filthy appearance. Even Di or Wu Ti want you. What is the point of giving you anything? The girl angrily cursed him before turning away. A group of students, now resembling pitiable refugees, numbly awaited their fate, uncertain of what they were truly waiting for, perhaps the moment the zombies would burst in or the instant they would starve to death. Wu Fan, feeling carefree, remarked, once I'm full, this is no longer entertaining. Let us go find those 3 bitches. I'll make them beg for mercy. Halfway through, he suddenly recalled something, his face contorting in displeasure as he cursed. Damn it, what is so amusing about those 3? They're played out. Let us go for Ji Ying and Ji He instead. Those 2 little vixens. Brother Fan, those 2 are clever, hiding in the teacher's office. That door is fortified. It can't be broken down without tools, someone cautioned. I'd usually be too lazy to bother, but today I let them escape. They are a pair of sister flowers. Just thinking about it is delightful. Wu Fan narrowed his eyes, leading the four men to a reinforced door. Its windows sealed shut and secured with iron grates. Open the door. Jing. If you don't open up, I'll smash this door to pieces. Fury flickered in his eyes. Smash it. Damn it. I'll teach you a lesson. The five men began to kick the door furiously. While the door was sturdy, the repeated assaults from the 4 or 5 men caused the frame to loosen, shaking violently. Cowering in the corner of a desk, the two sisters listened in terror to the commotion outside. In their early 20s, they bore a striking resemblance to each other, both possessing sweet and beautiful features. The elder sister had a mole on the tip of her nose, while the younger did not. Sister, what should we do? They're about to break the door down. Ji-ing clung to her sister's arm in fear, haunted by the horrific sounds of Wu Fan and his gang brutally assaulting other students, as well as the familiar cries of female classmates echoing through the classrooms, interspersed with the ever-present roars of zombies outside. The sisters had cleverly hidden in the vacant teacher's office when they sensed danger and had been surviving on snacks left by the female teachers. But now, watching the trembling door, despair began to seep in. Don't be afraid, sister. If they come in, Ying brandished a sharp fruit knife, her sleeve revealing half of a steel pen as she declared fiercely, I'll fight them. Anyone who dares to touch you, I'll kill. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out in the distance. The sound startled everyone. The forceful kicks against the door halted abruptly. In the large classroom where the refugees huddled, cheers erupted. They all understood the significance of the gunfire. The government had finally come to their rescue. Chapter 32. The quartet. As Xiao approached the information teaching building, he naturally heard the gunfire, unlike the excitement evident on the faces of the girls around him. Xiao exhaled in relief, his eyes sparkling with clarity. Through the sound alone, he could roughly gauge that the gunfire was still 2 kilometers away. The army would require at least another half an hour to advance. Time was of the essence. Beneath the information building, as a few figures emerged, a throng of over 100 zombies surged towards them. Xiao charged forward, effortlessly and methodically dispatching the undead. However, he remained mindful of the need to train the girls, deliberately allowing several zombies to breach his defenses. Although the girls screamed in terror, they were no longer the timid souls they had once been. They nervously focused on the approaching zombies, rallying together to strike down 1 or 2 with their weapons, engaging in a fervent melee. Among them, one girl stood out remarkably, the one who had seized Xiao's axe. With a fierce expression, she led the charge against the zombies. Xiao observed silently, letting 7 zombies slip past him, 1 for each of the girls. The girl seemed to recognize his intentions, rather than express anger. She fixated on the zombies and shouted, Sisters, let us each take one. Don't be afraid. They're slower than us. With those words, her slender arms swung the axe valiantly, striking decisively at a zombie's head. With a sickening thud, the axe shattered the zombie's skull, but the creature's claws lunged toward her. The girl dodged swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that sent the zombie sprawling. Seizing the moment, she extracted the axe and relentlessly hacked at the fallen zombie's neck, her eyes ablaze with fury. The other girls, witnessing this display of courage, surged forward as well. In that moment, fear was forgotten if they did not slay the zombies. Their own lives were forfeit. While Xiao engaged the zombies, he also stole glances at the rooftop, where he spotted 4 robust young men peering over the railing, their mouths agape in astonishment at his prowess. More spectators gathered at the railing, their spirits waning. Yet they could not help but feel exhilarated at Xiao's dominance in the midst of the undead, shouting, Big brother, save us. Help has arrived. The noise was somewhat distracting, prompting Xiao to furrow his brow. He allowed a few more zombies to pass to the girls before he eradicated the remaining threats, then coldly regarded the crowd above. Still, he did not see the familiar sisters he sought. After dispatching several more zombies, the girls were left breathless, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Yet they silently trailed behind Xiao, determined not to abandon him. With purposeful strides, Xiao ascended the stairs, soon encountering a thoroughly barricaded corridor on the 3rd floor. With a sudden kick, he shattered the obstacles that prevented passage, creating an opening through which he could advance. Fan, that person has arrived. He is incredibly strong. If we follow him, what do we have to fear from the zombies? The four boys exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Though they had managed well in their confinement, the anxiety of waiting for the zombies to attack weighed heavily on them. Now, as if fate had delivered a boon, they felt their fear dissipate. Big brother, hello. Wufan. Are you here to rescue us? The boys approached Xiao with an overly familiar demeanor, grinning ingratiatingly. Hero, those four are scum. They've been tormenting us for days. Don't take them with you. Several onlookers glared at Wu Fan and his companions, eager to voice their grievances. Wu Fan's smile vanished, his face contorting with rage as he turned to glare at the accusers like a furious lion, ready to pounce. The others quickly recoiled in fear, retreating behind the crowd. What do you intend to do? Xiao asked, his gaze steady. Wu Fan hastily explained, Big brother, don't listen to these fools. I've been trapped here for days too. I haven't done anything wrong. He gestured to his companions, who subtly turned their backs, revealing menacing glares at the others. None of this eluded Xiao's watchful eyes, and he found it amusing. I'm not concerned with your past actions. I'm only seeking two individuals. He fixed his gaze on Wu Fan. Have you seen the sisters Ji Ying and Ji Xian? At the mention of their names, Wu Fan's mind buzzed, and his heart raced with apprehension. Why would this person be searching for them? Was he a relative of the sisters? Panic gripped Wu Fan as he realized the implications. Xiao observed Wu Fan's evasive demeanor, his suspicions solidifying. Do you know something? No. Wu Fan quickly feigned innocence. I know the sisters you speak of. But since the disaster struck, no one has seen them. Many students displayed contempt in their eyes, their disdain for Wu Fan's blatant dishonesty evident. Everyone knew he had been berating the sisters while they hid in the classroom office. Instantly, someone shouted, Big brother, Wu Fan is lying. The sisters are in the adjacent classroom office. He has been trying to force them out. Xiao's expression turned as frigid as ice. Wu Fan grew pale, his mouth opening in a futile attempt to defend himself. But before he could speak, Xiao's hand struck him hard across the face. Wu Fan let out a wretched scream, his body flying backward as he tumbled 2 meters, rolling on the ground in agony. The bystanders were momentarily stunned by Xiao's sudden aggression, equally awed by his strength. Wu Fan, towering at nearly 6 feet, had been sent sprawling like a bull. The sheer force was terrifying. Xiao's face was now marked by fury. If the sisters were not present, it would be one thing. But after enduring such hardship to find them, only to discover they were in the clutches of this scoundrel, if they perished here, his efforts would have been in vain. The 3 companions of Wu Fan trembled, their faces contorted in despair as they hastily pleaded, Big brother, we were coerced by Wu Fan. We never meant to harm them. Please. Before they could finish, Xiao delivered a swift kick, sending them all hurtling against the railing, where they groaned in pain upon landing. The onlookers erupted with excitement, reveling in the cathartic release of witnessing their oppressors being dealt with. Whether they had suffered under Wu Fan's tyranny or simply resented their arrogance, they yearned for the 4 to meet their end at Xiao's hands. Were they? Xiao demanded. The students quickly scrambled to their feet, exclaiming, We'll take you there. Thus, a throng of people followed Xiao to the office door. Chapter 33. Choosing opportunities, gazing at the deformed door that had been battered. Xiao's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful kick at the door. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the sturdy metal security door, which had resisted the efforts of Wu Fan and his companions for 2 days, twisted and collapsed with a resounding crash. In that instant, a furious girl brandishing a sharp fruit knife lunged at Xiao's face. However, he effortlessly seized her wrist and, with piercing eyes, inquired, Are you Ji Ying or Ji He? Ji He was taken aback. The man before her was not the Wu Fan she had anticipated. She had never seen him before. Angrily, she retorted, What does it matter who I am? I would rather die than allow you repulsive individuals to benefit. As she struggled against Xiao's grip with her free hand, frantically striking his arm, it became evident that her efforts were futile. He stood firm, as unyielding as a stone wall. Xiao fixed his gaze upon her and stated, I have dealt with the 4 of them already. I am here to rescue you. At that moment, he comprehended the gravity of the situation, observing the throng of people around them, and ceased her struggles, staring blankly at Su Xiao. Before long, Ji Ying appeared, timidly leading Ji He toward Su Xiao. The sisters bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, if not for their slight difference in height. Su Xiao would have found it difficult to distinguish between them, having never encountered them in his previous life. "Thank you for saving us. Are you from the government?" Ji Ying asked, her face brimming with hope. "No, I am an ordinary person, simply here for you," Su Xiao replied bluntly. Unlike Tang Ying, who had left a favorable impression on him, he intended to take a more straightforward approach with these two. He had not seen them upon his arrival and had no time to seek them out, nor did he wish to waste time on them. "Are you willing to come with me?" The sisters were momentarily taken aback. Ji Ying furrowed her brow and inquired, "Will you take them with you?" She gestured towards the onlookers. "No, I will only take those of value," Su Xiao replied decisively. A collective expression of disappointment washed over the students. They had hoped Su Xiao would lead them out of the zombie-infested area. "What value do we possess? Just because we are sisters? I know how men think," Tang Ying said, her tone defensive. Su Xiao coldly met her gaze. "You may assume I've set my sights on you. I traversed several kilometers to reach you. In this apocalypse, acquiring women is not a daunting task. Do you believe your bodies hold such allure?" Tang Ying fell silent, then spoke again. "I heard gunfire. The military may be coming. Why should I go with you?" Su Xiao exhaled deeply, his expression returning to one of cold indifference. "Then do as you wish. This is your sole opportunity. If you believe the military offers greater safety, feel free to wait. I shall act as though I have never encountered you too." In truth, Su Xiao felt powerless regarding their decision. They had no prior acquaintance, and trust could not be established instantaneously. He had prepared himself for the worst. At most, he would leave empty-handed. He was well acquainted with many formidable individuals from his past life, and while their loss would be regrettable, it would not be catastrophic. The atmosphere hung in a state of tension. Tang Ying pondered Su Xiao's blunt proposition, while he remained silent, having turned away. Behind him trailed 8 girls, each armed and exuding an air of menace and detachment far surpassing that of the surrounding students. "Big brother, may I accompany you?" A chubby, filthy boy squeezed through the crowd, humbly addressing Su Xiao. Su Xiao regarded him with curiosity. "Certainly, provided you can prove your worthiness to follow me. Otherwise, outside lies only death. I typically allow the unworthy to fend for themselves." His words were harsh yet starkly realistic, revealing to the students the undeniable truth that he would not protect those he deemed useless. Those who were unfit to survive would be left to their fate. An unspoken acknowledgement of the nature of strength. The plump boy trembled as he stammered, I possess a certain ability. I can sense danger. I truly can. The day I dug a crystal from a zombie's belly, I gained this feeling. It warned me of impending doom, prompting me to flee. Previously, they had barricaded themselves on the first floor, believing themselves safe, only to be awakened in the night by the sound of zombies smashing against the door. Many merely observed, but the chubby boy dashed upstairs in a desperate flight. Moments later, the glass door shattered under the assault of the zombies, and chaos ensued, leading to the demise of over half the group. Those who managed to reach the second floor barely escaped, sealing the staircase just in time. Others noted the boy's mention of consuming a crystal from within a zombie. Su Xiao's surprise was palpable as he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, feeling a familiar energy pulsating around him, an energy only possessed by those with special abilities. Typically, individuals with such powers could sense one another's energy waves. Yet, Su Xiao had not sensed anything from a moment ago, realization dawning upon him that the boy's energy was nearly imperceptible, barely registering at all. Moreover, his physique appeared unenhanced. Noticing the boy's anxious demeanor, Su Xiao discreetly slid his hand into his pocket and suddenly drew a gun, pressing it against the boy's temple. The boy, terrified at the sight of the weapon, nearly lost control of himself, as did the others, who recoiled in fear. Regardless of Su Xiao's prowess, they had not yet experienced it firsthand, and thus did not possess a strong sense of dread. However, the mere presence of a gun instilled fear in any human being. The boy, now petrified, stammered, "Please don't kill me. Are you trying to deceive me? If you truly have the ability to sense danger, why didn't you perceive my intention to draw a gun?" Su Xiao's tone turned icy. "You claim to possess that ability?" The boy wept. I truly do. But it seems I can only sense malevolent intent. You meant me no harm, so I didn't. The boy's sorrowful cries filled the air, and he sank to the ground in despair. Xiao, taken aback, regarded the boy with newfound astonishment. He had not anticipated such a notion, yet upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Though he had drawn the gun, his intent was not to kill the boy. At least, not at that moment. Realizing this, Xiao holstered the gun and said, "Very well, regardless of your abilities, come with me." He then turned to Ji He and her sister, choosing not to say another word. Chapter 34. Individual Performances Wait. "We will follow you," Ji He exclaimed urgently. However, Xiao did not respond with joy. Instead, he scoffed coldly. "You two sisters are indeed alluring in the eyes of men, and I might not let you off easily either. So, are you still willing to follow me? Isn't this your true intention? Why would you follow a man with ulterior motives? Give me a reason to have you accompany me. Otherwise, you might as well remain here quietly." Though Xiao cherished talent, he possessed his own pride. If the two sisters were not genuinely willing to follow him, his desperate pleas for them to join would only reveal his insincerity and potentially become a lingering doubt in their hearts, a thorn that could never be removed. In a previous life, there were countless top-tier powerhouses, and these sisters were merely one among many. Xiao could not alter their history, but he could influence others. He had handed them the key to changing their fate, placing it firmly in their own hands. Observing the frostiness in Xiao's gaze, Ji He realized her actions had displeased him. She lowered her head and apologized. "Because I saw them." She referred to the group of girls who had been following Xiao. "They can learn to be self-reliant by following you. I can too. I could join the army, but who knows what the outcome would be? With zombies everywhere, I believe following you will allow me to truly live for myself." Ji He slightly raised her head to look at Xiao, her eyes brimming with hope. Xiao was taken aback. It was the very girls he had saved casually that had moved the two sisters. "Find a weapon and keep up with me." With that, he turned and walked away. "Hey, don't leave us. We don't want to die." The remaining students began to stir, some girls gazing at Xiao with pleading eyes, desperately wishing to join his ranks alongside the others. "The army is on its way. Wait for them." Xiao replied, "I won't stop you for following me, but don't expect me to save you. The same goes for them." He calmly regarded the group of girls behind him. Upon hearing his words, their spirits deflated. They lacked the courage to confront the zombies on their own. Moreover, Xiao had already stated the army was approaching. As Xiao and his group descended the building and walked towards the distance, one girl suddenly whispered, "Brother, a boy is following us." A handsome young man, wearing glasses and appearing somewhat frail, lagged about 10 meters behind them, alone. Seeing that Xiao ignored him and continued forward, he hesitated briefly before deciding to follow. They soon arrived at a circular square, where the fountain had run dry, and a colossal statue stood, stained with blood. A horde of mindless zombies wandered aimlessly, emitting a series of guttural roars. If one of them collided with a fellow zombie, they would ferociously claw at each other, tearing flesh and causing decay to drop, only to resume their sluggish pace. The girls were terrified at the sight of the hundreds of zombies, but upon seeing the broad, sturdy figure in front of them, they felt a sense of relief and focused their attention ahead. Xiao did not wish to attract trouble. This place was too conspicuous. If a fight ensued, zombies from other areas would converge. It mattered little if it were just him, but with so many people behind him, he decided to circumvent the area. He planned to exit through a small door, having long since become familiar with the school. The small door was less frequented, as few were aware of it. The school had two small doors, one near the boys' area and another by the girls, both intended for students to venture out for meals and shopping. The particular small door they approached originally led to the girls' back street, but for reasons unknown, the school had locked it, prohibiting passage, forcing students to use the boys' side instead. Herein lay the trouble of traveling with a group. The scent emitted by a gathering of over a dozen individuals quickly attracted nearby zombies, and dozens came rushing towards Xiao's team, roaring. Xiao glanced back at the people behind him and commanded, "Pick up your weapons. Everyone must kill zombies." With that, he charged forward. The chubby boy among the girls, seeing zombies less than 20 meters away, was paralyzed by overwhelming fear and the psychological warnings from his powers, leaving him rooted in place, his face ashen, teeth chattering uncontrollably, displaying even less courage than the 9 girls around him. "Are you all right?" one girl asked. "It's fine. Zombies aren't that terrifying, and he won't let us face too many. At most one each." Although frightened, she attempted to console the chubby boy upon seeing his distress. Yet, to her surprise, he trembled even more fiercely. His face turned ghostly pale, eyes fixed on the approaching zombies, his teeth clashing together, resembling a dying person, an utterly terrifying sight. The girls were not frightened by the zombies, but rather by his appearance. "What a coward! Even smaller than us. Boys are really useless." Wu Qian, who was battling on the front lines with an axe, cast a disdainful glance. As they anticipated, Su Xiao indeed allowed 10 zombies to approach, intercepting the others while he fought. The girls gradually understood that this was Su Xiao's method of training them. Although he appeared cold-blooded and ruthless, he was continuously attentive to their safety. "Sisters, let us go," Wu Qian shouted, and the girls surged forward, weapons in hand, charging at the oncoming zombies. Though slightly panicked in the face of the zombies' claws, they instinctively utilized their weapons to block the attacks and kicked the zombies away, then struck fiercely at their heads. "Cease. I am scared." Ji Ying was on the verge of tears, although she was inspired by the courage of the girls around her. When faced with the zombies, she could hardly bear it. Terrified, Ji Ying mustered her courage. "Don't be afraid, Ying. I'll protect you." Wait for the right moment to strike at their heads. Observing the tactics of the other girls, Ji Ying seized a plank she had hastily grabbed earlier and resolutely swung it at the head of an approaching zombie. The 2 zombies staggered back from her blows, but she herself was violently knocked to the ground by the force of another zombie lunging at her. Beside her lay the chubby boy, now collapsed on the ground, eyes glued to the 4 zombies charging toward them, his heartbeat audible even to Ji Ying, as if he were about to die from fright at any moment. Su Xiao, witnessing this scene, cursed inwardly at his uselessness. While he fought off the remaining 20 or so zombies, he quickly retreated. One zombie lunged at Ji Ying, its claws nearly grazing her face. She gripped its rotting arm tightly. The sensation was bone-chilling, and the foul stench emanating from its gaping maw, along with its decayed face and eyes nearly touching hers, sent her heart racing with terror. She realized her life was in peril. At that moment, she felt no fear, her heart devoid of joy or sorrow. She was uncertain why. She merely watched as the zombie's claws slowly approached her face. "Huh, don't you dare eat my sister," Ji Ying cried, frantically smashing the zombie's head with a stick. This act saved Ji He's life, but 2 other zombies lunged toward Ji Ying's back. "Sister." At this moment, Ji He regained her composure and, filled with fervor, seized a wooden board from the ground to rise and confront the encroaching threat. She fiercely attacked the 2 zombies that lunged toward her sister, disregarding the precision of her strikes. With reckless abandon, she struck at their arms, chests, and heads in a frenzied onslaught. Meanwhile, the hefty figure sat listlessly, a vacant expression etched upon his face, as though he had been rendered utterly senseless. Chapter 35. The search. Just as he felt she could no longer withstand the impending threat, a flash of light from a blade cut through the air. The zombie before her collapsed in an instant. Before long, Su Xiao had dispatched all the zombies, and the other girls had similarly dealt with their foes, allowing the team to regroup. Ji He, embracing her frightened sister, timidly apologized to Su Xiao. "I'm sorry. Please don't eat me." The sound of her voice jolted the chubby boy awake. He lay trembling on the ground, begging in terror. His cowardly demeanor made the girls around him appear 100 times braver. They couldn't help but burst into laughter. Goodness, how did he become this frightened? "Look," he asked with his pants again. "So embarrassing," the girls commented. Su Xiao, using his foot to tilt the boy's face upwards, said coldly, "Do you have no ambition left? Dying is inevitable. Do you even have any dignity left? Furthermore, this fellow seemed to be an ability user. Woo-woo. I don't want this either. I can't control it." The boy sobbed. "I want to pick up a weapon and fight against the zombies, but every time I do, I feel as if my insides are being torn apart by them." I can't bear it. Su Xiao's eyes narrowed. It turned out that the boy's powers allowed him to sense impending danger. Your ability not only enables you to foresee danger, but your body also reacts in advance? Yes. I've long wished for death, but every method I've tried to end my life only makes me feel the sensations of dying. I truly can't bear it. I'm even afraid to die. The boy stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Su Xiao's previously agitated heart calmed as he squatted before the boy, his expression serious. This is indeed a form of suffering. You can feel fears that others cannot. A person's courage often stems from the absence of fear. However, if you wish to survive, do not succumb to despair. You must strive to suppress your fears and transform them into a form of training for yourself. Who among us knows when our time will come? As long as you are alive, endure. Always remember, you are a man. After finishing his stern admonition, Su Xiao stood up and walked ahead. The girls glanced at the chubby boy before following Su Xiao. The boy sat in place, stunned for half a minute. Yes, after all, it's just death. Being afraid is futile. I can definitely endure this. He fixed his gaze on his fingers, contemplating biting them, but the moment he was about to do so, he felt a sharp pain. Yet, he continued to stare, his expression growing increasingly fierce until the sensation dulled. Struggling, he rose unsteadily and staggered to catch up with Su Xiao. The bespectacled boy peeked out from behind a statue, and upon seeing the others moving away, he silently followed. Su Xiao soon passed through a cluster of buildings and caught sight of a small door in the distance. Just as he expected, the door was still locked, hidden behind a dense growth of ivy. Even walking past it, one would hardly notice its presence without a keen eye. However, Su Xiao and his companions dared not act recklessly, for dozens of zombies roamed nearby. Among them was one particularly robust specimen, a stark contrast to the surrounding emaciated creatures, an E-class strength-type zombie. This type of zombie, larger and possessing greater strength and defense than its kin, was referred to as an A-type in his previous life. The small, swift variant was named a B-type, representing speed and strength respectively. Indeed, in a school bustling with people, it was unsurprising that A1 and B1 type zombies could emerge. Su Xiao even suspected that there might be second-tier zombies lurking somewhere within the campus, hidden in places unknown to him. I'll lure the zombies away. I can pry the door open, the girl named Wu Qin declared. Wait for the right moment to pry the door and slip out. There shouldn't be many zombies outside. Find a building to hide in until I return. Su Xiao suddenly felt a renewed desire to continue exploring the campus. These ordinary zombies posed little threat to him, yet he sought to acquire more advanced zombie cores to facilitate his rapid growth. This environment was most likely to yield mutated zombies. All right, everyone understood that Su Xiao was risking himself for their sake, and there were no objections. Su Xiao immediately dashed forward, and the group of zombies, including the strength type, turned their attention to him, roaring as they charged. Although the E-class strength-type zombies were slower, they were still quicker than ordinary zombies. Su Xiao did not linger to engage them, but swiftly ran away. A large horde of zombies followed closely behind. Once Su Xiao led the horde far enough away, Wu Qian urged, "Ladies, seize the opportunity." After Su Xiao had taken a wide detour, he felt it was time to turn back and pounce on the E-class zombie. The strength-type zombie swung its heavy claws towards Su Xiao, but he deftly dodged, bringing his long quan knife down hard on the zombie's neck. With a resounding thud, the blade actually nicked the surface. The edge had only penetrated 2 inches into the zombie's bone, a testament to the creature's formidable defense. Feeling immense pain, the hulking zombie lunged at Su Xiao, nearly knocking him over. Su Xiao reacted swiftly, withdrawing his knife and delivering a decisive blow to its skull. The terrifying force shattered its head. The strength-type zombie collapsed helplessly, and Su Xiao's knife was now utterly ruined. The blade curled like a saw. Had it not been made from durable materials, it would have shattered long ago. Su Xiao was left to make do with it. It was better than going empty-handed. As the surrounding zombies lunged at him, Su Xiao dispatched them with rapid strikes. After retrieving the core from the A-type zombie, he continued to probe deeper into the school. He activated his blood sense ability. The perception expanded. After reaching the second tier, Su Xiao could sense living beings from up to 50 meters away. He focused on where the most people gathered, knowing that zombies would naturally converge to areas with higher human activity. He aimed to locate more advanced zombies. Soon, Xiao's eyes sparkled with realization as he glanced toward a particular direction. There lay the cafeteria. Inside, many students were similarly trapped. On the second floor of the cafeteria, hundreds of students lay helplessly on the ground. They had been wise enough to rush to the cafeteria when disaster struck, ensuring ample food supplies. Though they were intimidated by the horde of zombies gathering outside, their lives were not in immediate danger. Yet, boredom among the students could lead to trouble. The one maintaining order was Vice Principal Wang Fu, who had fortuitously been dining there when the calamity occurred, accompanied by several teachers. This fortunate circumstance placed them among the relatively happier group of those trapped within the school. Chapter 36. Cannibalism among kin at this moment. A palpable sense of dread enveloped everyone. Although there were several hundred ordinary zombies gathered below, they were unable to breach the first-floor door and could only meander aimlessly around it. However, an hour ago, an ugly zombie, small and lizard-like, made its appearance downstairs. Its speed was astonishing, twice that of the surrounding zombies when it ran. Yet, this alone would not have instilled such fear. The horror lay in the fact that this zombie did not attempt to attack the door, but instead turned to assault the ordinary zombies below. It moved with incredible swiftness, knocking down one zombie after another, its 30-centimeter-long sharp claws tearing apart their heads before it ravenously devoured their putrid brains. After dispatching one, it swiftly proceeded to kill another. The surrounding zombies remained utterly indifferent to its actions. Apart from the ones being devoured, which instinctively struggled, the rest continued their mindless, aimless wandering. This spectacle terrified the onlookers to the core. They had only witnessed zombies attacking humans and gathering frantically towards any signs of life until now. This was the first time they had witnessed a zombie consuming its own kind. The voracious zombie feasted rapidly. After killing one, it swiftly gulped it down and began hunting for the next. Xiao, observing from a distance, was filled with astonishment. It was a zombie undergoing evolution. This creature had undoubtedly consumed a significant number of humans to evolve so rapidly. It had reached a critical point of evolution where it required a vast amount of energy, compelling it to devour its own kind. The crystals from zombies were not only beneficial to humans, but also to the zombies themselves. Once it had consumed enough, it would evolve into a second-tier zombie. Su Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was no longer in a hurry to intervene. He intended to wait for this zombie to complete its evolution before striking, thus securing a second-tier crystal for himself. The humans above were paralyzed with fear, their eyes wide as they watched the zombie devour its kin. As the speedster zombie continued its feasting, its form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. A layer of fine scales developed on its exterior, rendering it increasingly reminiscent of a lizard-human hybrid. Its claws elongated, and the decaying flesh on its body began to regain vitality, turning a vibrant red and slowly healing. It had transformed from a mere semblance of humanity into something almost beast-like. Its aura grew stronger, eliciting reactions from the surrounding zombies, who began to approach it willingly. The creature seized the opportunity to take down the approaching zombies, gorging itself while the remaining zombies lined up, awaiting their turn to be slaughtered. The world seemed to fall silent as the humans above stood in stunned disbelief. The only sound was the increasingly distant gunfire, reminding everyone that the military was drawing near. Finally, 5 minutes later, the zombie emitted a thunderous roar, its scales shifting to a dark gray, its aura now far more formidable. It had transformed into 8B2-type zombie. Upon completion of its evolution, the B2's eyes appeared to gain a flicker of intelligence, and it suddenly fixed its gaze on the tightly shut dining hall door, revealing a greedy glint. With a shrill cry, it commanded all the remaining zombies, who immediately surged toward the door, attacking it with fervor. Having reached the second tier, the zombie's intelligence had begun to enhance, allowing it to command lesser zombies. They're breaking in. The zombies are coming. The students screamed in terror at this sight. The dining hall had only 2 floors, leaving them with no means of escape. Even the vice principal and several teachers were drenched in cold sweat, desperately shouting for silence. But not a single student could hear, consumed by the impending threat of death. Now was the moment. Xiao burst forth from his hiding spot, charging towards the B2 zombie. Its keen senses detected him instantly, and it turned with an enraged shriek. It dropped to all fours, launching itself like a cheetah towards him. The clash between two second-tier beings was fierce. The B2's claws lunged for Xiao's eyes. He attempted to block with his dragon spring blade, but with a single strike, it was cleaved in two. Fortunately, Xiao had anticipated this, and, as the blade shattered, he swelled with power. With the blood rage skill activated, his strength surged, and he kicked the B2 away. Xiao followed up with a punch to the B2's head, disorienting it as it attempted to rise. He knew that he could not allow this speedster zombie to escape. Otherwise, it would vanish and reappear when he least expected it. Thus, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon its skull. Despite being a second-tier creature, the B2's body was frail, its scales merely an adaptation for speed. Under the weight of Xiao's iron fists, it wailed in agony, its claws desperately clawing at him. However, fueled by blood rage, Xiao's strength approached that of a third-tier being, and with a single blow, he shattered one of its claws. Once he had rendered its claws useless, he seized its throat with one hand and relentlessly struck its head with the other. The surrounding zombies were flung aside as he wielded the B2 like a weapon. Look, there's a person outside. He.S. beating that zombie. The second floor was packed with spectators, witnessing Xiao's Herculean strength as he battered the zombie, even fracturing its hardened skull, dark brain matter spewing forth, leaving everyone in shock. Could there really be such a formidable human? Ultimately, the B2 could not withstand Xiao's onslaught, its head crushed beyond recognition. Tragically, it had only just evolved to the second tier, experiencing greater intelligence before meeting its demise at Xiao's hands. Xiao extracted a blue crystal, larger than a first-tier core, beaming with delight as he pocketed it. He cast a brief glance at the people upstairs before turning to leave. Ordinary zombies pursued him, but he paid them no mind. His objective had been accomplished. Hey, are you human? Don't go. Save us. The voices of the desperate students echoed, pleading for help amidst the distant gunfire. The gunfire grew closer, evidently indicating that the military had breached the campus. Xiao, fully aware that soldiers had already entered, did not linger. With the effects of blood rage still in play, he moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, swiftly vanishing into the distance, leaving behind a crowd of disappointed faces on the second floor. Attention, all survivors. We're the military stationed in Yanhai City. Please remain patient as we clear the campus of zombies, and we will escort you to safety. Please wait calmly. Chapter 37 Awakening. Xiao had already departed from the school, and the effects of his rage had dissipated. Where are the others? Xiao emerged from the outer wall towards the small gate, yet he found no trace of the Jihi sisters. This was the girls' back street, once a bustling thoroughfare filled with snacks and shops, now almost entirely transformed into residential buildings. The street lay desolate, with every household's door securely locked, while a few remained ajar, with only a handful of zombies wandering in the distance. Big brother, we are here, on the second floor of a nearby residential building. Wu Qian waved at Xiao. Soon, a group descended and gathered around him, unscathed, although the chubby one still appeared timid. There was a military truck that passed by earlier, so we hid, Wu Qian explained. Xiao scrutinized her, puzzled. Then why didn't you follow the military? Wu Qian opened her mouth and then resolutely replied, I believe it would be safer to stay with you. With so many people in the school, even if the military could rescue them all, the journey was fraught with uncertainties. Zombies lurked everywhere. Wu Qian's reasoning surprised Xiao. You've certainly thought this through. Her cheeks brightened at his praise. Xiao then glanced at the Jihi sisters, who regarded him with a newfound respect rather than the initial wariness. After all, his actions had been aimed at ensuring their escape. Although he had promised not to look after them, without his deliberate training, these girls would not have mustered the courage or developed the combat skills necessary to face zombies alone. Finally, Xiao's gaze settled on the chubby one. who trembled under his intense scrutiny and straightened to meet his eyes. Soon, you must confront the zombies on your own. Yes, to Su Xiao's surprise. The chubby one responded with unexpected enthusiasm. Su Xiao declared, "Since you have chosen to follow me, let me clarify a few things. First, I am not alone. I have saved many others. As my companions, we do not intend to regroup with the military, but rather band together to survive in this apocalypse. The conditions may not be better than those of the military, nor necessarily safer. Second, those who follow me must adhere to my rules." Su Xiao's gaze burned fiercely. "My rules are simple. Cowards and the weak leave. Those who disobey leave. Those who harm their companions shall be killed. In short, everything will follow my arrangements. Should you defy my commands, I will not hesitate to cast you out. Is that clear?" Su Xiao surveyed everyone with the authority of a leader. "Understood," the girls shouted in unison. Though his words sounded dictatorial, not a hint of dissatisfaction emerged among them. After the harrowing experiences at school over the past few days, they had come to realize that in this apocalypse, order was uncertain and the state's capacity to restore it was unknown. To survive, they could only rely on themselves or depend on the strong. In the short term, they could certainly not survive alone, and Su Xiao, despite his harshness, genuinely cared for their well-being. Thus, they were willing to follow such a formidable leader. "Let us proceed," Su Xiao commanded without further ado. "Chubby, do you see that zombie? Go." There were only 3 zombies ahead, and Su Xiao pointed to one. The chubby one gulped nervously, stammering, "Boss, there are 3 all at once?" "Don't worry. The other 2 zombies aren't yours." Su Xiao understood the need for gradual progression and exchanged a glance with Wu Qian. She immediately caught on and called out, "One person stepped forward to join me in taking down those 2 zombies." Several hands shot up in response. They had adapted to the zombies and were no longer terrified of confronting them, especially under Su Xiao's watchful eye. Everyone wished to perform well. Ji Xian also raised her hand. Su Xiao noticed and said, "Jiying, you go." Thus, Jiying and Wu Qian charged towards the 2 zombies. Su Xiao's focus remained on the chubby one. Recalling Su Xiao's previous words, the chubby one resolved not to succumb to fear. He clutched a steel pipe, salvaged from who knows where, and cautiously approached the zombie. The creature, catching his scent, lunged excitedly towards him. Images of brutality flashed in his mind, causing his face to blanch and his body to tremble, nearly dropping his weapon. Yet he steeled himself, shouted, "Damn it," and swung the iron rod fiercely at the zombie's head. Due to his nerves, he miscalculated and struck the zombie's neck instead, causing it to stagger but continue advancing. "Keep going." Su Xiao Suden Li Bak Ge. The chubby one mustered his resolve, calming his frantic heart. This time, he focused intently on the zombie's head, shouted loudly, and struck accurately at the top of its skull, sending it crashing to the ground. Then, without any guidance, he lunged at the fallen creature, frantically pounding its head while shouting. Admittedly, the scene lacked the valor of a warrior. It resembled a frightened child striking a small bird with a stick. Yet, even a wild flurry could defeat a seasoned master, and after over 100 blows, the zombie's head was reduced to a mangled mess, finally succumbing. "It's dead. Stop hitting it." Wu Qian, who had long dealt with her opponent, couldn't help but say. Having slain his first zombie, the chubby one felt an immense relief as he tossed the pipe aside, his gaze momentarily vacant. Su Xiao smiled faintly. "You see, the thing you feared most is not so terrifying after all. You only envisioned the outcome where it would kill you. Yet you never considered that your prediction was merely a forecast, one that could change within minutes. Just as a falling leaf has countless trajectories, so too should your life be. I hope you can grow stronger and slay the second, the third, until you become a brave warrior of the supernatural." Su Xiao beamed at him. Overcoming his fears, this fellow could become a true wielder of powers, someone useful to Su Xiao in the future. The chubby one excitedly declared, I will. The fear in his eyes dissipated as he gazed at the remaining zombies, and despite the familiar sense of impending doom creeping back, he felt no fear, for he understood that he could no longer be a weak man. He too must bravely confront the zombies and not fall behind the women around him. Chapter 38. Arrangements. At this moment, Su Xiao suddenly addressed the nearby residential building. "You can come out now. No need to hide." The crowd immediately turned their gaze. From the corner of the wall, a bespectacled young man silently emerged, observing Su Xiao from a distance. A faint smile graced Su Xiao's lips as he waved at him. The young man approached Su Xiao but remained silent. He appeared to be in his early 20s, similar in age to Su Xiao, but his handsome features and scholarly demeanor evoked a sense of gentle familiarity. "Why aren't you waiting for rescue with them?" "The military has arrived," Su Xiao inquired with curiosity. The young man paused for a few seconds before responding. "The military cannot evacuate many people, and their plan to shelter survivors is likely to fail." Su Xiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, fixating on him. "What leads you to such a conclusion?" "Because I specialize in communications and have previously studied the population and topography of Yanhai City. I am unaware of the situation outside or the number of zombies. But I know that the military's resources and strength are insufficient to save the inhabitants of an urban area. Moreover, this disaster is national, even global in scope. Following them, I cannot predict my future. However, it seems you require assistance, and you wish to establish your own power, correct? I believe I can be of some use." The young man stammered slightly. Su Xiao's gaze brightened with a different kind of excitement. "Are you willing to follow me?" he asked again. "I am. I can fight zombies. I will be a valuable asset to you," the young man declared with newfound courage. Su Xiao nodded, implicitly accepting him into the group. Thus, the number of their party grew to 11. On the subsequent journey, Su Xiao mostly refrained from engaging, allowing the others to take turns confronting the zombies. Gradually, even the more timid members became emboldened, with Su Xiao only intervening when confronted by zombies exceeding twice their numbers. Upon entering the community, Su Xiao immediately sensed a stark contrast. The previously roaming zombies had vanished, indicating that Li Qianxi and his team had indeed executed Su Xiao's directives with precision. Two patrollers rushed over, visibly excited. Su Xiao promptly approached them. Meanwhile, Wu Qian and the other girls curiously surveyed the area. Observing the two men greet Su Xiao with respect. "How have you managed the tasks I assigned you?" Su Xiao inquired. The two responded immediately. "Brother Kaitu is leading a few men to clear the zombies from building to building. They have already cleared half. And there are several trapped survivors inside who are clamoring to join us. Many have even fled to the stairwell." Su Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. The two men gazed at the throng of young women behind Su Xiao with astonishment, yet none dared to speak out of turn in his presence. Upon reaching the stairwell, Su Xiao spotted several men and women crouched in various corners. Tang Ying and Yu Jiao were engaged in conversation. Tang Ying approached with a smile. Su Xiao surveyed the individuals and asked, "Are they all here to seek refuge?" Tang Ying nodded that, as if recognizing Su Xiao as the leader. A middle-aged man promptly ingratiated himself, saying, "Hello, I wish to join you and accompany your group." Su Xiao regarded the 9 individuals, both men and women, and stated coolly, "I only accept those with capability. Have any of you fought zombies?" Silence enveloped the group. Su Xiao maintained a calm demeanor. "This is not a shelter for the weak. If you wish to join me, you must contribute." He then ascended the stairs, ignoring them. The man suddenly shouted, "I can. I will go kill zombies right now." He gritted his teeth and dashed outside, prompting the others to follow suit upon witnessing his determination. "Ying, if you believe any of them are suitable after they have fought zombies, inform me to retain them without my consent," Su Xiao directed Tang Ying. She appeared momentarily taken aback. Su Xiao added with a smile, "While I am not present, you may exercise decision-making. All right?" Tang Ying, inspired by his inquiring gaze, felt her uncertainty dissipate, confidently affirming, "Understood. By the way, these are my new recruits. The male group has been assigned. And now I leave the female combat team to you as captain, with Wu Qian as your vice captain." Su Xiao's words filled Wu Qian with surprise. "All right," Tang Ying readily agreed. Su Xiao then turned and ascended the stairs alone. Wu Qian and the others turned their attention to Tang Ying, who was of their age. Tang Ying instructed, "Wu Qian, right? I am Tang Ying. Now, send 2 people to monitor those individuals, and the rest will continue clearing the floors to see if we can find more survivors willing to join us." Wu Qian executed the orders without hesitation. Except for Su Xiao, the others busied themselves. Su Xiao ascended alone. although it appeared he was enjoying a sense of ease, having subordinates to manage tasks. It merely alleviated many of his burdens. As a reborn individual harboring ambitions to establish a formidable sanctuary for humanity amidst the apocalypse, Xiao had countless considerations to ponder. The apocalypse had already reached its 8th day, and on the 10th, another blood rain was imminent. The strength of the zombies would surge dramatically. If he could not swiftly cultivate a solid foundation of followers and secure a refuge, he risked falling behind. Perhaps in terms of abilities, Xiao was likely the first human to achieve second-tier evolution since the onset of the apocalypse. However, he was acutely aware that countless new humans were awakening across the land of Xiao, many of whom shared similar ambitions and began forming their own factions. This was an era dominated by rampant zombies. It was also a time of fierce rivalry among ambitious individuals. He was akin to Zhu Yuanzhang, who had just emerged from a broken village in history. If he failed to strategically position himself and leverage his foresight of the future, he too could be engulfed in this apocalyptic age. To command an ever-expanding group, his own strength was paramount. He needed to remain at the pinnacle of power. Seated on the sofa, he retrieved a second-tier crystal core and began to absorb its energy. Around 3 in the afternoon, the roaring sounds of vehicles outside roused Xiao from his reverie. The second-tier crystal core had only enhanced his physical attributes by about 10%, leaving him still distant from reaching the 3rd tier. Xiao then descended the stairs, as a cacophony of noise filled his ears. Chapter 39. Seizing resources enough. Stand down. Anyone who dares to approach shall face my blade. A fierce cry echoed from the members of the combat team, wielding their machetes. Yet, a gathering of over 20 men, women, and children stood defiantly, brandishing their own weapons and shouting back at the combat team. You have scavenged all the resources around us, leaving us to starve. Why should we suffer in silence? We demand our share, or you shall have no peace. A portly man with a knife glared menacingly at the leader, Li Tianxi. Anger surged within Li Tianxi as he raised his weapon and retorted, "You shameless cowards! If you had any courage, you would venture out and find resources for yourselves instead of cowering in your homes. You tremble at the sight of a zombie, yet now you dare to confront us over supplies? If you have the audacity to steal, I shall ensure you regret it." Youthful vigor propelled Li Tianxi forward, and as he stepped ahead, a dozen men rallied behind him, their anger directed at the audacious crowd. Their resolute stance unnerved the opposition. Faced with Li Tianxi's imposing figure, drenched in the blood of zombies from their recent hunts, the portly man's bravado faltered. His voice softened. "You have 3 trucks of supplies. And with so few of you, how can you possibly consume it all? Why not share a little? Many of us have families who have gone days without food. Can you not offer us a chance to survive?" Once fierce men now spoke with desperation. "You seek resources? Very well." Xiao's voice rang out unexpectedly. The team parted respectfully, allowing him to approach Li Tianxi. With piercing eyes fixed upon the opposing group, he calmly stated, "We can indeed provide you with supplies. It is our duty as fellow humans. However, what significance does that hold if, despite our generosity, you remain too cowardly to confront the zombies? For days now, I have witnessed your inaction in aiding one another. Now, when faced with a common enemy, you unite against us. Do you not fear that we might show you no mercy?" Xiao's gaze turned icy, his aura emanating a terrifying intensity that left the crowd before him paralyzed with fear. They had witnessed his prowess firsthand. Hundreds of zombies were no match for his strength, a veritable monster among men. "It is our fault. Have mercy on us. Once we are fed, we promise not to remain idle," the portly man pleaded. Xiao turned to Li Tianxi, commanding, "Provide them with a truck of supplies." Without hesitation, Li Tianxi acquiesced, ordering the release of a truckload of provisions. Thank you. The group exclaimed, eager to rush forward, but Xiao raised a hand to halt them. "Wait." They paused, anxiety etched on their faces. Xiao continued, "While I have no issue granting you supplies, I have one condition. These resources were painstakingly gathered by my people and shall not be taken lightly." "Anything you ask," they replied, their eyes fixated on the food. When the military arrives, you must not acknowledge our presence. Remember that. Su Xiao's cold gaze swept over them. Understood. Su Xiao stepped aside, permitting them to take the truckload of goods. Why must we conceal our visit from the military? What harm could it cause? Dan Xing Yin Gui, leaning toward Su Xiao with curiosity. It is unwise to engage with the military at this juncture. They may requisition our supplies, and there are deeper reasons. Su Xiao left the thought hanging. Tang Ying nodded, comprehending his intent. Su Xiao's gaze lingered on the group as they transported the supplies. The military still possessed significant power, and should they notice his small base, complications would surely arise, most notably concerning Zhou Yu, a trump card Su Xiao had yet to reveal to the forces in Yanhai City. Turning away from the scene, Su Xiao addressed his own team. They gathered promptly at the base, awaiting his inspection, while a few of Li Tianxi's men, who had been collecting resources, could not help but glance resentfully at the departing group laden with drinks, instant noodles, and cooking oil. Su Xiao surveyed his team. They comprised individuals from various backgrounds, some from shopping malls, others from schools, and a few fresh recruits who had just slain zombies, bringing their numbers to 33, a formidable force indeed. Not to mention the 5 special ability users, Li Tianxi, Kai Tu, Tang Ying, Yu Jiao, and the portly man. In this apocalyptic landscape, Su Xiao felt a surge of confidence. Aside from himself, no one else possessed such a plethora of extraordinary individuals. I understand that many of you may be perplexed or even angered by my decision to provide those individuals with a truck of supplies. I do not intend to elaborate on this matter now. You may disagree with my actions, but I ask that you follow my orders without question. Conceal your doubts for now. Understand that I am neither a saint nor a fool, and I have no desire to explain myself at this moment. At his words, many straightened, silently suppressing their discontent. Su Xiao's commanding demeanor was indeed authoritative, but he possessed the leverage to enforce it. Without him, these individuals would still be lost and unsure. Everyone performed admirably today, particularly you, Li Tianxi. Your resource collection was exemplary. Su Xiao praised him, eliciting a smile from Li Tianxi. The new members were then divided into male and female combat teams, with their respective leaders tasked with training them swiftly on how to slay zombies. Yes, Li Tianxi and Tang Ying replied in unison. Make sure to rest well tonight. Tomorrow we depart. I have identified a location in the suburbs with fewer zombies, where safety is more assured. As time progresses, the number of zombies in the city will only increase, and we must leave post-haste. Understood. Everyone, return to your quarters. The group dispersed, some unloading supplies, while others ascended to rest. Chapter 40. The Powers of Light and Darkness. Jiao. Come here. Yu Jiao approached Su Xiao with an anxious expression. Brother Su, do you feel like everyone else is busy, while you're the only one feeling bored? Su Xiao smiled at her. Indeed, I do not wish to be idle. Merely drifting through each day. It weighs heavily on my conscience. Yu Jiao chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, Su Xiao asked, Jiao, do you miss your family? Yu Jiao froze for a moment, her countenance immediately darkening, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Of course I do. My parents, my younger brother. I have no idea how they are. My hometown is so far away, and communication has been cut off. I don't even know if they are still alive. I dream of them every night. Sob. As she spoke, Yu Jiao could no longer hold back her tears and began to weep. Dan Xing, who had been conversing with the female team members nearby, glanced at Yu Jiao before turning away. Su Xiao gently patted her shoulder in consolation. Yu Jiao immediately collapsed into his embrace, clutching his waist and burying her head in his abdomen, sobbing. Su Xiao kept his gaze lowered, remaining silent. He reflected on his own situation. Su Xiao's parents had long been divorced, and he had been raised by relatives. Thus, he held no emotional attachment to his biological parents. The only family member he missed was a cousin who had vanished in his previous life. Even after becoming a powerful being, he had searched across vast distances but found no trace of her. After 2 lifetimes, he had grown indifferent to familial bonds. Seeing Yu Jiao cry stirred something within him, yet he ultimately returned to his calm demeanor. In this apocalypse, how many still had a family to return to? When Yu Jiao had cried her fill and looked at Su Xiao with red-rimmed eyes, he spoke. From today on, Your task is to be my assistant. You must hone your mental abilities, particularly the skill of confusing the mind. In time, you will find your own space to shine. Follow me, and I promise you will not suffer. Now, gather Ji-Ying, Ji-He, and Wu-Qian. Yu Jiajiao complied and left. Su Xiao casually retrieved a can of beer from the supplies his subordinates had brought, a spoil from a small supermarket raid, and made his way upstairs. Before long, Ji-He, Ji-Ying, and Wu-Qian appeared before Su Xiao. Brother Su, you call for us? The three girls felt a newfound sense of restraint in Su Xiao's presence. Earlier, when they were with him alone, they had teased him, but now, in the company of others, they recognized Su Xiao as their leader, the one guiding them to survive in this desolate world. They dared not act too casually. Su Xiao, do you know why I summoned you? They shook their heads. Are you aware of the existence of ability users? The girls' eyes brightened, and they nodded eagerly. Initially, they had perceived Su Xiao's formidable power and his ease in navigating through hordes of zombies as godlike. It was only after joining the team and learning from Tang Ying about their current circumstances that they grasped the concept of ability users. They realized how fortunate the chubby guy had been to awaken simply by consuming a crystal core. Su Xiao continued, our team needs strong leaders. Wu Qian, I have high hopes for you. I hope you can become an ability user as well, which would help in managing the team. Take these crystal cores and distribute them to the girls tonight. Let's see if anyone can awaken their powers. Wu Qian excitedly accepted the bag of crystal cores from Su Xiao. Thank you, leader. Go ahead, he replied. Wu Qian nodded, casting a hesitant glance at the two sisters before quickly departing. Ji noticed Su Xiao's fixed gaze on the sisters, feeling a mix of tension and wariness. At that moment, her mind raced with thoughts. Did the leader have ill intentions toward them? No, that must not happen. She would never allow Su Xiao to harm them. However, Su Xiao handed her another crystal core, saying, you two sisters can begin absorbing these here. Ji was taken aback, and Ji-Ying felt bewildered. Why do we have to absorb them here? Her sister asked nervously. Because I believe your chances of success are greater. You will become ability users, Su Xiao replied, his eyes sparkling with encouragement. Do you not wish to grow stronger? In this apocalypse, only by possessing power can you protect yourselves and one another. Don't you agree, Ji-He? Upon hearing this, Ji-He looked at Su Xiao with gratitude, taking the crystal core from him. Thank you, leader. We will absorb them right here. I want to prove that your judgment is correct. Su Xiao smiled, leaving the sisters with a mysterious aura, as if he could truly discern who was most suited to awaken their abilities. Ji-He, without hesitation, led Ji-Ying into Su Xiao's room, closed the door, and began to consume the crystal cores. Su Xiao, meanwhile, replenished his energy with some bread and chicken legs before settling onto the sofa, closing his eyes to continue absorbing the first-tier crystal cores gathered by his subordinates, despite the diminishing returns for him. The following day, just past 4 in the morning, Su Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, glancing towards the adjoining room. 2 distinct energy fluctuations surged forth, releasing a potent wave of energy perceptible only to ability users. Another 2 strong ability users. Su Xiao beamed with delight. While others remained in a deep slumber, the ability users were engaged in their absorption of crystal cores. Only Tang Ying, from the next room, was stirred awake. She slowly opened the door and stepped out. Come sit. Su Xiao beckoned with a smile. Tang Ying obediently settled beside him, clad in a black, form-fitting nightgown that subtly accentuated her graceful figure. Her long, fair legs were striking, and her exquisite face exuded a captivating allure, a sight only Su Xiao was privileged to behold. At this moment, only he, Tang Ying, her mother, Yu Jiajiao, and Zhou Yu resided in this household, now joined by the Ji sisters. Tang Ying unreservedly sat next to Su Xiao, casting a surprised glance around his room. Both of them have awakened as ability users? Indeed, and it seems they possess the rare dual abilities of light and darkness. Su Xiao feigned surprise, exclaiming with feigned awe, his face beaming with joy. How did you know they would awaken? Tang Ying queried curiously. Oh, just a sixth sense of mine, sometimes accurate, sometimes not. Su Xiao casually explained. Tang Ying fell silent. Their bond was profound enough that words were unnecessary. She had long regarded Su Xiao as the most significant person in her life apart from her mother, while he saw her as the only confidant from his past life. They both cherished this unique relationship, unbroken by the need for further intimacy. The door swung open, and Ji Ying and Ji He emerged, excitement illuminating their faces. "Brother Su, we successfully awakened our abilities. I have the power of darkness, and my sister has the power of light." This sensation of controlling elements. Ji Ying closed her eyes in bliss, her entire being seemingly melding into the darkened room, her presence becoming ethereal. Chapter 41. The obstacle in the dark. Su Xiao discerned the presence of a formidable entity concealed in the shadows. This was the unique ability of a dark-type ability user, capable of seamlessly merging with their surroundings in dim environments, akin to Su Xiao's blood perception. Meanwhile, his sister, Ji Xian, showcased her prowess as a warm light radiated from her palm, enveloping those nearby in a comforting warmth reminiscent of sunlight. It was as if all negative emotions were utterly obliterated by this luminous glow, leaving both body and spirit invigorated. Indeed, the powers of light and darkness had emerged. Su Xiao beamed at the two sisters, congratulating them on becoming ability users. Ji Ying, however, remained grounded, aware that their evolution was a gift from this man. Without him, she and her sister might still be languishing in a school office, awaiting an uncertain fate. "Everything we have is bestowed upon us by our leader. Now we possess the capability to confront zombies. We will follow your orders." Ji Ying gazed earnestly at Su Xiao. "Patience," Su Xiao replied with a smile. "Your abilities are commendable, yet for now, they may not serve a significant purpose. What you require is the honing of your courage. For the time being, you will rejoin the girls' combat team under Tang Ying's guidance. Focus on training to adapt to this apocalypse. Given your status as ability users, certain privileges will be afforded to you, and I shall elaborate on the specifics in due course. My only principle is this: within my ranks, even the weak have the opportunity to become strong, and the strong must continually strive for improvement. Everything revolves around teamwork. In this apocalyptic era, it is only by banding together that we can survive." With that, Su Xiao dismissed the sisters, urging them to explore their newfound powers, while Tang Ying began preparing breakfast as dawn broke. At precisely 7 o'clock, everyone gathered downstairs, ready for the day ahead. Su Xiao donned his freshly laundered combat uniform, his signature backpack slung over his shoulder, and approached the crowd with quiet determination. Li Tianxi respectfully inquired, "Su Ge, where are we headed next?" "To the outskirts of West City. There lies a villa area that is presently suitable for our residence," Su Xiao replied, surveying his core members, including Li Tianxi, Kai Tu, Wu Qian, and Tang Ying. He issued commands. "Li Tianxi, Kai Tu, lead the combat team to escort these two vehicles of supplies as rearguard." "Understood." "Ying, you will take the girls' team to protect the rear of the convoy, ensuring everyone's safety." Danjing notet solemni. Her gravitational abilities had become remarkably adept. Her capacity to manipulate triple gravity was even more formidable than Kai Tu's physical prowess. Moreover, she had mastered ranged attacks, carrying a bag of collected steel balls capable of obliterating a zombie's head within a 50-meter radius thanks to her keen perception. She was now the second strongest after Su Xiao. Regrettably, Su Xiao's promising member, Wu Qian, had yet to awaken an ability. Nonetheless, he retained her position as deputy leader of the girls' team due to her bravery and intelligence, which would greatly assist Tang Ying. Zhou Yu was also among the girls' team, unaware of her special significance to Su Xiao, yet determined to contribute alongside her peers as a warrior. Even Tang's mother had been safely escorted onto the vehicle. Only Yu Jiao stuck out her tongue, looking at Su Xiao with curiosity. "What about me?" Su Xiao regarded her and replied, "You will accompany me to attend to some matters." Yu Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Just the two of us?" Upon noticing Su Xiao's inquisitive gaze, she felt a bit embarrassed, adding, "It's wonderful to have the opportunity to train with the leader." Su Xiao chose not to respond. At the entrance, four massive, mutated dogs lay obediently by the door, lazily observing the crowd. For them, without Su Xiao's command, they would not budge. The sound of revving engines stirred many of the surviving residents, who peered from their windows with complex expressions as they watched Xiao's convoy depart with the two vehicles of supplies. These were individuals lacking the courage to venture outside, yearning for Xiao's provisions, yet unwilling to risk their lives alongside him. They firmly believed that if they waited long enough, someone would come to rescue them. Let them continue to wait. Soon, only Xiao and Xiao remained in the vicinity, accompanied by the 4 large dogs circling around Xiao. Where are we headed? Xiao inquired, brimming with curiosity. We shall explore and see what supplies we can procure. Once we have settled on the other side, we will send someone to collect them. Xiao responded thoughtfully, recalling Li Yilong and others from the hospital. The apocalypse was a calamity, yet for some, it was also an opportunity. Boss, what are those people doing? One of his subordinates questioned, observing the 2 vehicles filled with supplies. A group of 12 individuals crouched atop a nearby building, eagerly watching the medium-sized trucks slowly pass by, flanked by a contingent wielding various weapons, clearing the path ahead. Why fear? Our boss possesses special abilities. We can simply seize the supplies, they suggested, glancing at a man in work attire beside them. The man basked in the admiration of his subordinates, a smug smile creeping onto his face. Having acquired special powers, he felt a sense of supremacy over the ordinary folk around him. After decisively dispatching several zombies and rescuing this group, he had successfully gathered his first band of followers and, in recent days, had continued to recruit more. With 2 attractive women clad in revealing outfits clinging to his arms, he felt an overwhelming swell of pride and ambition. Let us go. Let us see if we can snatch this batch of supplies. It'll last our brothers for several days, he declared boldly. His followers cheered enthusiastically, rallying around him as they descended the stairs. Soon, they positioned themselves at an intersection along the convoy's route, brazenly standing in a line, excitedly watching the approaching vehicles. Li Tianzi scanned the surroundings, his boredom palpable. Since awakening his abilities, he was no longer susceptible to harm from ordinary zombies. Yet, he refrained from becoming complacent, fully aware that even his newfound strength paled in comparison to that of Xiao or the formidable women by his side. Xiao's benevolence towards his subordinates, including his strict decree that ability users must not bully ordinary members, deeply resonated with him. He was, after all, a young man imbued with a sense of justice. Xiao's various methods of operation were worthy of his earnest emulation. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by the shouts of his subordinates ahead. Chapter 42. You are the younger brother of my younger brother. Stop. What are you doing? The roadblocker shouted arrogantly. Xiao's men, unwilling to show weakness, retorted. What does it matter who I am? Why are you blocking the road? Do you want to get beaten? The 12 or so men at the front of the convoy instantly cracked their knuckles, eager for a fight. However, upon seeing the large group opposite them, they felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, recalling their leader, they regained their confidence, sneering, leave your supplies. You lot should scram as far as you can. Oh, robbing us? You dare? Li Tianzi's subordinates exchanged glances, their expressions filled with silent mockery. One of the men, seemingly unable to contain himself, pushed past his underlings and arrogantly declared, Friends, hand over your supplies. I, Shi Wang, have taken a liking to them. You wouldn't want to lose your lives over some food, would you? Or perhaps, since you all seem quite robust, why not join me? I promise you a life of plenty in this apocalypse. What do you say? The man exuded an air of arrogance, lighting a cigarette as he spoke with a nonchalant gaze. Li Tianzi found this amusing. The escorting process had been dull, but now a diversion had appeared. He stepped forward and said, Enough of the posturing. If you're capable, come over and take them for yourself. Let us see what you're really made of. The man's expression darkened abruptly as he tossed aside his cigarette, barking, You're asking for death. Attack. Bring them down. His 7 or 8 henchmen immediately charged forward with a raucous cry. Li Tianzi's group surged forward as well, and the two factions clashed. Reminiscent of a street brawl, with a furious roar, the man began to transform. His clothes ripped apart as he morphed, his body sprouting yellow fur, limbs becoming sharp claws, and his head taking on that of a ferocious wolf. He had turned into a beast man. By the heavens, a werewolf. The crowd was taken aback. Li Tianxi initially wore a serious expression, astonished that someone could transform like a character from the movies. However, the more he looked, the more he found it odd, and soon he couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "Brothers, take a good look. Are we sure this is a wolf? Because the more I see, the more it resembles a large dog." Upon closer inspection, the crowd erupted in laughter. Indeed, the creature's fur was not golden, but a rather unappealing shade of brown, and its drooping ears gave it the appearance of a large, upright dog. "You fools! You seek death." The man, now transformed, had expected to intimidate his opponents, but was instead met with laughter at his expense. Enraged, he charged forward in a frenzy. The ordinary members of the team quickly scrambled to avoid him. Joking aside, they all recognized that he was an extraordinary individual, a power user they needed to face with caution. Li Tianxi's eyes lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "A body-enhanced ability user like Kaitu? Perfect for me to practice against." Though Xiao claimed that physical enhancement ability users were formidable, they merely specialized in different areas, with elemental users generally holding the upper hand. However, one could only ascertain the truth through experience. The outcome had been that Kaitu was thoroughly bested. There was no denying that physical enhancement ability users possessed immense strength, with endurance and combat capabilities several times that of an ordinary human. A first-tier Kaitu could even lift over 500 pounds. However, when compared to the devastating power of fire element ability users, it was akin to inviting disaster. As Kaitu pursued, he fled at the sight of two fireballs, which exploded and scorched him, leaving him no choice but to evade. In stark contrast, the large dog man appeared to be sturdier. Li Tianxi swiftly conjured two massive fireballs, hurling them towards the advancing beastman. This display terrified the creature. It had never witnessed anyone else wielding such extraordinary abilities, especially the capacity to forge large fireballs. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. He executed a dramatic roll to the ground, narrowly escaping the fireballs. "Ah!" Li Tianxi exclaimed with delight. "Let me introduce you to my newly mastered skill, double fireball." He clasped his hands together, instantly forming a fireball the size of a soccer ball, radiating brilliance. Just as the dogman clumsily rose from the ground, he spotted Li Tianxi's fireball and was instantly struck with terror. "No, I was wrong, good sir. Spare me." His pleas came too late. The colossal fireball smashed into him. The unfortunate beastman howled as he was flung backward, his fur singed black, leaving behind only a pair of charred shorts that crumbled to ash. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, particularly the two women who had previously cheered him on. His henchmen were swiftly subdued, cowering on the ground, while a burly man brandishing an axe glared menacingly at them. Li Tianxi and his companions surrounded the fallen creature. Li Tianxi delivered a kick to him, causing the man to yelp in pain. In fear, he sat up, his fur receding rapidly, transforming him into a hairless, terrified figure gazing at Li Tianxi. "Brother, it was mistaken. I didn't realize you were one of us. Please, spare me this once." The man whimpered, crouching on the ground. "Just a moment ago, weren't you the one insisting we serve you? What kind of leader are you, really?" Li Tianxi retorted with a smirk. "I spoke too hastily. You're the boss now, right?" The man, now fearful for his life, quickly dropped his facade, pleading with Li Tianxi, "Boss, Li Tianxi Chocolat, you have some skill. Join us and await your fate. However, I'm not yet your leader. I still have my own superior. My word alone doesn't count. You'll need my leader's approval to be my subordinate." Laughter erupted among the group. The man appeared bewildered. "You're so powerful, and you still have a superior?" Li Tianxi scoffed. "What do you mean powerful? There are 5 or 6 like us in our team. You'd just be another underling." The man's expression shifted to confusion. Had he misheard? This young man could control fire, which was already terrifying enough. To learn there were 5 or 6 others like him, not to mention a superior above them, was overwhelming. At that moment, regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have stayed far away, living as a carefree little leader instead. Truly, showing off would only invite calamity. Chapter 43. The final guardian's Xiao was unaware that shortly after his subordinates departed, he had acquired a new ally. Currently, he stood outside the police station, scrutinizing the tightly shut glass door. Several large dogs patrolled the vicinity, commanded to prevent any zombies from approaching. Lying beyond the entrance were multiple corpses of Arthur, transformed into zombies, some evidently beaten to death, while others bore gunshot wounds to their heads. Xiao's eyes brimmed with sorrow. This was a group she had always respected as an ordinary citizen. Yet in this indiscriminate disaster, they too were subjected to the specter of death. Suga, there must be someone inside. Look, their holsters have been unfastened, and there are bullets and shell casings on the ground. Someone must have taken their guns. Xiao, unusually astute, pointed out the clues to Xiao. With a keen gaze, Xiao replied, "Then we must enter to see if there are any survivors within. There should be a cache of weapons here, crucial for our team's development. We have many ordinary individuals, and as the zombies grow stronger, it will become increasingly difficult for them to inflict harm with melee weapons. This is part of my purpose for coming here." Xiao, do you understand why I brought you along? Xiao shook her head. "If necessary, you can use your abilities to control the people inside. Your powers are equally effective against humans and even more potent." Xiao preferred to avoid using force against ordinary individuals, and having Xiao with him would mitigate many complications. Understood. Xiao not that Vigo du sin. Clearly aware that she was following Xiao and needed only to trust his guidance. Xiao knocked on the door and called out, "Is anyone inside?" Barely a moment had passed when a window on the upper floor of the police station opened, and two ominous gun barrels emerged. Xiao discerned that they belonged to two men in uniform. He shouted again, "I mean no harm. I merely wish to ascertain if there are survivors here." His voice resonated powerfully. A voice responded, "Stay where you are." Xiao patiently awaited their next move, certain that survivors were indeed present. Shortly, three uniformed men, armed and alert, approached the door, their weapons trained on Xiao. As he observed them closely, he noted that these three Arthurs appeared clean, yet bore expressions of fear and vigilance, indicating that the situation was dire. Otherwise, there would not have been only three of them brandishing weapons at him. Xiao raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Meanwhile, Xiao, still hesitant, swiftly raised her small hand, adopting an attitude of innocence. Seeing Xiao's compliance, the three men relaxed slightly. One of them stood at the door, scrutinizing Xiao. "What are you here for?" "We are survivors from the apocalypse, passing through, and I sought to find some weapons to combat the zombies," Xiao candidly explained. The Arthurs, possessing keen judgment, saw no need for deceit, which would only lead to needless misunderstandings. Upon hearing Xiao's words, they seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Many have come seeking weapons in recent days. I can give you 2 guns. Do your best to survive." One of the Arthurs, evidently aware of the hardships ordinary people faced in this environment, drew 2 firearms for his waist. However, Xiao did not accept them. Instead, he inquired, "What is the situation at the police station? Are you the only ones here?" "Yes," he replied. "After the apocalypse struck, many comrades fell ill and bit those nearby, leading to an ever-growing number of zombies." Then, he sighed heavily, his sadness palpable. Xiao nodded silently, asking, "What about the country? Will someone come to rescue you?" The 3 Arthurs fell silent, as they themselves were uncertain about this matter. Following the apocalypse, all communications had been severed, satellites disrupted by unknown forces, rendering them incapable of transmitting messages. Even the highest-ranking officials had succumbed to the ranks of the zombie horde. "If you cannot survive outside, you can come here daily for some food," they offered sympathetically, yet no one suggested opening the door to let Xiao in. Clearly, even now, their vigilance remained high, fearing Xiao might be a foe intent on stealing secrets. Xiao stated, "I wish to see if there are any survivors willing to leave with me, and to take some weapons for defense. I am sheltering many people and require a substantial amount of weaponry to fend off the zombies. Is there any possibility for negotiation?" "No," one of the Arthurs replied firmly. "These weapons belong to the state. Without orders, we cannot release them." Another Arthur countered, "Lu Wei, we cannot adhere to regulations at all times. Have you forgotten that we can no longer contact the state? The outside world is infested with zombies. Regardless of conditions outside, this city has fallen. What purpose does hoarding these weapons serve?" The arsenal's purpose is to be utilized in times of crisis. The public is suffering, and most of our comrades have perished, leaving only a few of us to struggle. What significance does this hold? Lu Wei, a man in his 30s, glared at the speaker. This is our duty. Without orders, no one can act. Besides, he wants even more. We witnessed our comrades being devoured. The man ground his teeth, glaring at his companion. You always cling to your rigid principles. We serve humanity, not cold, bureaucratic commands. Moreover, we have no one to command us any longer. We can wait no more. Lu Wei fell silent. Xiao maintained a solemn expression, patiently awaiting their decision. He held great respect for these individuals, striving for order amidst chaos. Yet he was compelled to acquire these weapons for his own survival and that of his group. Eventually, Lu Wei fixed his gaze upon Xiao and declared, I can provide you with weapons, but any distribution must be led by me. Otherwise, the arsenal is equipped with self-destruction mechanisms. Xiao nodded in silence. The two officers finally opened the door, allowing Xiao to enter. However, of the three, two continued to point their guns at him, trailing behind him and Jiao, while Lu Wei led the way. To Xiao's surprise, the expansive courtyard was devoid of any living zombies. Instead, it was littered with the bodies of countless undead, perhaps numbering in the hundreds. Many still wore uniforms, clearly the work of Officer Lu and his men. Did you lure the zombies away? Xiao inquit suddenly. Yes, two of my comrades did that. They also perished outside. Lu Wei replied, his tone devoid of emotion, yet the sorrow and anguish were palpable to all present. Upon entering the opulent multi-story building, two female officers emerged, weapons drawn, and aimed at them. It's us, Lu Wei announced. Only then did the two lower their weapons, exchanging questioning glances with Lu Wei. Provide them with some weapons, Lu Wei instructed impassively, and the two women remained silent, merely watching Xiao and his companion. Xiao maintained a stoic expression. Mused that experience often surpassed youth, recognizing that while they claimed to be three, there were indeed two more present, truly the Arthurs. Yet, Xiao believed these individuals might very well be the last guardians of their kind. Lu Wei's authority was evidently superior to that of the other officers, enabling him to command them. As he walked, he asked, how many people have you gathered? About 40, Xiao replied. Lu Wei gazed at Xiao in astonishment, a trace of admiration flickering across his face. Impressive. I hope you can protect these individuals and many more, allowing them to survive. Although the world is in such disarray, it would be even better if there were more people like you. Xiao replied, would you like to join me in seeking a safer place? I will ensure that all of you thrive. No need, Lu Wei bluntly declined. Soon, Xiao became acutely aware of the stringent security measures in place. They traversed through numerous anti-theft doors, including reinforced alloy gates equipped with fingerprint locks, before entering what appeared to be a hidden chamber on the second underground level. This place resembled a prison, with room after room. As Lu Wei opened one of the doors, Xiao's eyes brightened with surprise. Chapter 44. The Villa District. This expansive room housed a myriad of shelves, each brimming with an array of firearms. Not only were there various models of guns displayed, but the walls were adorned with an assortment of weaponry, including two formidable Type 05 submachine guns. This particular model was once favored by Xiao, a former ordinary individual. Its powerful fire rate and impressive range, capable of firing approximately 600 rounds per minute, rendered it a true weapon of mass destruction. Among the other firearms were the Type 81, Type 95, and Type 03 automatic rifles, along with a selection of handguns, predominantly the Type 77, which served as the standard sidearm for national security. In addition, there were numerous crates marked with prohibitive labels containing ammunition, as well as boxes housing suspected grenades and other weaponry. The arsenal within this room was sufficient to equip a battalion of 100 men, suggesting that this was Arthur's regular armory. How many do you require? Lu Wei inquired, his gaze fixed on Xiao. At least 40, Xiao responded without hesitation. Additionally, I need 3,000 rounds of ammunition. Arthur cast a skeptical glance at him. Can you even carry that much? It's just the two of you, and one of you is a woman. Rest assured, I can manage it. I merely need a few of you to assist in transporting them to the open area outside. Su Xiao confidently assured them. Lu Wei furrowed his brow, anger creeping into his voice. You're deceiving me. 40 guns and 3,000 rounds weigh several hundred kilograms. How do you intend to carry them away? Su Xiao chose not to argue. He surveyed the room and approached the largest metal box, which bore a weight label of 75 kilograms. With a single hand, he effortlessly lifted it above his head, maintaining an expression of indifference, as if it were merely a carton of beverages, before placing it down and stating earnestly, I am not an ordinary person. Following this, Su Xiao briefly explained the concept of evolution resulting from consumption of crystal energy. The Arthur members were visibly taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. You all might want to give it a try, to see if any among you can develop extraordinary abilities which could significantly increase your chances of survival in this apocalypse. Lu Wei no longer doubted Su Xiao's capacity to transport the weapons. He suddenly realized that had Su Xiao desired to employ force, he would have been utterly defenseless against him, let alone to defend this place. A new glint of wariness crossed his eyes as he expressed gratitude. Thank you for your warning, and I hope you can use your powers to save more lives. Rest assured, Su Xiao replied. They provided him with 35 Type 77 handguns, 10 Type 95 automatic rifles, 2 crates of ammunition, totaling 4,000 rounds, and a box of grenades. These were all items Su Xiao had fervently requested, and ultimately they acquiesced. In total, there were 5 crates. After moving them to the open area of the courtyard, the onlookers were left wondering how Su Xiao would transport these 5 crates of weapons. Would he drive them away? To their astonishment, Su Xiao merely whistled towards the outside. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Wei and his companions were left in awe as 5 massive beasts, akin to tigers, leapt effortlessly over the 2-meter-high electronic fence and charged toward them. The faces of Lu Wei and the others paled as they prepared to fire. But Su Xiao quickly intervened. Do not misunderstand. These are my pets. Your pets? How is that possible? They are clearly monsters. The Arthurs were filled with terror, unable to believe their eyes. From a distance, Su Xiao signaled for the Mao to lie down. The intelligent dog immediately halted and obediently lay on the ground, wagging its tail. The others followed suit, except for the clumsy Si Mao, who, in its haste, stumbled and tumbled head first onto the ground, rolling a few times before dazedly standing up and looking around. Upon hearing the reprimand from the older golden retriever, it quickly lay down as well, its bright yet wise eyes darting between its elder and Su Xiao, excitedly wagging its tail. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Wei and his companions were left utterly speechless. The seemingly formidable mutated beasts had been tamed by Su Xiao. Their perception of this young man transformed entirely. Su Xiao proceeded to secure the crates onto the backs of the dogs and address Lu Wei. Are you truly not coming with me? Lu Wei remained silent, simply waving him off. Su Xiao refrained from further conversation, and the 4 dogs, each shouldering a crate, followed him as they exited the premises. Jiao, perplexed, questioned, why aren't they leaving? Their presence here serves no purpose. Let go of that concern. We've already delayed them by over an hour. We must catch up quickly. With the 4 large dogs leading the way and Su Xiao at the center, they encountered no threats along their path. However, midway, they stumbled upon a horde of corpses numbering in the thousands, which included a second-tier A2 zombie and 2B1 zombies. Su Xiao coveted their crystal cores but feared becoming ensnared within the massive horde. Thus he opted to bypass them swiftly. By around 10 o'clock, Su Xiao finally reached the Western District, where he recognized a familiar, opulent community. The streets were devoid of zombies, though numerous corpses littered the ground, and the tracks of large vehicles were evident, indicating that Li Tianci and his group had arrived ahead of time. As Su Xiao approached the tall walls of the community, he noticed 2 vehicles parked at the entrance, with several individuals on guard, while Li Tianyu and the others were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Su Xiao Inguit, leader, Xu Yi. Tianyu and the others went in early to clear out the zombies, an individual replied. Su Xiao nodded, observing their gaze fixed on the 4 large dogs, and commanded, unload the items. Sure. The group, evidently familiar with the dogs, proceeded to relieve them of their burdens without resistance. When one member curiously examined the boxes, they gasped, "Guns and grenades." Upon noticing Su Xiao's gaze, they hastily focused on unloading, yet the excitement and astonishment within them were palpable. The leader had procured firearms, and in such quantities. It wasn't long before Li Tianyu and his group emerged, their faces lighting up upon seeing Su Xiao. "How'd it go inside? There shouldn't be too many zombies, right?" Li Tianyu replied earnestly, "Indeed, only a few dozen. This seems to be a wealthy neighborhood, with impressive villas. However, we've discovered 2 or 3 households with survivors who are reluctant to engage with us." Su Xiao declared, "Let them be. Drive the cars inside. This area is far from the city and quite secure. It can serve as our refuge." The group promptly complied. Su Xiao surveyed the relatively pristine villa district with satisfaction. Being a wealthy area, the population was sparse, and how many zombies could there possibly be? There were a total of 23 villas, apart from 2 that were occupied. The rest were available for the group. This revelation delighted everyone immensely. These were standalone villas, each worth at least 10 million. Most of them had only heard of such places. Few had ever seen or lived in one. Now, under Su Xiao's leadership, this territory belonged to them. Chapter 45. Establishment of the refuge. Su Xiao surveyed the surroundings and selected the grandest and tallest villa, which stood as the crown jewel of the community. Sprawling over thousands of square meters and rising 4 stories high, exuding an air of magnificence. As the leader, Su Xiao naturally understood the importance of enjoying the finest resources. The others settled in 2 adjacent villas. The entrance of his chosen villa was wide open, having been forcibly breached by Li Tianyu and his companions. Inside, the lavish decor was striking, embodying a minimalist European style. The first floor was spacious, with a kitchen stocked with rice and flour. Once owned by a man in a suit who had met an untimely demise, his body now a grotesque sight, devoured by a zombie that resembled the caretaker, emitting an unbearable stench of decay. "Have a couple of people clean this up," Su Xiao remarked, furrowing his brow, but not dwelling on it. As he ascended to the second floor. The second floor radiated luxury, featuring 3 bedrooms, a master suite, and 3 additional rooms, all impeccably furnished. The master bedroom was adorned in an exceptionally romantic style, hinting that its previous occupant was a dandy. The third floor boasted a gym, a home theater, and a collection room filled with numerous valuable antiques. The top floor revealed an open-air swimming pool, with a nearby space for tables and lounge chairs. Standing atop the villa, one could gaze out over the entire villa district and the artificial lake ahead, a sight that left Su Xiao marveling at how well this individual had enjoyed life. "Ying, Jiao, choose your rooms." Su Xiao called to the 2 women, who were equally astonished. "All right," they replied, excitedly heading off to organize their new quarters. Su Xiao's mother, Tang, settled on the first floor, which also had 2 rooms. Thus, this villa was now home to Su Xiao and his most trusted companions. After an hour of settling into their new abode, the group gathered outside Su Xiao's villa around 11 o'clock. Su Xiao gazed at his dozens of subordinates and felt a surge of pride swell within him. "From this day forth, this place shall be our home, our refuge. We are all part of this base, and to ensure we can live well here, it is time to establish rules and arrangements." Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, the crowd's spirits lifted. They finally felt a flicker of belonging. Only those who have been displaced can truly understand the value of a stable home. All were survivors of shattered families, drifting like rootless weeds in this apocalyptic world. But at this moment, they realized they had finally found their roots. Su Xiao continued, "As a refuge, various tasks need to be executed. Since our numbers are still small, I will temporarily divide us into 2 teams, a combat team and a logistics team. The original male and female combat teams will remain unchanged. As for the logistics team, I will select from among the ordinary people. Those who prefer not to face zombies may volunteer." As he scanned the faces of the men, silence reigned. When he turned to the 10 or so women, 2 hesitantly raised their hands. Su Xiao nodded. "The logistics team will be responsible for providing meals. As our numbers grow, we will further subdivide the roles. Can you 2 cook?" The 2 women nodded. "I can help with cooking." Tang, Su Xiao's mother, stepped forward with a smile. Su Xiao hesti da. But your health isn't fully restored yet. It's no trouble. I'm not elderly. I used to work in a restaurant, washing dishes and assisting in the kitchen. I'm sure my culinary skills will satisfy you. We can all work while I sit back and enjoy. I'm already quite content. Tang expressed her gratitude towards Su Xiao and glanced at Tang Ying. My mother is an excellent cook, and besides, there are 2 girls to assist. Su Xiao agreed. Very well, the logistics team will consist of just 3 members responsible for our meals. Today, everyone is tired. Take a well-deserved rest. Tomorrow, you need not venture out, but wait for my instructions. Thank you, leader. The group erupted in joyous laughter. A day's rest felt like a holiday to them. Li Tianxi chimed in. Now that we have a refuge, we can no longer call each other casually. I propose we uniformly address you as leader. The crowd quickly agreed. Su Xiao merely smiled in acknowledgement. A bass must have a singular voice, and that voice was his own. With that, everyone began to disperse. Given the likelihood of water contamination, they could only use purified water for cooking, which alerted Su Xiao to the pressing issue of scarce survival supplies. Furthermore, the warehouse he had long kept sealed needed to be activated. It had been his plan since the onset of the apocalypse. Additionally, the future development of the base, whether expanding the population, gathering supplies, or strengthening the defenses of this community, needed to be addressed. As noon approached, the call for lunch echoed, drawing everyone to the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Due to the extensive menu and large number of people, Tang prepared the meal in the villa's outdoor courtyard. Some helped erect a makeshift shelter, while others miraculously procured a large iron pot, with 3 gas canisters steaming away. Tang prepared 2 large pots of rice and a hearty chicken stew. The supplies they had collected consisted mostly of snacks, canned goods, and marinated meats. More than sufficient to sustain dozens for 10 to 15 days. The crowd, bowls and chopsticks in hand, eagerly filled their bowls with steaming rice and ladled on the fragrant stew. Many savored the meal, thoroughly enjoying the moment of happiness. Heaven knows, after approximately 10 days since the apocalypse began, this was their first taste of warm food. Su Xiao, too, shared in the feast, having grown weary of canned goods. Once his supplies arrived, he would no longer endure such hardships. At the very least, he could indulge in the vegetables he had stored. After the meal, the group rested briefly before receiving new orders. Although Su Xiao would not allow anyone to venture far before the second blood rain, the defenses of the villa district needed to be constructed. While the others remained unaware of the apocalypse's true horrors, how could Su Xiao be oblivious? The current situation was merely a prelude. Ordinary zombies still fell within the realm of what regular people could handle. However, the impending second blood rain would plunge the remaining humans into a new hellish world. After the second blood rain, ordinary zombies would undergo a degree of evolution, becoming far more formidable. This reign would herald a new wave of zombies, introducing various peculiar species to the fray, each emerging in the aftermath of the second blood rain. Chapter 46. The visitor on a rainy night, Su Xiao silently scrutinized the individual before him, his gaze devoid of sorrow or joy, yet sharp and penetrating like that of a hawk. Wang Shi, somewhat intimidated, lowered his head, his heart filled with profound fear for this supreme leader. He had previously dismissed Li Tianxi's claims that the power of the ultimate leader surpassed that of their entire group. But now, standing face to face with Su Xiao and feeling the overwhelming pressure akin to that of a mighty mountain, he broke out in a cold sweat. In comparison, his own aura of strength appeared utterly insignificant before Su Xiao. I have heard that you possess the ability to transform into a beast, specifically a dog for combat. Su Xiao observed him with a hint of surprise. Upon hearing his leader refer to his ability as turning into a dog, Wang Shi felt 3 black lines appear on his forehead. However, he dared not retort and humbly replied, "Not a dog, but truly a wolf." Su Xiao regarded him with appreciation. The beast transformation ability indeed belonged to the category of physical powers, yet it was far rarer. Such an ability, which seemed to resemble a mutation into a wild beast, was considerably more advantageous than mere physical prowess. Those who could transform would inherit the traits of their chosen animal. For instance, a bear-like beastman would possess claws as lethal as those of a wild beast, with destructive power far exceeding that of the ordinary physical abilities. A bird beastman might even sprout wings, gaining the fleeting ability to soar through the skies. Excellent work, Li Tianzi. You have made a significant contribution this time. Su Xiao praised him. Thank you, boss. I wish to recruit him into my combat team. Would that be permissible? Li Tianzi inquired, glancing at Wang Shi eagerly. Of course, there is no issue with that. With each new ability user, our base grows stronger. In the future, should you encounter similar ability users, feel free to recruit them to our base. Here, they will not have to worry about sustenance, as we provide basic survival guarantees. Furthermore, as our numbers increase, resources for training will not be lacking. I should make a note of this for you. Su Xiao smiled. Haha, thank you, Chief. Li Tianzi exclaimed. You should also express your gratitude to the Chief. By joining us, at least you won't have to fear being devoured by zombies. Li Tianzi clapped Wang Shi on the shoulder. Wang Shi, recognizing the formidable strength of Su Xiao's group, realized that while he could no longer live as freely as before, he had found a secure place. He promptly said, "Thank you for taking me in, Chief." His companions were promptly integrated into Li Tianzi's male combat team, significantly bolstering their strength with 8 additional members. As for the 2 women accompanying Wang Shi, Su Xiao was not interested in keeping them close. They could remain with Wang Shi, but would be temporarily assigned to the logistics team to provide meals for the group, until Su Xiao's team expanded. Every individual needed to contribute. There would be no allowance for idle personnel. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, the sky transformed into a bizarre shade of red from the break of dawn. Those who had witnessed this crimson hue could not help but feel a surge of fear, for they understood that this ominous rain had altered the world into its current state. After the blood rain, they could only wonder what further changes would unfold. Everyone stayed huddled within the villa, with the ability users diligently absorbing the crystals distributed by Su Xiao for their training, while ordinary members spent their time idly chatting to pass the hours. Before long, the blood-red rain began to fall again, accompanied by thunder and lightning. An aura of destruction enveloped the entire sky. Su Xiao sat by the window, jotting notes in a notebook, while occasionally glancing at the darkening sky. His eyes deep in thought. For some unknown reason, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart, yet he could not discern its origin. Yu Jiao brewed a cup of coffee and placed it on Su Xiao's desk, lost in her own thoughts as she gazed out at the rain. The blood-colored rain, when seen by any living soul, would inevitably evoke fear, as if it were the blood of a demon, tainting the earth and bringing forth corruption and darkness. Su Xiao, I'm so scared. Yu Jiao suddenly spoke, her voice trembling. Su Xiao set down his pen and turned to her, asking, "What are you afraid of?" "I don't know, but I just feel an overwhelming fear and confusion in my heart. I fear death, yet I suddenly find myself questioning the meaning of my existence. I feel as if we are but a group of souls trapped in hell, and this disaster is a punishment from the heavens for us mortals." My mother often burned incense and prayed, saying that the people of this world have lost their humanity, filled with evil intent, and one day they will face retribution. Your mother spoke wisely, Su Xiao replied, contemplatively. Perhaps this apocalypse is indeed a divine punishment. However, whether we dwell in heaven or hell, we must strive to survive, for only by living can we await the moment when hell collapses and heaven descends. Do not dwell on these thoughts. There is nothing to fear, for we are still here. Yu Jiao looked up at Su Xiao, comforted by the rare softness in his demeanor. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she smiled and threw herself into his embrace, resting her head on his lap. As long as I have you, Su Xiao. The rain persisted into the night. Around 8 o'clock, while patrolling with umbrellas, Kai Tu and his companions suddenly heard the distant roar of an engine, growing ever closer. The group immediately fell into a state of alert. Soon, a light appeared on the horizon, and a jeep came barreling towards them, recklessly crashing into the obstructed vehicles on the road. Perhaps having spotted their flashlight, the vehicle that was initially about to take another route swerved sharply, racing towards the villa, accompanied by a man's desperate shout. "Is anyone there? Help! Stop right there. Pull over to the side. We could talk once you're out." Kai Tu shouted. It must be said that his recent position as deputy captain had indeed honed his skills. Once an oblivious individual, he had quickly matured into a competent little manager with the acquisition of abilities and authority. The jeep halted in front of the gate, and two men and a woman hurriedly exited the vehicle. One of the men pleaded, "Please, help us. There's a monster chasing us. Many of our companions have already been eaten." Just as Kai-Tu was about to respond, one of his subordinates exclaimed anxiously, "Kai-Tu, look over there. What is that thing?" Kai-Tu shone his flashlight into the distance, his eyes widening in horror. He beheld a terrifying mass, around 2 meters tall, lumbering towards them. It was a grotesque sight, resembling a revolting, monstrous lump. Its limbs were disproportionately small, reminiscent of a T-Rex's front claws in comparison to its massive body, which was as corpulent as a 300-pound behemoth. Its belly and thighs sagged with dark flesh, while its head was disproportionately small, with bulging, green glowing eyes akin to a frog's, instilling a chill in the hearts of all who beheld it. Chapter 47. The Toxic Mutant Zombie. What manner of creature is this? What should we do? A wave of panic swept over the patrol team. As the leader, Kai-Tu quickly steadied himself amidst the murmurs of his subordinates, turning to one of them and bellowing, "Quick, inform the chief and Tian Ci. The rest of you, follow me outside." The group immediately dispersed. Outside, 2 men and a woman pleaded, "Brother, please let us in to hide." "No, we can only decide once our leader arrives. Stay hidden, and those with courage, come with me to confront it." Kai-Tu's expression was fierce as he brandished a heavy fire axe, pushing open the door and stepping out first. The rest of the group stood at the entrance with their weapons, anxiously watching as the massive figure in the rain staggered closer. Soon, the creature came into view, and the sight was even more shocking up close. Its body was as corpulent as a tower, with dark, purplish flesh, and its claws were as thick as a bear's arms, its entire form undulating with fat. Upon catching the scent of humans, it seemed to become exhilarated, its bulging eyes fixating on Kai-Tu and the others, accelerating toward them. Yet, due to its immense size, even in a sprint, it resembled an elderly person jogging. Kai-Tu's gaze hardened, and he shouted, "Charge! So what if it's big? Let us chop it down." With that, he led 4 valiant men, weapons raised, into the fray. Kai-Tu quickly reached the monstrous creature, leaping high and bringing his fire axe down forcefully onto its head. Contrary to expectations, the impact felt more like striking a mound of fat than solid bone. The axe embedded itself deeply into its skull, creating a gash that bled profusely but failed to penetrate further. The zombie, feeling pain, erupted in fury, swinging its massive arm and striking Kai-Tu with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground with a pained scream. The others fared no better. Their weapons merely tore small gashes into its body, releasing streams of putrid green slime. Suddenly, the creature's body quaked, and a surge of powerful recoil emanated from it. Several were thrown back by the force. Its body was so soft that it was impossible to inflict real damage. "Damn it, we can't even hurt it." Fear was evident on their faces. At that moment, Kai-Tu staggered to his feet, his strength formidable enough to cleave a person in 2. Yet, striking this beast resulted in an even more terrifying recoil that nearly shattered his insides. He rose in a pitiful state, blood trickling from his mouth, pallid and injured from the shockwave. It was as if he were battling an enormous rubber ball. The more force he applied, the more it rebounded. "We're doomed." The 2 men and the woman huddled in fear, staring at their impending doom. Just then, Li Tianci arrived with a large group at the entrance. "Kai-Tu." Upon seeing Kai-Tu's condition, Li Tianci's expression turned grave as he stared incredulously at the monster. The creature, noticing the influx of people, became even more agitated. Its belly suddenly bulged as if filled with air, its cheeks puffing up like an inflated frog, before it violently spewed forth a mass of unidentified liquid toward Li Tianci and the others. "Get back!" Li Tianci shouted in alarm. Although he was unaware of the nature of the vomit, he was certain it was no good. As the crowd dodged, the liquid struck the door with a resounding impact, revealing a horrifying sight. The black substance quickly corroded the door, creating a gaping hole nearly half a meter wide. Had it not been for the solid construction of this upscale villa neighborhood's door, which was 30 centimeters thick, a regular iron gate would have been eaten through entirely. Beware its attacks. Getting splashed means certain doom. Li Tian Chi shouted. He then commanded, "Elemental users, follow me." He swiftly conjured a massive fireball and hurled it at the creature. With a resounding boom, Li Tianxi's fireball ignited the zombie's enormous frame. The intense adhesion and combustibility transformed it into a blazing giant. Its thick layers of fat served as the perfect fuel, causing the flames to swell higher, engulfing its entire body. The grotesque outer skin crackled and sizzled, releasing nauseating black grease. Roar! The corpulent creature went berserk. Its lower body heaved, its small eyes filled with hatred as it opened its mouth wide, continuously spewing forth that highly corrosive liquid. The crowd was thrown into disarray, struggling to maintain their formation. Xiao appeared on the scene, astonished as he recognized the zombie outside. It was a C-type zombie, specifically a C2. Such zombies were common in the past, with C-type denoting those possessing special abilities, making it one of the most varied classifications. Unlike A and B types, which specialized in enhanced strength and speed, C-type zombies evolved unique powers akin to humans. The one before them was a C2 toxic explosive zombie, boasting second-tier strength. It was on par with Xiao. Its specialty lay in its highly corrosive venom, capable of effortlessly dismantling human structures while exhibiting formidable defense and a rebound effect that rendered physical attacks ineffective. Only elemental abilities could effectively counter them. Notably, upon death, their bodies would self-destruct, releasing a widespread toxic liquid attack, a nightmare for small enclaves in the past. The defensive walls they constructed were mere paper against hordes of such zombies. To Su Zhao's dismay, the blood rain had yet to cease, and now a C-type zombie had emerged. "Everyone stay calm," he commanded. "Ying, your abilities are not suited for close combat. Use steel balls to strike it." Following Su Zhao's directives, the group felt a renewed sense of purpose and began to act. "Damn it, let you experience my chain fireballs." Li Tianqi relentlessly conjured fireballs, hurling them at the monster. While they might not inflict damage on its thick form, they kept the flames alive, blackening its entire body and turning its outer skin into charred remains. A grotesque sight indeed. Tang Ying produced a steel ball, imbuing it with her gravitational powers, and launched it with tremendous force, piercing the creature's body and leaving a fist-sized hole, green liquid gushing forth. This was a significant blow. The relentless barrage from Tang Ying left the monster riddled with wounds, allowing the flames to seep in and inflict additional damage. As it struggled to unleash its toxic liquid, Li Tianxi seized the moment and launched a fireball directly into its mouth. With a thunderous explosion, its jaw erupted, sending half its head flying, and its body collapsed to the ground with a deafening roar. "Well done." The crowd erupted in cheers, looking at Li Tianxi with admiration. Chapter 48. The gathering place of distant mountains, the second-tier zombies were indeed formidable, even under the relentless assault of Li Tianxi and Tang Ying, both first-tier ability users. They could not be vanquished. Instead, both of them exhausted their powers. The creature staggered back to its feet, its charred skin peeling away with the movement, revealing a layer of dark flesh beneath, surprisingly still encased in fat. Xiao had no intention of engaging directly. He wished to observe the true combat capabilities of his subordinates. Ji Ying, it's your turn. Ji and Ji Ying, who were watching from the sidelines, one mastering dark abilities and the other light abilities, were among the most talented in their group, second only to Tang Ying. Xiao could not possibly keep such remarkable combat potential hidden, especially since they needed to hone their skills. Ji Ying immediately pointed at the toxic explosion zombie and commanded, "Dark Erosion." This was her first offensive ability. A surge of dark energy transformed into a beam of black light that struck the toxic explosion zombie, swiftly spreading across its body. A large section of its abdomen turned gray, as if it had lost vitality, and a considerable chunk of flesh fell away. The toxic explosion zombie, in agony, charged towards the wall in a frenzy. Light healing. Ji Ying unleashed her skill, and in an instant, a radiant glow emanated from her palm, its reach extending 3 meters. Within this luminous sphere, Li Qianxi, Tang Ying, and Kai Tu felt enveloped by a comforting warmth. "My energy is rapidly restoring," Tang Ying exclaimed in astonishment. "My wounds are healing automatically." Kai Tu marveled as he watched the black handprint left by the toxic explosion zombie on his abdomen slowly mend, the flesh rising back to its normal state and the black mark fading. Ji Ying's current skill was healing-oriented, capable of restoring a portion of abilities and accelerating the healing of physical wounds. "In the future, you can coordinate with each other." Su Xiao nodded in approval. "Understood, Chief. We're joining the fight." Li Qianxi and Tang Ying re-entered the fray, with the fervent attacks of the 3 ability users. The slow-moving and damaged toxic explosion zombie had its flesh continuously battered, flames fully engulfing its body. At last, mere 8 meters from the entrance, it could no longer endure. Its steps faltered, and it let out a low roar towards the sky. Su Xiao's expression changed, and he shouted, "Quick, get back. It's going to self-destruct." Although they did not comprehend the implication, Tang Ying and the Ji sisters promptly obeyed and fled, under the watchful eyes of the others. The massive zombie suddenly inflated like a colossal meat balloon, then erupted with a thunderous explosion. Limbs and grotesque morsels of flesh splattered everywhere. Even those sheltered inside the door were caught in the aftermath, screaming in disgust. The tremendous explosive force created a 20-centimeter deep crater in the ground where it stood, corrosive liquid splattering around and viciously eating away at the surface, leaving small holes in the splintered door. The chaotic scene left everyone dumbfounded. They had witnessed ordinary zombies and even the towering first-tier zombies with immense strength, but never had they encountered such a devastating creature that could wreak havoc even in death. It was akin to a living bomb, causing destruction wherever it went. Thankfully, it had not reached the entrance. Otherwise, the door would have been utterly obliterated. Tang Ying and the others stood in stunned silence, their hearts racing with fear. Had they not evaded, even the residual shockwave could have claimed their lives. Such was the might of a second-tier zombie. Su Xiao turned to Li Qianxi and inquired, "How do you feel?" "Terrifying. I depleted my powers and merely incinerated a layer of its skin. Had it not been for our combined efforts, none of us could have dealt with that zombie." Li Qianxi replied with a bitter smile. Although victory was theirs, not a single face among them bore a pleasant expression. The ability users were particularly grim, overshadowed by a sense of mortality. The ordinary men felt an even deeper sense of helplessness, acutely aware that they could not even approach the zombie without facing dire consequences. They simultaneously realized how fortunate they were that Su Xiao had gathered them together, with so many ability users present and their leader to bolster their strength. Otherwise, a typical group of refugees encountering that zombie would surely meet with annihilation. One of its toxic explosions could decimate them all. The 3 escapees were left in stunned disbelief at the powers displayed by Li Qianxi and the others. Led into the villa, they lowered their heads like docile chicks. Li Qianxi dispatched individuals to clear the chaos outside, while Su Xiao scrutinized the 3 newcomers and asked, "How did you encounter this zombie?" "We encountered it on the road. While we were out scavenging for supplies, it spotted us and has been following us ever since. Originally, there were 7 of us, but 4 were killed, devoured by it. Only the 3 of us survived," replied a man named San, his words illuminating Su Xiao's mind. They were from another gathering place, a small enclave of over 20 individuals. Their leader, Li Yuanshan, was a factory assembly line worker who also possessed unique abilities, thus establishing his dominion over them and creating a survival point in that factory area. Many among them were survivors from the assembly line, and after their small factory fell, they found themselves trapped inside, until Li Yuanshan led them to eliminate hundreds of zombies and carve a path to escape. They lacked food, but were in dire need of supplies, particularly water and living essentials. Indeed, many had begun to gather their forces and establish individual human enclaves. It seemed that after this bloodbath, Yanhai City was poised to become bustling with activity. After arranging for their temporary stay, Su Xiao resolved to visit this Yuanshan gathering place when the opportunity arose, hoping to consolidate their numbers, as he was in dire need of labor. This bloodbath differed from the previous one. The first was the reign of disaster, a virus mixed within that transformed those who were drenched into zombies. However, the second reign posed no threat to humanity. Rather, it was a feast for the zombies. Following this deluge, Su Xiao deduced that intelligent zombies with kingly potential would begin to emerge one after another. Su Xiao needed to cultivate more of his ability users diligently, at least to nurture another second-tier user to prevent a recurrence of today's scenario. Should he be absent, the situation might not be so easily managed. As for the candidate, Su Xiao thought without hesitation it was naturally Tang Ying. He tossed the second-tier crystal core found by Li Tianxi to her and said, "Absorb this. It will aid your swift ascension to the second tier." "For me? What about you?" Tang Ying looked at Su Xiao, concerned. "I'm already at the second tier and am contemplating the transition to the third. A couple of second-tier crystals hold little value for me. I require higher-level cores. Once you ascend to the second tier, I could devote more energy to searching outside." Su Xiao regarded Tang Ying with high hopes. By this time, the night had deepened, and the sound of rain seemed to diminish. Chapter 49. Allocation of combat roles. What fragrance is the most enchanting? Su Xiao personally believes it to be the natural scent of a girl, a fragrance that even genetics cannot resist. At that moment, he gazed in astonishment at Xiao, who was propped up on the edge of the bed, watching him. "What is the matter? Why did you enter my room without a word?" Su Xiao glared at her. Xiao chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Ji wants to talk to you." "About what?" Su Xiao was perplexed, his mind racing as he tried to fathom what Ji he could possibly want to discuss. Although the allure of the sisters was undeniable, he was not yet willing to jeopardize his meticulously crafted plans for a moment of physiological impulse. "I don't know, but I can't shake the feeling that she has ulterior motives." Xiao furrowed her brow, expressing her skepticism. Su Xiao fixed his gaze on her and commanded leave. "Huh? What? You think just because you let me into your room, I want to watch you change?" A mischievous smile danced on Xiao's face as she teased. "Is that allowed?" "Absolutely not." Su Xiao swatted her behind, sending her out of the room. When Su Xiao finally emerged, dressed and ready, he found Ji He seated in the living room. "What is wrong, Ji He?" Su Xiao asked, clad in military attire, his tall frame and impassive expression exuding an air of authority that made Ji He momentarily blink in surprise. Leader, I don't have anything urgent. I simply wish to chat," Ji He replied, regaining her composure and speaking nonchalantly. Su Xiao smiled and said, "Sure, what would you like to discuss? Feel free to speak your mind. There is no need to hold back here." Ji He, embodying a sophisticated demeanor, sat upright, her athletic figure elegantly outlined beneath her attire. "Leader, do you have feelings for my sister? I could arrange for you two to date," Ji He stated bluntly, cutting to the chase. Su Xiao stared at her in shock, at a loss for words. What was Ji He doing? Selling her sister? What did she mean by arranging it for him? Furrowing his brow, Su Xiao asked, "Are you in some kind of trouble?" "No, I just think that in this apocalypse, my sister and I are quite vulnerable. And I've noticed that Ji Ying is fond of you. We have no parents, and Ji Ying will eventually need to marry. In these dire times, she requires a man who can protect her, and among everyone in the base, you are the only one I deem suitable," Ji He explained. Seeing Su Xiao remain silent, she pressed on, "Do you find my sister unworthy? She is a good girl, raised with care, and knows how to be considerate." "Stop," Su Xiao intervened, raising a hand to silence her. "I do have physiological needs, but I am not the sort of man who indiscriminately seeks release. Have you discussed this with your sister?" Ji He had indeed not asked Ji Ying, who was still sleeping in. She had mustered her courage to approach Su Xiao, believing her seniority warranted it. "I understand your concerns, Ji He," Su Xiao said calmly. "I am the most powerful person in the base and the strongest combatant. Are you trying to secure a special status for your sister by facilitating a relationship with me?" Ji He was taken aback that Su Xiao saw through her intentions. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, yet she silently nodded. "Do not worry. As long as you both put in the effort, your abilities will merit greater rewards." If she truly harbors such feelings, she should approach me herself, not through you. You cannot dictate her future, understand? Su Xiao spoke gently, locking eyes with her. He, moved by Su Xiao's composed demeanor, nodded in shame, then said, I will take my leave now, leader, and hastily made her exit. Su Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. She truly was a good sister. After a simple breakfast, he stepped outside to the open area. The sky had cleared, and warm sunlight bathed the ground. Although puddles of crimson water remained, Li Tianci and the others were busy selecting a new batch of weapons, a haphazard collection of axes, steel pipes, and electric batons gathered from various sources. As they distributed them to the group, Su Xiao suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten about the firearms he had procured. Li Tianci, come here. Li Tianci immediately approached respectfully. Leader, did you call for me? His eyes brightened, recognizing the urgency of the matter. Why didn't you remind me? Su Xiao zet po jet lai di. Li Tianci, somewhat embarrassed, replied, You didn't mention it, so didn't he dare touch those items. This response affirmed Li Tianci's loyalty. All right, bring out those weapons and distribute the firearms. Upon hearing Su Xiao's command, Li Tianci leaped with excitement. Yes, I'll do it right away. Clearly, he had long awaited this moment. Axes and steel pipes paled in comparison to firearms. What man wouldn't he prefer a gun? Especially against zombies. Wielding firearms versus melee weapons evoked entirely different sentiments. The former would instill fear of being caught by a zombie, while the latter would almost invite more zombies to be shot down. The group eagerly gathered, their eyes fixed on the boxes on the ground. Then glancing back at Su Xiao, noticing their fervent interest in the weapons, Su Xiao declared seriously, We will indeed distribute firearms, but after this reign, the zombies will not be as sluggish as before. It may become difficult for you to kill them one-on-one. However, ammunition is limited, only 4,000 rounds, so the distribution of firearms and bullets must be regulated. Wu Qian, Su Xiao called out. Here. Wu Qian immediately stood up. You have consistently performed excellently. I hereby appoint you as the leader of the combat logistics team, responsible for recording and distributing ammunition. Yes, Wu Qian replied excitedly. As a member of the female combat team, though she held a deputy position, she felt overshadowed by the powerful Tang Ying. Now, transitioning to a logistical leadership role in wartime, she felt quite satisfied. Su Xiao personally allocated over 40 firearms, including 1095 automatic rifles, which are the most powerful and highest firing rate, ideal for group combat. He decided to assign these to the ordinary combat team members. The ability of the ability users was already formidable, and enhancing them further would serve little purpose. Instead, ordinary individuals were more susceptible to danger, and with better equipment, they could exhibit combat prowess comparable to that of the ability users. Currently, the combat team comprised 21 men and 10 women. Each team, excluding the ability users, would select 10 individuals to form a rifle squad responsible for providing fire support during combat. The remaining members would each be allotted a handgun. Apart from the rifle squad, every individual could carry 100 rounds of ammunition for each mission, but could only receive 10 rounds of bullets. This was a temporary measure due to Su Xiao's limited ammunition supply. The firearms remained auxiliary weapons, only to be used in emergencies when overwhelmed by zombies. He recalled the police force. Chapter 50. Firearms Training. Tang Ying has successfully advanced to the second tier, with Su Xiao leading the team. He no longer harbors significant concerns, leaving her at home to delve into new skills while maintaining a watchful presence. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiao and his team venture out today to explore the surrounding world, as well as to inspect his secret supply depot. 3 medium-sized trucks gradually emerge from the community. Su Xiao has taken all male and female combatants with him, intending to thoroughly cleanse all areas within a 5-kilometer radius of the base, seizing any available resources and assessing the potential of any survivors encountered. To their astonishment, after a day of bloodshed, the environment around them has undergone yet another transformation. The trees have grown taller and larger, as if decades of age have been added overnight. The once pristine streets are now beginning to sprout moss. This sudden change prompts Su Xiao to realize a pressing issue. Following the second rainfall, Not only have the zombies evolved, but the flora and fauna have also experienced more severe mutations. This phenomenon is evidently unfavorable for humanity. Humans seem to be an obsolete species. Not only are many ordinary individuals incapable of evolving, but the pressure of survival has intensified, igniting in Xiao a fervent desire to rapidly strengthen the base. Population, resources, and weaponry must be expanded without delay. The fire of ambition within Xiao has not been extinguished by the torrential rain. Rather, it burns even more fiercely. More importantly, from the 3 individuals he rescued during the stormy night, he learned that a new human settlement has been established less than 5 kilometers from his base, filling him with uncontainable joy. According to the information he gathered, the settlement in the distant mountains currently consists of 27 individuals, nearly all of whom are factory employees. They reside in a mechanical factory that specializes in manufacturing parts for engineering machinery, such as combine harvesters, small loaders, and large excavators. From the moment Xiao heard about this base, he resolved to recruit these individuals and seize the entire factory, setting aside the immense utility of the mechanical factory. The skilled workers proficient in machine operation represent a tremendous fortune. In order for Xiao to develop the base, mere plundering will not suffice. He requires formidable production capabilities, particularly for the weapons and armor of his team. While standard armor holds little value for those with abilities, Xiao is aware of a type of mutated beast whose hide and horns, if fashioned into specially crafted weapons and armor for extraordinary individuals, could potentially enable him to forge an invincible team of supernatural warriors. Thus, after sending Kai Tu and his team to explore the surroundings, Xiao, accompanied by Li Tianxi, Yu Jiaojiao, Ji He, Ji Xian, and 10 other male and female sharpshooters, set forth toward the location of the mechanical factory in the distant mountains, guided by the 3 individuals. On the road, hordes of zombies began to appear in their line of sight, seemingly more numerous and evidently enhanced. Dozens of zombies, upon hearing the commotion, no longer reacted sluggishly as before. Instead, they swiftly turned their heads and, with claws bared, charged towards Xiao and his convoy. Their speed has increased. Li Tianxi, stationed atop a truck, surveyed the surroundings, flanked by 5 warriors wielding automatic rifles. Remembering Xiao's warning, he couldn't help but feel immense admiration. Indeed, as the leader had said, these zombies have truly evolved. Previously, zombies would be easily outrun by their vehicles, but now, over 30 zombies are pursuing their convoy at a terrifying pace, matching that of an average young man's sprint. This implies that what was once a mere target for slaughter has now become exponentially more challenging to eliminate. Allowing ordinary individuals to engage the zombies significantly raises the risk of fatalities. Therefore, Li Tianxi had no choice but to command the riflemen to commence firing. The sharpshooters were exhilarated, finally given the opportunity to practice their marksmanship. They loaded their weapons and eagerly opened fire. The automatic rifles erupted with a cacophony of gunfire, reverberating throughout the convoy. Unfortunately, the riflemen, still lacking proficiency, only managed to hit a few targets amidst a flurry of bullets, with most shots going awry. Under the fire of 5 rifles, only half of the dozens of zombies were taken down, leaving Li Tianxi utterly disheartened. The ammunition is exceedingly limited. They cannot afford to waste it. Hold your aim steady. Fire only when you have a clear shot. Do not squander bullets. Li Tianxi shouted, his voice filled with urgency. The riflemen, slightly embarrassed, recognized their lack of skill and adjusted their focus, locking their eyes on the distant zombies before firing once more. This time, their accuracy improved significantly, and the remaining dozen zombies were swiftly dispatched. Seated at the forefront of the lead truck, Xiao observed as the rear truck doors swung wide open, with 5 riflemen similarly striving to eliminate the zombies that suddenly emerged from either side. They were particularly cautious, as their leader was right behind them, motivating them to perform admirably. Each soldier fired with meticulous precision, sometimes even firing 3 rounds without hitting a single zombie, causing them to feel a sense of shame. Xiao sat quietly in the truck, seemingly indifferent to the battle behind him, yet his blood-sensing ability remained activated. The silhouettes of all those behind him appeared as black and white shadows within his perception. Every movement they made was captured by his awareness. Xiao felt a level of satisfaction with their performance. After all, it was their first time using firearms, and achieving such results was commendable. Zombies are merely living targets. He did not expect them to exhibit exceptional prowess this outing. Even if they expended 500 rounds of ammunition along the way, it mattered little to him, as he had originally intended to bring them along as laborers. After dispatching several hundred zombies, the 3 vehicles gradually arrived at a towering structure. High walls and railings barred their entry, and inscribed upon the stones at the main gate were the words XX Machinery Company, Limited. The electronic sliding doors were damaged, and a horde of over 100 zombies gathered at the entrance. Without hesitation, Xiao opened the truck door and leaped down, addressing Li Tianxi. All units, engage. Clear out these zombies. Yes, leader. Li Tianxi jumped from the vehicle, observing the approaching horde, and shouted to the riflemen behind him, "Fire! Aim carefully, and do not waste ammunition." The 10 riflemen lined up, seriousness etched upon their faces as they aimed their dark barrels at the advancing undead. With Li Tianxi's command, a blaze of fire erupted from their rifles. Although their accuracy was lacking, confronted with such a dense wave of zombies, missing would be unacceptable. At that moment, 10 rifles unleashed their full firepower. The powerful recoil left the arms of 2 women tingling with fatigue, yet they gritted their teeth and pressed on. Meanwhile, the men, invigorated like wild monkeys, howled with excitement as they sprayed bullets indiscriminately. In less than 2 minutes, more than 200 zombies, which would have ensnared even first-tier supernatural beings, were entirely eradicated. The price, however, was that at least 4 riflemen had exhausted their ammunition, staring blankly at Wu Qian in the truck. Yet, Wu Qian returned their gaze with a cold shake of her head. Xiao had established a strict guideline. Under normal circumstances, each rifleman was allotted 100 rounds. Without Xiao's approval, there would be no replenishments. Once the ammunition was depleted, they would have to resort to close combat. Discard your rifles and engage in melee. Li Tianxi Bayuba, leading by example as he conjured a fiery explosive ball and hurled it into the throng of zombies. Chapter 51. Resistance. The riflemen cast aside their weapons and charged into battle. After the gunfire, fewer than 70 zombies remained, and Li Tianxi, with unmatched bravery, attracted over 20 of them. Fireballs erupted, hurling the undead into the air. The sisters Ji He and Ji Xian, following Xiao, did not hesitate to rush forward. Ji He waved her hand, unleashing a dark energy beam that struck a zombie, piercing a large hole through its chest. It stumbled forward for several meters before collapsing lifelessly. Ji Ying, on the other hand, anxiously awaited the right moment. When she saw Li Tianxi exuberantly dispatching zombies with his powers, only to find himself pursued by 7 of them after exhausting his abilities, she promptly waved her hand. A beam of light struck Li Tianxi from a distance. Light healing. Instantly, 1/5 of his depleted powers were restored. "Thank you so much, Ji Ying." Li Tianxi's fierce expression returned, and he unleashed a barrage of fireballs, igniting the nearby zombies into blazing infernos. Although Li Tianxi's fire abilities were not the pinnacle of supernatural powers, they were undoubtedly among the finest elemental abilities. High damage and extensive area effects made him akin to a fiery superhero. The performance of the Ji sisters also astonished Xiao. Ji had significantly enhanced her powers, mastering the dark energy's corruption with remarkable accuracy. With Ji Ying periodically replenishing their abilities, they fought with unrestrained zeal. Soon, all the zombies were eradicated. However, Ji Ying displayed signs of fatigue, her body swaying dangerously as if she might collapse. Xiao moved like the wind, appearing behind her in an instant, supporting her back with one hand. Ji Ying felt herself fall against a broad chest and turned to see Xiao's calm face. "The consumption of energy must be considerable. You can rest in the vehicle while we finish up," Xiao said with a smile. "No, I'm fine, leader. I can hold on." Ji Ying quickly steadied herself, offering Xiao a sweet smile. Xiao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The group surged into the factory. Though it was a small facility, its vast area and the multitude of zombies exceeded Xiao's expectations. The spacious courtyard was teeming with zombies. They were scattered around various factory buildings, workers in uniforms, cleaning staff, security guards. And, astonishingly, there were even hundreds of youthful figures, scarcely past their teenage years. How could there be so many young workers? He exclaimed in disbelief. The oldest among them looked no more than 20, while the youngest appeared to be merely 15 or 16. They must be summer interns. The factory owner is clearly a heartless businessman, hiring so many young workers, Xiao remarked, casting a glance at the scene. The group silently cursed the factory owner, cautiously maneuvering around, for there were thousands of zombies. Even Xiao himself lacked the capacity to confront such a horde. Slaying one at a time would exhaust him completely. Leader, let us head this way. There's a small door that leads inside, one of the men suggested. Xiao and the others promptly followed him into a large room that appeared to be a storage area, connected to the factory floor. After entering, they climbed through a window, finally gaining access to the factory's interior. Who is there? Upon entering the factory, 5 individuals shouted angrily and surrounded them. These were 5 burly middle-aged men, clad in work uniforms and wielding large axes, spears, and tridents. Upon seeing Xiao's group of over 10 people, their faces turned to panic. Leader, this is bad. We have intruders. The 5 men, quick-witted, threatened, don't move. Stay put, or we want to hold back. Yet, they cautiously retreated, clearly intimidated by Xiao and his crew. Everyone stay still. Suddenly, more than 20 men and women rushed out from the workshop, brandishing weapons and advancing menacingly. The leader, a man in his 40s with an ordinary appearance but commanding presence, aimed a crossbow at Xiao and his group. Many others also held crossbows, resembling a squad of specially trained combat personnel. Are you humans? What do you want? The leader questioned harshly. You must be Li Yuanshan, right? I'm from a nearby settlement. I heard that a group was trapped here, so I came to check on them. Xiao stipet asai, allowing Li Yuanshan to see the 2 men and 1 woman behind him. Leader, we went to gather supplies, but were chased by a monstrous creature. Everyone else perished, and only the 3 of us survived. Thankfully, Leader Su saved us. The 2 men and 1 woman hurriedly explained to Li Yuanshan. Yet, Li Yuanshan's brow remained furrowed, and he smiled at Xiao from a distance, saying, "Thank you for rescuing them. However, we are quite self-sufficient here and do not require assistance at the moment." Xiao observed the individuals behind Li Yuanshan. All appeared healthy, showing no signs of food scarcity. Clearly, Leader Li was living quite comfortably here. Indeed, we have ample supplies in our factory. We won't starve anytime soon, Xiao replied candidly. To be frank, I would like to invite you, Leader Li, to join my base. Li Yuanshan immediately frowned. We are doing well here. We don't wish to trouble you. Xiao's expression shifted. Are you harboring concerns? Are you afraid I cannot ensure your livelihoods, or that I might threaten your position as the leader? Li Yuanshan's expression flickered, yet he stubbornly retorted. Indeed, we have food and drink, and we are not in danger of starvation, but who knows if you intend to seize our resources? Seize? We are not in need of resources. It is your people I seek. Xiao asserted earnestly, as the apocalypse looms. How many survivors will remain in Donghai City? Join me, and I promise not to encroach upon your needs. Here, everyone will have enough to eat and equal rights to survive. Xiao refrained from elaborating further. Casting a glance at Li Tianzi pulled out a gun from his pocket, aiming it at Li Yuanshan, his expression grave. Masterly, this is the apocalypse. We want to bring your people with us. This is not a negotiation. Our leader has shown ample sincerity. Do not compel us to take drastic measures. The group surrounding Li Yuanshan instantly panicked at the sight of the gun. Many quickly recoiled. Li Yuanshan's face darkened, but he soon raised his hands in surrender. Only then did Li Tianzi lower his weapon. Yet at the moment he did, Li Yuanshan dashed forward with astonishing speed, reaching for the gun in Li Tianzi's hand. Li Tianzi was taken aback, but quickly reacted, flames igniting in his left hand as he swung towards Li Yuanshan. This startled Li Yuanshan. He hastily retreated, his speed remarkable. as he swiftly moved 3 meters away, seemingly weightless. Indeed, a master of speed. Xiao observed intently. You are also an ability user. Li Yuanshan exclaimed in shock. You dare play tricks? We're not here for pleasantries. You're crossing a line. Li Tianxi showed angrily. A colossal fireball suddenly hurtled towards Li Yuanshan. With great peril, Li Yuanshan narrowly evaded the fiery projectile, which subsequently detonated behind him, scattering components of an assembly line in every direction. Enough, enough. I concede. Li Yuanshan finally relented, revealing a look of trepidation towards Xiao. Chapter 52. Subjugation. It turns out that Li Yuanshan was originally an ordinary technician on the assembly line. In his 40s, without a wife, merely wasting his days on the production line. After the apocalypse erupted, the entire factory, with over 3,000 people, instantly transformed into a hellish landscape. The factory was already crowded, with assembly lines adjacent to one another, and those infected turning into zombies frantically bit others, leaving the entire area in chaos. Li Yuanshan, who usually delivered goods, recognized the dire situation and immediately took refuge in the warehouse, too terrified to venture outside despite the horrors unfolding beyond. It was not until 2 days later, driven by hunger, that he finally opened the door. The factory was nearly deserted, with scarcely any zombies remaining, as most had been lured away by the living. Mustering his courage, he slayed a dozen zombies on the first floor before locking the main entrance. Soon, he discovered crystals within the corpses of the zombies. Although he was unsure of their purpose, his inner desires overcame him, compelling him to consume the crystal. Eventually, he encountered other survivors in the factory, forming a team. However, conflict arose due to differing opinions among the group, which included some of his former supervisors and senior technicians, leaving him with no voice in the matter. Frustrated, he consumed another crystal, discovering that it posed no threat and even enhanced his strength. Thrilled by this revelation, he began to secretly indulge in consuming the crystals. To his astonishment, that very night, he awakened his wind-based abilities. Utilizing his newfound powers, he dealt with some of the minor leaders, successfully subjugating them. With a sense of growing ambition, he envisioned himself as a local ruler, reassured by the abundance of food in the cafeteria, though water remained scarce. One unfortunate individual perished after drinking the factory's underground water, prompting him to send a few young people to search for more. Among these individuals, he had not been malicious. Aside from the initial confrontation with his 2 former subordinates, he had not purposely starved them. Additionally, a woman in her 30s endeavored to win his favor, granting him companionship, granting him a semblance of comfort in his life. As he relished this newfound ease, he naturally resisted the idea of being incorporated into Xiao's group. Li Tianxi, upon hearing this, merely scoffed, retorting, "Do you truly believe that hiding away will shield you from danger? Are you aware of the extent to which the zombies have evolved outside? As a mere first-tier ability user, what will you do when confronted by a second-tier zombie? You will all perish. Indeed, Chief, that creature is terrifying." After listening to Xiao and the others recount their encounters with the poisonous, exploding zombies, Li Yuanshan realized he had been living in ignorance and ceased his complaints. Among the 23 individuals, aside from 2 factory inspectors, there were 13 assembly line workers and 4 senior engineers well-versed in machinery operation and maintenance, which delighted Xiao. Xiao approached the oldest mechanic, Old Li, and inquired, "Are you capable of forging swords and blades?" "Absolutely. This factory can produce everything except missile chips, as long as we have the raw materials. The machine tools are still operational." Xiao felt a sense of relief, recognizing the immense potential these individuals held for future endeavors. He envisioned this factory as his private workshop, conveniently located nearby. However, it was essential to relocate some supplies. The cafeteria was indeed well stocked, and while the meat was no longer consumable, an ample supply of pickled vegetables and smoked meats remained, which were integral to the cafeteria's offerings. Sadly, the fruits and vegetables had spoiled beyond recognition. Xiao resolved to transfer them. The factory also housed several completed bulldozers, cranes, and other machinery awaiting sale, which would prove useful in the future. Yet, they needed to clear the thousands of zombies lingering in the yard. Wu Qian, provide bullets for the rifle team. This time, do not be stingy. We must eliminate every last one. Understood. Wu Qian promptly supplied the rifle team with ammunition, 500 rounds each, armed with bullets. The rifle team became emboldened, rushing to the second-floor windows of the factory, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the zombies below. In an instant, the overwhelming firepower left Li Yuanshan and the others in utter shock. Li Yuanshan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Su Xiao and his group had managed to procure firearms. Had he continued to act defiantly, he would have either been subdued by Li Tianxi or met a grim fate. Li Yuanshan was also integrated into Li Tianxi's combat team. Amidst the throng of thousands of zombies, Su Xiao scrutinized the scene, astonished to discover not a single mutated zombie among them. This was impossible. Mutated zombies emerged according to a specific ratio. How could there be none among the thousands? The absence of A-type or B-type zombies was entirely illogical. Su Xiao furrowed his brow in deep thought. Are you referring to those large, hulking zombies? Li Yuanshan suddenly spoke, his face betraying a hint of fear. You've seen them? Su Xiao fixed his gaze upon him. Of course. On the 5th day of our confinement here, 3 or 4 of those zombies assaulted the gate, and we were terrified. My speed abilities were utterly useless. Even a crossbow bolt failed to pierce their flesh. Thankfully, someone appeared out of nowhere and dispatched them. Everyone in Su Xiao's group stared at him in astonishment. Are you saying someone helped you eliminate those tier zombies? Su Xiao's expression became serious. With thousands of zombies, plus 4 first-tier powerful zombies, even he would hesitate to confront them. It was not merely a few tiered zombies he faced, but an entire horde. No, they were lured away by a remarkably young fellow. He heard our cries for help and drove a bulldozer, leading those zombies away. The ones here are merely the ones that gathered from various factory buildings afterward. However, when pressed for a description of the young man, Li Yuanshan could only recall a vague silhouette. It was too dark to discern details, just a young man carrying a large machete on his back. Su Xiao pondered this, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall anyone fitting that description from his past life. He decided not to waste further time. As long as the individual was safe, that was what truly mattered. The throng of zombies relentlessly assaulted the factory's iron gates. However, under the barrage from the rifle team, even closing their eyes would yield hits. The Type 95 rifle showcased its prowess as a standard weapon, unleashing a relentless stream of bullets at a staggering rate of 600 rounds per minute. This was the undeniable allure of humanity's proud firearms. With a lethality surpassing that of their users 1,000-fold, they could annihilate any creature on this earth, given sufficient ammunition. Even a whale could be reduced to a sieve. The gathering zombies, initially fierce, clawing at the walls with their sharp talons, fell like wheat before the scythe, collapsing into a mound of corpses. Even those that had evolved were reduced to mere targets in this one-sided conflict. They could only gaze up at the living with their decayed, sunken eyes, emitting guttural growls from throats rotting enough to ooze foul black liquid, before being mercilessly dispatched by a stray bullet. Chapter 53. The Lightning Zombie Unbeknownst to Them. 10 days had passed since the apocalypse began. Su Xiao found himself yearning for the comforting flavors of home-cooked dishes, such as braised pork and stewed pork with vermicelli. At the Tianyuan Storage and Logistics Center, a vast storage trade zone thrived. 3 storage companies operated here, surrounded by towering walls that enclosed numerous sealed metal warehouses. Among them was the warehouse Su Xiao had purchased, which turned out to be a cold storage facility. Excitement surged through the group as they contemplated the potential abundance of preserved food, enough to sustain them for years, perhaps even decades. However, Su Xiao's brow furrowed with concern. The gate had been breached, indicating that survivors had previously scavenged for supplies, though it remained uncertain if they had succeeded. The group hastily entered the compound, only to be greeted by the sight of several large warehouse doors swung wide open, revealing chaos within. Various meats lay scattered and rotting on the ground. While the exterior was devoid of zombies, the interior was a different story. Hundreds of zombies were aimlessly wandering about, startling everyone present. There were easily 700 or 800 of them, many of whom appeared to be former residents of the area. Trapped by the sliding doors, they turned their attention towards Su Xiao and his companions upon catching a whiff of human scent, lunging forward with outstretched arms. "First, let's eliminate the zombies," Xiao declared, stepping forward as he assessed the situation. Realizing they were outnumbered, he called for grenades. Wu Qian swiftly brought over a box of grenades, and Xiao pulled one out, tossing it towards the advancing horde. With a resounding explosion, several zombies were obliterated, their remains scattering across the ground, creating a gruesome mix of red and white liquid. Yet, the sheer number of zombies rendered the grenade's impact temporary. The gap quickly filled as hundreds of zombies pressed against the sliding doors, creating a cacophony of scraping metal. At this point, Xiao's team took action, charging forward with axes and blades, smashing the skulls of the undead. Ji He and Ji Ying, sisters and formidable partners, emerged as the sole sources of firepower in the fray. Ji He's innate talent proved to align with Xiao's previous knowledge. She had already grasped two abilities, Dark Invasion and Dark Explosive Sphere. Dark Invasion allowed her to unleash a wave of darkness that extinguished all vitality in its path, while Dark Explosive Sphere, inspired by Li Tianxi's fireball, condensed dark energy to create explosive blasts. Zombies struck by her attacks withered instantly, transforming into desiccated corpses. With cold determination in her eyes, Ji He continuously unleashed Dark Explosive Spheres, while Ji Ying supported her by maintaining their status. The number of zombies began to dwindle rapidly. However, a concerning development arose as a small mound of corpses formed at the door, allowing a few zombies to climb over. "Xiao, you throw the grenades," Wu Qian instructed, tossing one into the fray. The explosion sent zombies tumbling, flattening the corpse mound, but it also blew open the sliding door. Xiao, unwilling to waste any more time, charged forward, brandishing his newly sharpened Longquan knife, which gleamed with renewed sharpness. With fluid motions, he showcased his extraordinary swordsmanship against the encroaching horde. Despite being surrounded by over 100 zombies, Xiao remained composed, wielding his knife as if it were an extension of himself. As a second-tier ability user, his physical prowess and reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary humans, making the task of dispatching the zombies akin to slicing through vegetables. Just as he believed the extermination of this swarm was merely a matter of time, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Xiao swiftly kicked away a nearby zombie, only to witness a bolt of lightning strike ferociously from the depths of the horde. He barely managed to evade the attack, catching a glimpse of a peculiar zombie lurking at the back, a faintly blue-skinned creature, significantly shorter than the others, standing at around 1.6 meters. Its skin appeared somewhat translucent, and a glimmer of intelligence sparkled in its eyes as it observed him quietly. An elemental zombie. Xiao's heart raced. Elemental zombies represented a form of mutated undead. Just as humans could develop diverse abilities, zombies could also undergo remarkable transformations. The last toxic explosion zombie he encountered was one such variation. They lacked extraordinary strength and speed, but possessed unique elemental powers. This particular zombie was clearly a lightning type, capable of wielding thunder and storms. This formidable elemental ability was something Xiao had long sought in a human ally, only to stumble upon it in a zombie. The lightning attack startled Ji Ying and the others. "Boss, we need to help." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, everyone rallied, rushing to engage the zombie in combat. Yet, as Xiao focused on the lightning zombie, it displayed surprising cunning, immediately retreating. It even knew how to escape. It must be a second tier. Xiao's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. He had no shortage of ordinary zombie crystals, but only those above the second tier would be truly beneficial to him. He could not allow this opportunity to slip away. Observing his companions struggling against the relentless horde, Xiao's eyes glimmered with crimson light as his physique surged. Stretching his clothes taut, activating his blood control ability, he unleashed blood fury. His strength skyrocketed, hovering just beneath the third tier. Instead of pursuing the lightning zombie directly, he moved like a gust of wind, wreaking havoc among the zombies. Wielding his knife, it transformed into a meat grinder, cleaving zombies in half as he carved a path through them. In mere moments, he had decimated over half of the ordinary zombies, significantly alleviating the pressure on Ji and the others. If not for Xiao's mental abilities, which caused nearby zombies to become dazed, they might have been overwhelmed long ago. Even so, two individuals had already fallen to the zombies, their fate sealed, met with a grim acceptance among the survivors. Silence enveloped the group as they continued their relentless slaughter. Even the once delicate Jiying and Xiao wore fierce expressions, wielding their knives with ruthless efficiency. Chapter 54 Facing Death. Once all the zombies were vanquished, Xiao did not pause for a moment. He shouted to Ji, "The team is in your hands. First, scout the area around the warehouse. I will pursue that zombie." Without waiting for Ji to respond, he dashed off like the wind, heading in the direction where the lightning zombie had vanished. Ji was taken aback by Xiao's decision to entrust her with leadership, yet she did not falter. Her first concern was for the two injured men. One had a deep gash on his arm inflicted by a zombie, while the other bore claw marks on his back, a result of carelessness. In just 2 short minutes, the wounds began to turn black, showing signs of necrosis. The faces of the two strong men were etched with terror and despair. They realized that their demise was inevitable. One man looked up at his companions, who either gazed at him with sympathy or remained silent. A wave of sorrow surged within him, ultimately transforming into a bitter smile. Damn it all, this wretched apocalypse. I merely went to the mall to buy something for my girlfriend, and now I'm a refugee. This man was one of those Xiao had brought out from the shopping center. Among the remaining group, those who had emerged from the mall with him were teary-eyed. Yet words failed them. At this moment, everyone understood that death would eventually arrive. They just did not know when. Suddenly, he chuckled lightly. "Does anyone have a cigarette?" One person handed him half a pack, saying, "Go ahead, just leave one for me." He jested, "Stingy. How many can I smoke?" He looked at him with sympathy, then turned to her sister. "Can your treatment cleanse the zombie virus from him?" Ing shook her head. He patted the man beside him, who was silently weeping, and smiled. "Don't be afraid, brother. I'm here with you, right? I remember your wife has passed, and your son is in kindergarten, unaware of the situation. I, too, have no ties left. Like a man, in this world, death may even be a relief." He raised his face and declared, "Please remember me. My name is Xiao." No one spoke. There was no rush to act. Everyone watched as these two companions took their final journey. They would become zombies, and then they would be killed. When he had followed Lao out of the mall, he had seen an older brother laughing as he plunged a knife into his own head. He had admired him, and now he wished to emulate that brave act. Let us die with dignity. I refuse to become one of those disgusting zombies. His body suddenly began to tremble, his face turning ashen, and the veins on his body bulged visibly. "Brother, I'm leaving," he screamed desperately, fiercely bringing the knife down on his own neck. After a horrific cry, he collapsed on the ground, convulsing. The knife lodged in his neck, and within seconds he lay still. Some turned away, unable to bear the sight. The remaining man began to weep, trembling as he said, "Brother, I can't do it. I'm too scared." The knife fell from his hand, and he stood there in a daze. No one urged him, mocked him, or spoke a word. His display of fear made everyone feel more uncomfortable, for no one knew if they would possess such courage when their time came. Before long, he began to convulse in place, his eyes rolling back, an ominous sign of impending transformation. Bang! A man could no longer bear to watch and shot him in the head. Looking at the two lifeless bodies, the group inhaled deeply. The initial joy of reaching the warehouse was now overshadowed by gloom. "Does anyone know their names?" he suddenly inquired. "Zhou Si, Wang Xiaojiang," came the reply. Ji nodded and walked inside. "Where'd it go?" Xiao scanned his surroundings. This was an opened warehouse, likely left in disarray during the disaster. The floor remarkably clean, devoid of any corpses, save for 5 or 6 zombies that Xiao swiftly eliminated. He had witnessed the lightning zombie fleeing into this very place. The cold storage was long, lined with various meats, vegetables, and numerous packaged products, including tofu and seafood. Unfortunately, the cold storage was not sealed, and the power had not been activated, resulting in the exposed meat and seafood rotting, emanating a foul stench that made even Xiao uneasy. Flies and maggots swarmed the shelves, a truly revolting sight. His boots echoed with a dull thud against the floor as he steeled his gaze ahead. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out from the shadows before him. Anticipating this, Xiao dodged, and the shells behind him exploded into splinters, decaying meat and liquid scattering everywhere, intensifying the already unbearable odor. Xiao lunged forward, hurling his knife with conviction. The long quan blade struck the zombie's chest with precision, but was deflected. A small wound bled a pale blue liquid, a stark contrast to human blood. This was the defense of a second-tier zombie, and, as they evolved, they transformed from mere mindless creatures into beings of greater intelligence. Resembling life, forms far more formidable than ordinary zombies. In his past life, Xiao had encountered numerous Emperor-level zombies, whose organs had returned to normalcy and evolved unique characteristics. Some zombies appeared as grotesque monsters, while others retained their human forms. They were continuously evolving, entering a new trajectory of evolution alongside humanity. The lightning zombie realized it could not escape, crackling ominously as it swung its electrified claws towards Xiao. He certainly dared not engage directly. A second-tier lightning zombie was no laughing matter. Despite its incredible speed, the electrical currents surged through him, causing him to gasp in shock, his body tingling painfully. His hair stood on end. What a nuisance. My level is still insufficient. If only I could break through to the 4th tier, I would be able to condense the crying bloodblade, Xiao murmured in frustration. At present, his level was inadequate. Even though he had mastered many skills in his previous life, he could not unleash them now due to the high energy requirements, and his body simply could not endure it. Otherwise, he would not have to resort to physical contact with such repulsive zombies. After ascending to power in his past life, he had never again encountered a zombie, as his blood shield and bloodblade could obliterate countless zombies before they even approached. With thoughts racing, Xiao stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to the lightning zombie's head, causing it immense pain as it writhed on the ground. It released electrical discharges like an enraged eel, making Xiao hesitate to approach. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he struck its head in an instant. Then, he kicked again with ferocity. The lightning zombie's head exploded, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 55. Returning supplies. Xiao silently composed a new task list in his mind, resolved to acquire a suitable weapon for himself. Speculating about its capabilities, he unsheathed the long quan knife, only to find its tip shattered. Using the broken blade, he pried open the skull of an electric zombie, retrieving an orange crystal core. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the now useless weapon, which had accompanied him for so long. The absorption of crystal cores follows certain principles. If one can absorb a core that aligns with their own abilities, the results can be exponentially more effective, equating to 2 or 3 cores of different types. Regrettably, he had never encountered a blood-type zombie, neither in this life nor the last. After stowing the crystal core away, Xiao stepped outside to find He and the others joyfully searching around. He made his way to the long-neglected warehouse, unlocking it with a key. The spacious area, over 1,000 square meters, housed 5 rows of shelves brimming with various canned goods, cured meats, and sausages. Everything remained intact, containing Xiao's stockpile of several million units of assorted supplies. The machinery inside was still operational, though the diesel was nearly depleted after just 10 days. Xiao had no intention of relocating these supplies, as the villa area lacked cold storage, and even the smaller units could not accommodate much. Soon after, Xiao approached him, brimming with excitement. Xu, most of the cold storage here has not been touched. 6 of the cold rooms were emptied, but 5 are filled with food. Excellent. Xiao felt a surge of elation. The food he had stored could only serve as a temporary measure. To sustain dozens, or even hundreds of people, this warehouse's food would barely last a month. However, if his supplies were ample, he could confidently expand their numbers. He instructed them to tally the types and quantities of goods available. 2 hours later, Xiao received a detailed report. The 5 cold rooms included 3 medium-sized, 1 large, and 1 small, containing approximately 13 tons of vegetables such as carrots, cabbages, and green peas, alongside 9 tons of meat. There were 43 varieties of vegetables and 21 types of meat and seafood. Stunned by this information, Xiao found himself at a loss for words. These provisions could sustain dozens of people for a lifetime and nourish hundreds for a year. This exceeded all his expectations. He had initially thought he might, at best, plunder a couple of well-stocked warehouses after the apocalypse. He never anticipated the warehouse owners would be so generous. There would be no more worries about hunger. Everyone was elated. But Xiao, regaining his composure, shook his head. It's not that simple. With so many goods in the cold storage, we can only use them as needed. Unless we build a large cold storage facility at the base, we cannot move these supplies. This location is a storage point in Donghai City. Do you think the military will overlook it? Soon, a military retrieval team could come here searching for supplies. Not to mention, if nearby survivors establish their own strongholds like ours, they will also set their sights on this place. Upon hearing Xiao's words, the group's excitement was doused, akin to being splashed with cold water. We need to build a large warehouse to store these supplies ourselves. He remarked. Xiao ultimately commanded everyone to take a few hundred pounds of meat and vegetables, enough to last the base for several days. He refrained from disclosing the discovery of the vast quantities of supplies. Such information was best kept within the core group. He had instructed those who ventured with him to keep it confidential, warning that any leak would be dealt with personally. The rationale behind this was straightforward. One cannot live without foresight. If the members of the base knew they had enough food to last for years, would they not become complacent? More importantly, would anyone risk leaking this information? The fewer who knew, the better. So much meat. So many vegetables. I crave vegetables even more than meat. Everyone, having survived on canned food for too long, began to yearn for fresh produce, essential for obtaining necessary vitamins. Xiao generously declared, "Today, we shall feast on pork stew with vermicelli and stir-fried beef with cabbage." Oh, many cheered with excitement, salivating at the thought of a proper meal. Next, Li Tianyu reported on their morning search. Bowing his head, he revealed that the group of over 10 individuals were refugees from a nearby community, including 3 women with children. Most had perished from starvation, with all nearby supermarkets looted by the living. When Li Tianyu arrived, he found a mother on the brink of unconsciousness, who had sacrificed her own milk to feed her still-living 3-year-old child. I couldn't bear to watch. As Li Tianyu's eyes glistened with tears, Xiao glanced at the group huddled in the yard. Men and women alike, all gaunt and emaciated. One woman cradled a child, gazing at him with longing. Her clothing bore no signs of nourishment. Xiao placed a reassuring hand on Li Tianyu's shoulder, saying, "You are not to blame. You did nothing wrong." "Yes, Li Tianyu, unuda amfatikadi." Then, as if recalling something, he continued, "By the way, Chief, I've learned of 2 other gathering points nearby, close to that community. Many able-bodied individuals have been recruited by these groups, leaving behind women and children. One group reportedly has over 50 members already. There are still several nearby communities with a considerable number of survivors, likely at least a couple hundred. Chief, should we scout their locations and see for ourselves? Our base could use more people." It was still afternoon, so there was time to investigate. Xiao pondered before responding, "Yes, but we need not rush to find those gathering points. Simply discovering their locations will suffice. We primarily need manpower, and I doubt they can afford to take everyone with them, given our own abundant food supply. Our base currently has fewer than 40 people, so rapid expansion is not advisable. Managing a sudden influx would be very challenging. Yet, Xiao was concerned that the supplies in the warehouse might attract unwanted attention over time. He needed to expedite the expansion of this villa area, ideally locating laborers to construct an underground cold storage. Furthermore, he held no fear of their potential insubordination. Not a problem. Chapter 56. Gathering population at noon. The inhabitants of the base were treated to steaming bowls of pork stew with vermicelli. Robust men squatted by the walls, grinning broadly as they relished their meals. This heartwarming scene infused everyone with a sense of joy, evoking the comfort of home. To effectively lead a group, one must first ensure they are well-fed, warmly clothed, and in good spirits, fostering a sense of belonging. Only then can a leader, possessing absolute dominance in both strength and vision, truly command a following. Xiao has accomplished this thus far. Yet as the base expands and the population grows, maintaining such an atmosphere will undoubtedly become more challenging. However, with Xiao's extensive experience from 2 lifetimes, this aspect poses little concern for him. He currently contemplates 3 critical matters. First, how to expedite the enhancement of the base. Second, how to swiftly elevate his own abilities to keep pace with the evolving zombies. Presently, many zombies have evolved to the 2nd tier, while among the numerous supernatural beings in his newly formed base, only he and Tang Ying have reached that level. Third, securing more resources is paramount. The crux of these issues lies in the population count. He requires a substantial influx of people to expand the base, as numerous tasks demand manpower. Whether it be constructing storage facilities, erecting defensive walls, or augmenting the combat teams. Both women and children are essential. Women can handle many intricate tasks, such as cooking and organizing supplies, while children represent the hope for humanity's future. In Xiao's previous life, the apocalypse persisted for 6 long years, during which countless humans clung to survival. Despite humanity's gradual decline, the apocalypse endlessly continued. Children embody new vitality and are the most malleable to education. Xiao is willing to invest many years in nurturing these children, teaching them the rules of survival in this harsh world. Perhaps the future of humanity's survival, and even the hope of overturning the zombie menace, lies with the next generation. Around 1 p.m, Li Tianxi set out with Kai Tu, Wang Shi, Li Yuanshan, Enz, and 10 male guards to explore the several complexes he had discovered. Enzi, the chubby boy with the ability to sense danger, had, after several days of exploration, revealed that his power could predict dangers within approximately a 500-meter radius. Xiao interpreted this ability as a psychological manifestation of danger levels. When the threat was merely injury, Enz experienced mild palpitations. However, when the danger escalated to life-threatening levels, he became paralyzed with fear, nearly fainting from terror. Given his reactions, if utilized effectively, Xiao could foresee imminent dangers to the team, allowing for advanced preparations and avoidance. Consequently, status in Xiao's eyes underwent a dramatic transformation, rising to a position of significant importance. Xiao had not initially anticipated that a person he had saved on a whim would possess such a remarkable ability. The capacity to foresee danger may not seem as formidable as the destructive powers of elemental supernatural beings, and could even appear similar to that of an ordinary person. Yet, for a leader like Xiao, this ability serves as a radar. Indeed, it is even more terrifying. Should a team encounter a 3rd-tier zombie ambush, the outcome would be catastrophic, resulting in total annihilation. Xiao himself lacks the assurance to confront a 3rd-tier zombie, as the enhancement of his blood control ability is time-limited. Failure to eliminate a 3rd-tier zombie within the skill's duration could spell his own demise. However, with Enz in the team, the risk could potentially be mitigated, allowing for better preparation against formidable foes. Thus, Xiao promoted Enz to the position of 2nd vice-captain, assigning him the responsibility of assisting Li Tianxi in management while also providing him with valuable experience. The chubby boy, now markedly different from the one Xiao first brought along, had learned to endure the cold grip of fear in this desolate world. He remembered Xiao's words, "Survive," each time they embarked on a mission. Despite feeling more afraid and distressed than others, he gritted his teeth and persevered, even when his face turned pale and his breathing became labored. In a way, Xiao envied En's ability. Undertaking tasks is not merely a matter of skill. The greatest challenge lies in courage, or in the stubbornness that accompanies high status. This ability renders Enz more sensitive and acutely aware of death, enhancing his sense of crisis and accelerating his growth. The battles of recent days have enabled Enz to confront his fears and engage in combat against the zombies. He discovered that after defeating each zombie, his fear diminished significantly, suggesting that when he mustered the courage to face them, the threat they posed no longer felt life-threatening. 5 supernatural beings are sufficient to sweep aside any opposition. Moreover, Xiao has distributed the equipment he had stored. Each of Li Qianxi's team members received a walkie-talkie with a 5-kilometer range. As long as they do not stray beyond this distance, they can communicate freely. Should they encounter insurmountable danger, they can report back to Su Xiao, who will respond personally. Additionally, Su Xiao instructed Tang Ying to lead a team of women to organize all the villas in the area, systematically storing their supplies and weapons. They also constructed a makeshift outdoor dining area, as it was vital for everyone to feel the presence of order and discipline within the base. As the population grows, plans for warehouses, defensive walls, lookout towers, and communal housing must be developed. The villas cannot accommodate too many people, and a large open space, while capable of housing many, offers no privacy. All these ideas are nestled within Su Xiao's mind, awaiting the opportune moment for gradual implementation. As Li Qianxi leapt from the vehicle, he cheerfully greeted Su Xiao at the entrance. The base, initially comprising over 50 individuals, had now welcomed an additional 80 or so. Many gazed curiously at the newcomers. In total, there were 83 individuals, over 30 men, more than 40 women, and about 10 children. They shared a common trait. All appeared gaunt, with sunken eyes, struggling to stand due to hunger, yet fearful and uneasy in their ranks, wide-eyed as they beheld the lavish villas and Su Xiao's group. To them, Su Xiao and his companions seemed to live in abundance, their faces glistening with oil, hinting at rich meals. The refugees silently imagined their circumstances, unable to suppress their salivation. The assurances from Li Qianxi that they would not go hungry resonated within them, and they gazed longingly at Su Xiao's group. Chapter 57. Discrimination. Su Xiao expressed his astonishment. How can there be so many people? We found them after searching 3 communities. Many have not stepped outside since the disaster began. Some could no longer endure hunger and ventured out to seek food. Upon seeing us, they cried for help, and I brought them along. You may allocate them as you see fit. After Li Qianxi finished speaking, Su Xiao carefully scrutinized each individual present. The men gazed at Su Xiao with trepidation, while many more fixated on the 10 or so armed men and women silently aiming at them. They were engulfed in fear, as their fates seemed to rest solely on the whims of this young man. The women looked on with hopeful eyes, their expressions pleading. Su Xiao stepped forward and asked, "Do you wish for food?" Silence. The mothers tightly clutched their children and continued to silently observe Su Xiao. "Leader, we have heard of your situation. We are willing to follow you. As long as you provide us with food, we are ready to do anything." Several men pleaded. "I do not harbor idlers here. We are in desperate need of personnel for both combat and logistics. Can you follow orders?" Su Xiao inquit gan li. "Yes, we can. If you provide food, we will do anything." The crowd clamored in response. Su Xiao offered no further words and summoned Wu Qian, instructing her, "Please register their basic information and have the logistics department prepare a meal for them. We shall speak further after they have eaten." Understood. Wu Qian promptly led 2 others forward to inquire. Su Xiao then commended Li Qianxi. "Well done. Did you encounter any danger today?" "Fortunately, no. However, leader, there are still many zombies near our base. Thousands, I estimate, scattered across various communities. We barely finished clearing the zombies from these 3 communities today. But our combat team is nearly out of ammunition, with fewer than 700 rounds remaining." Li Qianxi responded with a wry smile. "Do not worry about the ammunition. We shall seek weapons tomorrow. You have worked hard today, so take your team to rest. Inform Tang Mu that those who participated in the battle will each receive an extra can of Lao Qianma, and those at the vice captain level or above may receive an additional can of fruit." Li Qianxi's excitement surged. "Thank you, leader. Lao Qianma is a precious resource in this apocalypse. Adding a spoonful to a meal makes it delightful." Resources were strictly controlled, without Su Xiao's permission. Canned goods that could be stored long-term would not be easily distributed. Human nature is inherently selfish and greedy. They will never know satisfaction. If resources were freely supplied, Su Xiao would likely cultivate a group of lazy ingrates who would never appreciate his generosity. Moreover, the desire for superiority is a constant in human nature. Before the apocalypse, one might envy another's luxury cars. During the apocalypse, the envy shifts to food, while others survive on watery rice soup. Having Lao Qianma would become a source of admiration. This is not inherently bad. Competition drives development. Moreover, rewards such as Lao Qianma and other resources would only be given to those who contribute, thereby subtly motivating them to work harder. Thus, the disparity within the base was a situation Xiao intentionally created. As for the newcomers, he would not generously provide them with meat, only plain rice and bean sprout soup. Nevertheless, the 80 individuals relished their meal, devouring it with delight. The 4 female logistics workers toiled tirelessly, preparing 8 large pots of food to satisfy their hunger. Many lay contentedly against the walls, some weeping silently, overwhelmed by the joy of a full meal after the brink of starvation. The agony of hunger is unparalleled. When one is driven to madness by starvation, thoughts vanish, leaving only the frenzied desire for food, as their withered stomachs twist in pain. Many ate too quickly, choking and gasping, prompting Wu Qian and her team to rush over with a large container of purified water. Once they had eaten their fill, Xiao and his inner circle could prepare for dinner. Tonight, he had specially ordered fish soup and chicken stew with mushrooms. An intoxicating aroma wafted throughout the villa area, rich with the scent of chicken and fish. The recently sated crowd could not remain still, their eyes fixated on the cooking area, swallowing hard in anticipation. Alas, they were too full, and even if they could eat more, there was none reserved for them. Xiao's meal was different. He, along with Tang Ying, Yu Jiao, and Zhou Yu, were treated to a private kitchen. Zhou Yu had been promoted by Xiao due to her exceptional marksmanship, having trained the rifle team. Xiao had long intended to cultivate a favorable rapport with her, thus legitimizing her position as the base's first female instructor, dining alongside him. As for why Zhou Yu could share a meal with Xiao while Li Tianxi and the others could not, those pondering such a question might lack clarity. Zhou Yu, after all, was a beautiful young woman. Xiao's appreciation for her beauty was evident. Who would dare voice any objection? Li Tianxi understood this dynamic and bore no resentment, for they all recognized the concept of disparity. Xiao was the leader. No one could question his luxurious lifestyle, as he possessed unmatched strength. Li Tianxi and his companions enjoyed better treatment than ordinary members, receiving extra canned fruit daily. Those capable individuals also enjoyed privileges, and no one would oppose the highest privileges. If Xiao were to indulge solely himself while treating Li Tianxi and the others as mere ordinary members, it would surely lead to discord. Zhou Yu, observing the envious gazes from the others, could not help but ask, "Leader, is this truly appropriate? What is inappropriate? Those without power must naturally lower themselves. Should I provide them with lavish feasts?" Xiao replied calmly. The 40 elderly individuals were Xiao's first true followers and formal members. Their treatment was entirely different from that of the newcomers. Xiao had no intention of granting them the same privileges as established members. They must endure a few days of plain rice to instill in them the mindset to perform well. This would also satisfy the elders' sense of superiority. They had no grounds to voice grievances against Xiao. Even the simplest offering he provided was still superior to the meager rations many large bases served their ordinary citizens. Nutritionally deficient slop that was difficult to digest. To enjoy plain rice was reserved for combat members or lower-ranking leaders. Zhou Yu, remember this. Those who excessively indulge in sympathy will not fare well. The law of the apocalypse is the law of the jungle. The weak do not share equality, and the strong control everything. It is by my strength as the king of beasts that we can sit here in peace, dining separately. Xiao cast a glance at Zhou Yu. Tang Ying and Yu Jiao had clearly accepted this reality, revealing no concern for those outside their circle. Zhou Yu nodded earnestly in agreement. Chapter 58, Growth After the Meal. Xiao redirected his attention to the 80 individuals. Now that they had their fill, enthusiasm surged within the gathering as they stood in 4 neat rows, awaiting Xiao's inspection. "Chief, here are the information sheets for everyone." Wu Qian respectfully handed Xiao a notebook. Xiao perused it carefully before looking up and inquiring, "Does anyone here possess any skills?" Immediately, someone raised their hand, declaring, "I am an accountant. I can manage finances." Laughter erupted, and the crowd looked at him disdainfully. In this apocalypse, what use is accounting? Are you to count how much rice everyone consumes daily? Yet, Xiao chuckled and responded, not bad. Wu Qian, let him assist you. He can handle the resource calculations as part of your logistics team. Thank you, Chief. Wu Qian expressed her gratitude. The laughter quickly faded from the others. The accountant, however, was overjoyed. The logistics department, as its name suggested, was indeed a favorable position. Consequently, the crowd began to clamor to introduce themselves. Chief, I am an engineer. Chief, I ran a clothing store and studied fashion design. I am a chef. I previously worked in a 5-star hotel. Xiao asked Wu Qian to tally the various skills among them. Ultimately, he assigned 4 chefs to her logistics team, noting, excellent. We are in need of culinary staff in the base. Additionally, he identified 3 individuals skilled in CNC machining and instructed them to assemble a casting team with the available workers from the machinery factory. To Su Xiao's delight, among the 80 individuals, many possessed useful skills. Numerous ideas he had previously shelved could now be pursued due to the presence of talent. He then summoned Li Qianxi and Tang Ying to engage in discussions, and together, the 5 of them formed the current leadership of the base. In the end, Xiao established 3 new teams, the casting team, the construction team, and the communications team. The casting team faced the most demanding task of swiftly designing the protective wall for the villa area and the underground cold storage. Xiao appointed a 40-year-old man named Kai Ming, an experienced contractor, as the captain of this team, assigning him 30 men from the group. He set a formidable challenge for Kai Ming. Within 3 days, he must familiarize himself with the team and produce a rough sketch. Should he require anything further, he may approach Xiao. Within 10 days, Xiao expected to see the newly fortified exterior wall for the villa area. Kai Ming was thrilled and assured Xiao he would fulfill the task. Meanwhile, Xiao recognized the need for a robust and durable weapon. However, given that his adversaries were 2nd and 3rd-tier zombies, it would be challenging to harm them without diamond-like materials. He appointed Lu Zhonghua, a senior engineer from the machinery factory, as the captain. Lu, a man in his 50s with nearly 25 years of experience in the mechanical industry, was excited to ascend to a leadership role within Su Xiao's base. Rest assured, Chief, I will complete the task. As for your weapon, simply inform me of your specifications, and I will draft a preliminary design for you tonight, Lu promised. Xiao contemplated briefly, realizing he was adept with a blade, versatile and capable of withstanding his brute force. He said, a sword, preferably of the Tang sword variety, with a broad spine that is not easily broken. The material should ideally rival the hardness of diamonds, as my opponents are quite formidable. Also, if the spine could feature serrations, it would enhance its lethality. Lu noted this and replied, understood. But I will need to check the factory for available materials. That is not an issue. I will arrange for a few members of the combat team to escort you there tomorrow, Xiao assured him. He tasked Lu with producing at least 50 composite steel crossbows and corresponding bolts within a week, and, if time permitted, to also expedite the creation of Xiao's weapon. As for the communications team, Xiao considered it nearly as crucial as the combat team. In the apocalypse, the transmission of information is paramount. Fortunately, he had stockpiled several radio sets and intercoms. While deep in thought, a young man, bespectacled and demure, stepped forward, declaring, I'm capable of fulfilling this role, Chief. Xiao turned to find it was the young man who had followed him from the school, seemingly named Wang Feiyu. What makes you suitable? Xiao asked, intrigued. I graduated with a degree in communications and have a keen interest in this field. I have even studied the oldest matrix radio equipment, Wang Feiyu confidently replied. While I haven't operated your specific devices, I believe I can manage. Very well, you shall lead this team. Gather a few individuals to form the communications team. Xiao granted him the opportunity. Wang selected 2 men and a woman, comprising a total of 4, thus formally establishing the communications team. With the formation of these 3 teams, over half of the individuals were allocated, leaving the remaining women, primarily those with children, to the logistics team to handle cooking and cleaning duties. The remaining 20-some young men and women were assigned to the combat teams led by Li Qianxi and Tang Ying, effectively doubling the combat team from 20 to over 40 members. Su Xiao's base population now exceeded 130 individuals. It was undeniable that Li Tianxi's timely influx of personnel had addressed the labor shortage and significantly lightened the burden on logistics, allowing Tang's mother and the two young girls to work less strenuously with the help of 8 to 9 additional women. The foundational strategic lines of the base were now established: combat, communications, and logistics teams. Once the weapons were prepared, Su Xiao's group would become the most formidable human gathering in the vicinity. He would then have more time to contemplate how to explore the outside world. Despite lacking any updates from military forces or other survivors, Su Xiao remained unperturbed. The trajectories of great bases and formidable figures from his previous life were vividly etched in his mind. While this life may diverge somewhat, he believed the differences would not be drastic. He had confidence in his current strength. Within Donghai City, his base was among the first to rise. Everything was progressing toward a more favorable direction. That evening, Su Xiao finally absorbed the second-tier lightning crystal core. This core enhanced his physical capabilities, yet he remained a small distance from reaching the third tier. After the second tier, the energy required for each breakthrough grew exponentially. A third-tier crystal core, or 2 second-tier cores, would allow him to ascend, yet he struggled to find even second-tier zombies, let alone third-tier ones. Su Xiao felt a pang of melancholy. The absence of adversaries rendered his existence somewhat dull. In his previous life, second-tier zombies were common, while third-tier ones were frequently encountered, and even fourth-tier zombies had emerged. Am I too advanced? He pondered. He speculated that third-tier zombies likely existed, but were concentrated in densely populated urban centers. After all, this was still a suburban area, too remote. He resolved to venture into the city, soon to hunt down a few second and third-tier zombies and expedite his ascension to the fourth tier. Once he reached the fourth tier, he would be able to unleash his most adept skills. Chapter 59, Brother Dao. The following day, Li Tianxi set out once more with his combat team, which had grown to an impressive 43 members. Su Xiao intentionally allowed him to mentor these newcomers, placing no specific task requirements upon him, granting him the freedom to exercise his leadership. He had proven himself a competent leader, no longer needing Su Xiao to instruct him on how to guide a new group. The 40 individuals were divided into 2 teams. Li Tianxi and Enz continued their patrol in the vicinity, with Su Xiao designating a range of 10 kilometers for their operations. Meanwhile, Kai Tu, Wang Shi, and Li Yuanshan escorted the forging team to the mechanical plant, taking the opportunity to train the new recruits along the way. I want to go out and test my new skills. After her extensive research the previous day, she had finally developed a new ability within her gravitational powers and was eager to put it to the test. Just as Su Xiao was about to respond, Wang Feiyu burst in with an anxious expression, exclaiming, "It's bad, Chief. We've received communication from the freezing warehouse. A large group of people has appeared at the entrance, attempting to force their way in for supplies, and they are armed, paralyzing our team with fear. A standoff is currently underway." Su Xiao's expression darkened. His worst fears had indeed materialized. "How many are there?" "Over 30, and we only have 4. They are armed, and our team fears they may lose control of the situation." Su Xiao turned to Tang Ying. "Let's go." Tang Ying replied sternly, immediately rushing out. "Be careful. Don't be reckless, and remember to contact me." Su Xiao shouted, still feeling uneasy. "Understood." Meanwhile, Tang Ying, accompanied by 17 female combat team members, drove towards the freezing warehouse. Among the 17, 6 were new recruits. Tang Ying intended to use this combat situation to train the women. Upon encountering zombies blocking their path, she coldly commanded, "Stop the car. New recruits, disembark and eliminate the zombies. The veterans will stand guard and be ready to assist." One by one, the women armed themselves and exited the vehicle, facing several zombies charging towards them. They looked towards the 7 newcomers, who included urban professionals, schoolgirls, and single mothers. Yet, under the indifferent gaze of their female leader Tang Ying, they gritted their teeth and mustered their courage, striking at the approaching zombies. Some women, paralyzed with fear, stood trembling in place, their trousers dampened. Although the surrounding female warriors felt compassion, no one spoke or urged them on. They understood that to gain acceptance within the base and adapt to the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world, this was a necessary trial. Survival for women in this new world was exceptionally challenging. Their physical strength was inferior to that of men, their courage lacking, and their mental fortitude even more so. If they did not force themselves to exert greater effort than men and strengthen themselves, they would inevitably become mere playthings beneath the feet of men. As the zombies eagerly lunged towards the women, perhaps drawn by the two enticing forms, one brave woman summoned her courage and struck a zombie's head with an axe, splattering brain matter everywhere, including on herself. However, after a brief moment of fear, the sight of more foul-smelling zombies bearing their decaying, pus-dripping teeth before her ignited her ferocity, and she wildly swung her weapon at the encroaching undead. A zombie that nearly grasped her was shot in the head by a watching female marksman with a resounding bang. Tang Ying, showing some compassion, was far more lenient than Li Tianxi would have been with the male combat team. He would have offered no such leniency to the newcomers. All the combat team members, armed and ready, stood aside to watch the spectacle while the newcomers, wielding cold weapons, trembled in place. When the enemy approaches, if you remain idle, your only fate is death, Li Tianxi coldly declared. In an instant, a man was overwhelmed by a zombie, despite his desperate screams. The undead viciously clamped down on his face, tearing off a chunk of flesh. The man's agonized cries jolted the remaining men into action as they summoned their courage and began to slash at the zombies. Ultimately, after the loss of two comrades, the group of newcomers managed to eliminate all the zombies. Content with the outcome, Li Tianxi led them onward. They arrived once again at the previous residential area, which he had thoroughly cleared, yet he still wished to check for any overlooked remnants. Some floors had been too densely populated with zombies and were sealed off, preventing him from sending anyone inside. However, as they entered the complex, a group of over 10 men charged out from the doors on either side. Surround them. Li Tianxi sensed trouble, and immediately, over 30 more men surged in from behind, encircling the 21 of them. Brotherly, these bastards dared to ambush us. The group erupted in outrage. Kai Tu instinctively reached for his gun, but Li Tianxi subtly restrained his hand. From the opposing crowd emerged a middle-aged man, around 5'6", bearing a calm yet fierce demeanor. A scar ran from his chin to his neck, lending him an even more intimidating presence. With a slight smile, he announced, "Friends, do not be alarmed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Scar Chun, known as Brother Chun. We are all refugees in this apocalypse, merely seeking a means of survival. I have no desire to threaten you. If you cooperate, we need not resort to violence." Li Tianxi fronat. "You are the Brother Chen's gathering place nearby, aren't you? We have no grievances. What is the meaning of this?" Scar Chen's expression soured. "The residents of this complex have been taken by you. How are we to thrive? Surely you must also be a gathering place. Why not share your strength? Without sufficient power, these small enclaves will not survive. Consider joining me instead. My reputation for fairness is well known. You may inquire with my brothers beside me if I have ever mistreated them. If your 20 strong laborers join forces with me, we could all enjoy a better life." Li Tianxi chuckled. "So you're Brother Scar Chen? Our base is no secret. It's just that you lack the courage to challenge us." Scarat Shen misinterpreta a Li Tianxi's bravado. His eyes growing cold. "Young man, refrain from posturing. It's not wise. I have experienced more than you can imagine. Do not force my hand." Li Tianxi sneered. "Enough with the pleasantries. If you have the guts, come and try to cut me." Chapter 60. Gravitational pull. A toast uninvited brings punishment. Without a moment's hesitation, Brother Dao commanded, and dozens of men brandished their knives towards Li Tianxi and his companions. However, Li Tianxi merely withdrew his firearm, aiming it directly at Brother Dao's forehead. "Dare you make a move?" Instantly, those rushing forward froze in terror. Brother Dao, equally astonished, stared at the gun's muzzle, his expression shifting like the weather. These men were merely a band of surrounding refugees. How could they possibly possess firearms? Yet, here were his adversaries armed. After a few moments of fluctuating emotions, Brother Dao swiftly donned a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, little brother, it's a misunderstanding. My thoughtlessness earlier. How can we, as fellow refugees, resort to violence? We should unite instead. Li Tianxi coldly retorted, less chatter. Since you've come, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Brother Dao stood there, his countenance darkening. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had painstakingly gathered a handful of trustworthy individuals to form a team, establishing this small base. He had even harbored grand ambitions of becoming the largest human settlement in the vicinity. Would he allow it to be swallowed by another group? He was unwilling to concede. I understand your resentment. You think your numbers give you strength. If I were unarmed, capturing us would be a simple task. But Brother Dao, you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Without firearms, your group remains a troop of jesters in the eyes of my brothers behind me. Li Tianxi glanced at Kai Tu. Kai Tu, showcase your prowess. Understood. Kai Tu immediately comprehended, casting a disdainful glance at the men before him. Striding forward as Brother Dao's men instinctively parted to create a path, he approached the large iron gate of the community, twisted his wrist, and struck the gate with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, the massive iron door crumpled inward, crashing violently to the ground. This was an iron gate. Brother Dao and his men were left speechless, stunned into silence. Li Tianxi, meanwhile, extended his left hand. In an instant, a ball of fire ignited in his palm, its searing heat causing Brother Dao and the others to feel their faces flush. He then casually tossed the fireball onto a dilapidated vehicle, which erupted in flames, enveloping the entire car. Brother Dao's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind was swirling. Who were these individuals? One possessed strength like an ox, while another could conjure flames. They comprehended fully why Li Tianxi, despite having only a few companions, regarded them with such disdain. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Brother, are you a reincarnation of the fire god? My eyes are dim. I am merely an ability user. It's evident you've never encountered one before. In our base, I am hardly considered noteworthy." Li Tianxi succinctly explained the distinctions between ability users and ordinary individuals, as well as the evolution of zombies. Brother Dao and his men listened, their minds reeling. And Brother Dao finally grasped the true strength of these newcomers. He was indeed just a frog in a well. This base was even more formidable, lacking for nothing in resources, igniting a spark of desire within Brother Dao. Truth be told, Huwunti prefer a safe haven where they could eat and dress warmly. Rather than face risks in the presence of zombies, they scavenged daily for food, navigating streets and alleys, risking annihilation with each misstep, witnessing death regularly. Yet, the thought of joining another base meant submission to regulations. Brother Dao, who now enjoyed the company of women and relished his status as a small leader, was not one to abide by rules. The strict discipline Li Tianxi spoke of in his base conflicted with his current enjoyment of life. Ultimately, he pleaded, "Little brother, I am accustomed to freedom and truly wish to avoid being constrained. Let's each take a step back. In the future, you may search for survivors in this area at will, and we shall not interfere." How does that sound? Li Tianxi, however, gazed at the man behind Brother Dao with a smile. "Brother Dao, you must think carefully. This opportunity is fleeting. Zombies are growing ever stronger. You must have sensed it. Food is dwindling, and your numbers alone would not suffice to withstand a horde. In our base, as long as you obey the rules, you shall not go hungry. We offer all manner of amenities, and you can even accommodate your wives and children. Not everyone shares your reverence for freedom." Brother Dao's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, many of his men revealed expressions of delight. Many had been forcibly recruited by Brother Dao, yet they too had wives and children relying on them at nearby shelters. The food they received was barely enough to stave off starvation, and life remained arduous. "Brother Dao, we wish to join their base." "Exactly, Brother Dao. You may be alone, but we have family." "Brother Dao, having followed you for years, let us be honest. Living a peaceful life is far better than wandering aimlessly like lost souls, starving and shivering. I wish to follow this brother." Listening to the voices of his men, Brother Dao displayed a bitter smile, realizing his faction was disbanding. Thus, he humbly addressed Li Tianxi. "We are willing to submit to your esteemed base." In stark contrast to Li Tianxi's smooth sailing, Tang Ying's expression was dark and foreboding. Standing atop a vehicle, she spotted a distance away a frozen warehouse area surrounded by walls, where several vehicles were parked. 8 men stood guard at the entrance, while their 4 dispatch members were bound and tossed into a corner, subjected to insults and beatings by the group. Damn it, they have already infiltrated. Tang Ying seethed with anger. She understood fully how vital this supply was for Xiao and the base. Should this group divide the spoils among themselves, the promising situation the base had cultivated would promptly collapse. Without food, it could not sustain its hundreds of inhabitants. Thus, as the vehicle approached, she leapt down from the roof in haste. "Who are you?" The men immediately shouted, alert to her presence. As soon as she landed, she dashed towards them. "A mere girl dares to attack. Seize her. Capture her alive. Don't you see all those women over there?" The men, emboldened by lust, attempted to encircle Tang Ying. Gravitational pull. With a cold huff, she waved her hand, causing one man to scream as he soared into the air, only to crash down from 4 meters above. Then, Tang Ying plunged into the throng, delivering a punch that sent another man flying. Those who came near her found their bodies uncontrollably levitating, heads downward in the air. They screamed in terror. One by one, she kicked them away. This was Tang Ying's newly comprehended ability, gravitational pull. She could manipulate the gravitational field within a 5-meter radius, affecting up to 5 targets, rendering them weightless or excessively heavy. If Xiao were to witness this, he would be utterly astounded. This was the nascent form of an ability domain, attainable only by those who had reached the pinnacle of gravitational abilities. Yet, Tang Ying was merely at the 2nd tier. Xiao, unable to even summon his own blood control ability domain, underscored Tang Ying's incredible talent. The female combatants who descended were awestruck. Captain Tang was astonishingly formidable. Many female team members were starry-eyed, as in this moment, Tang Ying exuded an unmatched dominance. More valiant than any man. "Stop dawdling. 2 of you, rescue them. The rest, charge in with me." Yes. Chapter 61. The strong woman. As Tang Ying burst into the scene, she beheld a group of individuals scattered about, violently attempting to breach the warehouse door. In a fit of rage, she unsheathed her firearm from her waist and fired a shot into the air. "Everyone stand down." The echo of the gunshot startled everyone present. However, when the group of burly men noticed that it was merely a beautiful girl brandishing the weapon with fierce determination, mocking laughter erupted among them. "Oh look, a beauty has just delivered herself to us. What a delightful day. Food and a lovely lady," boasted one, while another chimed in, "Hold on, she's mine first." The 2 men began to bicker, their lustful gazes scanning Tang Ying's figure. With narrowed eyes and a hint of anger etched on her face, she wasted no time in raising her weapon and firing at the 2. The seasoned leaders reacted quickly, dodging in shock. But one of their underlings let out a horrified scream as Tang Ying's bullet struck him down. Panic erupted among the crowd. "That crazy woman is asking for death." Wang Cheng and Xiao shouted angrily. "What are you waiting for? Capture that filthy woman. I want her dead." Wang Cheng's eyes glinted with a mix of fear and malice as he glared at Tang Ying, his heart racing. If he hadn't reacted swiftly, he would have been the one lying on the ground. Tang Ying glared coldly at the advancing crowd, raising her hand. In an instant, 5 or 6 men nearby found themselves lifted off the ground, flailing in panic. "Get away from me," she commanded, tossing them aside effortlessly. With another wave of her hand, anyone who dared to approach her was forcefully thrown away, leaving the entire group in stunned silence. "An ability user," Xiao exclaimed, spitting out his cigarette in shock. At that moment, several female team members of Tang Ying rushed in, their guns trained on the crowd, rendering them motionless with fear. Wang Cheng and Xiao's faces turned pale as they hurriedly shouted, "Don't shoot. Let us talk this over." Tang Ying's gaze settled on a few men still unloading goods from cold storage. Everyone crouched down and cover your heads, or face dire consequences. Yet, only a handful complied, while most, including the 2 leaders, stood defiantly. Wang Cheng attempted to appear congenial, saying, "Miss, don't be impulsive. It's all a misunderstanding, we..." Bang! Tang Ying fired again, and one man beside Wang Cheng collapsed, clutching his chest in agony as he writhed on the ground. Wang Cheng's legs weakened in terror. Tang Ying's expression darkened. Didn't you hear me say to crouch down? Anyone still standing in 5 seconds will be shot. Her voice was as cold and indifferent as the depths of hell, sending all the men scrambling to the ground, hands over their heads. Wang Cheng and Xia Kun trembled as they crouched, humiliated before the barrels of their guns. Tang Ying's icy gaze swept over them, and she demanded, "Who ordered you to touch the cold storage? Who dare to harm my people?" Wang Cheng, with a forced smile, replied, "My apologies. We had no idea these supplies belonged to you. In this apocalypse, we're all struggling to survive. Surely, you can leave us a way out?" His tone was laced with caution, fully aware that this woman was as ruthless as any man. One wrong word could seal his fate. "Indeed, my brothers have gone far too long without a proper meal. With so many supplies, can you not spare us a little?" Xi Kun lamenteth. In this apocalypse, spare me your pitiful words. Having stolen my supplies, you must face the consequences. Who is your leader? Step forward. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, ultimately directing their gaze toward Wang Cheng and Xia Kun, who stood trembling. They reluctantly rose to their feet. "Bind them." Tang Ying commanded her female teammates. "Wait, don't go too far, you vile woman," Xia Kun retorted, his expression darkening. In a swift motion, he drew a gun and aimed it at Tang Ying, pulling the trigger. Tang Ying, taken aback by the hidden weapon, was astonished. The men surrounding Xia Kun were equally shocked. They had never known their leader possessed a firearm, as he had never revealed it. In that moment, Xia Kun aimed to eliminate Tang Ying. With her gone, he felt he could easily overpower the women armed with mere pistols. Yet, Tang Ying, though startled, reacted with unparalleled speed. She was a second-tier ability user. The bullet froze inches from her forehead, spinning menacingly but unable to advance further. Xia Kun's eyes widened in disbelief as blood gushed from a bullet wound in his forehead, and he collapsed, lifeless. His death rendered the remaining men utterly submissive. Crouching in a mass of over 140 individuals, Tang Ying promptly contacted Su Xiao, inquiring about the fate of the captives. Meanwhile, Su Xiao, who believed he could enjoy a quiet respite as a laid-back leader, found himself in a predicament. "Leader, 4 vehicles have arrived at the entrance. A group is blocking the way. One of their leaders wishes to see you." Su Xiao's brow furrowed at the report from his subordinate. How could so much happen in such a short time? Li Tianxi had ventured out, and the warehouse was under siege. This villa area was remote, typically devoid of any threats. How could so many appear today? "Go check it out," Su Xiao instructed, setting aside his book and heading toward the entrance. On the way, Wang Feiyu rushed to his side. "Leader, communication from Captain Tang." Su Xiao quickly took the communicator, asking, "Tang Ying, what is happening?" "Leader, all the individuals at the warehouse have been captured. There are more than 140 of them. I killed one of their leaders. How should we handle this batch?" "More than 140? That's unexpected." Su Xiao hadn't anticipated such a large number at the warehouse. Had he known in advance, he wouldn't have sent Tang Ying alone. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised that she had resolved the issue, secretly admiring her capabilities. "Do you know their origins?" he inquired. "They all come from the city, claiming to have fled here. The number of zombies in the city has surged, with many powerful ones appearing that can track human scent. They have no place to hide, so they risked everything to escape to the outskirts." The surge of zombies in the city made Su Xiao's heart sink. After the second blood rain, the zombies had grown stronger, and it was likely that more high-tier zombies had emerged. At least the number of second-tier zombies had undoubtedly increased significantly. Moreover, third-tier zombies were likely present, such as the one who had once dominated Yanhai City in a past life. Chapter 62. Unabashed outside the entrance of the villa district, 3 large trucks were parked, and over 30 men and women stood in the open space, gazing at the luxurious villas with a mix of envy and awe. Surprisingly, there were no zombies in the vicinity, likely due to the thorough cleansing conducted by the residents of this base. Reflecting on their own plight, it was impossible not to envy the people living here. The leader, Wang Heng, watched the 2 guards at the gate, their standard-issue firearms igniting a deep desire within him. He quickly understood why the inhabitants of this base appeared so healthy and the atmosphere so serene. Their weapons and resources far surpassed those of his ragtag group of refugees. Initially, he had considered seizing this place if it were unoccupied or eliminating the few residents, but the sight of the guns extinguished that thought, leaving him with no choice but to wait patiently for the base's owner to arrive. Leader. Greetings, leader. The guards at the entrance respectfully acknowledged Xiao. Xiao emerged with Xiao by his side. Observing the disheveled group, Xiao noticed their filthy clothes stained with dried blood. Their predatory gazes upon her made her expression turn cold as she instinctively positioned herself behind Xiao. Xiao scrutinized the 30-odd individuals before him, mostly men, with only 3 women dressed in attractive, revealing skirts, standing behind a lewd, middle-aged man who appeared to be their leader. You must be the leader here. I am Wang Heng. A pleasure to meet you. The man approached with a sycophantic grin. Xiao, un put the inquit bon li. Wang Heng sighed. There are too many zombies in the city. We can no longer survive there and have been forced to seek refuge in the suburbs. I see you're doing quite well here, so I wonder if you could assist us with food and shelter, as we are newcomers and do not know where to stay. His brazen request elicited sneers from the guards nearby, who found his audacity laughable. Xiao, however, merely chuckled softly. My friend, you jest. The streets are teeming with zombies, and our base struggles to feed itself. We have no surplus to spare. Now, don't be in such a hurry to dismiss us. Wang Heng protested, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. In times of hardship, it is only right to lend a helping hand. This place is vast. Surely you could accommodate us for a few days. I heard from nearby refugees that you lack for nothing in terms of food and drink. Consider it a favor, and I assure you, we will repay you in due time. Xiao could hardly contain his amusement at the man's shameless familiarity. He turned with a smile. That could be arranged, provided you agree to join our base. Wang Heng's eyes flickered with interest. What if we both share leadership here? Both Xiao and Xiao were taken aback, while the station soldiers stared at him in disbelief. Xiao's smile faded, replaced by a cold demeanor. If you join us, you will follow my orders. Were you? After all, if you refuse to join, then you may leave at once. Wang Heng, incensed by Xiao's condescending attitude, opened his mouth to retort but caught sight of the guns aimed at him, swallowing his anger and forcing a smile. In that case, could you lend us some food? We will certainly repay you later. Ignoring the foolishness of his request, Xiao turned and walked away, uninterested in recruiting more people. Wang Heng stood there, his expression fluctuating between anger and embarrassment, his face flushed as he muttered under his breath, ultimately refraining from voicing his frustrations, and reluctantly led his group away. He should consider himself fortunate that Xiao was not in need of more followers at that moment. With over 100 captured by Tang Ying, the population of the base had surged to nearly 300. Xiao was now faced with the challenge of managing this influx, as any further recruitment would require careful consideration. With only one base in the vicinity, it would be prudent to allow them to explore and establish themselves nearby. Following closely were 5 vehicles, overflowing with people, those who had been captured. These individuals had endured the ravages of hunger, and for them, survival mattered more than whom they aligned with. Tang Ying leaped from her vehicle and approached Xiao, who welcomed her with a warm smile. You've worked hard, Ying, he said gently, affectionately running his fingers through her hair before moving toward the gathered group. Tang Ying lowered her head, smoothing her hair, then fell in a step behind Xiao. The new arrivals lined up obediently under Xiao's watchful gaze. The assembly greater than the previous days. The existing members of the base, witnessing this scene, wore smiles akin to seasoned comrades, having quickly adapted to their new life, even if their meals consisted solely of soup and rice. Following the established protocol, they documented names and assessed the skill sets of potential contributors, a task Tang Ying had already undertaken. Xiao, upon reviewing the list, was taken aback by the recognition of a name he had heard in his previous life, one associated either with exceptional abilities from the early days of the apocalypse or a formidable leader in later stages. He circled the name and handed the list to Wu Qian, instructing her to keep a close watch on this individual. Wu Qian nodded. casting her gaze over the list before her eyes settled on a frail girl nestled against a middle-aged man, presumably her father. Although she was unsure of Su Xiao's reasoning for focusing on this girl, she understood her role was simply to execute his directives. Among the new arrivals, Su Xiao found unexpected surprises. Some were workers from power plant, while others were seasoned fighters with considerable prowess. Around noon, the base was once again enveloped in the fragrant smoke of cooking. Today's meal consisted of a hot pot featuring enoki mushrooms, pork, and cabbage. Given the perishability of vegetables like enoki mushrooms and greens, which required refrigeration, and the necessity for the residents to consume vegetables to maintain their health, Su Xiao opted for a large hot pot as a treat for the base members. The aroma wafted through the air, lifting the spirits of the seasoned residents, while the newcomers were filled with trepidation, uncertain if there would be enough for them. As for the 100-plus individuals, they huddled in the corners, eyes wide with anticipation as the enticing scent of the hot pot wafted toward them, their mouths watering in eagerness. Yet, without Su Xiao's command, none dared to move, knowing the consequences of defying the armed patrols nearby. Chapter 63 Meeting Li Qianxi and his companions arrived somewhat belatedly. Upon seeing Li Qianxi arriving with 2 carts of people, Su Xiao couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This individual either does not show up or, when he does, expands the base's population by 6 or 7 times. Chief, they are from the nearby Brother Dao gathering place and are willing to join us, Li Qianxi reported to Su Xiao with a sense of accomplishment. A glance at the 100 or so individuals in the corner left him momentarily speechless. Su Xiao smiled wryly. Our base has gained another 200 people today. You two certainly have a knack for timing. It wasn't that Su Xiao couldn't manage over 300 people. That was a trivial matter for him. Even if the number reached 1,000 or 2,000, he had the capability to oversee them, having witnessed countless grand occasions in his past life. The reputation he garnered from dealing with blood-sucking merchants wasn't unwarranted. He frequently traversed various bases for commerce, and with his blood control abilities, he could sense human gatherings within a radius of several kilometers. He traded the supplies he acquired for higher-tier crystal cores. However, the accommodations in the villa were quite limited, and now they hadn't even had the chance to expand the inner walls of the villa. The planned new dormitories on the outskirts were still not underway, making it quite challenging to accommodate such a large influx of people. Never mind, let us eat first. You and Ying have done well. Today we shall have hot pot. Su Xiao smiled as he patted Li Qianxi's shoulder. Li Qianxi immediately swallowed hard. Hot pot. It's been ages since I last had it. Of course, only Su Xiao, Li Qianxi, and the core members along with the 40 or so individuals who had followed Su Xiao from the beginning would be able to partake in the hot pot. The logistics team members could also enjoy the meal, regardless of when they joined, as Su Xiao understood well that one should never offend the cooks. As for the others, except for the construction team assigned by Su Xiao and the 2 leaders of the casting team, who participated in the hot pot feast, the rest were still having their rice soup, albeit with a few more pickles as a treat. This already thrilled them. Among those who had been captured, one had attempted to take action against Li Qianxi, while the other sought to seize Su Xiao's supplies. Su Xiao certainly would not treat them the same as the refugees collected by Li Qianxi. Without contributing, they could forget about white rice. Their food consisted only of corn porridge, 1 bowl each. To receive better treatment and food, they needed to prove their worth by fulfilling their assigned tasks and contributing to the base. The fragrant lamb was scooped out, dipped in a mixture of sesame, fragrant oil, crushed peanuts, and chopped scallions. With a bite, the delightful medley of flavors enveloped him in sheer satisfaction. The group enjoyed their meal fervently, chatting animatedly, creating an atmosphere that felt more festive than the new year itself. The 100 or so individuals who initially savored their porridge watched enviously as the first group feasted on rice and pickles, while the aroma wafting from Su Xiao's side made their mouths water, making their own bowls of porridge seem less appealing. However, they were informed that as long as they worked diligently and adhered to the base arrangements, they could enjoy better meals. Each of them fervently contemplated what skills they possessed, resembling eager graduates preparing for an interview. After the meal, Su Xiao formally organized the first leadership meeting of the base. with over 200 new individuals arriving within a day. The current planning was utterly inadequate to accommodate such a number, and Xiao would not allow them all to remain idle, subsisting on plain rice. Therefore, arranging for these individuals was an urgent matter. This time, Xiao did not act dictatorially. Instead, he decided to seek the opinions of Li Tianxi and the respective team leaders. In fact, as the group grew larger, many of Xiao's decisions would no longer be so autocratic, for managing the base could not rest solely on his shoulders. However, one thing remained unchanged. Xiao was the highest authority, the absolute leader. He was willing to discuss matters, and everyone was encouraged to contribute ideas. But if Xiao insisted on a particular course of action, no one could counter his will. Prior to the meeting, Xiao had earnestly conveyed this to everyone, who all expressed their agreement. They understood the current status stemmed from his leadership. The meeting room was located in the main hall of Xiao's villa. Li Tianxi, Kai Tu, Tang Ying, Wu Qian, Kai Ming, Lu Zhonghua, and Wang Feiyu represented the 6 major teams. The male combat team, female combat team, construction, casting, logistics, and communications. Additionally, the sisters Ji He and Ji Xian were present. After Wu Qian took over as the logistics team leader, Ji He stepped into the vacant deputy position, and the 2 sisters were inseparable, so Xiao did not hinder Ji Ying's arrival. The group, initially excited, now sat solemnly, gazing at Xiao, who leaned silently against the sofa, awaiting his address. Xiao gathered his thoughts and scanned the room before speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, today we shall discuss the allocation of these new individuals. First, I would like to hear your opinions on the expansion of your respective teams. If you feel expansion is necessary, please speak up. With that, Xiao fell silent. Li Tianxi was the first to respond. Chief, our combat team needs to expand. Li Tianxi spoke earnestly. Currently, our base has only over 40 combat members combined, which is insufficient to adequately safeguard the base. Given the multitude of dangers in this apocalyptic world, our combat team must maintain a priority status and possess sufficient combat capability. Xiao turned to Tang Ying. I concur, she affirmed. The other team leaders remained silent, hesitant to intervene in the expansion of other teams, knowing such decisions fell solely to the leader. Xiao nodded. How many members do you wish to add to the combat team? 30, Li Tianxi cautiously suggested. This would bring our combat team to 50, sufficient to handle many significant situations without the need to retreat when encountering hordes of hundreds. Tang Ying added, there are very few females in the base. The ratio compared to males is less than 1 to 5. I would like to expand the number of males to bolster our strength and alleviate the burden on the girls during physically demanding tasks on missions. Xiao note that, from now on, the male team shall be renamed Team 1, and the female team shall be Team 2. Team 1 will expand by 20 members, while Team 2 will expand by 30. How does that sound? Agreed. Both Tang Ying and Li Tianxi nodded. With over 200 individuals, 50 were allocated, leaving a remaining count of over 180. Chief, I have something to say. Kai Ming humbly smiled, raising his hand. Xiao grinned. Everyone here is part of the leadership team. There is no need to be so formal with me. Speak your mind. Go ahead. Chapter 64. Militarized Management. Kai Ming pondered for a moment before stating, I believe, esteemed leader, that beyond the outer walls, your primary concern must be the housing issue for so many people. Surely, the establishment of a new residential area is imperative? Indeed. Thus, the construction of our new living quarters is of utmost urgency. I dare to request an additional 50 individuals from you, esteemed leader. Kai Ming, seemingly apprehensive of misinterpretations, clarified, the outer walls can be commenced promptly. I believe that if we prioritize speed, we can initiate work on both sides simultaneously. The only deficiency lies in construction materials, which are entirely absent from a base. We must source a batch from elsewhere. Xiao nodded. Construction materials are indeed the primary concern. I have noted that. Your suggestion is commendable. However, 50 individuals may be somewhat insufficient. Defensive measures are of paramount importance and must be prioritized. I shall allocate 70 individuals to you, totaling 100. Later, please submit a recommendation for a deputy leader. The 2 of you will be jointly responsible. Over the next few days, we shall send individuals to nearby cement factories and construction sites, striving to procure all necessary materials within 2 days. Thank you, esteemed leader. Upon hearing that he would directly oversee 100 individuals, almost the sum of 2 combat teams, Kai Ming was filled with elation. Others expressed astonishment, wondering if Su Xiao had perhaps allocated too many individuals to Kai Ming. Su Xiao spoke slowly. While it is true that the construction team is sizable, the task ahead is considerably daunting. The directive to erect the outer walls within 10 days must be executed without fail. Materials will arrive in stages. Should there be any delay in the timeline, I will hold you accountable. Kai Ming responded earnestly, rest assured. Wu Qian's logistics team received an additional 10 individuals, reaching a total of 30 members responsible for the transportation of supplies, food provision, and waste management. Wang Feiyu's communication team also played a crucial role in the coming days. An influx of refugees from the city was anticipated to the outskirts. The surrounding conditions of the base would undoubtedly grow more complex and severe, and the frozen warehouse would become a coveted target for various factions. Thus, it must be safeguarded at all costs. Moreover, the machinery factory would serve as Su Zhao's future supply source for weaponry and was equally vital. Consequently, the communication team expanded by 20 members, bringing their total to 30, with some remaining on-site while others would patrol daily, an equally perilous endeavor. Lu Zhonghua had yet to commence work and hesitated to request additional personnel, but Su Xiao nonetheless increased his team by 20, reaching 40 members. The addition of weaponry was urgent. As the number of personnel increased, so too must their equipment. Ultimately, 60 individuals remained unallocated, and Su Xiao found himself at a loss for areas within the base that required staffing. He decided to categorize them temporarily into a third combat team and resolved to personally train this group to prevent them from idling within the base. With this contingent, he could also venture into the city to investigate. The allocation concluded, summarizing as follows. Combat teams 1 and 2 each comprised over 50 members. The logistics team had 30. The forging team consisted of 40. The communication team totaled 30. The construction team stood at 100. In combat team 3 comprised 60 members, approximately 360 individuals in total. There were also about a dozen scattered individuals, mostly children and injured combatants, whom Su Xiao refrained from assigning strenuous tasks, instead assigning them to maintain order within a base. Teams could summon assistance as needed. As the recollection concluded, the team leaders busied themselves with distributing personnel and managing their respective groups. Su Xiao awaited the notification from Wu Qian regarding the filtered selection from each team, where 63 individuals from the third team awaited his inspection. Upon stepping into the small square of the community, Su Xiao found over 60 individuals of varying appearances assembled, devoid of any women. Those had been chosen by teams 2 and logistics. All were men, ranging from those in their 40s to youthful 17-year-olds, congregating in hushed whispers, their voices creating a cacophony interspersed with coarse language that echoed around the square. Upon Su Zhao's arrival, the guard team swiftly admonished the group, and the noise gradually subsided, each individual fixing their gaze upon the master of the base. Stand at attention, behave yourselves, and listen to the leader. A patrolling soldier barked at them. Su Xiao waved his hand, signaling for the soldier to resume patrolling. He surveyed the assembly of over 60 individuals, and those who met his gaze involuntarily straightened their posture. Esteemed individuals, regardless of your origins, upon entering my base and being assigned to the third team, if you wish to remain here, you are now under my command. From this day forth, you shall be governed by me. Do any of you have objections? Su Xiao inquired in a low voice. No one spoke. None dared to voice dissent. Su Xiao then stated flatly, "Let us commence today's training." He walked among the crowd, his gaze scanning each face. You, and you, step forward." The 3 men called upon stepped out of the ranks, anxiously regarding Su Xiao. "You 3 shall serve as the temporary leaders of this team, each overseeing 20 individuals. Should you perform well, you may be confirmed in your positions. If not, replacements will be made at any time." The 3 men, upon hearing this, were filled with joy and eagerly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed leader, we will certainly excel. Xiao disregarded their words, for performance would only be revealed through action. To combat zombies, relying on your disorganized numbers is futile. From today onward, this team will implement a quasi-militarized management system. Tasks I assign must be met. Failure to comply will result in punishment. Those who display lethargy will be expelled from the base. As for those who cause chaos, death. Su Zhao's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. His tone as frigid as the ice of midwinter. Everyone, including the 3 team leaders, shuddered at his words. They harbored no doubt regarding the truth of his threats, surrounded as they were by armed soldiers prepared to act at a moment's notice. The first task is physical conditioning, which will become your daily obligation. Now, you 3, lead them outside to run laps around the entire villa area, 10 laps. Upon hearing Su Zhao's command, a pallor washed over their faces, and many displayed expressions of resignation, lamenting the unexpected physical training upon joining the base. However, upon witnessing the change in Su Zhao's demeanor, the 3 leaders quickly shouted, "Front 2 rows, follow me. The 3rd and 4th rows with me." Under the guidance of the 3 leaders, the group promptly exited the base. Beginning their running drills around the perimeter, Su Xiao stood at the entrance, observing their retreating figures as he leisurely lit a cigarette. This scene drew the attention of Li Tianxi and others. What is the leader doing? Why are they running instead of hunting zombies? Who knows? Just watch and see, replied Li Tianxi, equally curious about Su Zhao's training methods for this largest yet entirely new combat team. Su Xiao exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze unwavering. His thoughts were simple. The base had grown considerably, yet mere disorganized individuals would not suffice. To cultivate true combat effectiveness, rigorous training and discipline were essential. He aimed to forge an army of his own, beginning with this 3rd team. Chapter 65. A lesson in authority. The 60 members of the 3rd team initially maintained a commendable pace. However, after the 3rd lap, a number of them began to struggle, gasping for breath and falling behind, resulting in a disorganized formation. Su Xiao observed the scene without uttering a word or showing concern. Meanwhile, the 3 squad leaders were visibly distressed. Despite their own exhaustion, they recognized their new authority and the watchful gaze of their superior, fearing for their prospects. Thus, they shouted at the top of their lungs, urging everyone to push harder. "Are you not men? Is it not shameful to falter after just 3 laps? Keep running, or I'll face the consequences, and you will too." The others regarded the trio with disdain, considering them mere pawns chosen by Su Xiao, while some even taunted them as they ran. The 3 leaders, feeling humiliated, could only flush with anger and remain silent. The villa area, though not vast, was certainly not small, covering more ground than an ordinary residential complex. This lap was not the standard 400 meters of school track, but nearly 2 kilometers long. Completing 10 laps would amount to a grueling 20 kilometers. By the 5th lap, half of the participants could no longer keep up. Some collapsed on the ground, panting as if trying to inhale the very essence of life, while others staggered forward with great difficulty. The combat personnel patrolling the villa grounds looked on with a mix of sympathy and relief. They felt for the unfortunate souls undergoing such rigorous training at the hands of their leader. They were grateful for having arrived earlier, having become seasoned combatants exempt from such harsh drills. "I refuse to run anymore," one man shouted angrily as he sat on the ground. "I've endured enough hardship to get here, only to be captured and subjected to this nonsense. Where's the food? Why must I run?" The 3 squad leaders took turns attempting to persuade him, but he remained resolute, glaring defiantly at the surrounding soldiers as if daring them to take action. The soldiers, though frustrated, could not open fire, despite their desire to teach the insolent man a lesson. Su Xiao, however, smiled and remarked, "Ah, you have a strong will. Tell him that if he does not resume running in 5 minutes, he will be required to complete 13 laps. If he remains idle for 10 minutes, that will increase to 15. One squad leader was taken aback, questioning the practicality of such a threat. The man clearly displayed a disregard for consequences, but he dared not contradict Su Xiao and hurried off to relay the message. As anticipated, the man only became more obstinate and refused to budge. 3 others soon followed his lead, also choosing to remain stationary, disdainfully watching their peers as if they were cowards. The atmosphere of defiance was palpable, and among the crowd, there were those who deliberately slowed their pace, moving a leisurely walk despite Xiao's orders for 10 laps. They took their time, relishing the fact that no deadline for completion had been imposed. Consequently, over 20 individuals adopted a sluggish demeanor, ignoring the urgings of the 3 leaders, who were met with scoffs of derision. Only about 30 individuals truly committed themselves to the task, driven either by fear of Xiao's wrath or by a genuine desire to escape their tumultuous circumstances, having lost loved ones to the logistics division. After an hour, the first group finally crossed the finish line, collapsing in exhaustion and relief. The second group lagged 3 to 4 laps behind. As the midday meal approached, after 2 hours, the second group completed their 10 laps. For those who finished, Xiao had tea prepared, but they were required to remain standing for 10 minutes after drinking before they could rest. This was a precaution against the dangers of sudden sitting after intense exertion, which could disrupt their circulation. You performed admirably. Your muscles are well stretched, he acknowledged. After a 30-minute break, each of you will complete 100 push-ups. Despite the grimace on their faces, none dared to voice complaints. As for those who had dallied, Xiao's gaze turned cold. For those who enjoy shirking responsibilities, you will forfeit your lunch privilege and, after a 30-minute break, also do push-ups. The faces of those who had taken their time paled in horror, filled with regret. Yet they could not muster the courage to argue with Xiao. The first group could only revel in their misfortune. When the next group of 8 or 9 arrived, Xiao exchanged a glance with his soldiers, who swiftly subdued them, binding them tightly. "What is your intent?" They cried in alarm. Xiao regarded them with a calm demeanor. "You possess considerable capability. Why then have you found yourselves in my camp?" One man, defiant, retorted, "I've fought to survive, just like the rest of you. You merely had the advantage of resources and firepower. What makes you think you can train me, you inexperienced pup?" The soldiers holding him were taken aback by his audacity, glancing nervously at Xiao for his reaction. Yet Xiao remained unfazed, a smile playing on his lips. "It seems you wish to challenge me. Very well, let us settle this one-on-one. Should you fail to defeat me, your life is forfeit." With a mere signal, the soldier released the burly man. "And you, who else wishes to contest my authority?" Xiao surveyed the others, who all bowed their heads in silence. The freed giant, still frowning, was met with Xiao's hand, which produced a pistol and tossed it at his feet. "Go ahead, kill me." Xiao Dandet. The burly man, realizing there was no way out, seized the gun and unleashed a barrage of shots towards Xiao. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, as did cries of alarm from those watching from distance. Yet, in an astonishing display of agility, Xiao evaded every bullet, moving like a phantom. In less than a second, he appeared before the man, gripping his throat and driving his elbow into the giant's wrist, disarming him effortlessly. The man, weighing around 150 to 160 pounds, dangled helplessly in Xiao's grip, his eyes bulging with pain as he struggled against the hold. Xiao, however, remained unperturbed, stating coolly, "I offered you a chance, and yet you proved ineffective." Chapter 66. The cruel ones. In the final moments before the man was nearly strangled to death, Xiao forcefully hurled him aside. Everyone swallowed hard. Was the leader no longer afraid of bullets? It was less than 3 meters away. Even a blind man could hit that, right? How did he manage it? A profound self-doubt enveloped the crowd, accompanied by a mixture of fear and reverence towards Xiao. How shall we handle him? Li Tianxi approached, fully aware that Xiao was making an example of this man. These individuals were far too arrogant, oblivious to their precarious situation. They are reluctant to complete the remaining laps, but I have a method to ensure they do, Xiao remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Li Tianxi felt a chill. The calm Xiao was not terrifying, but that smile on the leader's face signaled doom for the man. "Shu, Xiao Wheat Stao." And soon 4 formidable dogs charged in from afar. Their massive frames, crimson eyes, and sharp fangs sent the newcomers retreating in terror, trembling at the sight. If not for the armed patrols around them, they would have surely fled. "What manner of beasts are these? Demao, have you reached the second tier?" Xiao marveled at the leading golden retriever. Mao's fur had turned nearly pure gold, and he had grown significantly, towering almost as high as a horse. Standing there, he resembled a colossal prehistoric creature, exuding an aura that resonated closely with Su Xiao's own. Woof! Mao growled deeply, extending a claw that seemed to stretch nearly 30 centimeters, glistening like black steel, hard and shiny. Indeed, our base has gained another second-tier combatant. Su Xiao be met. Now, bind them with ropes to Mao and Air Mao. He commanded coldly, unable to finish. Today, you shall surely complete the lapse. Terror painted the faces of the men as they huddled on the ground, pleading, "We were wrong, leader. Spare us this once. I was momentarily foolish. I will run now. Please." The others understood Su Xiao's intention. He meant to tether these individuals to the 4 mighty dogs and have them dragged along. At the speed of these dogs, they would surely be ground to dust. The base has its rules. Since you desire to perish, let it be so, Su Xiao stated with an unyielding expression, as though issuing a mundane order. As the men were bound and cried out for mercy, Su Xiao commanded, Mao, take them and run 3 laps around the base. Without hesitation, Mao bolted forward with the other dogs following suit. The air was filled with their anguished screams, echoing throughout the base. The men were swiftly ground against the earth, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Tang Ing could scarcely bear to watch. Su Xiao, is this too cruel? What will others think of you? Li Qianxi and the others undoubtedly felt trepidation. These men had acknowledged their errors, and strict discipline would suffice. There was no need for such torment. Yet, none dared challenge Su Xiao. Su Xiao replied with a placid gaze, I care not for their opinions. I have never considered myself a good person. I am a devil who abides by rules. Too many ambitious and arrogant individuals have infiltrated the base. You cannot hope to tame them peacefully. They require a bloody reminder. Have I not given them a chance? Each one could have attempted to kill me. Failing that, they must pay the price. This is the law of the apocalypse, my law. Su Xiao's gaze bore heavily into Tang Ying as he continued. This is a necessary step for the future development of our base. To strengthen our combat team, those who defy my established rules must face consequences. Tang Ying felt lost under Su Xiao's intense scrutiny. His eyes revealed a tempest of anger, bloodlust, and ambition, yet devoid of compassion. I understand, she nodded, though a flicker of confusion glimmered in her eyes. Her expression had not escaped Su Xiao's notice. A pang of realization struck him. His methods and coldness had rendered him unrecognizable to her, appearing almost inhumane. Yet he said nothing. Tang Ying remained oblivious to the harsh realities of maintaining a hierarchical order in this post-apocalyptic world. She did not grasp why Su Xiao would embrace such a heartless demeanor to uphold his rules. In this lifetime, she was still too naive. She had not witnessed the chaos that ensued when a nascent collective lacked unified intent, nor the outcome of a group swayed by misguided notions of popular sentiment. As Su Xiao anticipated, the screams lasted but 2 or 3 minutes before falling silent. The remaining members of the third team trembled in fear, watching as the 3 dogs continued to drag the mangled bodies, faces ravaged, on their second lap. Shallow blood trails marred the muddy ground. Su Xiao's display of intimidation had thoroughly instilled a seed of fear within the entire third team and other combat squads, deepening their respect for the base's regulations. Otherwise, Su Xiao would not hesitate to kill without a second thought. Yet, none bore resentment towards him. After all, his rigorous and ruthless style had cultivated their current combat strength and status. Understanding Su Xiao's mindset was one thing. Those who did not could only stifle their grievances. Su Xiao did not require their understanding. In the end, the bodies were buried at Su Xiao's behest. By noon, the third combat team stood rigidly, like soldiers at attention. Su Xiao remained silent, and no one dared display any other expression, even as others began to gather their belongings for a meal. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao spoke. Discipline is the first step to becoming a formidable team. You are my personally trained guards, and in the future, the base will grow, ensuring a place for each of you. However, your performance has been utterly disappointing. It is so easy to wish for death. Simply venture outside and offer your head to a zombie. Do not waste the hard-earned food collected by others within my base. If you choose not to live, many are willing to face the grim past, seeking meaning in their lives and striving to become anew. If you do not hold yourselves to a high standard, zombies will show you no mercy. Reflect on where each of your values lies. A strong individual proves their worth through their power, their achievements, and their fists, not by disregarding the words of those stronger than themselves, like pitiful worms who think they can be crushed with a single hand. Xiao's merciless gaze swept over them all. His words ignited a suppressed flame within everyone, not of anger towards Xiao, but of self-loathing. No one dared meet his gaze again. They simply gritted their teeth and held their heads high. Chapter 67. Empathy. After a round of mockery, Xiao commanded, "Those who finish the first batch may go eat. For the lazy ones remaining, there will be no lunch, and you are dismissed." With that, Xiao strode away. Li Qianxi and Kai Tu, holding their bowls, looked on with a mix of astonishment and regret. The leader was indeed harsh, upon reflection. The fact that he had initially sent them to slay zombies, with 5 mutated dogs as their vanguard, was already a considerable favor. Kai Tu, savoring the fragrant fish in his bowl, mumbled, "It's quite unfair." Li Qianxi countered, "The leader's strictness is essential. These people are far too lethargic. If they aspire to become part of the leader's elite team, how can they develop combat prowess without enduring some hardships? We too must not grow complacent. When we train these newcomers again, we must be more stringent." The lunch spread was sumptuous, featuring a pot of fish soup and stir-fried pork with green peppers, prepared at Xiao's behest. As the number of support staff increased, Xiao no longer squeezed into communal dining, but had a skilled chef prepare meals exclusively for him. That evening, Xiao ordered the distribution of crystals to the newcomers, eager to see how many would awaken as ability users. The more ability users, the stronger the base, as this was the fundamental strength of a stronghold. Currently, the number of ability users was limited to just a few. Once their ranks grew, Xiao planned to consolidate all ability users into a new team. After assigning these tasks, Xiao settled onto the sofa, contemplating the next steps. It was now the 15th day of the apocalypse. Third-tier zombies must have emerged by now. And with millions of zombies occupying EC City, other types of zombies had surely begun to manifest as well. The zombie king that once ruled EC City in his past life must have also made its appearance. The zombie king, Lei Xiangdong. In this life, we would soon meet again. Su Zhao's eyes flickered with intensity. In his previous life, 6 months into the apocalypse, a formidable zombie king ultimately dominated EC City. Upon reaching the 5th tier, it possessed considerable intelligence, organizing the undead to launch a full-scale assault on all human bases within the city, resulting in nearly total annihilation of the human strongholds. To combat Lei Xiangdong, the most powerful base at the time, rallied all human forces surrounding EC City to launch a counteroffensive. Su Xiao, then merely a 3rd-tier ability user, was among them, and it ended in a disastrous defeat. Lei Xiangdong had slain too many powerful warriors, thereafter seizing control of EC City, forcing survivors to either migrate to other cities or ally themselves with influential military factions. Eventually, this individual became a king-level zombie lord, ruling with an iron fist. At this moment, he should still be relatively weak, if Su Xiao could locate him and eliminate him beforehand. The zombies in EC City would lack an exceptional and intelligent leader, allowing Su Xiao to gradually secure this city as a stronghold. This thought took root in Su Xiao's mind. Coincidentally, the base had run out of ammunition, and the firearms were nearly ornamental. He needed to develop his base into a formidable armed force before the 3rd Blood Rain, aiming to become the strongest base in EC City. While Su Xiao pondered, a gentle hand rested on his shoulder from behind. Turning, he found Tang Ying, who had just finished bathing, clad in a simple white nightgown that accentuated her perfect figure. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her naturally exquisite face, devoid of makeup, was captivating enough to enchant any man. Her eyes gazed at Su Xiao with a softness akin to that of a tender and caring spouse. On ordinary days, Tang Ying exuded a fierce and commanding presence. Only in this moment did she reveal the grace and elegance that was visible only to Xiao. Ying, do you not understand why I must employ such bloody and ruthless methods to instill discipline? Xiao began. Tang Ying silently nodded in acknowledgement. I do not comprehend. You are already the most authoritative figure in the base. Those people merely need time to adapt to the management. Treating them this way, how will the others perceive you? They may view you as a brutal and cold leader, incapable of truly winning their allegiance. You did not always handle your subordinates this way. Tang Ying's gaze dimmed. Xiao gestured for her to sit beside him. A captivating fragrance enveloped him, mingling with the scent of her body wash and an indescribable aroma unique to Tang Ying, stirring his masculine instincts. Yet, the momentary intoxication in Xiao's eyes vanished, replaced by tranquility. Ying, do you know why a nation must govern through law rather than by mere sentiment? Only through force can a regime maintain its rule. You might argue for benevolent governance, akin to the benevolent emperors of the Song and Han dynasties who prioritized the welfare of the people and eschewed cruel punishments. But do not forget, we are in an apocalyptic era. Order has collapsed, and with no guillotine hovering above their heads and no shackles binding them, there can be no absolute authority to instill fear and unite the hearts of the people. Xiao spoke gravely, though our base is small. What we lack most is the deterrence that complements rules. Over time, if subordinates err, the captains may shield them or even become complacent. For I have yet to execute anyone in my base, and no one has witnessed the consequences of angering the leader. You captains may play the role of the good guys, but I cannot. I must make it clear to everyone that to disdain order is to provoke the guillotine. If I spare them, they may feel gratitude towards me or perhaps even disdain me more. The stability of power cannot be built on the gratitude of others. If one day those hundreds of individuals are incited to revolt and refuse to obey commands, could you eliminate them all? Xiao's gaze remained calm. Even the slightest possibility of that happening cannot be allowed to fester. I understand now. I am sorry. Tang Ying perhaps could not fully grasp the intricacies, but she sensed the turmoil within Xiao concerning the management of a base. She took the initiative to grasp Xiao's hand and leaned silently against his shoulder. Xiao was taken aback. Yet Tang Ying, with her head tilted back, gazed at his face. Xiao smirked. Ying, are you inciting me to do something? Tang Ying laughed. And what do you wish to do? Xiao huffed, making a gesture akin to a long rainbow arching across the sky. Tang Ying, who was perched on his lap, immediately flushed with a rosy hue. What do we define our relationship as? Tang Ying in Gui, whatever relationship you desire. That is what we shall be, Xiao replied. I am yours, as long as you wish. Tang Ying gazed intently at Xiao, then nestled against his chest. Whispering softly, the commanding woman of the day transformed into a gentle and charming figure, compelling Xiao to succumb entirely to her allure. He wasted no time, lowering his head to capture her lips. In that quiet night, with dim lighting, only two unmasked souls exchanged fervent affections. Shortly thereafter, Xiao, unable to contain his eagerness, kicked open his bedroom door and slammed it shut with great force. Chapter 68. Departure from the city. Tang Ying, a dear friend of Xiao from a previous life, has, in this life, transcended the boundaries of mere friendship, achieving a more intimate connection with him. Xiao, however, harbors little romantic sentiment towards Tang Ying. Rather, his feelings are rooted in the irreplaceable emotional bond formed through their reunion in this new existence. Even if their relationship does not evolve into romance, her place in Xiao's heart remains unassailable. After a single night together, they not only reached a profound psychological alignment, but also became physically inseparable. From that moment forward, they would share both glory and shame, life and death. On this particular morning, Yujia unusually rose early, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She approached the door of Tang Ying's room. Sister Tang, it's all your fault for not letting me sleep with you last night. I had a nightmare, dreaming of a horde of zombies chasing me, while that scoundrel Xiao merely watched coldly. She paused, noticing the absence of any response. Where is everyone? Yujia wondered, glancing at the empty room. It seemed odd, with a new chef now in place. Tang and shouldn't need to wake up so early. It was barely past 6. With no choice left, Yu Jia proceeded to wash up alone. The little lazy bug, having had a nightmare, found herself too restless to return to sleep, so she decided to rise early instead. As she brushed her teeth, a glance caught her eye, and she gasped in astonishment. Had Sister Tang just emerged from Su Ji's room? Suddenly recalling the events of the previous night, a whirlwind of surprise, disbelief, gossip, and a tinge of jealousy enveloped her mind, leaving her with a medley of emotions. Though she had long perceived that Xiao and Tang Ying shared an extraordinary bond, she could not help but feel a pang of bitterness. After all, she had been the earliest friend of Xiao. Did it imply that she was somehow lacking? After a moment, Xiao entered to wash his face. Seeing Yu Jia, clad in bare slippers and pajamas, lost in thought with a toothbrush still in her mouth, he paid her no heed, focusing instead on his own routine. Breaking the silence, Yu Jia cautiously inquired, "Is Sister Tang wonderful?" Xiao's expression darkened, tinged with embarrassment. "Just finished brushing your teeth." After breakfast, Wu Qian approached with excitement to report, "Leader, many have broken through." "Really?" Xiao exclaimed, eagerly taking the statistics from her. His heart soared at the news. Among the 80 individuals collected the day before and the 200 from yesterday, he had withheld the crystals to allow them to acclimate to the base before bestowing any benefits, including the awakening of their abilities. This morning's tally revealed that 5 individuals had successfully awakened their powers, while 4 others were still absorbing the crystals. Thus, the base had gained 9 new abilities. Han Dong, 24 years old, was preliminarily identified as possessing ice abilities, specifically the skill of freezing, capable of turning objects into ice. Li Feng, 29, was identified as a wind elemental, able to run at speeds 3 to 4 times that of an average person, enhancing his velocity significantly. Zhang He, 36, was classified with earth abilities, possessing the skill of soil control, which almost caused the second-floor cement to collapse. Lu Yun, 27, and Lu Hu, 33, had yet to have their abilities determined. Listening to Lu Yun's excited recounting, Xiao felt an exhilarating surge in his heart. He suppressed his emotions and remarked to Wu Qian, "Indeed, for over 200 individuals to yield 9 abilities is fortunate." He reflected on the awakening probability of abilities, which, in his past life, had been recorded at less than 3%. The emergence of 9 individuals indicated that this group possessed commendable physical fitness and genetics, capable of withstanding the energy transformation of the crystals. Setting aside this matter, Xiao began to outline the day's priorities. The defense of the base was paramount, with building materials being of immediate concern, followed closely by the armory. As their numbers grew, their firepower needed to keep pace. Otherwise, if the zombies grew stronger while the base's ordinary citizens relied on melee weapons, disaster would surely follow. Xiao was wary that if the armory was neglected for too long, someone might discover it and seize all the weapons. He pondered the fate of Lu Wei and the others, unsure of their current status, though he had initially planned for Tang Ying to remain at the base. She conveyed through her expression that she was untroubled. The physical prowess of an awakened individual far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Such pain was trivial. Consequently, Xiao assigned her to escort Lu Zhonghua and the forging team to the machinery factory, dispatching others to transport supplies and ensure the forging team could work without concern. With tasks allocated, the 3 combat teams sprang into action. After 2 days of training, they had developed a commendable sense of discipline. Xiao gathered the 3 teams, issuing each member cold weapons to use until the new arms were completed. The leaders were each equipped with a firearm and 10 rounds of ammunition to instill a sense of authority. "Today, you will accompany me back to the Yunhai City District. Your mission is to clear out the zombies. Only by surviving will you truly be considered members of this base. We are well-equipped and well-stocked. But do not presume that I will support you without effort. I will personally oversee this endeavor. Those who excel in combat shall receive improved treatment and may be armed, while those who disrupt the ranks or flee shall face death. Is that understood?" Su Zhao's gaze was fierce, as he surveyed the group. Understood. On this mission, Xiao chose not to bring any trusted aides, leading over 60 ordinary combatants alone. The team was devoid of any awakened individuals or members of the Rifle Division, lacking significant combat experience, especially given the perilous nature of their destination in the city district. Fueled by hope for the future and driven by Xiao's commanding presence, the 60 individuals set forth in 4 trucks along the road leading to the city. Along the way, they maneuvered past numerous wrecked vehicles and traffic jams. When encountering zombies, Xiao directed his companions to engage and eliminate them. Having escaped the city, it was evident that none among them had been unscathed. They quickly dispatched the small groups of zombies that appeared. Each small victory rekindled their confidence and heightened their fighting spirit. Chapter 69. A relentless charge beside Xiao. The driver was Xiao Xian, one of the captains he had appointed. A man of honest disposition, Xiao Xian was deeply respectful towards Xiao, especially since his wife was part of the logistics team at the base. Following the events of yesterday's brutal demonstration, he understood that to maintain a prosperous life at the base, one must strive for personal success and make a commendable impression before the leader. With the hope of becoming a small leader himself and surviving in this apocalyptic world. Are you familiar with the city area, Xiao Xian? Su Xiao Ingui? Do you know a quiet route to the Armament Bureau, preferably one that is less crowded? We have several kilometers to cover and wish to avoid unnecessary delays. Yes. However, that area is mostly comprised of residential streets, so traffic congestion should be minimal, but there will likely be many zombies. Gao Suan Hes Dita. Fear not. Proceed with caution. I am training you, not sending you to your doom. The main roads may not necessarily have fewer zombies, Xiao reassured. Understood. As they encountered traffic jams, Xiao swiftly exited the vehicle, forcefully overturning it, which astonished his subordinates. Chief, we cannot proceed further. Eventually, they entered the city limits, where numerous residential complexes loomed, and the distant skyscrapers could still be seen. A blockade of several vehicles obstructed the street, rendering it impassable. Xiao ordered everyone to disembark and proceed on foot. As they moved, a few wandering zombies caught the scent of human presence and began to rush towards them excitedly. Xiao Xian, have your first squad take the lead, the second squad protect the flanks, and the third squad cover the rear. Let's advance swiftly, Xiao commanded. The team quickly formed an impenetrable circle. When encountering small groups of zombies, they posed no threat and were swiftly dispatched, stepping over the decaying corpses of the undead. Xiao and his team moved rapidly, soon nearing the edge of the residential area. Help! A man was frantically fleeing ahead, catching sight of Xiao's group and rushing towards them in desperation. Behind him, a horde of 70 to 80 zombies pursued relentlessly. Kill! Xiao ordered without hesitation upon spotting the approaching zombies. The team surged forward, swiftly eliminating the undead. Thank you. I'm a resident here. Are you military? Can you take me with you? The man pleaded excitedly, bowing to Xiao. No. If you wish to survive, you must join us in fighting the zombies. Xiao replied curtly, ignoring the man's distressed expression as the group continued onward. However, soon they encountered their first life-threatening crisis. Having just turned a corner, they were met with over 400 zombies congregating in the street. Upon spotting Xiao and his team, the horde surged towards them in a frenzied rush. This is bad. Everyone retreat. Xiao called out, knowing he could handle the situation but needing to ensure the safety of his team. In a panic, they retreated into a narrow alley. Into the alley, Xiao Daisivin Goman. Facing the large swarm of zombies, their best option was to confront them in this confined space. This time, the third squad would hold the left side of the alley, the first squad the right, while the second squad provided central support. The zombies quickly closed in, igniting a fierce close-quarters battle. Xiao, however, boldly plunged into the throng of undead alone. I will share the burden with you. Maintain your positions. Xiao's voice rang out coldly. Chief. His words stirred a mix of admiration and determination among his comrades, who fought even more fiercely against the enemies before them. As Xiao became surrounded by the zombies, he was seen as a delectable morsel by the hundreds of undead. His weapon, a large cleaver, was not as sharp as his previous dragon spring saber. Yet as Xiao wielded it with astonishing speed and skill, he carved out a circular vacuum amidst the horde, preventing any zombies from drawing near him. Ultimately, Xiao single-handedly dispatched over 200 zombies, while the remaining 200 were taken down by his 60-odd companions. However, his instincts warned him that the danger was not yet over. A sudden roar erupted above them. A speed-type zombie, lurking on a rooftop, leaped down, its sharp claws and terrifying strength piercing through a team member's body, tearing him in half. The group recoiled in shock before collectively retaliating in a furious assault against the speed-type zombie. There is only one B1 type, Xiao thought, dismissing his urge to intervene and allowing his subordinates to engage. The B1 type zombie was swift and lethal in ambush, but once surrounded, it stood no chance. After claiming another victim, it was soon reduced to a bloody pulp by their fury. Xiao sternly reminded them, next time, do not focus solely on the ground. Speed-type zombies can hide anywhere. They are easily dispatched, but do not lose your composure. The group resumed their journey, encountering 2 more waves of speed-type zombies. But with heightened vigilance, they were swiftly eliminated. As the battles progressed, the team's coordination improved and their fear diminished. After all, timidity would avail them nothing. The cohesion within the group strengthened, and their combat became increasingly orderly. Additionally, Xiao occasionally rescued members on the verge of being captured by zombies, earning their admiration and transforming their fear into respect. After slaying another 200 zombies, the street was entirely cleared. Xiao extracted the head of an A2 strength zombie, allowing his team to collect its crystal core. This marked the second A-type zombie he had killed, one A1 and one A2. In contrast to speed-type zombies, strength types were rarer. Yet their numbers had exceeded Xiao's expectations. This was merely among hundreds. How many A and B-type zombies might emerge from thousands? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Xiao recognized the urgency to advance to the 3rd tier. Otherwise, should he be engulfed by a horde of thousands, compounded by several A1 and A2 types, he would have no choice but to flee. Fortunately, as they pressed on, Xiao did not encounter any groups exceeding 1,000 zombies. The largest horde consisted of only 700 to 800, interspersed with a couple of A1 zombies, which he skillfully circumvented. An hour later, the team finally arrived once more at the walls of the Armament Bureau. After more than a week, Xiao felt as though an eternity had passed. To his astonishment, there was a single zombie in sight outside the gates. Curious, he instructed his team, let us knock first. If someone responds, we will wait. If not, we will break the door and rush in. Understood. Xiao stepped forward, kicking open the gate, leading his comrades into the compound. The sight within the courtyard left Xiao utterly shocked. The ground was littered with the corpses of zombies, stretching all the way to the entrance of the main hall. As he stepped into the hall, a commanding voice rang out, halt, take another step forward, and I will shoot. Xiao turned to see a figure on the 2nd floor, and Arthur, gun in hand, coldly observing them. Upon recognizing Xiao, the man appeared momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, it's you? Xiao remembered him as Xiao, one of the 2 Arthurs who had followed him previously. Chapter 70. The Death of Lu Wei Officer Xiao. What has happened to you? Xiao's expression tightened as he noticed the injury on his right arm. With a heavy sigh, he stepped away from the windowsill on the 2nd floor. Shortly thereafter, Xiao limped into view, his face a portrait of exhaustion, hair disheveled and emitting an unpleasant odor. His left arm was wrapped in bandages, presenting a truly pitiful sight. What brings you here? Xiao Yang Hesitatet. Glancing at the large group behind Xiao. These are members of my base. The numbers are increasing, and we have come to procure more weapons to sustain our combat capabilities, Xiao replied urgently. But Officer Xiao, why are you alone? Tears welled up in Xiao Yang's eyes as he murmured, indeed, I am the last one left. Commander Lu Wei and the others have all perished. Xiao composed himself. What transpired? He had not anticipated such a calamity. Logically, Lu Wei and his team should have had ample weapons and could have held their ground here for at least a month or 2. Xiao spoke through the pain. After your departure, Commander Lu Wei received several groups seeking weapons, and out of kindness, he supplied them. However, On a rainy night, he brought in a pregnant woman who was about to give birth. Unable to bear her knocking at the door, he allowed her inside, asking 2 of our female comrades to assist with the delivery. Little did we know, his voice trembled with anguish. The child she bore was a monstrosity. It turned out that the woman had been bitten and infected by zombies on her way, teetering on the brink of transformation. Her adult resilience had hidden this from Lu Wei. But during the delivery, she mutated and killed one of the female comrades, prompting the other to shoot her dead. What they could never have anticipated was that a monstrous infant would emerge from her womb, taking advantage of the chaos to bite one of them. Upon hearing the commotion, the 3 rushed in and managed to slay the monstrous infant together. From that point on, they were stricken with terror, vowing never to let another person inside. Just yesterday, a flock of mutated birds descended upon them, leading to Commander Lu Wei's demise, while another was carried away by the birds. Thus, Xiao was left utterly alone. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao could not help but sigh heavily, his mind swirling with thoughts. The matter of a woman bearing a child during the apocalypse was of utmost importance, not only as a symbol of hope for the future, but also due to the fear of infected mothers giving birth to zombie progeny. The conditions for creating such a creature were exceedingly stringent. It required the human embryo to be formed and then infected by the zombie virus, with the cognitive organs developed sufficiently before the mother was infected during labor. The virus would cause a mutation, completing the genetic alteration within the embryo. The newborn would possess remarkable physical prowess and intelligence, draining its mother's nutrients within minutes of birth to facilitate rapid growth. It would crawl like an animal almost immediately, its size forever stunted, yet its intelligence would be highly developed. With a tail formed from the umbilical cord, it could absorb energy from other zombies, growing swiftly. As they matured, they would seek out powerful, mutated zombies to parasitize, sharing a brain and becoming terrifying composite intelligent zombies. Of course, their growth had limits. They could not possess zombies beyond the 3rd tier. Yet, their rapid development meant that once they bonded with a 2nd or 3rd tier powerhouse zombie, they could wield intelligence over a creature of immense strength, potentially commanding hordes of thousands or even tens of thousands of zombies. Su Xiao had encountered several such abominations in his previous life, each more terrifying than the last, their intelligence growing ever sharper until they became cunning entities. One particularly formidable specimen once commanded a 3rd tier zombie, leading 1,000,000 zombies to obliterate countless human bases. In a world where 1st tier abilities were just beginning to emerge and 3rd tier abilities had yet to appear, the birth of such a creature would spell doom for Donghai City. The attackers of Lu Wei and his team were likely mutated birds. It was a tragic fate for such a loyal and patriotic man like Lu Wei to meet such an end. Has the military been here? Su Xiao inquired again. Xiao wearily shook his head. No, but the broadcast indicates that the nation has fallen. What news have you received? Su Xiao's eyes brightened. The base's radio had been his constant pursuit for information, yet for days he had failed to receive any signals from the vicinity, likely due to the limited range of his medium-sized transmitter. The world has erupted into a zombie tide. Several smaller nations have been obliterated. Our country has lost 7 cities entirely. In cities still guarded by military forces, large military bases have been established to fend off the zombie hordes. But the military has sustained severe losses, with millions of troops dwindling to fewer than 70,000 scattered across the nation. The Donghai City military, led by Commander Zhou Kong, initially aimed to rescue more survivors, but the sheer number of zombies made it impossible. They have constructed the Donghai military base 50 kilometers south of the city, which is now at full capacity. We attempted to contact them, but signals are completely disrupted beyond 10 kilometers. Only a few nearby survivors have received the message, but they are powerless to protect themselves. Xiao Yang's words weighed heavily on Su Xiao. Isn't this radio supposed to have maximum power? Why can't it transmit? Su Xiao asked. The military reported that a certain energy particle in the atmosphere not only disrupts satellite communications, but also severely interferes with radio transmissions. Additionally, the various structures in the city make it exceedingly difficult to relay communications, Xiao Yang said, his expression forlorn. Su Xiao sighed. Mr. Xiao, given the circumstances, your solitary stand holds little meaning. Join me. My base is in dire need of someone with your talents. Xiao found himself momentarily speechless. You are a band of heroes, and Commander Lu Wei and the others died a noble death. Yet, you would not wish for their deeds to be lost with you in this desolate city, would you? Rather than cling to a solitary and crumbling place out of misguided loyalty, it would be far more meaningful to follow me and help more survivors endure. That is the true significance of your role as a soldier in this apocalypse. Su Zhao's impassioned words resonated powerfully in Xiao Yang's ears. Chapter 71. The transfer of weapons. Gazing into Su Zhao's sincere eyes, Xiao Yang found himself hesitating. At that moment, he bore wounds that left him uncertain of his longevity, embracing a day-to-day existence. Yet upon hearing Su Zhao's words, tears welled in his eyes. Indeed, death is not to be feared, but a meaningless demise is the gravest of fears. His existence here felt utterly devoid of purpose, and the thought of passing away like this left him discontented. "Thank you," he uttered, his resolve firming as he shed the weight of despair, regaining a flicker of vitality. "Xiao Yang, is the armory still intact?" Su Xiao asked earnestly. "Yes. Aside from distributing a few scattered firearms to passers-by, we haven't dared to touch anything else, and many armories remain locked to us," Xiao Yang replied, understanding Su Zhao's intent. "I'll lead you to the armory." He promptly took the lead, for he was the sole survivor capable of unlocking the password locks along the way. Without Xiao Yang's assistance, Su Xiao, given his current strength, would have found it nearly impossible to forcibly acquire any weapons. The armory lay 2 levels underground, guarded by 3 heavy alloy doors. Given Su Zhao's capabilities, breaching these doors was a mere fantasy. Even explosives would struggle to accomplish it. Thus, persuading Xiao Yang was a crucial element in Su Zhao's plan to seize the armory. Fortunately, Xiao Yang was not obstinate. Had he refused to open the doors, Su Xiao would have been at a loss. Having visited this place before, Su Zhao's demeanor remained calm, but the throng of individuals following him buzzed with excitement, their curiosity palpable as they peered around like eager children. As ordinary people, they felt a deep reverence even approaching the military installations, let alone venturing into the heart of the armory with their leader. "Stay in line and follow the leader," commanded the trio of captains, Chao Xian, Zhou Tong, and Wei Zicheng, subduing their own exhilaration. They eventually arrived at a corridor, flanked by tightly shut iron doors. "This armory is the only one we frequently access. For the others, I will need to check the passwords," Xiao Yang stated. "Go ahead. We'll begin transferring the weapons from this armory," Su Xiao directed as he led the group into the familiar stockroom. Upon seeing the walls lined with an array of weapons and military crates, the eyes of the 60-plus individuals widened in astonishment, their excitement erupting into exclamations. "My heavens! So many weapons! This is incredible! Grenades, submachine guns, silencers, and even individual missile launchers." The surge of exhilaration coursed through the group, each heart beating fervently at the prospect of armed strength against the undead. "Silence!" Su Xiao bellowed, and immediately everyone fell silent, turning their attention to him. Su Xiao, smiling as he spoke, lifted the mood. "All right." Laughter erupted, and they swiftly began to move the equipment. "Quick, you over there, and you over here. Be careful, you blind fool. That's a grenade. Do you want to doom us all? How's it going?" Su Xiao inquired promptly. The armory was of paramount importance to him. With his cache of weapons, he would have the means to establish a formidable force. He was greedy and wished to seize every opportunity. A single armory could equip over 200 individuals. If he could secure all the storerooms, 8 in total, wouldn't that allow him to arm nearly 2,000 fighters? Not to mention the various cannons and explosives that could help him form a complete armed battalion. Prior to his demise, Commander Lu Wei had feared that without him, they would be unable to access these weapons. Anticipating Su Zhao's return, he had written down the passwords on a piece of paper. Su Xiao took the note, examining the neatly arranged strings of numbers, and noted Lu Wei's final words. "Weapons are mere lifeless objects. If our people possess them, this nation will harbor more seeds of hope for survival. Regardless of who acquires these arms, I hope you treat our surviving compatriots well and lead them to live meaningfully. Xiao exhaled deeply, a flicker of respect surfacing in his gaze. He promptly entered the second door using the password, revealing yet another room brimming with weapons, prompting the group to resume their bustling transfer. Then came the third and fourth doors. Leader, there are numerous rocket launchers here. Upon entering the fourth door, Xiao discovered 13 high-caliber mortars displayed within. These were indeed lethal instruments of warfare. Moreover, there were boxes upon boxes of ammunition resembling large rocket heads, 20 boxes, each containing 6 rounds, totaling 120 rounds. Such quantities were nothing to scoff at. If fully utilized, they could obliterate an entire neighborhood. Xiao young Marfolet. This is the Type 83 mortar, a 60mm cannon, renowned for its effectiveness in mass assaults and ease of transport. I had no idea we possessed such artillery. Xiao exclaimed joyfully, waving his hand. The group quickly folded the heavy mortars and prepared to transport them. Leader, we've already loaded 3 vehicles. Should we continue? Gao Suan in Guit. Proceed. Who knows when we will return? To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, we must take every weapon with us, Xiao declared resolutely. He had come to realize that various human factions still existed within the city, possibly outnumbered yet exceedingly dangerous, and he could not rule out the emergence of uniquely powerful individuals among them. In his previous life, East Sea City had birthed a spatial ability user. As one of the top-tier powers, that individual excelled in instantaneous transfer. How could mere walls hope to contain such a being? Moreover, he recalled that this individual was one of the leaders of several bases in EC City, a cunning figure who had relocated the most valuable resources from a base, causing the original leader to suffer a fatal fit of rage. That individual was named Xiao Yuan, and Xiao dared not gamble on the chance that he would not appear here, even if it required great effort. He would feel at ease only after transferring all the weapons to their base. Chapter 72. Ferocious firepower let us procure a few more vehicles. Taking advantage of the current weakness of the zombies, we must transport all the weapons. Xiao issued a resolute command. Fortunately, there were still numerous military trucks available, sufficient to carry dozens of people in one go. Meanwhile, a short man lounged comfortably on an opulent sofa in a lavish room, a look of contentment etched on his face. Flanking him were 2 beautiful women clad in red and black form-fitting dresses, one on each side. One of the women gently massaged him with her delicate hands, while the other lay quietly beside him, allowing his large hand to roam her body, too timid to move. The room was abundantly stocked with food, water, and cigarettes, not to mention the company of 2 alluring beauties. Such a life felt almost divine. The man appeared to be in his 30s, though his looks left much to be desired. A large black mole adorned the side of his nose, and his face was marred with various blemishes, rendering him both aged and unattractive. Yet, the 2 women showed no signs of discontent, instead wearing smiles. A sudden sneeze escaped him. He glanced around in confusion. Who dares to insult me? But that cannot be, as those who had looked down upon him were all dead by his hand. Xiao Yuan, 32 years old, a mere lowly employee who had never amounted to much and had endured scorn due to his short stature and unattractive appearance, harbored deep resentment. However, the apocalypse had brought him unexpected fortune. Just 3 days prior, while foraging for food, he stumbled upon a crystal core from slain zombie, which he ingested due to its genetic allure. To his astonishment, he awakened the rarest of psychic abilities, spatial manipulation. He could teleport up to 10 meters, ignoring any obstacles in his path. With this newfound power, he thrived in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Though he could not defeat zombies in direct combat, he could escape at will. His physical capabilities now far exceeded those of an ordinary person, and emboldened by this ability, he eliminated several of his male colleagues and superiors whom he had always despised. He then claimed the 2 most beautiful female colleagues as his playthings, relegating the remaining men to mere subordinates who scurried about for him. Whenever food was scarce, he would teleport to gather supplies, ensuring he never went hungry. Peering out at the sky, he pushed the women aside with newfound interest. I shall take a stroll. You two wait here and freshen up for me. Yes, Master Xiao. Standing by the window, he looked down from the 4-meter-high building with a hint of satisfaction. An invisible aura surged around him as he vanished from sight, reappearing below. He then cautiously made his way into the distance. Xiao, witnessing the 6 trucks brimming with military supplies before him, could not suppress his beaming smile. The bounty from this venture made his heart soar. He had unearthed a total of 133 Type 92 rifles, 30 submachine guns for 100 handguns, and dozens of other firearms from the warehouse. Additionally, there were 10 mortars, 6 portable rocket launchers, 8 boxes of grenades, 7 boxes of smoke bombs, and a staggering 60,000 rounds of ammunition. Xiao's mind was consumed by one word: exhilaration. With this arsenal at their disposal, their base would rapidly transform into a formidable, small military stronghold. Do not despair. At the base, you shall discover a new way of life. Xiao clapped a comrade on the shoulder and called out to Chao Xian and the others. Let us depart. Yes. 6 military supply trucks and 4 transport vehicles formed a large convoy as they steadily rolled out, heading toward the main road. However, the areas once cleared now teemed with hordes of zombies. Chao Xian and Zhou Tong, arm your men with automatic rifles. Dismount and position yourselves on either side of the convoy. Protect the fleet. Wei Zicheng, maintain your men at the rear of the convoy, similarly armed, and be ready to assist at a moment's notice. The return journey will be an excellent opportunity for training. Chao Xian and the others eagerly each took an automatic rifle, delicately polishing their precious weapons, reluctant to let go of such exquisite and formidable tools. For a man, firearms were the epitome of romance. Before the apocalypse, they had never had the chance, but now they were part of a fighting force. Xiao Yang served as the instructor, teaching everyone how to use their firearms, chamber rounds, reload, and adopt proper shooting stances. With professional guidance, the group quickly grasped the skills. A reconnaissance report indicated a group of over 40 zombies ahead. We shall engage. Before the words were fully spoken, Chao Xian eagerly shouted. The first team rushed to the front of the convoy, and Chao Xian aimed at the zombies, excitedly unleashing a hail of gunfire. The rate of fire from the automatic rifles was nothing short of devastating. In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the city. Yet, the marksmanship of the group was lamentably poor. Despite over 20 men firing, they managed to take down only a few zombies, with most bullets whizzing past their intended targets. The startled zombies charged forward with wild abandon. Steady your arms. Keep your eyes on the sights. Xiao Yang urgently corrected, simultaneously firing his handgun with impressive accuracy, hitting his targets 9 times out of 10. One by one, zombies fell before they could even approach. The gunfire attracted even more zombies, as hordes emerged from the streets and alleys, rushing toward them, and soon over 100 zombies filled the front. Among them was a formidable A1 zombie, striding toward them with 3 B1 zombies flanking it, skillfully maneuvering through obstacles as they advanced. Xiao leaned out and shouted to the first team, "Stay calm, aim carefully. We must not allow these zombies within 30 meters of the convoy." Understood, Chao Xian replied loudly, and over 20 men adjusted their rifles, opening fire with fervor. The cacophony of gunfire shattered the stillness of the city, and the advancing zombie horde continued to fall. Their clustering made it easier for Chao Xian and his team to eliminate them. They unleashed a torrent of bullets, watching with exhilaration as zombie heads exploded or limbs were shattered, their faces flushed with excitement. 200 zombies would have posed a significant challenge for the 3 teams, likely prolonging the battle for at least 10 minutes and risking casualties. However, backed by superior weapons and ammunition, morale soared, and their firepower was unparalleled. In less than 2 minutes, the zombies ahead were wholly eradicated, leaving only a few dismembered zombies on the ground, struggling to crawl forward with anguished cries. At that moment, the 3 fast-moving zombies lunged toward the group. Yet, under their relentless fire, they fell before they could even draw close. The A1 zombie, too, was overwhelmed by concentrated fire, riddled with bullets, and succumbed to the ground with a mournful wail. Chapter 73. Surrounded on all sides, as the group advanced, they successfully eliminated wave after wave of zombies, their combat prowess steadily increasing. They had become adept at swiftly changing magazines, yet achieving the speed and composure of Xiao would require much more practice. Just as they approached a large building, Su Xiao's eyes suddenly flickered with alertness as he spotted a fleeting shadow at the street corner ahead. In an instant, a horde of zombies converged from all directions, blocking their path. The foul creatures, drawn by the scent of the living, began to move towards them. My heavens! There are so many! Chao Xian gasped, stunned by the sight of 500 to 600 zombies amassed before them. A dark wave that completely obstructed their way. Could it be that someone had lured them here? Su Xiao's suspicion arose immediately. Take the left route. As the group prepared to shift direction, Su Xiao, ever cautious, commanded the vehicle to halt. The convoy stopped abruptly, and everyone turned to Su Xiao. Zhou Tong, scout the right side. I suspect we may be under ambush. Su Xiao squinted, his instincts sharpening. The two promptly obeyed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang expressed his doubts. It can't be that hordes of zombies are surrounding us on all sides. I've heard from some idle residents that the bulk of the zombies congregate in the southern commercial district near the schools, where they number in the hundreds of thousands. While this area should have far fewer, there's zombies everywhere, yet it seems too coincidental for them to block all our escape routes. If there are no paths available, it indicates their weakness, a fear of our firearms, compelling them to use zombies to wear us down. If one route remains open, it has surely been left intentionally, in hopes of ambushing us. Su Xiao Asa gone feet in. He understood zombie behavior well. It was improbable for them to be so strategically positioned at every intersection. Even with millions of zombies in the city, their nature dictated they would either scatter or gather towards populated areas. Recalling the fleeting figure he had seen, Su Xiao's conviction solidified. But who could be so cunning? As his thoughts swirled, another team member cried out, "It's bad, leader. A massive horde of zombies is approaching from behind." Su Xiao turned to see that, unbeknownst to them, a dense throng of zombies was barreling toward their position. "Did you see anyone leading them?" Su Xiao Baka. "No, but it seems as if those zombies can find their way, heading straight for us." Su Xiao sprang from the vehicle, moving towards the rear. His expression shifted dramatically as he approached the road, where crimson blood stained the ground, fresh and deliberately scattered everywhere. Rushing to the front of the convoy, he found the same gruesome sight. Su Xiao, sensitive to blood, activated his ability to sense it, and his face paled. It's human blood. What a ruthless group. His countenance darkened. No wonder. The earlier gunfire had likely attracted nearby survivors, some of whom sought to annihilate them and seize their supplies. They had likely killed a few individuals, daring enough to reach this intersection before their convoy and spill blood to lure the zombies. What despicable creatures. Even in the apocalypse, they still think of turning on each other. Xiao Yang Fumet. There's no time for more talk. Chao Xian and the others must also be encountering zombies. We cannot sit idly by. Who knows how many zombies they've drawn to us. We could be facing thousands, and our entire convoy could be wiped out. Su Xiao rose, his gaze steely. Wei Zicheng. Wei Zicheng rushed to Su Xiao's side. What are your orders? Mobilize everyone. Unleash firepower and push through the front. No matter how many zombies are piled up ahead, we must choose a route. We cannot wait until zombies surround us on all sides. Escaping will become nearly impossible. Understood. A dozen team members, armed and each with 2 grenades in their pockets, charged forward, opening fire on the advancing zombies. The combined firepower felled the first row of zombies in an instant. The remaining zombies, attracted by the gunfire, turned their decayed eyes towards them, howling as they rushed forward. Su Xiao too grabbed a submachine gun, loading a belt of ammunition, and began firing madly ahead. Not far from Su Xiao's convoy, behind a building, over 40 individuals lay in ambush, each armed with basic handguns, watching intently. Seeing Su Xiao's decisive push down a path, one burly man frowned. This won't do. They'll soon cut through. We're the Black Fox base members. How? Is Xiao Hongwei's arrangement? Can I hold these people off? A subordinate replied, I just contacted them. Everything is set. The 2 ability users from Black Fox have blocked the road ahead, and Mr. Xiao is personally overseeing it. There are over 3,000 zombies waiting for them. Once they tire, the ability users will launch a surprise attack. Mr. Xiao also instructed me to inform you that this operation must not fail, otherwise. Speak. The burly man barked fiercely. If this shipment of arms gets away, we can forget about surviving in the eastern part of the city. The man cursed vehemently. Damn it. Xiao Hongwei, that bastard, thinks he can ride roughshod over me just because he has 2 ability users. He forgets he was nothing before I clear the path for him. Those nearby quickly urged. Boss, calm down. Xiao Hongwei is indeed getting arrogant, but currently we are at a disadvantage. If they send out both ability users, we are doomed. Let us endure for now. When we ambush their convoy, we can hide some weapons. Xiao Hongwei wants to know what we have or how many guns we've got. When the time comes, how much we hand over 1 TB our concern. Once we grow stronger, we can join forces with the base in the southern part of the city, which is far more powerful than Xiao Hongwei. They'll treat us well. The burly man composed himself, laughing heartily as he patted his companion on the shoulder. You make a valid point. Let us endure this time. Everyone, stay sharp. In this apocalypse, lacking firearms is like being without a waistband in your trousers. Let us coordinate and at least secure 1 vehicle. Yes. Chapter 74. Separation. Despite the formidable firepower possessed by Wei Zicheng and his companions, it still took them 9 arduous minutes to eradicate all the zombies with Su Zhao's assistance. However, upon gazing into the distance, where a seemingly endless horde of zombies loomed ahead, Su Zhao's expression remained grim. He was acutely aware that more undead awaited them further along their path. Turning to look back, he noticed the swarm of zombies behind them drawing ever closer. Now only a few hundred meters away, visible even to the naked eye. Where were Chao Xian and the others? Why had they not yet arrived? Xiao Yang, having fully integrated into the group, anxiously inquired. Su Zhao's gaze flickered as he replied, They must be encountering difficulties. Xiao Yang, can you direct them? His eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yang. With a glance at the front lines, Xiao Yang nodded decisively. No problem. I was a drill instructor. Excellent. Lead the convoy forward. But remain vigilant in defense. There may be ambushes ahead, possibly even from ability users. It's advisable to proceed at a slower pace. As long as we ensure that the zombies trailing us do not catch up. Su Xiao tossed him a walkie-talkie and added in a serious tone, Report anything unusual immediately. Understood. For Xiao Yang, this was his first genuine experience directing others in a life-or-death battle, and his heart raced with exhilaration. Su Xiao then leaped from the vehicle, sprinting towards a leftward fork in the road with the swiftness of Lu Xiang clearing hurdles. Xiao Yang seized a pair of binoculars to survey the situation ahead, and upon spotting the dense wave of corpses, his face blanched in horror. Yet he fought to suppress his unease as he scanned his surroundings. Before long, he discerned a blockage of vehicles, as well as 2 windows on either side of the street that had just been flung open, leading him to form a tentative conclusion. Su Xiao soon heard the sound of gunfire ahead. This was an area of residential buildings, and gunfire erupted from the vicinity of these structures, indicating a fierce shootout. Indeed, someone lay in wait on this route, anticipating Su Xiao and his group's arrival. In the distance, he noticed a sudden earthen barrier rising from the ground, with the faint sounds of zombies howling emanating from beyond it. A soil-based ability user. Su Xiao immediately recognized that this wall was undoubtedly the work of a geo-ability user, and it could not have been erected in haste. A barrier spanning over 4 meters in width and more than 2 meters in height would require around 2 hours to construct, even for a first-tier ability user. This timing coincided perfectly with when they had just entered the security detail. These individuals had been plotting against them since their arrival. But why had they targeted them? Did they already know that a cache of weapons lay ahead, yet were unable to access it, and thus sought to manipulate Su Xiao to procure the arms for them? Why not simply storm in and coerce Xiao Yang into retrieving the weapons? Su Xiao's mind swirled with thoughts about the intentions of these shadowy figures. Yet numerous questions remained unanswered. The mastermind behind this scheme was undoubtedly shrewd and calculating. The same situation likely unfolded to the west, with ambushes planned there as well. By sealing the routes with abilities and obstructing the zombies, they could set traps for the unsuspecting. If they could eliminate this group, they would do so on sight. If not, they would be overwhelmed breaching the earthen wall to let the zombies disrupt the situation and escape amidst the chaos. Reflecting on the blood trail they had followed and the encroaching horde, it was evident that this mastermind had been plotting for quite some time. Xiao pondered who could have devised such a strategy in Donghai City during this period. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. He recalled a certain individual. This was precisely the kind of scheme that person could execute. It seemed fate had once again brought them to cross paths. If it truly was them, it would be inevitable that they must be dealt with swiftly in this lifetime. A ruthless glint appeared in Xiao's gaze. Yet, there was one aspect the opponent had undoubtedly overlooked. They were obstructing Xiao, the master of blood control abilities. While this power may not be particularly effective against zombies, it was lethal against living beings. Xiao surged forward. Upon hearing his footsteps, both factions momentarily ceased firing, and as Xiao approached, the occupants of the left building wasted no time unleashing a torrent of bullets in his direction. Xiao was unfazed. He quickly discerned the location of his adversaries. With the agility of a specter, he evaded their onslaught, and his blood surged with fervor. Activate blood control ability. Xiao's senses expanded, enveloping the adjacent structures. Within his perception, the individuals concealed inside appeared vividly, akin to a thermal image of snakes. 13 figures took refuge on the first and second floors, convinced they were well hidden, believing they could escape if the situation turned dire. Alas, with a mere thought from Xiao, he manipulated their very life force from afar. Simultaneously, the individuals in hiding erupted in agonized screams. "I feel so unwell. My body is in torment." They sensed their blood racing through their veins as if on fast forward, each heartbeat driving their blood pressure to alarming levels. Their faces paled as they cried out, "Ah, my veins are going to burst." One by one, their capillaries ruptured. Arteries burst, and blood gushed forth, painting the scene in crimson. Their faces turned dark and purple, and they fell lifelessly, blood streaming from their orifices. In mere moments, all were dead, unable to withstand Xiao's lethal ability. This was Xiao's method of killing. While his powers may not be the most effective against zombies, they were absolutely devastating against humans and other living beings. Why has the gunfire ceased? Chao Xian and the others, hiding inside, were taken aback. Look, the leader is striding overconfidently. How could they not react? A group hesitated, uncertain whether to emerge, fearing an ambush. "All right, come out. It's safe now." Xiao called out to them. The group finally surged forth. "Are they truly dead? How is that possible?" "Leader, you haven't even gone inside." Chao Xian could scarcely believe it. Xiao smiled and said, "Would you like to go in and check?" "Not necessary." Chao Xian quickly replied. Indeed, the horde of zombies had caught up from behind. Upon seeing Xiao, they charged en masse. Xiao had no time to spare. He dashed forward, effortlessly dispatching a few zombies before veering toward another path. Chapter 75. The swarm of 3,000 corpses as Xiao anticipated. The path to the right encountered a similar fate. Upon entering, he was greeted by the flickering lights of gunfire and the rampant chaos of a horde of zombies ahead. It was evident that the team led by Zhou Tong was bolder. Sensing their inability to cope, they had breached the earthen wall, allowing the zombies to disrupt the situation. Without hesitation, Xiao charged forward. These lowly zombies fell before his blade as feebly as ants. His figure danced through the throng of the undead, each arc of his weapon cleaving through the ranks, leaving a trail of dismembered corpses in his wake. The stench of decay and the splattered remnants of rotting brains permeated the alley, amplifying the aura of death. It's the leader, Zhou Tong, and his comrades, encircled and struggling against the horde, were immediately filled with exhilaration. "Quickly, let us aid the leader." Zhou Tong violently smashed the skulls of several approaching zombies, leading his team towards Xiao. In no time, the mere hundreds of zombies were decimated under the onslaught of Xiao and his comrades' gunfire. "Where are the ambushers you mentioned?" Xiao scanned the surroundings, but sensed no other life forms. "They must have fled amidst the chaos," Zhou Tong sheepishly remarked. Xiao nodded slightly. He had initially hoped to capture a live one for interrogation, but now he had no time for such concerns. Yes, the convoy led by Xiao Yang had finally encountered a crisis. Initially, as Xiao Yang surveyed the sea of corpses ahead, he instructed his team to prepare grenades for an explosive advance. At that moment, chaotic shouts erupted from the rear vehicles. Dozens of individuals surged towards them, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the two defenders at the back. Screams resonated from the cargo area, indicating that someone had been shot. With Chao Xian and Zhou Tong's teams reassigned, only 23 defenders remained with the convoy, spread thinly across 8 vehicles, barely sufficient. Each vehicle could have no more than 1 or 2 defenders aside from the driver. Those attackers were evidently launching their assault from the furthest vehicle. A large, bearded man bellowed fiercely, demanding that anyone unwilling to die get down, declaring the convoy theirs. His subordinates rushed towards the vehicles, engaging in close-quarters combat within. Xiao Yang's face turned pale with anger. He had not anticipated this turn of events and shouted urgently, "Accelerate the convoy. Shake them off. The remaining defenders, hold your ground and deploy tear gas." The last 3 vehicles were empty, reserved for transporting members, a precaution Su Xiao had wisely implemented, and it was now proving invaluable. As tear gas canisters were hurled, a cloud of smoke enveloped the convoy. Coughing, the bearded man shouted in frustration, demanding that his men shoot out the tires and bring the convoy to a halt. The rear 2 vehicles, having tires blown out, skidded uncontrollably on the road, crashing into nearby buildings amid the driver's frantic shouts. The defenders in the front vehicles unleashed a torrent of gunfire on the approaching attackers. With the convoy speeding away, the pursuers were unable to cling to the vehicles, being violently thrown off or riddled with bullets. Forget about the vehicles in the back. My priority is ensuring the safety of this cargo. Xiao Yang, now acutely aware of Su Xiao's sentiments, grasped the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Gritting his teeth in determination, he mourned for the defenders of the last 2 vehicles, but could not afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. Let them rage at the empty vehicles. Ah, scoundrels! The bearded man's face turned ashen upon seeing the abandoned cargo area. To commandeer the convoy, he had lost 8 men and sustained several injuries. Yet all he obtained were 2 empty vehicles. The wounded soldiers were harshly dragged out and tossed on the ground. The bearded man struck the nearest one repeatedly, nearly rendering him unconscious, and then roared, "Where are the supplies?" Though terrified, the man knew he was doomed and trembled as he scoffed. "A bunch of fools. The supplies are in the front vehicles. You can all go to hell." Bang! Before he could finish, the bearded man shot him through the forehead, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Yet, there was no other choice. He understood well that the vehicles contained weapons, and to halt the entire convoy was ideal, but he dared not approach from the front, where 7 or 8 automatic rifles awaited, turning them into live targets. Damn it! The bearded man kicked the corpse in frustration, his ambitions dashed, and he led his men in a hasty retreat. He still had enough sense to realize that Su Xiao's 2 teams were soon to follow. Staying behind meant certain death. Once the convoy had distanced itself from the attackers, a somber silence fell over everyone, including Xiao Yang. The loss of 4 brothers from the last 2 vehicles weighed heavily on their hearts. After several days of camaraderie, how could they remain unaffected? Do not lose heart, everyone. Ahead lie more challenges. Our leader Su Xiao will catch up soon. We must rally our spirits. Xiao Yang spoke with a serious demeanor, casting a glance at Wei Zicheng. "Mr. Wei, we need to alter the convoy's formation. There should be no pursuers now. Move the 2 empty vehicles to the front, and prepare grenades, smoke bombs, and tear gas. Ensure all equipment is checked." "Understood. I will take the rear guard." Ahead, a dense sea of corpses lay exposed before the team. The sight of the shuffling zombies sent shivers down their spines, and among the horde, several towering figures stood out distinctly. They were the powerful variants of zombies, 3 in total. One in particular was as dark as iron, its eyes no longer the usual gray but bearing a faint, ominous hue, fixated on the front, occasionally letting out a terrifying roar. Kill! As they entered shooting range, the convoy resumed firing. Yet, Xiao Yang's heart was filled with doubt. While shooting, he scanned the surrounding sea of corpses with a watchful eye. He could not believe that the enemy would unleash such a multitude of zombies merely to obstruct them. Over 3,000 undead. Initially, their firepower was devastatingly effective. Zombies fell in droves, as if harvested. However, the sheer mass of the horde rendered their efforts trivial, merely shedding a layer off a thick wall. Countless more zombies continued to trample over their fallen comrades, advancing swiftly. The safety distance was rapidly shrinking. Prepare the grenades. The convoy could no longer afford to advance. The undead would soon engulf them. Xiao resolved to hold their ground, focusing on eliminating the zombies first. Several boxes of grenades were brought to the rooftops, and as Xiao hurled them into the horde boom, the terrifying explosion instantly obliterated over 20 nearby zombies. The effect was far superior to gunfire. Yet, it merely impacted the massive horde momentarily. The back ranks of zombies quickly filled in the gaps. In that moment, the battle team, accustomed to facing a mere 600 or 700 zombies, truly grasped the essence of despair. The tide of over 3,000 zombies surged forth like a colossal wave, while they stood as a mere rock at the edge, ready to be swallowed whole. Chapter 76. Heart of fear. Xiao gazed down at the lifeless body on the ground, his expression cloaked in shadows. The convoy ahead had undoubtedly been ambushed. He could only wonder about their current plight. The tires had been shot out. Chao Xian and Zhou Tong expressed their anger vehemently. The convoy is unharmed. A group attempted to ambush us from behind, but ended up intercepting merely 2 empty vehicles. Their strength is quite lacking. It seems the forces confronting us are indeed a coalition from multiple nearby strongholds. Xiao spoke solemnly. Chao Xian, taken aback, questioned, "How does the leader know the ambushers lack strength?" Xiao retorted with a cold scoff. Had they possessed real strength, they would not have targeted the rear of the convoy, but would have sought to halt us with overwhelming firepower. I shall proceed first. You must follow closely behind. Concerned for the situation ahead, Xiao left a brief statement before sprinting away alone. His speed far surpassed that of Chao Xian and the others, enabling him to quickly catch up and maintain the overall situation. "Hurry! The zombies are less than 30 meters away," Xiao exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. The sheer tide of thousands of zombies was terrifying. Even standing still for the group to shoot would take considerable time, let alone when they were in rapid motion. Explosions had torn the road ahead into craters, making it more challenging for the zombies to advance. Many had fallen into the bomb pits, only to be trampled by the horde behind them. However, this also obstructed the convoy's passage. Even if they managed to eradicate the zombies, the path ahead would remain impassable. At that moment, Xiao could only think of how to eliminate these zombies. Ordinary zombies were manageable, but among the horde lurked several terrifying behemoths. Bullets striking them merely elicited a roar, proving largely ineffective. The zombie in the center, with skin resembling black iron, was even more frightful. The stray bullets that hit it ricocheted off, leaving only dents, as if striking a steel plate. Was that a second-tier power-type zombie? Utterly terrifying. Many veteran members had witnessed Xiao and his comrades defeat second-tier poison-exploding zombies. Though arduous, it had been relatively successful. Yet now, with no other ability users in the group aside from Xiao, they finally realized the horror of this higher-tier, evolved zombie. Only ability users could effectively harm it. Ordinary bullets felt like child's play against them. The enraged zombies began to forcefully push through their ranks, charging toward the convoy. "Hold the fire. We must not allow them to close in." Xiao shouted, "Bring the armor-piercing rounds." Perched atop a vehicle, he was as frantic as a grasshopper in a steamer. At that moment, from within the horde, 5 or 6 lizard-like humanoid creatures suddenly burst forth, crawling on all fours with incredible speed toward the convoy. Speed-type zombies. Focus fire on them. Wei Zicheng and the others were all too aware of the terror these beings possessed. They were even more fearsome than the power-type zombies. They had previously lost 2 brothers to just 2 or 3 speed-type zombies, who had been killed almost instantaneously, without any chance to resist. Had it not been for the leader holding the line against the zombies, they would have had no opportunity to eliminate them. The group swiftly redirected their weapons towards the approaching threat, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The foremost speed-type zombie was riddled with bullets, crawling a few meters before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yet, the remaining few seized the opportunity to close in even faster. In the end, 3 were slain, but 1 advanced to within 8 meters of the convoy. After a mere 2 to 3 seconds of sprinting, this B1 zombie leaped onto the rooftop of the foremost empty vehicle. Xiao fired several shots at its head, but the zombie evaded with its agile crawling. Its decaying eyes fixated on him, and its grotesque movements sent a chill racing from his feet to the top of his head. With a roar, the speed-type zombie lunged at Xiao. In that moment of crisis, survival instinct and years of training kicked in, enabling him to dodge a fatal strike. In retaliation, he kicked the B1 off the vehicle's roof, panting heavily, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. He had come perilously close to death. At this moment, Xiao finally grasped the bizarre and terrifying monsters that had emerged in this apocalyptic world. How could an ordinary person hope to survive? The zombie was subsequently taken down by the others' concentrated fire. However, the delay caused by these speed-type zombies allowed the horde ahead to advance 10 meters, bringing them within 20 meters of the convoy. The terrifying tide of zombies, now pressing closer, was compounded by the emergence of several hulking A-type zombies. They effortlessly picked up a zombie and, with a deafening roar, hurled it toward the vehicles. One team member, frightened, stumbled and slipped off the roof, breaking his leg and lying on the ground, watching the advancing horde in horror. The fear within this small base team reached its zenith at that moment. Even Wei Zicheng's hands trembled. Everyone felt an overwhelming urge to flee. What are you dawdling for? Kill them. In this critical moment, Xiao bellowed at the group. They dared not hesitate any longer, unleashing a furious barrage upon the horde. 2 machine guns were also mounted atop the vehicles, and with their assistance, the terrifying firepower swiftly cleared a significant swath through the advancing zombies, rekindling courage within the hearts of the group. Yet just then, a team member's head was struck by a bullet, and he fell from the vehicle. Everyone was stunned. Xiao growled, "There's a sniper. Quickly get down." They all leapt to the ground to fight, using the vehicles as cover. Cold sweat drenched Xiao's entire outfit. Having served in the military for 7 or 8 years and faced criminals in combat, he had never encountered such a perilous battle. Surrounded by relentless, fearless zombies from all sides, ambushed from behind, and now facing an endless tide of thousands of zombies ahead, alongside the unknown sniper. They were caught between human and zombie foes. Such a scene inevitably stirred a twinge of despair within him. Now he truly understood why Su Xiao risked everything to fight his way from the outskirts to seize this cache of weapons and insisted on taking them all at once rather than in batches. Without formidable strength, one could only await death in such a chaotic and desperate era. Even as they crouched behind their vehicles, unleashing fire, the team was still gripped by fear. They were acutely aware that at any moment, the next bullet could find its way to one of them. Fear enveloped everyone as they contemplated escape. Even Wei Zicheng, the captain appointed by Su Xiao, hesitated in uncertainty. Chapter 77. Perseverance. 2 kilometers away from the convoy, a man lay quietly atop a building, peering through the scope of his rifle, searching for an opportune moment. "Sir, we have a situation. It seems the enemy possesses a highly experienced combatant. After I eliminated one of their men, they immediately repositioned their machine gun nest to the ground, using 2 vehicles for cover, and even constructed a temporary gun position with metal boxes. I can no longer take them out," the sniper reported. Behind him, a man sat in a chair on the rooftop, furrowing his brow upon hearing the news. Clad in an elegant gray Armani suit, he silently smoked a cigarette. Surrounding him were a dozen men, standing vigilantly. "Continue to look for weaknesses and make the best use of your abilities," the man replied calmly. The sniper fell silent. His extraordinary ability was dynamic capture, a skill reminiscent of insects like flies or dragonflies, which possess thousands of compound eyes, enabling them to perceive their surroundings in countless frames, effectively slowing down fast movements. Thus, it is exceedingly difficult for humans to swat a fly at close range. His power allowed him to decelerate the chaos of battle within his mind. Originally an ordinary subordinate, he had awakened this ability, granting him the prowess of a top-tier sniper. Sir, this situation is untenable. Even if they cannot handle the zombies, they might turn and flee. Should we not initiate our plan? Someone whispered to the man. Patience. He replied leisurely, exhaling a ring of smoke. As long as they cannot exit the city today, I will surely secure a portion of this arms shipment. We will wait until they are exhausted to act. If they attempt to escape, all the better. Should they dare to show themselves again, let Zhou Chang eliminate a few key figures, especially their commander. This shipment will undoubtedly be ours. What if their reinforcements arrive? Their leader appears to be quite a formidable ability user. The man remained silent for a moment before responding coolly. Prepare Lu Chang. If the horde eliminates them and their reinforcements have not yet arrived, swiftly erect earthen barriers to block their retreat and eliminate them. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to concede defeat. Understood. The man's gaze pierced the distance, devoid of any joy or sorrow. The hulking figures finally approached the convoy. One was instantly taken down under the machine gun fire, while another struck a nearby vehicle with a devastating blow, crumpling the front end. We must eliminate them. The horde is down to less than 1,000. Xiaoyang's eyes were fixed on the massive creatures. Both machine guns zeroed in on them, unleashing a barrage. The three hulks struggled under the relentless fire, flesh torn away, until they finally collapsed after advancing just 3 meters. Another fell in a similar fashion. However, the one with glistening black skin remained unmoved. Even a heavy machine gun only managed to graze its skin, the bullets barely penetrating, inciting its fury. With a raised hand, it delivered a crushing blow to a nearby truck, resulting in a horrifying scene as the vehicle crumpled, as if made of clay. We're doomed. The bullets can't pierce it. What hope do we have? Someone cried out in despair. Even Xiao fell silent. The giant was now less than 10 meters away, each heavy step echoing like a drumbeat against their hearts, instilling a sense of panic. I will deal with them. A cold and familiar voice resonated from behind the group. As they looked up, they beheld a figure leaping atop the vehicles, landing skillfully amongst the horde of zombies. Blades whirled, and in an instant, a circle of zombies was obliterated. It was Xiao. Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he spotted the hulking creature ahead. Another second-tier zombie. Your core belongs to me. He brandished his blade and charged towards B2. The beast turned, revealing its fury, and swung its massive fist at Xiao, who deftly dodged and slashed at its arm. The immense force of the blow fractured his blade, yet simultaneously severed the arm from its body. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from A2, no longer merely a mindless zombie, but one capable of feeling pain. The agony of losing its arm ignited a primal rage within it, propelling it towards Xiao with alarming agility. Xiao, nimble as a cat, sidestepped and leaped, delivering a powerful kick to its chest, forcing B2 to stagger backward. Xiao's eyes brimmed with crimson fury. He was not a power-type ability user. His blood control had limited effect on A2, as only those above the third tier began to develop flesh. Yet, Xiao's abilities were particularly effective against higher-tier zombies, which were more developed and thus more vulnerable to his influence. Once a blood emperor, Xiao stood alone, unlike other emperors who commanded vast forces. No advanced zombie dared provoke him. It offered no advantage to kill him, as the retribution would be far more severe. Now, he could only unleash his blood fury skill to amplify his combat prowess. His blood surged, an overwhelming sensation coursing through him, invigorating his limbs as if he had received a potent performance-enhancing injection. His eyes became bloodshot, exuding a feral, predatory aura, resembling a beast in human form. A finely crafted short blade appeared in his hand, forged with diamond at its tip, an exceedingly hard substitute hastily created by the foundry. Xiao could not rely solely on brute strength. He stomped the ground, generating a thunderous sound, leaping atop B2's head, and drove the blade deep into its skull. The diamond's hardness combined with Xiao's strength instantly pierced its formidable cranium. B2 flailed its fists wildly at Xiao, who effortlessly withdrew his weapon, evading with finesse. The zombie clutched its head, its gaze growing vacant, emitting a low, guttural growl before collapsing to the ground. A second-tier zombie proved no match for Xiao. Without wasting a moment, he seized the opportunity presented by his blood fury, his scarlet eyes locked on the approaching horde as he charged forward with his short blade. While not as convenient as his large sword, Xiao's speed and strength compensated. The short blade sliced through the throng of corpses like a scythe, tracing a deadly arc as he ran, beheading zombies with each pass. As he continued his assault, the severed heads rolled away like balls, crashing into the ground, only to be trampled by the advancing horde. One unfortunate zombie, slipping and falling, becoming a victim to its own kind. Chapter 78. Counter-pursuit. Xiao swiftly penetrated through the front line of zombies, clearing a safe distance of 10 meters around the vehicle convoy. As Xiao arrived, the group regained their confidence, and Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. Witnessing Xiao effortlessly dispatch a terrifyingly formidable zombie that even gunfire could not fell within mere seconds left everyone in the team utterly astonished. They were all novices, largely unfamiliar with Xiao's prowess, yet at this moment, his strength redefined their perceptions. A zombie impervious to bullets fell swiftly to Xiao's single strike. Amidst the surging tide of the undead, Xiao wielded a short knife with such mastery that he sliced through the throngs of 700 to 800 zombies, dispatching them with the speed of harvesting chives. Almost every second, 4 or 5 zombies met their demise. Moreover, it seemed that Xiao had a penchant for decapitation. With his small dagger, he created an almost playful rhythm, as heads rolled from the necks of the zombies with an elegance unmatched, smoother than slicing vegetables. Incredible. Astounding. Is this the true power of our leader? He is beyond human. He is a deity. It was terrifying. The leader displayed no emotion while slaying zombies, appearing so nonchalant. The onlookers trembled as they spoke. Their awe for Xiao transformed into fervent admiration and unwavering faith. In the face of certain death, the leader effortlessly turned the tide. The horrifying horde of zombies appeared as mere chicks awaiting slaughter before the merciless butcher, while Xiao's companions reveled in triumph. The individuals atop the Black Fox base were utterly stunned. "Sir, their leader has arrived. Sir, he is charging straight at that second-tier zombie. My heavens, he wields only a small knife. Sir, that zombie is fighting him." It was pierced through the head by a single blow. The composed man, upon hearing the sniper's incredulous report, could no longer remain seated. He seized a pair of binoculars to observe. Upon witnessing Xiao's terrifying speed of slaughter akin to that of a battlefield butcher and the rapidly diminishing horde, the Black Fox leader's expression fluctuated between shock, fear, and grimness. "Retreat immediately. Inform the others to leave swiftly. The plan to plunder resources has failed." The man barked orders, hastily donning his coat. As a fellow ability user, how could he be so strong? The young sniper muttered to himself, questioning his own existence. "Enough chatter. If you don't leave, do you intend to await his vengeance?" The man's face darkened. "Sir, they are questioning us. They have prepared for this moment, and now you order a retreat." "An explanation is necessary," a subordinate reported. "Explanation? Humph. Tell them that those who wish to pursue may do so. I have no time for them now." The man turned and hurried toward the stairway of the rooftop. Meanwhile, after securing a safe distance, Xiao addressed Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, continue to eliminate the remaining zombies, and you may then proceed on your journey. In a few minutes, Chao Xian and the others should rendezvous with you." Xiaoyang nodded solemnly and then curiously asked, "What about you, leader?" Understanding Xiao's intent, he smiled. "Rest assured, I will be more vigilant with the team." Xiao casually retrieved a submachine gun and a few grenades, fastening them to his waist before dashing off into the distance. Simultaneously, the man known as the Black Fox leader descended swiftly, commanding dozens of waiting subordinates below. "Hurry. All of you retreat." The subordinates exchanged puzzled glances, but none dared to question the man's grim expression. "What about the gasoline?" one asked, pointing to 3 barrels prepared as a final gift for the convoy, meant for use only in dire situations, as the munitions were flammable and explosive. A glint of malice crossed the man's eyes as he replied, "Leave it on the road. though the subordinates did not comprehend his reasoning. They complied and placed the barrels on the highway. Go! The man uttered no more words as he surged into the nearby urban alley. For minutes after their departure, Su Xiao arrived at the building's base. Xiaoyang mentioned that the optimal shooting point is around here. Su Xiao furrowed his brow in confusion, sensing no human blood fluctuations within a 50-meter radius. However, a realization dawned upon him, and his brow relaxed into a wry smile. He understood that the sniper had observed his previous battle and had wisely fled. You think you can escape me? Su Xiao scanned the surroundings for footprints, honing in on the direction and swiftly pursuing. In the alley, a group of people hesitated to fire upon encountering zombies, instead opting for silent kills with cold weapons. All right, we should be safe at this distance. Surely, he cannot have a nose sharper than a dog. The Black Fox leader wore a calm expression. Yet, for safety, he remained on the ground floor, while his subordinates ventured out to observe quietly. However, less than 2 minutes later, a rapid approach of footsteps echoed. Su Xiao surveyed the area, acutely attuned to the blood fluctuations nearby. Just then, he fixed his gaze on a window of a residential building. The two individuals peering from the window, upon catching sight of Su Xiao's penetrating stare, were struck with terror. Sir, it's bad. He seems to have noticed us. One stammered to Mr. Black Fox. Impossible. The man initially denied, but soon a hint of shock crossed his face. Could it be that his ability possesses some form of tracking, scent, footprints, or perhaps a radar-like detection? The man began to sweat profusely. In this apocalypse, bizarre abilities could manifest, much like his subordinates' dynamic capture and earth element manipulation. He realized he had underestimated his opponent. Su Xiao quickly focused on that apartment building. His blood ability perception expanded, and instantly, the sense of 7 individuals reached his nostrils. Closing his eyes, vivid images of their movements surfaced in his mind. Why only 7? Su Xiao ponda momentia. Ah, so cunning. Abandoning their vehicle to protect their leader. Truly, it is you. He had narrowed down the identity of the mastermind behind this ambush. This method of operation, combined with the location in Donghai City, reminded him of a rival from his past, one he had clashed with repeatedly during his weaker days. Zhao Hongwei, is that you? Su Xiao murmured, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. A surge of ability emanated from Su Xiao. The interior of the building echoed with cries of anguish until silence enveloped the space. Only then did Su Xiao's power recede. Shaking his head, he refrained from pursuing further. But for precaution, he entered the residential building. Upon discovering the 7 corpses by the window, he piled them together to obscure his presence, then stepped outside, pulling a grenade and tossing it inside before turning to leave. Chapter 79. The emergence of armament, the convoy swiftly advanced onto the road ahead. In the distance, a figure lay prone atop a high-rise, intently observing the approaching vehicles. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The sniper replaced his rifle with a crossbow, its arrowhead wrapped in a layer of fuel-soaked cloth. He ignited it with a lighter, excitement coursing through him as he fixated on the distant convoy, eager to unleash his deadly intent. Once the convoy drew within a 5-meter radius, he would ignite the gasoline, obliterating the entire fleet. Just then, the radio crackled to life. Zhou Chong, are you there? Cease all actions and withdraw with caution. I will await you at headquarters. A deep voice resonated from the other end. Zhou Chong was taken aback. How could their leader abandon such a close opportunity? This shipment of supplies was now beyond their grasp, and it would be better to destroy it, ensuring that the others suffered as well. Leader, are you certain? He questioned. Are you doubting me? The man's icy voice came through the phone, sending a shiver down Zhou Chang's spine. Understood, he quickly replied, hastily collecting his gear and stealthily departing from his vantage point. Su Xiao was unaware of the fear he instilled in his adversaries, who had even abandoned a plan capable of annihilating his convoy out of fear of retaliation. He called into the radio. Xiaoyang, are you there? Yes, leader, came the reply. The convoy has passed the West City Bridge and is heading towards the suburban road. Where are you? Su Xiao nodded, relieved. All is well. I'll be there shortly. He took one last glance around, rummaged through the vehicles, and found a motorcycle. After a successful attempt to start it, He rode off, his mind already made up about who his opponent was. Xiao Hongwei, the CEO of Xiao Technology before the apocalypse, who also managed 2 upscale clubs, was a shrewd businessman. Before the end, he amassed a fortune exceeding 10 billion and was a wealthy individual. His intelligence, far beyond that of ordinary people, was a key reason for his wealth, especially for someone like Xiao Hongwei, who had risen from nothing. He quickly gathered a following through his influence and resources, establishing his own base. In the past life, he transformed it into one of the most formidable bases in Donghai City. Xiao was meticulous in his endeavors, having not only absorbed many surrounding small bases but also ruthlessly dealt with powerful subordinates who defied him, earning a reputation as a notorious warlord. After Su Xiao became the Blood Emperor, Xiao was ultimately captured during a conflict with the military and vanished without a trace. Su Xiao's my. He couldn't bear to crush such an old acquaintance and former rival just as he stepped out of the novice village. Currently, he posed no threat to Su Xiao. It would be intriguing to see whether he could turn the tide in this life, armed with all the knowledge Su Xiao possessed about him. Half an hour later, Su Xiao caught up with the convoy and boarded the command vehicle ahead. Xiaoyang, you did exceptionally well this time. Thanks to your quick thinking, the convoy did not falter in the face of zombies. Su Xiao comenao sestli. Xiaoyang, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "It was nothing, if it weren't for your timely warning. No matter how adaptable I was, the convoy would have met its demise. The second-tier powerful zombies were not something they could handle at present. This served as a wake-up call for me. Next time, we must bring along 1 or 2 more ability users, or the entire operation could collapse upon my departure." Su Xiao also reflected on his oversight. Ultimately, it was his carelessness. He had never anticipated that a group would preemptively learn of their objectives and lay an ambush along the way. They had indeed come perilously close to disaster. "Brief me on the specifics of the enemy. What do you know?" Xiaoyang frowned. "The enemy operates in multiple factions against us. In this area, the remaining survivors have likely consolidated into small enclaves and joined forces, led by a highly intelligent figure remotely directing their actions. The assailants who attacked us were reckless and should be merely subordinates of these enclaves. But the sniper targeting us was perfectly positioned and timed. By the way, did you notice anything at the location of that gathering point I indicated?" Su Xiao noted. There were numerous footprints. The sniper must have been concealed in that high rise, either on the 3rd or 4th floor, or perhaps the top floor. However, that place is at least 3 kilometers away from you. What kind of sniper rifle could achieve such precision? Su Xiao pondered, so mewat purpa. He only had knowledge of Xiao Hongwei. As for the individuals under his command, he was far less informed. After all, what people he encountered in this life was not within Su Xiao's control. Being reborn did not equate to replaying life like a game. There were far too many variables and possibilities. I do not know. The few sniper rifles I know that can exceed a 2 to 3 kilometer range are top-tier national weapons. They could never acquire them. Eventually, the two ceased discussing the matter. Li Tianxi approached, brimming with excitement. "Absolutely," he exclaimed, promptly leading a team to unload the cargo. As the crowd witnessed the thousands of firearms and crates of ammunition being brought out, they erupted in cheers. This signified a significant enhancement in the base's strength. Wu Qian ultimately submitted the inventory data to Su Xiao. 12 rocket launchers and 10 mortars were intact, key strategic resources, which were immediately secured in the warehouse. Additionally, over 1,000 various firearms, including 6 heavy machine guns, had been found. These were large-scale weapons requiring multiple operators to unleash their full potential, becoming crucial tools for the base's future in combating zombies. Moreover, ammunition expenditure had been somewhat high. The chaos they had encountered during their journey depleted over 4,000 rounds, which truly pained Su Xiao, primarily due to the losses from submachine guns and machine guns. Additionally, 2 crates of grenades were lost, leaving 5 crates remaining. All other weapons were in good condition. Su Xiao, filled with fervor, promptly convened a leadership meeting. During the meeting, everyone was anxious as they listened to Su Xiao recount the arduous journey. Tang Ying approached Su Xiao, earnestly stating, "Next time, I should accompany you." "No worries. This was a one-time occurrence. Ha! Su Xiao smiled at the eager Li Tianxi, saying, I know you're coveting the weapons. Later, take those without guns to the warehouse for handguns. Thank you, leader. And you too, Tang Ying. Everyone in the combat team will be issued handguns as standard. Furthermore, we have found many submachine guns and machine guns, and I plan to expand machine gun squad. Rifles are no longer a critical strategic weapon. The rifle team members will be under the jurisdiction of their respective captains, who can request additional rifles, with each team requiring at least 20 riflemen. The machine gun team will temporarily be formed by allocating some members from my third team. Does anyone have any objections? Su Xiao surveyed the room, his smile unwavering. No. The 6 machine guns are the strongest group combat weapons for the base. The leader knows best how to handle them. With our current firepower, we need not fear the zombies. Li Tianxi could not help but chuckle. Chapter 80. Strategic Transformation. Let us not become overly complacent. The undead are evolving at an alarming rate, and our firepower must keep pace. Upon venturing into the urban area, I discovered that first and second tier zombies have become quite commonplace. In a horde exceeding 1,000, one can inevitably encounter 1 or 2, along with the more formidable B-type zombies. It is imperative that everyone receives weaponry and undergoes rigorous training. Su Xiao turned to Wu Qian and said, Wu Qian, tonight, instruct the logistics department to establish a shooting range in the open space outside the villa, providing our team with a place to train. Understood. Su Xiao then addressed Li Tianxi and the others in a grave tone. Marksmanship training must be prioritized. We cannot enter the battlefield armed yet ineffective. We must strive to align ourselves with the military standards. By the way, allow me to formally introduce this individual, Xiao Yang, one of the officers overseeing our defenses. He will be serving alongside me, and from this day forward, I appoint him as our base's military instructor. Henceforth, all training in marksmanship and physical fitness will be meticulously organized under Instructor Xiao's guidance. It was also his temporary transformation ability that saved our convoy. Otherwise, the third team might have faced utter collapse. Su Xiao regarded Xiao Yang with deep respect. Leader, I just arrived, and now I am assigned such a position. Xiao Yang appeared somewhat flustered. Su Xiao spoke firmly. Instructor Xiao, you have seen our circumstances. Our weaponry is ample, our numbers sufficient, yet without systematic training, we remain mere paper tigers. To ensure that our team can maintain composure in battle and exhibit the requisite combat effectiveness, you are the only one who can achieve this. Consider it a contribution to the development of our base. There is no need for modesty. Xiao Yang responded earnestly. In that case, I assure the leader that I will train this group to match the caliber of true military soldiers. Excellent. Su Xiao then turned to Li Tianxi and Tang Ying, smiling. You both heard that. Daily training will be under Instructor Xiao's supervision. Do not hesitate to support him. Do not make it inconvenient for him. The implication was clear. Despite Xiao Yang's lack of personnel or authority, he must not be underestimated. I wholeheartedly wish for Instructor Xiao to train them well. Instructor Xiao, my team has many female members. I entrust them to you, and we will train alongside you. Tang Ying interjected, ever the loyal supporter of Su Xiao, eager to showcase her allegiance. This topic reached its natural conclusion. Su Xiao then inquired of Tang Ying, how is the forging team progressing? The factory has commenced operations. Earlier today, Captain Lu Zhonghua informed me that we can produce over 100 steel crossbows by noon, and we anticipate equipping the entire combat team with new cold weapons within 3 days. Su Xiao nodded and turned to Li Tianxi. What about the construction materials? Everything is proceeding smoothly. Today we located 2 construction sites with a considerable stockpile of cement and bricks. I've organized the brothers to transport them throughout the afternoon. Gai Ming, somewhat bashful, spoke up, Leader, while the materials have arrived, they are still insufficient. The construction team has begun work, and as long as the materials keep coming, we can complete the outer walls within a week. Su Xiao smiled. Very well, then this matter will be jointly managed by Tianxi and Captain Kai. If additional manpower is needed, Tang Ying's second team can be dispatched at any time. Finally, it was Wang Feiyu from the communications team. With a furrowed brow, he stated, Leader, I have something to report. What is it? Su Xiao's tone grew serious upon noticing Wang Feiyu's grave demeanor. Everyone's attention turned to the youngest member of the group. Today, our radio finally picked up signals from nearby frequencies, but we received some troubling news. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, nearly all major cities across the nation have fallen. Only Guanghai, Shangjing, and sparsely populated regions like Xihai have been timely managed by the military. Currently, the entire nation has established various battle zones, yet our province, Yun Province, remains an uncontrollable area. The local military has suffered heavy losses and is still regrouping in Kuan City, gradually providing support. Unfortunately, the local forces in Yunhai City have faced a complete rout. The bad news I must convey is that a reconnaissance team reported encountering refugees who claim to have seen some squads scouting near the cold storage facility, less than 10 kilometers away. The resources at that cold storage may be included in the military strategic plans. If we do not swiftly secure those supplies, we will have no choice but to relinquish them. We lack the strength to confront the military. Su Xiao fell silent. The room was instantly enveloped in a heavy silence. While it is the duty of every citizen to contribute during national crises, allowing these supplies to fall into military hands would undoubtedly place our base in jeopardy. We have yet to discover methods for cultivating crops on contaminated land, leaving us reliant solely on our stored provisions. Allegiance to the military. Each person harbored their thoughts. Although Su Xiao remained silent, he carefully observed the expressions of those around him. He understood that, compared to the base's defensive measures, many still held greater faith in the military, and it was not impossible for some to contemplate defecting. However, only he, as a reborn individual, comprehended that while aligning with the military might ensure survival, the forces in Yunhai City lacked the ability to contend with the forthcoming zombie king. They possessed no supernatural abilities and would be utterly incapable of safeguarding the tens of thousands of refugees amidst the relentless tide of the undead. The military does not selectively recruit the most capable. They indiscriminately accept everyone, regardless of age or gender. This would impose a terrifying burden upon them. If they cannot quickly produce a sufficient number of supernatural beings, they will become the first target of the intelligent zombie king in Yunhai City. As for why the intelligent zombies would seek to eradicate human forces, the answer lies in their simple method of evolution, by devouring humans. The more flesh and blood they consume, the faster and stronger they evolve. Thus, zombies and humans are two extremes that can never coexist. The zombie king will not overlook the military's efforts to regroup and strengthen. Zombies possess an innate ability to instinctively converge toward areas abundant with flesh. Their eerie intuition allows them to sense living beings from kilometers away. Therefore, if the Yunhai City base cannot swiftly evacuate or rapidly augment its strength to confront the zombies, its fate will mirror that of its previous existence, overwhelmed by countless powerful zombies and a tidal wave of undead. Su Xiao's mind raced as he turned to Wang Feiyu. Proactively send individuals to make contact with the military. If the opportunity arises, I wish to meet with their representatives. Wang Feiyu gazed at the leader in astonishment, shocked that the leader, typically resistant to the military, would now seek to engage with them. Leader, are you truly willing to initiate contact with them? Are you not concerned about the military's intentions toward us? Rest assured, the military will not harbor malice against us. They lack weapons and would prefer to reduce their reliance on additional mouths to feed. Moreover, those supplies are of immense importance to us, yet trivial to the military. A meager amount of food amidst a contingent of thousands is merely a few days' rations for them. They have their own stockpiles. I realize now that I was overly cautious regarding the military. At least for now, that is unwarranted. Establishing a positive relationship with the military will also benefit the growth and development of our base. Su Xiao fixed his gaze on Wang Feiyu. Follow my instructions. Should any patrol team discover military traces, they are to report to me immediately. Wang Feiyu responded with enthusiasm, yes. Chapter 81. Breaking through to the third tier and congealing the blood pool, everyone believed that Su Xiao was wary of the military, showing little concern for its affairs while diligently developing his own forces. In the eyes of the crowd, this seemed somewhat ungrateful. Despite their misfortunes, they remained citizens of the Dragon Nation, and no one harbored ill feelings towards the army. Yet, as their leader, Xiao had always acted with foresight, and no one dared to mention seeking refuge with the military in his presence. After all, they were not reincarnators and were unaware that, in the early days of the apocalypse, the military was less secure than small bases. Entering the military meant facing relentless waves of zombies. Without ample resources and supplies, as well as powerful ability users to combat formidable zombies, they would eventually be overwhelmed. Xiao's current thoughts aligned perfectly with the sentiments of the crowd. They regarded it as a promising beginning, perhaps envisioning a day when they might merge with the military, bolstered by its boundless firepower. What monstrous entities could withstand such overwhelming force? This was a natural psychological response, and Xiao had anticipated their doubts and dissatisfaction regarding his military arrangements. However, he was acutely aware that the Yunheim military, isolated and unsupported, had been swiftly annihilated by the relentless zombies in his previous life. The reason lay in the sheer number of personnel they had, which hindered their ability to communicate and seek assistance from other units. Furthermore, the zombie king, Xiao, was exceedingly fierce. The human forces had not yet developed, and the zombies had overwhelmed them through sheer numbers. Moreover, Xiao harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Yunheim military. In his past life, he had heard tales of the privileged offspring within the Yunheim military district who exploited ordinary girls among the refugees, resorting to coercion and hoarding weapons for self-preservation, which tainted the entire military establishment. This led Xiao to subconsciously categorize them alongside the tyrants that rose during the apocalypse. Xiao was a man who placed his trust solely in himself. Thus, he was not inclined to place his hopes for a better future in the military. Yet, at this moment, he reconsidered. To grow swiftly and remain unrestrained, allying with the army, seemed the most prudent course of action. He was unwilling to be ensnared within the so-called system. He merely sought to leverage their strength while maintaining his independence. Otherwise, he could not guarantee the security of the resources he had plundered and might even find himself beholden to others in determining which crystals to absorb in the future. It was imperative that he remain powerful and, to a certain extent, assist the military. In his previous life, he had never had the opportunity to engage with the Yunheim military before they were obliterated. In this life, he yearned to see if he could alter the fate of this unit. As the meeting adjourned, everyone busied themselves with their own affairs. Individual strength was the foundation for survival in the apocalypse. Xiao understood that he must consistently maintain his military superiority to remain invincible. He had acquired several second-tier crystals. Although he had not encountered any third-tier zombies, they were sufficient for Xiao to break through to the third tier. This milestone represented a watershed moment. Achieving this level of power would truly establish him in the apocalypse. He possessed 3 second-tier zombie cores and 7 first-tier cores. The first-tier crystals held little value for him. He focused entirely on absorbing the second-tier crystals. Each second-tier crystal could enhance his progress by approximately 1/10. Xiao was already at an advanced level of second-tier strength. So upon absorbing all 3 crystals, a powerful crimson radiance erupted from his body. The blood within him fused continuously with the energy of the crystals, surging and ultimately forming an ethereal energy ring within him. It resembled a swirling vortex of blood, taking shape as Xiao's cells rapidly strengthened. Each rotation of the crimson vortex seemed to breathe naturally, soaking his clothes in sweat as impurities were expelled from his body, rendering him increasingly formidable. Within that blood-red whirlpool, sounds reminiscent of boiling water echoed, as if liquid was coalescing within. In the dead of night, Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. Surrounding his body was a pulsating crimson energy. His eyes glowed an eerie crimson, with veins that appeared to pulse with lava. Blood-red patterns adorned his entire form, delivering an intense visual impact, resembling a fearsome humanoid demon. After several moments, the crimson hue gradually receded. Xiao revealed an excited smile. He had finally broken through to the third tier. My power has increased several-fold, and my existing abilities have been enhanced. Xiao felt the transformation within him. His physical strength had surged to a terrifying level after this breakthrough. He drew a small knife across his skin, leaving only a faint white mark. His seemingly delicate skin was, in fact, incredibly resilient, comparable to the defensive capabilities of a second-tier brood zombie. His strength had soared to approximately 700 pounds, nearly a ton of punch power. In terms of abilities, his blood production had intensified, enabling him to control his blood within his body without a single drop escaping. The foundational abilities of blood absorption, blood perception, and blood manipulation had all been enhanced, leading Xiao to believe his perceptive range could now extend up to 200 meters. Within this radius, he could visualize the blood signatures of living beings in the base, feeling as though he could unleash his blood manipulation ability to cause the blood of any individual within range to erupt, tearing through their skin, allowing him to absorb it. These three abilities, when combined, transformed Xiao into a silent vampire. He could effortlessly siphon the blood of anyone from a distance. Of course, the blood of ordinary people held little value for him. At most, it would merely enhance his recovery and replenish his blood pool. However, the sensation of wielding life and death was profoundly exquisite. Most importantly, he had formed a blood pool within his body. This served as a derivative organ of his blood control ability, located beneath his kidneys in the dantian area, manifesting in a formless state that occupied no physical space and posed no burden. With his blood pool, Xiao could collect blood and unleash his true killing moves. With this blood pool, the power of his blood manipulation ability would truly come to fruition. As long as he maintained the pool's fullness, he could not only activate the blood fury skill without consuming his blood, but also utilize the blood within the pool for both offense and defense, making it exceedingly difficult for humans to kill him. A smile crept into Xiao's eyes. The blood pool was indeed one of the core functions of his blood control ability. With this blood pool, it was as if he had gained an energy reservoir. His endurance, combat effectiveness, and even the versatility of his attacks had achieved a remarkable leap. Chapter 82. Special abilities. The subsequent 2 days unfolded with remarkable tranquility at the base. The various tasks assigned by Xiao were continuously refined through the diligent efforts of the team leaders, and the clamor of the construction crew resonated through the villa until dawn. The cacophony of cement mixers and laborers' chatter persisted from sunrise to sunset. Yet, the inhabitants of the base remained unperturbed. Instead, they brimmed with vitality and zeal. Such a vibrant atmosphere was precisely the idyllic scene they had long yearned for, rendering the base increasingly reminiscent of a true home. The outer walls had begun to take shape, and according to Xiao's vision, they commenced by raising the original villa's exterior to establish the first line of defense. The height was elevated by 2 meters, allowing Xiao to subsequently construct a second-floor tower and artillery posts atop the walls, enabling them to withstand waves of zombie assaults. Meanwhile, in the open space beyond the villa area, groundwork commenced for a new residential district. Initially, Xiao planned to erect a grand residential building. However, that would be excessively time-consuming and resource-intensive, potentially taking 6 months to complete. During this period, could Xiao afford to halt expansion or refrain from increasing the population? The primary reason for this shift was that constructing a courtyard complex was considerably simpler and could be executed swiftly. Thus, the 100-strong construction crew was divided into 2 groups. Approximately 30 continued reinforcing the outer walls, while the remainder focused entirely on building the courtyard. At this pace, not only could the outer walls be completed within a week, but the courtyard could also reach preliminary completion in around 10 days. With the aid of large machinery, the construction speed would be significantly enhanced. Simultaneously, Teams 2 and 3 were not idle. Under Xiao Yang's strict command, they engaged in daily training. Xiao Yang implemented a rigorous training regimen, rising at 6 each morning for a 5-kilometer run, followed by an hour of physical training comprising sit-ups and push-ups, and an hour of military posture drills. This was succeeded by an hour of shooting practice and combat techniques, with the morning passing amidst the soldiers' groans and fatigue. Xiao observed with satisfaction. Such discipline and combat responsiveness were essential for transforming the disparate team into a true fighting force. Furthermore, the 9 newly added ability users were the strength Xiao valued most. Among them, for wielded elemental powers of wind, earth, ice, and wood, 2 possessed physical abilities, and, astonishingly, 2 had awakened mental powers, alongside 1 with super abilities. Xiao particularly esteemed 3 individuals from this group. The wood element ability user was the young girl he had designated to stay behind that day. Her power was the ability to accelerate plant growth, controlling their life force. This held strategic significance for Xiao. In a past life, he had encountered this girl, a treasure to a small base, where she assisted in cultivating crops, ensuring that the small community had a steady supply of vegetables. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, food became the cornerstone of human survival. Wood element ability users were highly sought after by various bases, their status often surpassing that of ordinary ability users. With a sufficient number of robust wood element users, they could improve soil quality and enhance plant immunity, potentially achieving self-sufficiency in food production for the base in the future. Thus, he promptly summoned her. The girl appeared to be merely 16 or 17, likely still in high school, timidly led by her father. Both father and daughter presented themselves before Xiao with palpable trepidation. "What is your name?" "Xiao Inguit." "Meow meow," the girl replied, gazing at Xiao. With a smile, Xiao responded, "Your ability is vital. I have decided to assign you a specific task. I'll provide you with a plot of land to cultivate some crops and see if you can sustain them. How's that sound? Your father and you will focus solely on food production." Meow meow appeared somewhat bewildered. Her recent tasks had merely involved assisting logistics. Her father, however, grasped Xiao's intention and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, leader." Meow meow. Food supply is a critical issue for the base. Now that you possess this ability and have gained the leader's favor, we can concentrate on growing vegetables. Meow meow smiled in response. "Thank you, leader." Xiao understood that the young girl was still naive regarding responsibility, so he addressed her father. "You need not worry about anything. Simply focus on nurturing the seeds. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact logistics team leader Wu Qian. If you successfully cultivate the seeds, I will grant you a leader-level status, which includes daily meat rations, weekly rewards of cigarettes, snacks, or canned foods. I hope you won't disappoint me." The promise of daily meat was a considerable incentive, as currently, only team leaders like Xiao had regular access to meat, while others depended on logistics for their allocations, receiving meat only once or twice a week. Additionally, the cigarettes were a reward from Meow Meow's father, while the snacks were a gesture to please the young girl. This treatment was undoubtedly quite generous within the base. Meow Meow's father, filled with enthusiasm, assured, "Rest assured, leader, we will diligently fulfill this responsibility." After their departure, Xiao continued to meet with the other 3 ability users. These 3 were among the most extraordinary and unique of the 9. He-Man Ting, a 24-year-old female mental ability user, possessed the power of illusion creation, enabling her to conjure images in her mind that could be transmitted to another's consciousness, albeit currently limited to influencing only one individual. If her ability were to evolve to affect multiple people, it would parallel Xiao's mind control and its effectiveness. Xiao assigned her to Tang Ying for tactical planning. Yuan Jia, a 27-year-old male mental ability user, wielded the unique power of mental amplification. Unlike typical mental users who exert influence or attack others through strong telekinesis, his ability could enhance the cognitive functions of those around him. Over the past few days, it became apparent that when he activated his power, everyone within a 5-meter radius experienced heightened clarity and agility of thought, as if their intellect had surged significantly. Yuan Jia, a refined young man and a graduate of Huqing University, worked as a team leader in a research department, appearing somewhat reserved yet profoundly passionate about his studies. His ability to enhance others' cognition was astonishing. While it might seem limited among the general populace, it could transform into an invaluable asset in research endeavors. Considering the base's future expansion, including the development of new weaponry against zombies and agricultural enhancement medications, Yuan Jia was undoubtedly a talent Xiao coveted, though he currently lacked a role for him. After contemplation, he assigned Yuan Jie to Wang Fei Yu. As the communications team had an abundance of analytical tasks that suited his intellectual capabilities, Tong Jun, a 21-year-old male with super abilities, possessed the power of phasing, referred to by Wu Qian as a ghostly form. Chapter 83. Improvement. Su Xiao gazed at the youth before him, astonished. As Tong Jun activated his unique ability, his entire form instantaneously transformed into a jelly-like transparent state, which was not true invisibility, as the general outline of his body remained discernible to the naked eye. Leader, this is the state when my skills are activated, which I have named the ghost state. Although you can see me, you cannot seize me, Tong Yu declared with pride. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly waved his hand, attempting to grasp Tong Yu. Yet, Tong Yu made no effort to evade, standing still in place. Su Xiao's arm bizarrely passed right through Tong Yu's body, as if slicing through air, causing no harm whatsoever. Seeing that the leader could not capture him, Tong Yu smugly exclaimed, "What do you think, leader?" Internally, he felt a sense of triumph, eager to showcase his prowess before Su Xiao. However, after contemplating for a few seconds, Su Xiao let out a cold chuckle. Tong Yu's expression abruptly changed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His veins bulged, and his transparent state became unstable, fluctuating between solid and ethereal, with some organs oscillating between the two realms. Leader, I was wrong. Tong Yu, gazing at Su Xiao's calm demeanor, realized this was the leader's doing and quickly begged for mercy. Su Xiao did not take it too seriously, recognizing that Tong Yu was merely a brash child newly endowed with powers. Your ability is quite remarkable. It can even obscure your life force. An ordinary person would not sense your presence at all. However, my strength far surpasses yours. Your life energy cannot be entirely concealed, merely obscured. When you can completely shield your vital signs, to the extent that even I cannot detect you, then you will truly possess something of value. Su Xiao Zima, patting his shoulder, Tong Yu was thoroughly humbled and nervously replied, "My ability lasts only about a minute. It will likely take a long time to reach the level you mentioned, leader." Su Xiao reassured him, "It won't take long. As long as you absorb enough crystal cores and advance rapidly, you can grow swiftly. Your ability is commendable. If you could also develop some formidable offensive capabilities, you can navigate through hordes of zombies unscathed. Make sure to fully realize your potential. Do not squander your gifts." Yes, leader. Tong Yu's unique ability elicited genuine delight from Su Xiao. In his past life, he had never heard of Tong Yu. Perhaps he had perished before awakening. Nevertheless, if properly harnessed, his ghostly ability could serve as an extraordinary power for executing stealthy assassinations amidst zombie hordes. Given that zombies relied primarily on their sense of smell and had poor vision, they would be unable to detect Tong Yu, allowing him to maneuver freely until his ability's duration expired. Should a zombie king emerge in the future, Tong Yu would be the ideal candidate to eliminate such a threat. Su Xiao resolved to prioritize the training of Tong Yu. Additionally, with the increasing number of ability users, it was time to address the allocation of resources among them. Previously, all the crystal cores obtained from slaying zombies were in Su Xiao's possession. But in order to swiftly enhance the strength of the ability users and boost everyone's morale, he felt it was time to establish a reward and punishment system within the base. This task proved manageable, as Su Xiao drew upon his extensive experience to swiftly draft a document outlining the new regulations. As for this document, he deemed it unnecessary to consult the opinions of the team leaders. Instead, he instructed Wu Qian to notify the entire base, print some copies, and post them throughout the premises. The fundamental obligations and reward and punishment system of the base. Several team leaders and base members passing by the notice board curiously approached to read it. The basic tasks for base members included diligently fulfilling their roles, strictly adhering to the base's regulations, and being ready for deployment at any moment. Regarding the reward and punishment system, Su Xiao established a points system in addition to the leadership roles of the leader and team captains. Combat personnel would earn 1 point for killing an ordinary zombie and submitting the crystal core, 50 points for a first-tier zombie, 200 points for a second-tier zombie, and 1,000 points for a third-tier zombie. Presently, The highest limit was set at defeating third-tier zombies. Meanwhile, logistical and other non-combat team members could earn 1 point daily for timely completion of their tasks. The rewards available for points redemption were diverse, stirring excitement among all members. Currently, Xiao listed various items including cola, cigarettes, canned beef and lamb, canned fish, candies, chicken legs, lao gan ma, instant noodles, and more with varying prices. The lowest, a bottle of cola, required only 5 points, while the highest, a pack of Nanjing cigarettes, demanded 20 points. Most items range from 7 to 8 points. This pricing structure had been meticulously considered by Xiao. While he possessed a reasonable stockpile of supplies, it was by no means abundant. With hundreds of people in the base to support, strict limitations were essential. A bottle of cola priced at 5 points meant that logistical personnel could enjoy one every week, which was fair considering they did not venture out to kill zombies and thus found it significantly more challenging to acquire points than combat members. It was crucial to maintain the benefits of combat personnel at the highest level within the base, a principle Xiao firmly upheld. The purpose of the reward and punishment system was to inspire base members to be courageous and ambitious while enriching their lives within the base. The introduction of this system particularly thrilled the combat teams, especially the chronic smokers who had grown weary of their smoke-free days. With cigarettes now available for redemption, all vowed to slay hordes of zombies during their next mission. Suddenly, Yu Jiaojiao shyly interjected to Xiao, who was observing the crowd. "Leader, your offerings aren't very friendly to the ladies." Xiao paused, taken aback. "What?" Yu Jiaojiao blushed and stammered. That item. All the girls will need it." Xiao slapped his forehead, feeling embarrassed. "I completely forgot. That item won't be sold as a commodity. It's unnecessary for the men. Any woman in need can simply go to logistics and claim it." Yu Jiaojiao laughed heartily. "Then I must thank the leader on behalf of the female members of the base." Now that the item redemption system was underway, Xiao sought Wu Qian once more to arrange for a logistics staff member to oversee the warehouse, while also establishing a small shop window for members to conveniently exchange their points. These measures revitalized the base once again. 2 days later, Li Tianxi hurried to report. "Leader, a few individuals have come to seek refuge in our base." Su Xiao Ingui, what are their identities? They are nearby refugees. They have heard of our base's formidable strength and excellent conditions, and wish to join us. Xiao perceived this as a positive omen, a sign that the base's influence was gradually spreading in the vicinity. There were surely many surviving refugees. If they could all be integrated, it would bolster the base's strength. However, Xiao felt that they were not currently in dire need of manpower and did not wish to accept just anyone. After some contemplation, he decided, let someone put up a sign at the entrance. Only those who are strong and willing to slay zombies may come to join the base. They must kill 3 zombies and present the crystal cores as proof of allegiance to join. If they have family, we will allow them and based on the number of cores they provide. Li Tianxi was puzzled by Xiao's high threshold. It was already challenging for a single person to kill 3 zombies, let alone those with families who would be counted as well. Xiao explained, if we accept anyone indiscriminately, our team may grow larger but will become increasingly unwieldy. Those who possess the courage to vanquish the elite warriors of the undead may easily be trained to join the ranks of the combat team. Should they manage to gather sufficient crystals for their entire family, they would indeed be a remarkable asset. Conversely, those unable to safeguard their loved ones, relying solely on my protection, will find that such fortune is a rarity in this world. Chapter 84. The visit. A convoy of vehicles traversed the road with great vigor. A man, gazing into the distance at the picturesque lake and the villa cluster resonating with lively sounds, was filled with awe. "Boss, that base is rumored to be heavily armed with a vast array of weaponry. The surrounding area, for several kilometers, is their territory. Our men often see them driving in large numbers, often in groups of dozens. Are we truly going to investigate?" One voiced his trepidation. Zhou Ping, with a sense of reverence for the distant site, responded, "Distant relatives cannot compare to close neighbors. Our base is not far from theirs, and sooner or later, we will be discovered. Rather than wait for that, it would be prudent to pay them a visit and gauge their disposition." I believe that, as survivors in this apocalypse, their leader will not be overly harsh with us. Alas, boss, your kindness is commendable. But have you forgotten how Wang Wu's base met its demise? That ruthless, black-hearted fellow, relying on sheer numbers, launched a midnight attack, resulting not only in Wang Wu's death, but also the loss of all their supplies and the subjugation of their people. With our scant numbers, we would be mere fodder under their gun barrels. A man remarked ominously, clearly distrusting the base ahead. Zhou Ping, not lacking in wisdom, pondered the words of his subordinate and declared, "Very well, brothers, you shall wait here. Quan, Uncle Qian, and I will proceed forward. If things go awry, Zhang Yang, you shall become the new leader and lead our retreat immediately." Zhou Ping cast a heavy gaze over the 30 or so individuals behind him. Many looked reluctantly at him, urging, "Boss, please be cautious." Zhou Ping treated those around him with great kindness, and despite their gaunt appearances, none harbored grievances against him. Without his leadership, they would have perished long ago. He nodded with reluctance, resolutely taking 2 formidable men and advancing toward the front. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the base. Observing the bustling activity around the walls and the armed guards vigilantly watching the surroundings, Zhou Ping was profoundly struck by the strength of this base. While they struggled to survive in dilapidated residential buildings, these individuals had already established formidable defenses. The leader of this base must be an exceptionally capable person. Lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by a commanding voice. "Halt! Advance any closer, and we will open fire." Seeing the 2 armed men coldly scrutinizing him, Zhou Ping quickly replied, "Brothers, I am the leader of a nearby settlement and wish to pay a visit to your base's leader. May I request an audience?" The guard, after a moment of skepticism, nodded and said, "Wait here." He turned and entered the base to relay the message. At that moment, Xiao was reclining at his desk, engrossed in writing and sketching, while Jiying sat on the nearby sofa, folding paper cranes and occasionally glancing at Xiao with an infatuated smile. Both Shi and Ji he possessed remarkable abilities. In Ji he often spoke highly of her sister. Understanding the sentiments of the 2 sisters, Xiao had invited them to move into the villa, as there were still many unoccupied rooms. Finding amusement in the young girl's affections, Xiao was nonetheless curious about how they would endeavor to win his favor. It would be disingenuous to say he had no interest. However, he had already formed a bond with Tang Ying and would not easily allow other girls to believe that flattery could elevate their status within the base, for that would lead to undesirable consequences. Thus, despite their presence in the villa, Xiao maintained a neutral stance towards them. "Chief, there is a man named Zhou Ping outside who wishes to see you," claiming to be the leader of a small settlement nearby. Xiao Paoset, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his gaze. "Zhou Ping, could be the Zhou Ping I am thinking of?" His thoughts raced. In his previous life, not only did large bases dominate the world, but various organizations also emerged alongside the tides of the era. There were those advocating for the restoration of world order, such as the Peaceful Path, and others seeking to establish new rights for superhumans, like the Superhuman Alliance. There were even ambitious individuals and rebel factions covertly manipulating the rise of various small power structures. They neglected the fight against zombies and instead formed powerful organizations for varied idealistic purposes, with few dedicated to maintaining stability in the human world, resulting in chaos across the land. Zhou Ping was once among the prominent leaders of the Heroic Alliance, a group that included not only superhumans, but also many ordinary individuals with lofty aspirations. They possessed a heart for rescuing the suffering, and wherever they went, their members aided the afflicted, combating zombies and unjust bases. This was a faction imbued with a romantic and chivalrous spirit, and though few in number, their reputation spread far and wide. Xiao had heard of this name, for he had once been rescued by members of the Heroic Alliance during his own tribulations. Their members were scattered, only gathering at the call of their leader. Without hesitation, Xiao rose and commanded, "Please bring him here." "Yes." The guard at the entrance, upon receiving the message, politely addressed Zhou Ping. "Mr. Zhou, the chief invites you to come inside for a discussion." Zhou Ping, surprised and grateful, replied, "Thank you so much. He followed the two men behind him as they entered the base. Upon entering, Zhou Ping was struck by the grandeur of the base's architecture and the sight of hundreds of individuals bustling about. Under a large canvas shelter, several pots simmered with enticing aromas, filling the air with the scent of beef and fish soup. His companions swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on the open kitchen. In addition, Zhou Ping was astonished to witness hundreds of people performing push-ups in the square, realizing they were training combat personnel in a manner reminiscent of military drills. The sheer size of this gathering filled him with excitement and envy. Moreover, he noticed the resource point exchange announcements posted around and individuals lounging in corners, smoking curiously as they observed the newcomers. Each scene impacted Zhou Ping profoundly. In this post-apocalyptic world, he had never dared to dream of living such a life. Yet here were those who had achieved it. They were orderly, each fulfilling their role, and their fervent busyness was palpable. Zhou Ping surveyed his surroundings, striving to etch this beautiful tableau into his memory. Visionary, strategic, commanding hundreds with abundant resources. What a remarkable individual the leader of this base must be. Chapter 85. The Trail of the Reincarnator. Upon encountering Zhou Ping, Xiao felt a rush of memories flood back. A fleeting recollection of this individual standing behind the legendary leader of the Hero Alliance. Zhou Ping stood awkwardly at the entrance and greeted, "Hello, I am Zhou Ping. I happen to pass by and wish to pay a visit to your esteemed base." Xiao promptly stepped forward with a warm smile, saying, "Greetings, Mr. Zhou Ping. I am Xiao, the leader of this base. Welcome. Please make yourself at home." With Xiao's enthusiastic demeanor, Zhou Ping took a seat beside him on the couch. "Leader Zhou, how have you achieved all of this? While we have been living in constant fear, barely managing to scrape by, the advancements of your base are nothing short of astonishing," Zhou Ping expressed, filled with admiration. Xiao replied with a faint smile, "It's nothing extraordinary. I merely possess a bit more foresight than the average person. In this apocalypse, who wouldn't wish to survive? As the threat of zombies escalates, it is conceivable that humanity may soon lack the strength to access resource-rich urban areas. If one cannot sustain themselves, extinction is inevitable." Zhou Ping nodded in agreement. "Your insights are indeed profound. However, the zombies are growing stronger, and we can no longer venture elsewhere in search of supplies. The resources in our vicinity have likely been collected by you already. I came not only to visit, but also to humbly request a bit of assistance and supplies. My group of dozens is on the verge of starvation, and I cannot bear to watch them go hungry. Rest assured, I will repay you for the supplies. If you do not trust me, I can provide an IOU. If I fail to fulfill my promise, I believe your base's strength would not falter from my defaulting." Zhou Ping stood and bowed deeply to Xiao, sincerity radiating from his demeanor. Xiao quickly interjected, "What are you doing, Zhou Ping? Regarding supplies, have you considered joining our base? You must have seen the benefits we offer. Here, as long as one is willing to work, no one will go hungry." Xiao pondered for a moment, scrutinizing Zhou Ping with a probing gaze. Zhou Ping appeared taken aback before a look of discomfort crossed his face. "Is there something you cannot disclose?" Xiao remarked, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. Zhou Ping, gritting his teeth, responded, "There is nothing I cannot say, Leader Su. I have made a promise to someone to follow him. Your base is indeed remarkable, but for now, I cannot bring my people to join you." "Follow?" Xiao Guidi, maintaining an impassive facade. "What is it about this individual that compels you so? He is a truly extraordinary person." Zhou Ping smiled, his face reflecting nostalgia. Once an ordinary office worker, Zhou Ping found himself trapped in a residential building after the disaster struck, surviving on dwindling supplies. Faced with the terror of zombies and the despair of the apocalypse, he had lost all will to live. With his parents deceased and only a married sister left, he felt no sense of regret. Even as food ran out, he intended to perish quietly at home. Yet, one fateful night, a young man stormed into the community, wielding a fire axe, and single-handedly annihilated all the zombies by dawn. Zhou Ping watched in awe. This individual rallied the survivors, urging them to fight for their lives. Despite being lost in the crowd, Zhou Ping felt a piercing clarity when the young man approached him and chastised him fiercely for his cowardice, calling him out for wishing to die while others struggled to survive. "You may be finished, but countless others yearn to live," the young man admonished. "Survival is not merely about existing. It must carry meaning and purpose, fostering the continuation of humanity. This must be the sole belief we uphold." Awakened by the rebuke, Zhou Ping felt profound shame. The young man encouraged him and others to combat the zombies. Though terrified, in that life-or-death moment, Zhou Ping found the courage to strike down a zombie with a steel rod. In that instant, he realized he did not truly wish to die. He was merely evading reality. Fueled by newfound resolve, he fought valiantly against the undead. The young man designated Zhou Ping to lead the group forward. Zhou Ping inquired if he could accompany him, to which the young man replied, "If you possess the heart to save others, one day, you shall meet again." Zhou Ping promised to seek him out once he had ensured the safety of his group, stating he would head west from Yunhai City towards Kyoto, eager to discover if humanity still held hope. "I will find him as long as I remain alive," Zhou Ping declared, tears welling in his eyes. Xiao suddenly asked, "Do you know his name?" With a sigh, Xiao realized he already knew the answer. The young man was none other than the creator and supreme leader of the Hero Alliance. He may not have been the most formidable of the apocalypse's superhumans, but he was undoubtedly the wisest. His unique ability, a subject of much debate regarding its classification as either a psychic or superpower, allowed him to read and replicate a person's memories, absorbing their life experiences. If the individual possessed any skills, be it martial arts, piloting, or medicine, he would inherit them flawlessly. However, his power only worked on ordinary people on the brink of death who willingly opened their hearts to him, rendering him incapable of accessing the abilities of other superhumans. Yet, this was terrifying enough. For every 12 individuals he absorbed, he would endure a period of weakness during which his powers would be dormant, only to regain his strength and continue absorbing more souls. Though he remained mortal, his experiences, knowledge, and intellect would continually expand, akin to one who had lived for centuries. This individual was a formidable force, not merely due to his strength, but for his vast understanding and intellect. Even Xiao, once revered as the Blood Emperor, had only met him once. After exchanging greetings, they parted ways. When searching the machinery factory, it was indeed Jiang Yang who had saved Li Yuanshan and the others. At that time, he had yet to absorb many individuals and was still brimming with youthful vigor and ambition. By the time Zhou Ping encountered Jiang Yang, he had come to realize that mere passion could not save lives. Perhaps having inherited the thoughts of many, he had grown to a higher plane of understanding, urging Zhou Ping and others to hone their skills through combat. The pace of growth was indeed terrifying. Chapter 86. The military district rescue team. Xiao regarded this individual with a sense of awe, devoid of any envy. Such a person possessed insights and intellect that could rival even Xiao's own, and he knew he could never hope to control such a figure. Nor did he intend to. Jiang Yang's prowess lay in his versatility, in his formidable spirit and experiences that transcended those of countless others. In contrast, the strength of Xiao and his fellow ability users resided in the splendor of their powers and their formidable capabilities. While one might possess wisdom, it does not guarantee the realization of one's aspirations. Similarly, Xiao's might alone does not ensure the fulfillment of his desires. In their past lives, one was a solitary emperor perched high above, while the other was a carefree wanderer. Their paths had never crossed. In this lifetime, however, perhaps Xiao could leverage his relationship with Zhou Ping and this individual to forge a beneficial alliance. Xiao dispelled his thoughts and said, "I will arrange for someone to assist you in collecting supplies shortly. As fellow survivors, it is only right that we support one another. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my help." Zhou Ping expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Leader Su. Wherever you may require my assistance, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. There is no need for such formality. I hope we can mutually aid one another. By the way, are there no ability users in your gathering?" Zhou Ping paused. Then with a hint of envy, he remarked, "We encountered some while fleeing the city. who could summon lightning with a wave of their hand, obliterating zombies instantly. However, we have no idea how such ability users emerged. Su Xiao's my supli, recognizing that most ordinary people still remained oblivious to the methods of awakening abilities. Observing Zhou Ping's bewildered expression, Su Xiao inquired, after you vanquished the zombies, did you not notice any crystals within their bodies? Zhou Ping's face lit up with realization. Are you suggesting that consuming those crystals could grant one abilities? It can only be said that there is a very slim chance, perhaps 1 in 100, if you could produce even 1 or 2 ability users. Your survival rate would increase significantly. Su Xiao advised. Zhou Ping, filled with excitement, replied, thank you for your guidance, Leader Su. Su Xiao's thigh. Shall we have a meal before you depart? Zhou Ping recalled the delightful aroma he had sensed earlier and swallowed hard. Su Xiao nodded, not insisting, and instead picked up the communicator. Wu Qian, please come here. Soon, Wu Qian arrived. The other members of the base observed the leader's reception of these newcomers, curious about the unfolding situation. Su Xiao conveyed his intention to provide supplies, and Wu Qian understood immediately, leading Zhou Ping away. Jiying approached and asked Leader, you seem to hold a special regard for him? Su Xiao typically exercised strict control over supplies, particularly when it came to distributing them to those unwilling to contribute. With a smile, he replied, our resources are plentiful enough. Investing a small portion to cultivate a trustworthy ally is a worthwhile endeavor. There are many smaller groups around. They are aware of our base, but remain cautious. With Zhou Ping leading the way, our influence will surely grow. For our survival, we cannot rely solely on ourselves. If these smaller groups unite under our banner, we will have a formidable force. Should any disturbances arise in this region, we will receive news swiftly and respond accordingly. Ji Ying laughed. You truly are a leader. Su Xiao teased. Do not flatter me, or I shall become conceited. You have led us from the brink of apocalypse to this day, demonstrating your strength, Ji Ying sincerely remarked. Su Xiao chuckled. He indeed had begun to wield influence in this small area. Yet, when considering the nation and the future, he still felt like an inconsequential weed amidst the tide. There remained much to be done. In the afternoon, Wang Feiyu hurriedly sought out Su Xiao. Leader, our reconnaissance team has detected traces of military personnel. Su Xiao Ziplit Pomti Li. Have they attempted contact? They have been informed. We should have results shortly. Wang Feiyu reported. Su Xiao's expression turned serious. Notify the combat teams to prepare. Gather the captains. Understood. Soon, Su Xiao convened with several captains in the courtyard. Upon learning that contact with military personnel had been established, the gathered leaders understood the implications. There were 2 potential outcomes. Either the military was willing to engage in peaceful dialogue, or they would dismiss Su Xiao entirely. The latter seemed unlikely, as Su Xiao's base was the most powerful in the vicinity, housing hundreds of individuals. Before long, Wang Feiyu announced, a search team of 30 has arrived. Upon hearing of our base, they expressed a desire to meet the leader. Very well, let's await them at the entrance. This was also a sign of respect towards the military. Su Xiao wished for their first encounter with the Yunhai City military to be devoid of any negative factors. Half an hour later, 2 imposing black transport vehicles arrived, halting at the base's entrance. The doors swung open, and a cadre of fully armed soldiers disembarked. Vigilantly surveying the entrance where armed personnel stood guard, grips tightening on their weapons. At that moment, a leading man leaped down and, upon taking in the scene, gestured for his men. Lower your weapons and form ranks. The soldiers immediately lowered their firearms, aligning themselves into 2 neat rows. 2 communication officers from the base then jumped down from the vehicle. Captain Wang, this is our base. Over there stands our leader, Su Xiao, along with the captains of each squad. Wang Yan's gaze was fixed on the figures standing at the forefront, particularly the young man in the center, who stood calmly with arms crossed, observing them. His astonishment deepened. Greetings, I am Wang Yan, captain of the 15th team of Yunhai City. Su Xiao extended his hand for a shake, smiling. Hello, Captain Wang. I am Su Xiao, the leader of this base. Shall we proceed inside to converse? However, Wang Yan shook his head. We have military duties and cannot linger. He looked with admiration at the various constructions behind Xiao and the sharp-eyed, armed soldiers, exclaiming, "I have great respect for you, Leader Su. To lead so many through the apocalypse and ensure their survival is truly heroic." With that, he removed his hat in salute. Xiao replied solemnly, "Captain, you overstate my contributions. I am merely a survivor in these trying times. May I inquire about the situation in the Yunhai military district?" Wang Yin sighed. "The circumstances are dire. We have sheltered 70,000 civilians, yet we are constantly besieged by hordes of zombies. Our organization has nearly severed contact with us due to the distance. However, we possess the capability to protect these tens of thousands of citizens. Unfortunately, the military currently lacks the resources to enter the city for rescue operations. There are simply too many zombies present." Xiao grasped the military's predicament, aligning with his previous thoughts. "I would like to accompany you to your base. Would that be permissible?" Wang Yin hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Certainly." Chapter 87. Yunhai Base. In the end, Xiao only brought along Tang Ying and Li Tianxi. Firstly, he was merely going to assess the situation, and the military district would not permit a large group to enter freely. Secondly, the two of them sufficed. Tang Ying had become quite adept at utilizing her gravitational abilities, possessing skills in gravitational manipulation and alteration, making her effective both at range and in close combat. Meanwhile, Li Tianxi had recently advanced to a second-tier ability user. Xiao had distributed the unused second-tier crystal cores to Tang Ying and him. As a result, Tang Ying's strength had been enhanced, bringing her closer to the third tier, while Li Tianxi had successfully broken through to the second tier, significantly augmenting his fire abilities. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, Xiao was confident that he could retreat with the three of them without issue, as he no longer feared bullets. And due to the unique nature of his blood control abilities, he found it easier to deal with humans than zombies. "Wu Qian, while I am away, you will have full authority to manage all matters of the base." Xiao surveyed the area before finally fixing his gaze on Wu Qian. Wu Qian was someone Xiao had brought from school. She was composed, meticulous, and possessed a strong character, making her ideally suited for management. The logistics role had initially been a test for Wu Qian, which she excelled at. Xiao admired her capabilities, thus he had no qualms about entrusting her with power. Although Tang Ying was also capable, too many trivial matters would distract her from focusing on honing her abilities, which Xiao was reluctant to compromise. Yu Jiao could only assist Xiao with minor tasks, but she was not yet suitable for management. The three of them boarded a military vehicle and set off for the Yunhai military base. The Yunhai base was established by the standing army of the former Yunhai city. Following the onset of the apocalypse, the standing army suffered numerous casualties and fell into internal chaos. After reorganizing and before losing contact with the core organization, the military was tasked with consolidating all combat supplies and rescuing civilians from the city. Thus, the Yunhai Base project was initiated. This was a military preparedness zone that had quietly been constructed before the apocalypse, which promptly commenced operations after the disaster. In just 1 week of relentless efforts, the military rescued a substantial number of survivors and housed them all within the base. Towering walls, 5 meters high, surrounded the vast area. Inside, it resembled a colossal factory, with a massive open space filled with various tents. Tens of thousands sat in the area, relaxing. Many were students, chatting and laughing, some playing cards, utterly devoid of concern, living a leisurely life. However, there were also many with troubled expressions. Regardless, after being brought to this base following the apocalypse, they no longer had to worry about survival. The base had ample supplies to sustain tens of thousands for decades, complemented by comprehensive living facilities, electricity, water, and everything else one could need. Yet, only the numerous patrolling soldiers stationed atop the walls could glimpse the hardships concealed beneath this comfortable existence. Throughout their journey, Xiao and his companions encountered no obstacles. The road leading to the city had already been cleared by the military. The hordes of zombies were a nuisance, but under the fierce assault of this elite combat team, they were swiftly eradicated. The captain who greeted Xiao, Wang Yin, initially engaged in a lively discussion with him, probing into the situation at Su Xiao's base while Su Xiao inquired about various recent events faced by the military district. However, both understood the importance of discretion, and upon encountering sensitive topics, they fell into a mutual silence. This brief interaction allowed Su Xiao to gain a general understanding of the Yunhai base's status. The base likely housed around 20,000 troops, was well stocked with arms and ammunition, and had sufficient resources, although their habit of stockpiling led them to continuously search warehouses throughout the city. Thus far, the zombies posed little pressure on them, as ordinary zombies could not withstand their overwhelming firepower, and first and second tier zombies were still no match for their heavy artillery. Consequently, the base remained quite secure, with many survivors arriving daily, joining the base after undergoing identity verification and quarantine, although he did not disclose who currently held the highest authority at the base. Su Xiao had already deduced it. This individual was Zhou Yu's father, a senior military officer commanding the deployment of the Yunhai troops. Su Xiao's objective was precisely this person. He aimed to foster a good relationship with the military, as engaging with lower-ranking officers would not significantly influence the military's dynamics. Su Xiao needed to leverage the military's strength to enhance the development of his own base, while also attempting to alter the future fate of this military force. Soon, as they approached within 100 meters of the base, a checkpoint signaled the vehicles to halt. Dozens of armed soldiers scanned their convoy with indifferent gazes, even though they could recognize it as a military vehicle. Additionally, I have matters to report to the higher-ups. During our search, we encountered a base composed of victims, and their organizer is accompanying me. I hope to meet with the commander of our base. The checkpoint officer glanced at his credentials, returned them, and then saluted with utmost respect, stating, "Welcome back. I will promptly relay your request to the higher-ups. In the meantime, please have Captain Wang Yan's vehicle wait here." Thus, the convoy passed Su Xiao's vehicle before proceeding onward. The imposing gates of the grand city swung open, lowering the drawbridge to allow their passage. Su Xiao and his companions patiently awaited their turn. It was only then that he noticed a deep artificial trench surrounding the base, which could serve to drain wastewater while also acting as a barrier against approaching zombies during an attack. Such a massive base could likely withstand tens of thousands of zombies with ease. However, in his previous life, the onslaught against this base had approached 500,000. Not to mention, at that time, there had already been a significant emergence of third-tier and fourth-tier zombies, toxic zombies, strength zombies, speed zombies, and various other mutated forms, all led by a powerful zombie king. At that point, even the strongest defenses would be inadequate against such formidable foes. With a nod from the officer, signaling for their passage, Su Xiao and the others slowly approached the magnificent city wall. This was merely the southern gate of the base, designated for military vehicles. "I will take you directly to meet my superior shortly," Wang Yan remarked. "Thank you, Captain Wang." Upon entering through the grand entrance, they were immediately enveloped by a gust of strong airflow that swept past each of them. Li Tianxi, startled, almost unleashed a fireball, but Su Xiao restrained him, saying, "Do not panic. It is merely a disinfectant mist." Afterward, instead of entering the interior, they found themselves in a long corridor, where soldiers stationed on either side naturally instructed Su Xiao, "Please register your information first, then proceed to the isolation room to wait." Wang Yan nodded at Su Xiao before departing. After each of them registered their information, they were escorted to a sealed room, which was not a prison cell, but rather a warmly lit space furnished with sofas, a television, and a table. The soldiers instructed them to wait comfortably, and the three settled onto the sofa. Chapter 88. The admirers Li Tianxi was profoundly astonished by the formidable security of the base, exclaiming, "Leader, a military force is indeed a military force. Their level of protection and combat prowess is so high that not even a mosquito could dare to intrude." There were some remarks Li Tianxi refrained from making in front of Su Xiao, as he believed that while the villa base's defenses were commendable, they paled in comparison to the military, a stark contrast akin to a dilapidated shack versus a towering skyscraper. Su Xiao was also scrutinizing the room, and with his acute perceptiveness, he quickly discerned that the walls were embedded with various organ monitoring devices. A mere cursory examination revealed that these instruments emitted a subtle light that had already enveloped the entire room unbeknownst to the occupants. Yet, Xiao felt no harm from this light, which resembled X-ray detection. It then dawned on him that this quarantine room was designed to ascertain whether entrants harbored the zombie virus. Although the virus was notoriously difficult to detect, once infected, the deterioration of the body's normal organs occurred at a discernible pace, making it relatively easy to identify. After approximately 10 minutes, a soldier opened the door. His sharp gaze swept across the room and landed on Xiao. "Greetings, I am Xiao Kuan-yu, the patrol officer of the base. Which of you is Xiao?" "I am, sir. It is a great honor to meet you." Xiao stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with warmth. "I have heard about you. It is remarkable how you have managed to lead survivors in establishing a secure haven for a good life. You are truly an impressive young man." Officer Xiao praised Xiao with genuine admiration, giving him a thumbs up. "What would you like to discuss? Are you considering relocating your people to the military base?" "There is no need for relocation. I am confident in my ability to guide everyone to survive well without burdening the military," Xiao replied, deliberately omitting his true intentions. He was uncertain about the internal dynamics of this military unit, and the news he carried might potentially instigate changes within. Xiao Kuan-yu, not overthinking the matter, assumed Xiao was merely apprehensive about the living conditions at the base and cheerfully suggested, "How about this? I'll have someone show you around the base. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out. What do you think?" "Thank you, Officer Xiao." Xiao readily accepted. Now that he was here, he was eager to observe the situation of the refugees the military had taken in. "Xiao Wang, I leave Xiao and his companions in your care. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Xiao Kuan-yu appeared genuinely busy, and his willingness to spare time for Xiao was indeed gracious. He hurriedly departed. Under the guidance of the soldier, Xiao exited the room and ventured deeper into the base. Soon, they arrived at a second-floor platform, revealing an extraordinarily vast activity area before Xiao's eyes. In the open square, countless tents were erected, and an uncountable multitude of people were seated on the grounds. A cursory glance indicated there were over 10,000 individuals. Such a crowd, Li Tianxi was left speechless. In the post-apocalyptic era, they had never witnessed such a gathering of people. Observing their attire, Xiao noted that among them were students, office workers, and ordinary residents of various ages, all idly conversing and creating a lively atmosphere. The arrival of Xiao and his group drew the attention of some, but most merely glanced and continued with their activities. However, among a cluster of students, a wave of exclamations erupted. "Oh my goodness, look! Isn't that the extraordinary person who fought off zombies at school?" The girls who had witnessed Xiao's valor during the zombie encounter at Yunhai University were filled with excitement. Although Xiao had not rescued them, his decisive actions had significantly aided the military in their efforts to save them. Mu Yi gazed eagerly at his figure. That day, when Xiao asked if anyone wished to follow him, she hesitated and missed her opportunity. Even after being rescued by the military, she often reflected on that moment with deep regret. While the current environment was comfortable, it was not what she truly desired. She had dreamt countless times of that formidable figure reminiscent of a god of slaughter, vanquishing hundreds of zombies, and of his calm inquiry about whether they wished to accompany him. Mu Yi was unafraid of death, yet being confined in this place, living a monotonous existence of eating and sleeping, was unbearable. "Benefactor, look over here. It's us." A group of girls from Yunhai University stood up, excitedly calling out to Xiao. Instantly, all eyes in the square turned towards Xiao and his companions. Xiao was momentarily stunned, gazing at the girls calling for him, confused by their fervor. "Boss, you are quite the celebrity. Those young ladies view you as if you were an idol," Li Tianxi remarked, enviously laughing at Xiao. Tang Ying pondered, "Could it be that you saved some of them? I recall you visited the school area." Her reminder prompted Xiao to recollect seeing several familiar faces in the crowd. Many of the girls were making an effort to weave through the throngs, eager to converse with him, with Mu Yi among them. This commotion, however, caught the attention of the soldiers. "Silence in the crowd. Do not wander about. Please remain in your designated areas." The girls, upon hearing this, were compelled to halt, their eyes wistfully fixed on Xiao. From a distance, he nodded at them before turning to leave. "Oh no," he asked, leaving. "Is he also a refugee here? Will we ever see him again?" The group of girls lamented, discussing their disappointment. Mui felt an overwhelming sadness. She longed to chase after that figure and express her willingness to accompany him, wishing to escape this confinement. Yet, she could only watch Xiao and his companions depart, tears welling in her eyes. While there were those who idolized Xiao, there were also those who harbored disdain for him. Among the crowd, a few boys, including Wu Fan, who had been beaten by Xiao, glared at him with a mixture of fear and malice. However, their anger was ultimately impotent, posing no threat to Xiao. Even if he were aware of their presence, he would remain indifferent. After this minor upheaval, soon enough, the previously absent officer, Xiao Kuan-yu, reappeared before Xiao. With delight, he regarded Xiao and said, "Xiao, you were at Yanhai University, weren't you? Did you rescue a group of people? Were you already an ability user back then?" It seemed the military had been monitoring Xiao early on, or rather, they had taken notice of the formidable stranger who had wreaked havoc at Yanhai University that day. Xiao nodded yes. "May we step aside for a more detailed conversation? How did you awaken your abilities?" Zhao Chuanyu's gaze was sincere. Xiao was taken aback. Does the military still not possess the knowledge of how to awaken abilities? Chapter 89. Zhou Kong Zhao Kuan-yu furrowed his brows and said, "We have conducted research. But is it indeed the crystal that devours the zombies?" Su Xiao not that hapfi my see. Indeed, we organized a group for experimentation, yet not a single success was achieved, which is why we have refrained from popularizing the crystal. Fortunately, you are here. You are the earliest awakened ability user we have encountered, and you have demonstrated your powers. Could we move to the conference room for a detailed discussion? Zhao Kuan-yu asked, his eyes filled with excitement. Xiao felt somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that the military had yet to produce a single ability user. Logically, given the population of Yanhai base, there should have been at least dozens of ability users by now. No problem, but I hope to meet the highest commander of the base. I have some information I wish to discuss with him in detail. I wonder if Commander Xiao could facilitate this? Since Zhao Kuan-yu was currently seeking his assistance, Xiao decided to abandon his intention of using Zhou Yu as an excuse to meet Zhou Kong. Although that would allow him to meet Zhou Kong immediately, it would likely lead to unfavorable thoughts about Xiao once the father and daughter were reunited. For instance, if Xiao had known of Zhou Yu's relationship with Zhou Kong from the beginning, why had he concealed it and not informed the military personnel? While this would enable Xiao to converse directly with the devoted father, it would significantly diminish the military's trust in him. With Zhao Kuan-yu conveniently presenting an opportunity, Xiao subtly made this reasonable request. "Very well, I shall report this immediately, but whether Commander Zhou has the time is beyond my certainty," Zhao Kuan-yu said after a brief contemplation. "Then we shall accompany you to the conference room and wait," Xiao replied, unhurried. It was certain that Zhou Kong would wish to see him. The military must be acutely aware of the significance of ability users in the apocalypse. Although he might not be the earliest awakened ability user in the world, he was undoubtedly the first in Yanhai City to learn to wield his powers and expose himself to the military scrutiny. The military would not forego this opportunity to gain deeper insights into ability users. Zhao Kuan-yu led them to an impressive conference room located on the third floor of the base. The journey involved fingerprint access for the elevator and rooms, illustrating the rigorous security measures in place. Excellent. Xiao felt no urgency. He was merely curious about the commander, having never encountered a figure like Zhou Kong in his previous life. As the Blood Emperor, he had traversed various territories, welcomed by the leaders of major bases, including those fragmented military regions. However, Zhou Kong had perished too early. Before long, Zhao Kuan-yu entered, followed by 4 or 5 armed soldiers who quickly took positions behind Xiao and the others. Zhao Kuan-yu offered an apologetic smile. "Mr. Xiao, I apologize. As you are an ability user, this is a matter of security." He appeared to be around 50 years old, his face sharply defined yet gaunt, with eyes that held a calmness and authority befitting a superior. Even without deliberate effort, his aura was incomparable. Xiao Kuan Yu smiled and said, Su Xiao, this is our commanding officer at Yunhai Base, Commander Zhou Kong. Su Xiao, along with Tang Ying and the others, immediately stood in reverence. Greetings, Commander Zhou. I am Su Xiao. Zhou Kong fixed his gaze upon Su Xiao, his demeanor warm as he gestured for Su Xiao to approach. So you are Su Xiao. I have heard much from Xiao Kuan Yu. You are indeed a courageous, insightful, and capable hero. You flatter me. Su Xiao replied with a modest smile. Please, let us sit and converse at our leisure, Zhou Kong said with a smile as he took his seat at the head of the table, prompting Su Xiao and the others to settle down as well. Su Xiao, to be candid, you are the first ability user we have encountered. We hope to find a breakthrough regarding the awakening of human abilities through you, Zhou Kong stated directly, his gaze sincere yet devoid of urgency. Under such scrutiny, it is difficult for an ordinary person to conceal any secrets. Commander Zhou, how much do you understand about these abilities? Su Xiao In Gui, Zhou Kong pondered for a moment before responding. It is a remarkable power that has emerged in response to this catastrophe of rampant zombies. Our researchers liken it to a form of advanced human genetic evolution, influenced by the energy that transforms humans into zombies. Perhaps zombies are the failed products of evolution, while ability users represent the exceptional genetic outliers among humanity. This is our rudimentary understanding of this power. Su Xiao was greatly astonished. The military, despite its inability to unravel the mysteries of abilities, had swiftly delineated the connection between zombies and ability users. Indeed, abilities are diverse. They are merely branches of personal genetic evolution, manifesting through individual capabilities. Just as marine creatures adapt to water, humans adapt to land, and birds to the sky. As a fellow human, I am more than willing to assist the military in establishing a coherent understanding of abilities. After a brief pause, Su Xiao continued. Nearby, a soldier promptly took up a pen to begin recording. Su Xiao then spoke slowly. Utilizing the power of crystal nuclei to awaken human abilities is indeed valid. This power serves as a catalyst to unlock the genetic limitations of humans. Your experimental failures are merely coincidental, as the likelihood of humans genuinely adapting to this energy and awakening is exceedingly low, less than a fraction of a percent. With repeated trials, success will naturally follow. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Zhou Kong and the others flickered slightly. Zhou Kong, visibly excited, urged, Please continue. Abilities may vary widely, but there are discernible patterns, which can be categorized into several types. Here, I will share my personal classification of abilities. Although there are many types, they can generally be divided into 4 categories. The physical system, which generates changes based on the body. The elemental system, rooted in the mastery of natural elements. The mental system, which manipulates mental intent and cognitive thought. And the superpower system, which transcends normal comprehension and encompasses extraordinary abilities. Su Xiao earnestly elucidated his comprehensive understanding of abilities from his previous life. Zhou Kang's expression transformed into one of enlightenment, while Xiao Kuan Yu appeared utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Su Xiao would possess such extensive and detailed insights. What kind of exposure to ability users must he have had to arrive at such conclusions? As Su Xiao concluded his discourse, Zhou Kong immediately rose, expressing heartfelt admiration. Remarkable. You have managed to summarize such detailed information. This will greatly aid our future research on ability users. We sincerely appreciate your generous elucidation. If we can decipher the methods for awakening abilities from your knowledge, the entire military district will remember your contributions. Su Xiao. Zhou Kong stepped forward to shake Su Xiao's hand, his gaze profoundly fixed upon him. Chapter 90. Indirect introduction. There is nothing to worry about. I hope the military can swiftly cultivate more individuals with extraordinary abilities. In this apocalyptic world, those with such powers are the backbone in combating zombies. Su Xiao exchanged a friendly handshake with Zhou Kong, who solemnly stated, The military will undoubtedly enhance the training of these extraordinary individuals to better respond to future changes. Su Xiao, your contributions will not be overlooked. After concluding their formal discussions, Su Xiao and Zhou Kong engaged in casual conversation. Zhou Kong inquired about the state of Su Xiao's base, to which Su Xiao merely shared details about the current infrastructure and plans. When Zhou Kong learned that Su Xiao had formed his own combat team, equipped with firepower and numerous extraordinary individuals akin to Su Xiao, a smile of uncontainable joy spread across his face. He paused for a moment and sincerely asked, Su Xiao, have you considered joining our Yanhai base? If your group of extraordinary individuals were to come, the military would treat you with the utmost respect. And our base is currently in dire need of individuals like you. Su Xiao feigned hesitation and replied, to be frank, Commander, I also aim to discuss a collaboration with your military. Collaboration? Please elaborate. It seemed rather absurd for a small base to negotiate with the military. Zhou Kang's courteous treatment of Su Xiao stemmed from his status as an extraordinary individual and his unique experiences that the military lacked. Nonetheless, Zhou Kang was intrigued and listened attentively. Su Xiao inquired, Commander, has the military conducted any statistics on the current zombie population in Yanhai City? Naturally, we have. It is estimated that at least 70% of the human population has been infected and transformed into zombies, with the number of zombies in the city ranging from 270,000 to 300,000. Zhou Kang's expression darkened slightly as he spoke, a flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes. This was a cataclysm for humanity, an unprecedented disaster. Does the military currently possess the strength to combat such a multitude of zombies? Su Xiao pressed to the core of the matter. No, Faucon responded, glancing at Su Xiao with confusion, unsure of the intent behind his inquiries. Su Xiao sighed. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, Commander Zhou. Do you genuinely believe that the current strength of the Yunhai military district can one day cleanse the entire city and restore order? No, if this continues, you will inevitably be eradicated by the zombies. Su Xiao's tone was chilling. His words stunned everyone present. Su Xiao, do not speak such nonsense before the commander. Zhao Kuan-yu admonished Su Xiao with a serious expression. Such words could undermine the morale of the military, a grave offense. Su Xiao remained silent, merely gazing at Zhou Kong. It appeared that Zhou Kong was finally coming to his senses, as he waved his hand toward Zhao Kuan-yu and said, It's fine, Kuan-yu. Let Su Xiao continue. His gaze fixed intensely upon Su Xiao. He inquired, Have you discerned something? I trust that a courageous and capable young talent like you would not mislead me. Su Xiao smiled and replied, Commander, your understanding of zombies is far too limited, and you underestimate their power. Ordinary zombies may not pose a significant threat to you. Their sheer numbers make extermination difficult, but given time, they can be cleared. However, you should also be aware that among the zombies, there exist exceptionally powerful individuals that have evolved, such as strength-type and speed-type zombies. Su Xiao briefly introduced these two types of zombies, and a profound silence enveloped the group. The military was indeed aware of the terror these zombies posed. One with immense strength capable of overturning military vehicles, and another with incredible speed and striking power. Adept at stealth, and capable of easily slaying numerous ordinary humans. The military had suffered severe losses in their encounters with them. Apart from these, there were many types of zombies, all evolving in various directions: strength, speed, defense. But what I must emphasize is, what if zombies possess intelligence? Intelligence comparable to that of humans, with the capability to command hundreds of thousands of ordinary zombies. Then does the military still hold any hope? Su Xiao boldly illustrated the horror of intelligent zombies. Intelligent zombies? Zombies can possess intelligence. Zhou Kong and the others immediately comprehended the severity of the situation. Su Xiao's words did not seem to be fabrications. Regardless of how he obtained such detailed information, if it were true, then the current strength of the Yunhai base would face exponentially greater challenges against an intelligent zombie capable of controlling tens of thousands of their kind. The recorder swiftly picked up his pen, meticulously documenting the details. Su Xiao stated solemnly, I am certain that an intelligent zombie has already emerged in the city. And it is not just a single instance. With a zombie population in the millions, even a minuscule probability means that at this very moment, countless zombies with human-like intelligence are stirring to life in the city. Moreover, the various mutated types of zombies cannot be resisted by ordinary urban defenses. The toxic fluid of poison-exploding zombies can corrode steel, while advanced strength-type zombies can withstand bullets and even bomb blasts. Speed-type zombies can scale high walls effortlessly. As Xiao continued, the expressions of Zhou Kong and the others grew increasingly grim. The reason zombies appear daily around your base is due to their instinct to seek out humans. When the day arrives that a zombie king is born, do you think its primary target in its quest to consume vast quantities of humans will not be the Yanhai base? Su Xiao Bao said, leaving the implications hanging in the air. If that is the case, then our base cannot withstand the siege of tens of thousands of zombies, especially with such diverse and coordinated attacks. Zhao Kuan-yu said with a weary gaze. Su Xiao, are you sure everything you say is true? How do you know so much? Zhou Kong inquired earnestly once more. As for how I know, I cannot disclose that. The veracity of the matter can be independently verified by the commander. I merely wish to offer you a warning. In the face of zombies, many of humanity's past weapons are now outdated. For the sake of the tens of thousands of survivors and the soldiers of the base, Commander Zhou should make preparations as soon as possible. Tang Ying was struck with panic by Su Xiao's revelations. She could not fathom how Su Xiao possessed such knowledge and why he had never shared it with anyone at the base before. If even the military cannot resist them, then their small base is as fragile as a tiny boat in a storm, poised for destruction. Zhou Kang's capacity for acceptance was strong, and he soon sighed. It seems that you have come well prepared, young friend. Su Xiao had revealed such a staggering secret, indicating that there must be ulterior motives at play. Su Xiao's expression turned stern. If I am not mistaken, within a month, you will face the overwhelming tide of the Zombie King's army. It will not allow you to thrive. When that time comes, you will discern the truth of my words. Zhou Kong replied earnestly. I will remember your words, Su Xiao. Thank you once again for coming to inform us of this crucial information. As for matters of collaboration, we will need to verify further. However, on behalf of the base, I extend our heartfelt welcome to your friendship and hope we can maintain contact moving forward. Zhou Kong firmly shook Su Xiao's hand, thereby concluding their conversation. Chapter 91. Waiting Understanding. Commander, if you have matters to attend to, please feel free to busy yourself. Zhou Kong nodded, yet smiled and said, Su Xiao, if you're not in a hurry, you may stay at our base for a few days. I shall provide you with a prompt response, as we may require your assistance at any moment. Henceforth, you are our esteemed guest, and I will ensure that your needs for food, clothing, and lodging are well arranged. Zhou Kang's words were filled with a sense of retention, and Su Xiao naturally would not be so ungrateful as to refuse at such time. The information Zhou Kong sought would take time to verify, and if it were true, he would be the one in greater urgency than Su Xiao. In light of this, we shall heed the commander's arrangements and stay overnight. Zhou Kong laughed heartily, stating, serving the people and safeguarding the lives of our compatriots is the duty of our military. Moreover, this base has been established for many years, and everything is well equipped. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Comrade Xiao, I entrust Su Xiao to you. Please ensure that their living needs are well taken care of. Zhou Kong instructed Zhao Kuan-yu beside him. The group then parted ways. After exiting the conference room, Zhou Kong hurriedly left amidst a throng of soldiers, likely eager to attend to pressing matters. The suggestions Su Xiao presented earlier were all exceedingly valuable, particularly the military's project for the awakening of superhumans. Since there were no issues with vigilance, they could increase the number of experimental subjects for further testing. Moreover, the crisis of intelligent zombies that Su Xiao spoke of necessitated sending individuals to the city for investigation and verification. Zhao Kuan-yu led Su Xiao and the others to the third floor of the base, a notably tranquil level. This place was unlike the makeshift shelters of the outside survivors. Each room was independent and secured with strict password locks. Su Xiao, you may select 3 rooms. Should you require anything, you can press the prompt bell by the door, and personnel will promptly assist you. While the living environment may not offer the same freedom as your own, you may wander as you please within the base. Zhao Kuan-yu said with a cheerful demeanor, yet his words were more overt than Zhou Kang's, implying a desire for Su Xiao to remain within the confines of the base. Not a problem, Commander Xiao. I await your news. Good. Zhao Kuan-yu nodded and turned to leave. Su Xiao observed that Tang Ying and Li Tianxi beside him seemed hesitant to speak, as if they had thoughts to share. He promptly suggested, "Let us select our rooms first. I shall reside in this one. We can converse in my room later." The two suppressed their words for the moment, as there were two guards stationed in the corridor behind them. Before long, Tang Ying and Li Tianxi gathered in Su Xiao's room. Tang Ying, unable to contain her curiosity, was the first to ask, "Su Xiao, is what you said truly the case? Can even the Yunhai base not withstand the onslaught of zombies from Yunhai City?" Su Xiao shook his head, replying, "If they're unprepared when zombies attack, what can they use to resist? Once a significant number of third-tier mutated zombies, like myself, appear, just 10 would be sufficient. The Yunhai military district would undoubtedly collapse. The strength of third-tier zombies cannot be countered by ordinary modern weaponry. If we consider the destructive capability of an ordinary person as 1, that of a first-tier superhuman is about 5. A second-tier superhuman's is approximately 20 or more, while that of a third-tier superhuman exceeds 100. Such a terrifying disparity exists. Once I break through to the third tier, bullets can no longer harm me, and confronting ordinary soldiers becomes as easy as slaughtering chickens." Su Xiao considered his evolution speed to be among the fastest within humanity. Yet zombies evolved even more swiftly, especially intelligent zombies, which consciously control their kin, encircle survivors, kill them, and consume human flesh to expedite their own evolution. If the first blood rain was the awakening of humanity, the second would facilitate both humans and zombies in achieving a new pinnacle. Su Xiao was but one individual. However, once a zombie king was birthed, it could naturally command hundreds of thousands of zombies, including mutated ones. The Yunhai military district had merely 20,000 troops, but would soon face hundreds of thousands, even millions of fearless zombies. How could they possibly withstand such odds? Leader, you had long perceived the unreliability of the military, which is why you previously resisted engaging with them, correct? Li Tianxi realized, looking at Su Xiao with newfound understanding. Upon seeing Su Xiao nod, he displayed a look of incredulity. At that moment, he felt a deeper reverence for Su Xiao, while they were still preoccupied with mundane concerns. The leader had already surveyed the entire situation in Yunhai City. Tang Ying, somewhat uncertain, inquired, "Then what is your intention in choosing the military? If we can be self-sufficient, we could easily what?" Su Xiao Yin Dvu Belang Li. Tang Ying gazed at him, attempting to discern the thoughts of this enigmatic man. Yet his eyes remained profoundly inscrutable. Su Xiao sighed, saying, "We cannot escape to anywhere. Zombies infest every location, and other cities may be far worse. At least Yunhai has a military presence. Our base is small and can relocate at any moment should circumstances grow dire. But with so many people, what can we call home? Ultimately, we must possess a place to anchor our existence." Su Xiao looked at Tang Ying and declared, "I have promised to ensure our survival through the apocalypse, and I shall fulfill that promise." He then turned to Li Tianxi and asked, "Tianxi, look at me. Do you regret it?" "No regrets. Following you, leader, is the greatest fortune in my life. Without you, I would merely be a coward hiding in a marketplace. And perhaps I would have perished long ago." Li Tianxi said loudly and resolutely. He earnestly told Su Xiao, "You will always be the person I respect the most. And no matter what happens, I will follow in your footsteps." "Well said, Tianxi. Everything discussed today remains between the three of us. No one is permitted to disclose it within the base." Su Xiao stated with a serious countenance. The military serves as a pillar of hope for many. Should the news of disasters that even the military cannot withstand spread within the base, it would undoubtedly instill fear in some and create a negative impact. Of course, the military is not invincible. That is also the purpose of my visit. In my view, the military is strong and possesses sufficient personnel to strategically prepare and counterattack before the formidable zombie overlords launch their assault on the city. We cannot merge into the base. First, that would render us powerless and subject to the military's influence. Second, I shall not rely on anyone. Our base, regardless of how long it endures, must remain an independent entity. The hope of survival must rest in our own hands, not in the grasp of others." The two expressed their understanding. Su Xiao did not linger in the room, stepping out and waving to a guard. Could you show me around? Of course, Mr. Su. Su Xiao then began to wander aimlessly, observing the Yunhai base from this level. This building seemed designated for individuals of exceptional status. He noticed numerous officers in formal attire bustling about the floor. As he continued to explore, Su Xiao also discovered other individuals of unique standing. Chapter 92. Undercurrents in an opulent room. For young individuals were languidly engaged in a game of cards. Surrounding them were slender young women, some with flirtatious glances leaning against the men's backs, while others timidly offered shoulder massages with a hint of caution. Among them, a rugged young man tossed down several cards. For kings, a bomb. I'm left with only 2 cards. After playing, he smugly slipped his hand into the neckline of the girl beside him, spinning it mischievously. The girl shivered but kept her head down, too timid to move, allowing the young man's hand to roam freely. Lin Hu, you're being rather crude. Where's your sense of gentlemanly decorum? She is about to cry. The other 3 chuckled at his antics. Lin Hu, however, cast a sidelong glance at the girl and tightened his grip, lowly commanding, "Sit on my lap." The girl slowly complied, perching herself on his thigh, and he embraced her with one arm, grinning. "A new little beauty I've found. She might still be a bit shy." A bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses and smirked. "Lin Hu, that's not how we play cards. Everyone still has cards in hand. How can you be so sure that the king is in your possession?" Lin Hu shrugged nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. I don't have a king anyway. Guessing is a hassle. Let us just go all in. It might turn out well." "Some way. It seems the king is with you, then?" The young man across from him remarked with a knowing glint in his eye. Gao Tsongwei laughed. "I want to reveal my cards. Don't expect to glean anything useful from me. Come on, Tsongwei, that's not fair. We've shared years of friendship, including our father's ties. Are you really going to play coy with us?" The young man pressed, his smile unwavering as he scrutinized his cards. "Changge, should you have guessed by now? Our families have worked together. You can't possibly be unaware," Gao Tsongwei mocked. Su Chang shook his head. "I'm not like you. My father served as your father's deputy his entire life, and he instilled in me a habit of caution. If I have questions, I can only ask you to gauge the situation." Lin Hu, growing impatient, interjected, "Enough of this. What is our relationship? Why do you insist on dancing around the point?" He fixed his gaze on Gao Tsongwei. "Tell me, what is the situation with the provincial military? Since we severed ties with the organization, information has been muddled. Do they have any intentions we should know about?" Wang Tsongwei sighed. "Ahu, your impatience is as evident as ever. It's tiresome. Here, take my cards." A royal flush. "Interested?" No one responded, but all eyes were fixed on him. "Against an ace. I win." Changge, shuffle the cards. Su Chang said nothing further, merely signaling the girl behind him, who promptly approached and bent over to shuffle the cards, revealing her fair, supple form. Yet, none of the men paid her any mind. Wang Tsongwei spoke earnestly. "All right, I'll lay it all out to avoid your wild speculations. There have indeed been changes within the provincial military. The atmosphere shifted, each man's expression altering as thoughts churned. It is said the organization has suffered tremendously, with half of the core forces in the 2 major battle zones lost. They were least affected due to their smaller jurisdiction and fewer zombies, quickly clearing their areas. However, the Northern Army and the Divine Capital Army are in distress. They've been unusually quiet. No one knows what that signals." Wang Tsongwei's eyes flickered. Su Chang pondered aloud. Are they really that audacious? Don't they fear retribution from the organization? Retribution? Who can hold them accountable? Communication devices are nearly inoperative, and their remote locations are rampant with zombies. Each household is overwhelmed. Who has the capacity to pursue them? Moreover, I've heard whispers that the provincial military may be fragmenting into factions. Everyone is eager to establish their own power amidst the apocalypse for self-preservation. Alignment will be inevitable. Our Yunhai Army isn't in a much better position. We can't break free, and who knows when this will end. We're merely left to fend for ourselves, unaware of when the organization might intervene. The only voice here is Zhou Kong. His family certainly doesn't care about our fates. They're well known for their unwavering loyalty. Yet our families have long been disregarded in the imperial capital. They might cast us a lifeline. But who knows who will seize it? Retribution is inevitable. Our families can't contend with the Zhou family. Wang Tsungwei ceased his card play, while the others fell into contemplative silence. Given their father's connections, the impending day of reckoning would be difficult to evade. What is your family's stance? Do you intend to maintain ties with the Zhou family or venture forth to explore other options? Lin Hu chimed in. Tsungwei, our families have shared many meals. We're undoubtedly in this together. The decision lies with you. Once you choose, we can't possibly engage with the Zhou family alone. Su Chong spoke with a serious tone. Then await my news. It won't be long, perhaps just a few days, Wang Tsungwei replied, lowering his head. The group fell silent, resuming their card game. Unbeknownst to them, there were ears lurking just beyond the wall. Su Xiao quietly stood in the corridor, gazing into the distance from the window. Behind him, a soldier stood attentively, seemingly perplexed by what was so captivating about the view that held Su Xiao's attention for several minutes. Although he appeared to be admiring the scenery, his abilities had already extended, allowing him to sense the blood in the adjacent room, rendering the actions of the group vivid in his mind. Despite being unable to hear their voices due to the soundproofing, he could decipher their conversation through lip reading, piecing together their dialogue with reasonable accuracy. A peculiar smile graced his lips. No wonder the Yunhai base collapsed so swiftly in his past life. It was not merely due to inadequate preparation. In times of great upheaval, it is when kings rise to power, and these individuals are adept at exploiting opportunities. Su Xiao hadn't anticipated that his brief stroll would yield such significant insights. These individuals were likely second-generation heirs, their families being prominent figures within the Yunhai base and the province. In the apocalypse, when an elder could no longer manage the household, there would always be someone eager to assume control. After all, adhering to old rules offered little opportunity for the younger generation to reap benefits. However, by reorganizing within the family, one could still wield authority and monopolize resources. The fragmented state of affairs from his past life was about to unfold once more. Su Xiao sighed internally and quietly meandered away. Chapter 93. The Gifted One. Su Xiao soon found himself once again on the second-floor platform, gazing down at the crowd in the square. As night fell, many retreated into their tents, yet a significant number remained seated in the square, illuminated by the bright lights below, resembling a bustling schoolyard. Su Xiao silently observed, turning to a nearby soldier and inquiring, "How many have you accommodated?" "Currently, over 27,000. The soldier responded respectfully, fully aware of Su Xiao's unique status. Nodding, Su Xiao continued to survey the faces below. These ordinary individuals imposed a substantial burden on the Yunhai base. Daily provisions for such a multitude represented a monumental undertaking. Yet, they contributed little in return. How long could any major base endure such a drain? In Su Xiao's base, survival depended on labor. It was not merely a matter of sustaining a positive cycle, but also of providing these people with purpose. Idleness could breed trouble, much like the recent conspiracies among the second generation. When individuals are free from immediate concerns, they often develop distant anxieties, a detrimental state for a base in a post-apocalyptic world. Each person sought a path for themselves. How far could the base be from disintegration? Su Xiao had already identified several critical flaws within the base, any of which could prove fatal. If Zhou Kong and others could not swiftly rectify these issues, even without an assault from the Zombie King, chaos would inevitably arise within the base over time. As Su Xiao prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed a commotion in the distance within the crowd. "Wake up! Quickly! Wake up!" A group had formed a circle, obstructing Su Xiao's view of the unfolding events. The guard behind him promptly grabbed the radio, announcing, "Attention, there's a situation in the crowd. Send someone to investigate." "Understood." A small team of soldiers rushed into the throng, emerging shortly after, carrying a young boy. Su Xiao could discern that he appeared to be around 15 or 16, frail, with a pallid complexion and a nose that bled profusely. The crowd grew tense, fearing someone had contracted the zombie virus. "Someone's infected. What if we are too?" A panicked voice cried out, igniting a wave of fear throughout the throng. A military officer stepped forward, brandishing a megaphone, commanding silence. Everyone, remain calm. Anyone who stirs will face military consequences. Stay in place. Rest assured, every individual entering has been tested and found free of the zombie virus. Trust in our military district. Gradually, the crowd quieted, though an undercurrent of anxiety persisted. Whispers merging into a cacophony. Amidst the turmoil, the boy's pitiful appearance was striking. Blood streamed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and his arms bore bruises, resembling a person on the brink of transformation into a zombie. Watching the boy being carried away piqued Xiao's curiosity. "Can we go and see?" he asked the soldier beside him. "Of course," came the reply. The two followed the soldiers to a tall medical building within the military district. Doctors and nurses in white coats hurried back and forth, alongside various officers. This was the base's specialized military hospital, equipped with the finest medical facilities in Donghai City. In a world without the apocalypse, how many ordinary citizens would have the chance to receive treatment at such a facility? Xiao and his companion observed as the boy was taken into the emergency room. Throughout this time, Xiao scrutinized the boy. His skin did not exhibit the decay characteristic of a zombie, but rather showed signs of organ failure. The blood appeared normal, and his life was not in jeopardy. However, the congestion around his arms and facial orifices was alarming. Xiao could not ascertain the nature of his condition. But one thing was clear: he was not infected with the zombie virus. If he was not infected, how could he exhibit such symptoms? Suddenly, Xiao sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from the boy, a nascent ability. Could it be that this boy was an ability user? Yet, why did his body appear so ravaged? Shouldn't the awakening of an ability lead to a strengthening of one's physical form? Xiao stood lost in contemplation. Half an hour later, the boy was moved to a regular ward. Xiao approached the doctor, asking, "Excuse me, is he ill or infected with a virus? Is there cellular mutation occurring? Cellular level transformation? Awakening an ability leading to mutation and weakness at such a young age?" Xiao mentally repeated these phrases, and suddenly, his eyes narrowed, a spark of realization igniting within him. He recalled a particular ability from his past life, one that brought immense suffering to its possessor, yet was the most coveted among human tools in the apocalypse: the ability to give. This ability could consume one's cellular energy, continuously accumulating power within, neutral in nature, and applicable to any ability user. It served as a medium, capable of transferring energy to another ability user, enabling them to surge in strength within a short span. It could also act as a neutralizing agent, absorbing others' abilities. This was a unique power akin to a human vessel. Powerful ability users sought out such individuals to absorb their powers and integrate them, thereby acquiring multiple abilities. However, the cost was steep. The individual would perish almost instantly. In Xiao's era, such people were treasures sought after by the strongest ability users. The emergence of one would prompt a fierce scramble among major bases and powerful factions, for the allure of greater strength was irresistible. Xiao felt a surge of excitement. In his past life, he had tirelessly searched for such individuals, yet found none, as they increasingly recognized that their existence was a torment, a mere tool for others. Due to this ability, they were unable to forge genuine connections, living in profound solitude. Once others discovered their power, they would resort to all means to deceive, coerce, or exploit them, trading their lives for a second ability. Even without being used as a medium, their lifespans were tragically short, each moment fraught with the agony of organ failure, ultimately succumbing to a painful, grotesque demise. Consequently, many chose to end their lives, resulting in an exceptionally rare existence for ability users of this kind. Otherwise, they were often seized by fortunate individuals who acted swiftly, acquiring a second ability. Thus, such individuals became increasingly scarce in later stages. Even someone as formidable as Xiao had never possessed a second ability in his past life.